Cosmonarchy Brood War. It's growing every damn day. And today, we begin Ascension number 6. Another tournament. Glory on the line. Traps to be sprung, cheeses to be done. And this time, you have to get to playoffs for a free ticket back to the next event. Just like the player base, the stakes are being raised. New blood flows to replace the old. That leaves us with only one question. Who will ascend? Now, get ready to meet your players. Starting with the championship contenders. Introducing Mystery Meat. His flavor is mysterious, but his skill is confirmed. The greatest player Cosmonarchy Brood War has ever seen, with 3 confirmed trophies under his belt, has switched to random in his unending quest for total domination. Can the reigning champion do it again in Ascension 6? In the land down under, Neblime seeks to soar back to the top. His wraiths and his cheese were the aces up his sleeve when he got to the grand finals last time around. But will he taste the lower bracket this time? Or will he go even further beyond? A beast without a home, the Shambler reels from 2 third-place finishes in a row. With his favorite map gone, and a new crop of challengers to compete against, this Texan has it all to prove. Ah, Keen. Flying by the seat of his pants to a 4th place finish, this man is slowly learning the ropes of Cosmonarchy Brood War. He gave the Shambler one hell of a series in the lower bracket, but we all know he wants to fight Neblime. Let's see if he gets that far. Moving away from contenders and on to the returning veterans, Btyb. This Protoss main is moving on to play random. He can throw down with the cheesiest of them, but can this dad dole out enough discipline to qualify to playoffs yet again? From double Kagrant drop to the 6 pool, 3 Crow is the pioneer of extreme cheese. Having played tournaments as every race, including random, this distinguished not fraud is coming to the table as Protoss, and where his strategies are concerned, his enemies are always in range. Your lucifirius is ready. He brought none other than the Shambler to the brink of defeat on home territory in the last group stage, and vows to re-up on his mass wraith play coming into Ascension number 6. If his penchant for walkers doesn't take control first. Which'll it be? The author of 2 maps in the current pool, the Beaver 99 returns to Ascension, having last played in number 3. Now that going Fulcrum first is more viable, and having drawn an all-Terran group, will 6 be his lucky number? And where would Ascension be without new blood? Welcome to the stage, Hamster! A dark horse if there ever was one. This newcomer has already taken games off of Neblime. His Zerg versus Terran is nothing to scoff at, but he remains relatively untested in the other matchups, and shares his group with reigning champion Mystery Meat. Could he power up and do the unthinkable? Or will he be fighting for second place like the rest of the newcomers? The spiritual successor to Benno has arrived. MoonHunter makes his tournament debut and brings a highly aggressive, maverick-infused playstyle to the table. Having already familiarized himself with anchors, you can expect some volatile matches out of this newcomer. But can he make it out of his group against all odds? Plenty know his name, but few would have guessed his race. DeadInfested debuts as Protoss. He's been practicing, brushing up on his macro, and getting ready to start his quest for playoffs qualification. Will playing the easiest race be enough for him to find early success in Cosmonarchy Brood War? Oh, it's a joker from the top rope! ItDepends isn't favored in his all-Terran group, but if he can survive the early game, he just might be able to play a trap card. Will the most fun he have in Ascension number 6 be watching this part of this very video? Only time will tell.
Must endure. Rush icon. Rush icon.
And that's our roster for Ascension number 6. Names old and new aren't the only thing to watch out for. The map pool has also changed in this new reality. Boscovine, Death Spiral, Nightfall, and Repulsion are out. Derelict, Highwater, Sideshow, and Victory Square are in. The remaining 4 maps have all seen adjustments under the directive of creating maps with safer early games and better flow between mid-game bases. This coincides with updates to the meta, including a much faster update rate for unit vision, the advent of proximity cloaking for Terrans, the removal of their tech add-ons, the slowdown of early air movement and training, and the revising of key early game units like the Quasilisk and Skithracore. A spattering of bug fixes, a laundry list of minor balance tweaks, and a few more quality of life adjustments punctuate this update to Cosmonarchy Brood War. The time to ascend is nigh, and I, for one, cannot wait. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Ascension. I cannot wait indeed, because that's the last thing I said in the video, and I have Mesk here. What's going on?
Hi, it's 9 a.m. and I'm pretty much ready to go. I'm ready to see some cheese.
I'm excited, and you should be too. Mesk, you haven't even seen MoonHunter, and really not that much of Hamster yet either, I believe, because you probably haven't had the time to watch the cast overs. So let me just tell you, let me just brief you here, because we're going to be focusing in on Group A. The thing about this situation that we find ourselves in, where Mystery Meat is in a killer group, I think Hamster and MoonHunter separately, if they're playing on their peak form, and Mystery Meat gets unlucky with his random roll and rolls like a race that they're really good into and he's not mained recently, we could absolutely see one of these players taking it, but it has to be in the early game, I think. That's the thing. Both of these players can be very aggro, Hamster's very creative, and MoonHunter is a man who loves himself the flying anchors.
Yeah, I haven't seen either of them. I've seen DeadInfested in one of those replays that has not been encoded yet, and that wasn't really much to go on. There's definitely a lot of new players showing up that I haven't kept track of, and I've noticed they've been practicing quite a bit. So it'll be very interesting to see what they bring.
It will be. And we, of course, have new maps. We're going to be starting things off on Derelict, a map by Ben Taberski, who's actually playing later today. I'm sure he'll be eager to see his map played, but also I would imagine he's going to want to get the lucky guess for the random number generator so he can play on his own map in the opener. We'll see if that ends up happening. But either way, though, it's going to be cool to see some of the new stuff right out the gate. We had 4 new maps come in, 4 maps go out. You saw it in the video if you were watching earlier. And yeah, that just means that we're in a spot where we're in a very brave new world. A lot of things are different. Ideally, the maps will be safer. But again, with these kinds of players, I'm not sure you can say anything about safety. These guys can be pretty aggro. I'm expecting some very interesting stuff. And I'm actually kind of excited that Mystery Meat's sitting this one out, this opener, because it actually means that we get some time to look at just the new dudes, just the debutants, right? This is the only group with 2 new players who have not played an Ascension at all before and not really played that much CMBW before to begin with. So we're going to see some really interesting things, I think.
Yeah, and it's definitely interesting to see Mystery go random. That was definitely not something I really expected. I think it's more like he feels comfortable. So we'll see if either new players or old players end up throwing him out of that comfort zone.
Absolutely, yeah. So since there's not much to go off of, all I can tell you really is Hamster is Zerg, MoonHunter is Terran. Hamster's ZVT is really solid versus Neblime, but Neblime's a very passive player compared to something like MoonHunter. And, you know, maybe when Neblime turns on his more aggressive stuff, we could see him, you know, doing pretty well. Although I think he was recently not playing Terran so that he gave his opponents as little to go off of as possible, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, just as a general point before we get started, I want to say we have a lot of new people coming in the door. That we, for the first time in a long time, or actually probably the first time ever, we have too many people to sort into a tournament. We are going to need to do qualifiers for the next event, guys. This is the state of things. So it's a good problem to have. I'm very happy to sort of see the growth of the community. And honestly, like the fact that there are more games than I can even watch myself or like spectate if it's happening in a voice chat at the same time, and like spending too much time looking at all the different games that are being played and not enough time actually working. I've been doing that the last couple of days. I'm like, well, I just got to keep watching these games though. It's so cool. But obviously we're getting to that point where we're going to have like a, you know, this is the new horizon. That's why the tournament's called that.
You start thinking about team tournaments.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So that
it's always exciting to see your stuff grow.
Yes.
Right. Like it's always exciting to see people get into it. You know, with in terms of context of the content people have access to here, for me, that's Apex X and you streaming it. That's like the first time that my work has been publicated here and that I got to see something of that caliber get played by someone else. And, you know, it's always interesting to see people get into it. But now we're seeing, this is definitely for you, especially in Veek, you know, and I guess for everybody else submitting their assets to this, is to see their stuff played in a competitive light is an entirely different kind of experience. And now we're at the 6th tournament and it's, you know, growing rather rapidly. And, you know, much the same vein, I didn't really like intimately follow what everybody was doing, but, you know, like it just feels like a couple months ago, I could tell you when people were playing, when people weren't playing. You know, you had Neblime just begging people to play with him because he lives on, you know, the upside down time zone. And now it seems like he's getting more and more games in. And yeah, in that regard, I know when we talked about Neblime early on, that, you know, he had a very, you know, slow early start. He liked to get up into his macro and then he would start opening up. And I also remember you telling me about these players here that they were aggro. I think we had, I don't know if it was when you were doing your mapping in one of your dev streams a couple days ago or something.
Right.
I do remember a conversation about that. And that's something I really would like to see. So, absolutely. Looking to be quite interesting. I see we have somebody in the bullying corner down there who has a dog icon. Oh
yeah, that's Benza. He's a homie. He's watching. Shout out Benza because I know you're there. Yeah, he's been a recent convert as well who's interested in it. And I'm sure we're gonna get a good show for him. And we got people. He's gonna do a watch party. Basically, people can go into the voice chat and hang out with him and talk some shit while we're playing these games out. So speaking of playing these games out, I think we're ready. We got our players ready. We got our overlay ready. We're ready to go. Let's do it. GLHF. And if you're playing in this game, please close the stream. Come on, bro. Don't be map hacking. Yeah. Let's get into it, boys. Derelict is our opener. Terran versus Zerg. MoonHunter versus Hamster. And we do have that all-important split in the early game while I adjust the brain cell count. So Hamster will be the Snow Zerg in the bottom left. We have the red Terran of MoonHunter in the top right. This is a map that both players are relatively familiar with. But I will say MoonHunter has recently, very recently, played a number of TVTs.
You're talking about recent. That's a recent scout.
Well, that's not a scout, my man. That is absolutely a proxy.
He's kicking things off bright and early. So this is what I was going to say. MoonHunter is incredibly recently gone for the classic move. Like his first game I ever casted was on Repulsion, where he double 2-raxed in the early game. He just sent 2 of his initial 6 workers out and just immediately put down 2 stockades, pumped units into anchors, and just lifted them into Hamster's base.
God bless.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, that is precisely what's going on here. This second scout is not a scout. No, that is going to be a second stockade.
I love it.
It's coming.
I love it.
It's coming.
Yeah.
We're starting this tournament off right. This is how you get it done. But is Hamster going to be suspect?
Yeah.
No, he redirected that worker. He was going down to the stockade to presumably build a second one, but he decided to redirect it. I was going to say, does he suspect when he doesn't see a scout? But he is eventually going to see a scout. Maybe that is why he decided to redirect it. But we do have a fairly early quaz pool. We were seeing some Hatrosk first openers in a lot of the last Ascension, and in general, just a lot of people tended to be doing that, but that is not going to be the case here. So, is it all Mavericks that he goes, or does he just like spam Ahmed at some point?
Oh, he really likes the Maverick. That's his favorite unit. It was in the video, but we already see. Oh wait, hold on, Scout onto the right side of Hamster's base. There, he's trying to figure out. Wait, was the proxy here?
Where is it? He must be suspect now.
He sees nothing in the base, right? Yeah.
Yeah. There's no gas either, right? So it's not like he's banking for Star Pad cheese or something. No, it's coming.
Yeah.
And here comes the Quasis. So Quasis in this version, as opposed to the last version, they move a little bit slower, which I feel like is very relevant for this kind of thing, because the armor pen doesn't have really much impact in their effectiveness versus bio. But the slower movement speed, I feel like it lends to bio in that it makes it harder for them to engage and disengage and dance around Mavericks with Stim in particular. And that could have consequences here, but
especially with them all the way in the natural right now, right? Yep. This is the cycling of the movement. Okay, 4 of them are on their way back to the ramp, but we have liftoff, Mesk. The anchor is narrowly escaped the 2 aggro Quasis, and so it should actually get busted down here, especially if it can't actually land. I feel like maybe... Oh, he manages to thread the needle! So he is going to get a couple of frags here, I think. And he does manage to get at least 2 Quasis out of that exchange. No, not even. Just 1 HP left on that one. And now has to float his stockade. So he's building another one back at home, and he's adding a lodestone, fearing an all-in response, which, okay, that could very well be happening. There's a macro.
Is he going to be able to get his Mavericks up fast enough, though? I mean, these Quasis should just probably ignore the stockade and just go straight for the base.
Yeah, and looks like that's what they're doing. You called it right there. We've got...
Some of them were dancing after it, maybe thinking he would drop it, but, yeah, time is of the essence for him right now, and the armor pen does help them out against the anchor, but he already had all the units there, so I think regardless of the armor pen, they would have probably been able to thwart that pretty easily. I think it was like just him not having anything in his base at all that really just gave it away. And the Quasi first seems to be kind of like evolving into a safe opening here. This anchor here is just going to try to ignore it, so he's probably going to want to lift that off and reposition that as soon as possible.
He also really wants to throw one of these Mavericks into the lodestone or something in case they run in for the worker kills, because that seems to be what they're doing.
The other stockade there. He does not want that to drop and start reinforcing, but I don't think it really matters too much at this point.
No, this is the price of cheese, is sometimes you just get slapped back. Now, okay, it looks like only 2 workers have been killed so far, and the Masons are pulled back, but there's a huge worker differential in favor of the Zerg right now.
Yep, and the Terran's not mining at all at the moment. He's got a little bit of money in the bank here to help him out if he does try to get this online, but he's got to do some jumping jacks. I feel like the Quasis could be poking in and out every single time he does this, but back at home, there is an expansion coming down for Hamster, so he is kind of plotting a little about here, couple workers just idling there, but not really too big of a deal. His opponent is desperately trying to harvest here, but it is costing him workers. So he's trying to get the Mavericks out here to open this up a little bit, but...
Listen, I wasn't sure if MoonHunter wasn't just going to absolutely step on Hamster, but it looks like the inverse has happened right now. Yeah. This is not his level. He can play better, but he is going to GG out, and that's a blazing fast game to kick this tournament off.
That is everything I hope to see.
Yeah.
That was just cheese and tism. It was a decision to go Quaz first, despite the length of the map. Maybe he knows the history of cheese, or maybe he suspected aggro. Whatever the case was, it felt like he just had the right response and was in the right position where he was able to pull some of those Quasis back to his base before the anchor landed. By the time the anchor landed, it had already taken so much damage that it just didn't really matter too much. It wasn't like Cyprian's in there gunning them down every couple seconds, but... And then, yeah, he didn't have anything in his base to deal with it, so Pretty simple. Tickled to death. Extremely silly. Everything I had hoped to expect out of this. I don't think you can really... The only better opener you could have is like a 6 pull versus a Kagran drop.
Yes. Yeah, so realistically speaking, that's probably the only thing. Maybe, you know what? Maybe we'll get that at some point. If Hamster takes on Mystery Meat and Mystery Meat rolls Zerg and then Mystery Meat 6 pulls, I don't know. That could happen. All right, we have Otherworld selected as our next map, and that's Sideshow, so I should rehost that. All right, Otherworld selected as our next map.
Do you think is Meat a 6 pool kind of Zerg?
I don't think so. Meat did
I don't
play
think so
Zerg a
either.
number of times yesterday when I practiced against him. By the way, it's worth noting, Hamster got revenge for MoonHunter doing that to him in his cast over debut. He's like, all right, well, on your tournament debut and you try to do it to me, I'm just going to get you back. So it feels like Hamster's just better equipped now that he's dealt with that before. Admittedly, the first time it was a double stockade into lifted anchor, it was done on a different map, on a different patch, and of course it was done versus Hamster's Protoss where he was off racing. So it's a lot of factors there that maybe like put an asterisk next to it. But there you go. Either way, we are going to see him sit this match out. He'll consider which map he wants to pick into his next opponent. And you have to think it's probably going to be Mystery Meat. Just based on the fact that Mr. Meat is obviously the reigning champion. He's playing as random because he feels super comfy. And he's typing chief, so I say cacapenis. And that's just the way things go around here. So if you're new to the project, well, that's one of the things you got to learn.
No. You gotta be in the know. Now you are in the know, so the meat's no longer so mysterious. Oh, it does taste very unusual.
He wanted to eat breakfast. He couldn't make it. His MoonHunter couldn't hold on long enough.
Oh, dear. Yeah, I definitely give this to Meat just based on experience, but Hamster showed that he had a very firm understanding. He's playing to the current standard Zerg meta, which seems to be very heavily quasi first. It seems to be fairly safe. But Mystery is probably not going to... I mean, he might do something cheesy in this. It's very possible. But I think that if he does a cheese and then he gets spanked for it, you're probably not going to see him cheese too much more within this bracket. Because then he'll be like, oh, well, I'm going to, not want to start throwing games at this point. So this will be kind of interesting to me because I think this will really kind of like... Well, for me in particular, since I'm so unfamiliar with these players, it'll show the caliber. And it is Zerg.
It is.
Versus Zerg, Shambler will smile.
Shambler will smile. Now, okay, Mystery Meat has decided the way he's going to do this is he's going to actually tell you his race. He's that confident in the random. He's going to take away the only advantage that you have when you play as random by telling your opponent their race. So that is a pretty big deal. That does mean that now Hamster knows. So Hamster being the Zerg in the top right, he is white, which is not snow, but it's close enough, so he's kind of the same color as the last game. Versus the bronze Zerg of Mystery Meat, of course, has no bearing on his rank, I swear.
And this is Otherworld, which has been changed a little bit since we last saw it. We didn't see too many late games on this except for my game versus Btyb way back, so I feel like we haven't really seen an extensive amount of what this map can offer, but you have made some changes to it.
That's correct.
Particularly on the Otherworld. I don't think you changed quite as much with the... Oh, you did? I can notice the minimap is not showing me the resources, but...
Yeah, so one of the main changes is if you go to the low ground natural, the choke in the right-hand side of the map is a little bit tighter, and that means that the path directly towards your ramp is a little bit wider. So if you're going to try to wrap around and directly attack the resources, which again aren't for whatever reason not showing, which is something that I can pretty easily patch presumably, then that's something that we will you might see like raids, particularly in ZVZ where you have a lot of mobile units. You might see people go for that like thin ramp or the thin path rather. Instead of going up the ramp. That's assuming you take a forward base versus your opponent in a ZVZ. I think if they're going to take a base, they would take the natural in base, which is off to the side of the ramp on the left-hand side there. So that might be something. But we do have Quasilisks coming out for both players, and Mystery Meat does randomly throw a worker in the cliff, and it looks like he's correcting that mistake now. So all good there. I did hear a burrow. I think that would have been, yeah, that's Mystery Meat's Droleth behind the mineral line of Hamster. It looks like he's actually going to go ahead and provoke a Quasilisk rotation. Had he been able to wait for this until a little bit later, that actually could have been pretty neat because maybe he would have like drawn the Quasis away as he charges up the ramp, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to coincide with the attack. And Mystery Meat is indeed taking that in base, which now has 4 minerals instead of only 3.
Yeah, so I can see that you've adjusted some of the resources here. The expansion placement is a little different there with the double Ridge versus the Geyser. That can have consequences later on in Tier 2. I guess it's kind of telling at this point that Meat has absolutely no evident intent to go macro, and Hamster is just also not... There's no, like, spam of quasis here.
Yes, yeah.
Just both of them just working up just very calmly. There's a couple of quasis coming from Meat here. I guess mostly because he saw the ones kill his Droleth, and he figured, well, those might eventually come over here, so he probably want some defenses. But now, this is kind of funny. Both players sending out 2 Zets to the other side of the map to look around there, make sure there's no like back doors. Just both taking kind of different routes here. Now, when you were working on this map, when I saw you working, you were sticking some lodestones here and there.
Oh, those are not actually part of it. Yeah. So for sort of a word to the wise, there's a new version of the lodestone that's available in the map editor where you can place it and it's neutral and you can garrison it. And then get the detection and the sight range, and it's basically our version of a Xel'Naga watchtower from Starcraft 2,
Esports Tower.
Affectionately nicknamed the Esports Tower because it was pretty boring and dumb. But yeah, we do have the technology. That is something that we could theoretically see, but it's not in this map, so you won't see it here. Now, the Zethar cores do arrive for Mystery Meat. He's going to see the macro hatch. He might not suspect the natural, but he will go ahead and scout it anyway. There's already a Kagrant over here, which is placed interestingly. I think even versus Nath's Espraith at that location would actually help him out. But it isn't Nath's just yet. You know, there's gas being harvested from both players, but they haven't dumped it into any air units in the early game.
A couple of Nats coming for Hamster, but I think that's because his Eth scouts were not terrifically successful, and he might use those for scouting, or he's just... Yeah, he's just going to send them down just to scout, just to take a look. He doesn't make sure he wants to, like, Zorkas or something going on there. And there is some Naths coming for Meat as well. Actually, a lot of Naths. So it seems like he's probably going to be going for a fairly heavy attack off of that one, especially in terms of gas investment. And Hamster's Naths are going to scout all of them.
Yeah, that's really good information for Hamster. I think he's destined to lose at least one of these Naths, maybe both, depending on the micro from Mystery Meat. Looks like one of them does drop. The others do not pursue. That should immediately result in some additional units being put down. A Zorka's Shroud on the way for Hamster. But it doesn't have great anti-air, right? The only anti-air unit you can get out of that is, in fact, the Gorga Core, which does not do great damage. It's mostly single target, right? There's no AoE versus air anymore.
Now, Hamster, all those larvae are Droleths.
Oh, boy.
There is not much defenses here at all. He's actually making that into a circus. And there is only 3 quasis here.
My
there is
God.
Nothing for Hamster. Meat can just... He's pulling back his other quasis now, but... Meat absolutely has kill threat on this, and he can do a huge amount of damage and just run these around, bypass that circuit, and focus on the main. And it would be until the Zorka's units come out or whatever he decides to build at this moment. But Meat is actually going back.
He's a little paranoid about it. He sees no expansion attempt anywhere else, and he thinks, well, my opponent probably has a lot of military because of that. But we see double Lekizalisk, double Ovaleth. That is going to be the play, clearly. And there is a stack of Quasis now, which will zone away the Mystery Meat Nathracores, at least away from doing too much damage. They might get 1 or 2 worker kills here on the way out, which is consequential, but not really super heavy here. We have some more Nats pathing through a Spraith. But the Ovaleths are spotted.
That Ovaleth for sure, yeah. So as long as he prepares adequately for that, he should be fine. And these Quasis are going to be trapped home for a while. If they want to aggro, then, well, pretty sure those Nats can easily kill the Spraith.
Yeah, there's only 1 at each base right now, so... Yeah. With this amount of investment.
He might want those to deal with the Kizilisks, which are coming, and there's not really too much going on in the base, although there's going to be a Kagrant place inside of his main line.
Yeah, there's nothing to detect. There's no Ovaleths on the way at all. And I feel like maybe he's thinking it's going to be a double Kagrant drop or something, so he's not as worried. But as
dropped them out in front, and now he's sending them down there. This feels like a bait, a feint. He's waiting to get all the units to come over to here. Yeah, see him?
Yeah, he's sort of wiggling them
out,
around.
but Meat's not paying attention at the moment.
When you mind game your opponent by just doing nothing. Well, the Ovaleths are going back home, and I guess the Lekizalisks are going to stay down there. It feels like maybe there was an error for Hamster. I'm not sure what he's thinking.
Please take my bait. Take my bait. But these Naths may... No, they're coming back. There's a Droleth there. The Droleth actually probably spotted that. It's
decided to hide its shadow from us. Probably
Yeah,
because it was
Meat
about
now
to build.
spots
Yeah,
them.
yeah, okay.
This is a little bit of a kerfluffle.
Yeah,
here,
Nats
and
are
there
going to
is
go
some
ahead.
defense here,
The burrow should come in behind the mineral line, ideally. Yeah, force the ground units to charge in single file. Not the greatest of first salvos. That could have been a lot more dead quasis. As it stands, he's going to kill maybe 6 or 7. And the quasis on the other side, charging up the ramp, they're going to get at least some worker kills. And actually, our worker counts are a little bit more even than I thought they would be. So the circuit goes down. There's still overwhelming numbers of quasis here, but I think the Nats are going to soak up enough damage that the rest of Mystery Meat's army should be able to prevail. I was going to say that there's definitely way more quasis for Hamster than there are for Mystery Meat, but the extra Nats popping out, Defender's advantage actually does exist for ZVZ, if you would hazard a guess to
Plus,
that.
those Drolats were attacking while they were focused on the circuit, so they got a little bit of damage in, not a lot, but allowed a couple of early kills into the engagement. Tier 2 is coming for Hamster, so he's hoping to... I imagine it's probably going to be Milisk. Milisk seems to be quite popular, but when we look at Meat, of course, as a consequence of him making so many Nats, his Tier 2 is a little bit delayed, not super far behind.
Yeah, I think the double Achilles, double Ovaleth also helped delay Hamster's tech more than it would have been. But it did force all of the ground units to give way because they did need to be pulled to deal with the Achilles threat. It could have been slightly more coordinated, and it probably could have hit a lot sooner. But either way, it was something that, Hamster was trying. He's really fond of using drops. And as the Nats start to descend upon his in-base, they're not really able to get too much purchase. So there you go. He's able to zone those away. He's going to keep on the defensive as his Tier 2 comes, and maybe he can use something in this timing. But I do believe it will indeed be...
It's two more like
some
his
mutas.
lists, and both players had Nats on opposing sides of the map.
Yeah.
But the one there is not really offering Hamster too much. He is
Oh,
possibly
boy.
going to drop the Lykizzles on top of these. If Meat was watching that, he would have seen the Obelisk go there, but I actually think he switched back maybe just slightly too late to notice that they were coming.
Yeah, well,
But
here's
no.
the unburrow, but the actual, the unload comes, but the unburrow does not, and the rest of the quasis don't take advantage of this exactly to try to get up the ramp. They do start to find some purchase, but with all these Nats here, okay, they're going to focus down the Ovaleths, so they're not contributing DPS. That actually could have been a critical mistake for me. He only gets one of the Ovaleths anyway, and now that Tier 2 is up, he can evolve that. He can make it a faster transport that can start bringing static defense with him, and the quasis are marching on down.
There's going to be a bunch of Hydras awaiting them, and there is a little group here sitting out in the middle that's... I think that Meat should be quite capable of defending either of these bases. I don't think the Quasis are going to really offer too much against this massive Hydras, especially since they also have an Azure Core front line. Quasi's a little bit better against that now, thanks to that one armor pen, but it's still a much superior army. And I think that this is going to be a disaster for Hamster, especially as he tries to come through this choke here.
Yeah, he's got so many units, but the actual ability for him to move in is very, very limited by that choke, especially since it's been shortened. We talked a little bit about that at the start of this. The Ovaleth providing some vision. Not really very useful otherwise. There's some Nats in the background, but you could tell with the Kelkir Pond being mutated back at Hamster's base, he wants to turn these units into their evolved counterparts, but unfortunately for him, he ends up losing a lot of them, and he didn't really do any damage to the army of Mystery Meat. He thinned out the quasis that he had, but now the Back to Swamp is done. So we're going to start seeing some heavy Tetzoricor melee happen, and that is going to be
There's
absolutely...
Calculusks coming.
Yeah.
I feel like that if he wanted Lyrilisks, he probably should have waited for them, but I think he's just waiting for the Calculusks.
Yep.
Maybe even for seeing mutas or something like that. But I think Bactylus should have no problem with this at all. It's really just a matter of Meat's positioning at this point. There is still a lot of quasis. A bunch of them retreated and more were made, so...
Yeah, here come the Calculus to clean up the Nats as well. And yeah, this is a case where he really still can't take the ramp, right? You get cliff advantage, +2 range for those Hydras to deal with the quasis coming in. And the Calculusks are starting to get thinned out, especially as the Bactylus show up to start dealing the bounce damage. You want to engage with Calculusks from a range, but that plays into the Bactylus where they get the extra bounces, the more range the projectile travels. There's no front line for Hamster, and I think, unfortunately, Mesk, a lot of his units are just evaporating here.
Yeah. He's going to probably mop up this force here, it looks like, or at least it's going to be very close loss. But what he really wanted was to not lose all of his ground forces at the same time of whatever happened there. That's going to allow Meat just to sit here and kind of like just camp, just pitch a tent and camp, which the Mutat Spire is en route. So I think Hamster was really hoping the Calculusks would give him a much greater decisive victory there. And now he's probably feeling like he has to kind of pivot away from really what he was wanting to do. He's not making any Lyrilisks though, and Lyrilisks are very good. Meat has a lot of money. That's going to be a lot of Mutalisks.
Yes, he's fond of holding
also
for the
morphing
mutas. Yeah,
all of his Hatrosks in his main area, and that's going to be.
That's a little confusing for me.
What's that going to be?
I guess maybe he's going for Viths to try to combat the Calculus. He's probably foreseeing a mass airplay. I almost think that's a bit of a misread, right? Vithrilisk's the Devourer, for those uninitiated, obviously very powerful in air fights, but there's not really a whole lot of air here. Now, this army doesn't have a great amount of kill
for
pressure.
Bactylos too, right?
It could be, yeah, for faster Bactyls. I guess it gives him more flexibility, but that means that he's got way less larva that can turn into mutas, and he's still not even making any right now, going for Hydras instead. He did not expect this counterattack, and there's going to be a lot of worker kills. Hamster taking the lead in that department for the first time in probably the whole game.
Yeah, these are not tier 2 defenses. They're going to melt very easily to this attack. This expansion is pretty much lost. He's starting to morph a couple of his stuff now. You see another Kagrin coming. These are just Hydras that are popping out at the moment. There's no Mutas. Meat has so much money in the bank.
He can't spend it. He just lost one of his only Hatcherosks, right? The standard larvae are no longer available to him in the same number because of his Kaphralos purchase.
Yeah, he's not mutating any of the other. I'm not sure what he's doing at the moment. Maybe even he doesn't know what he's doing. But the land army was repelled. The Calculus are getting a lot of kills in the meantime, though.
They absolutely are, yeah. Some Zorius sort of trickling in there, but it looks like Hamster will go to regroup his ground force, and the air army was indeed dealt with. We've got one lone Nathracor as the only survivor. What's the response? We've got more Calculusks on the way. They've been serving him very well. And still no other tech for Hamster that I can see. Just adding some more static defense to his fourth base.
He definitely had a bad moment there. Like, there was a long time where he had the larva from the Kaphralos selected, but he wasn't making units with them.
Yeah.
I guess maybe he was hoping to make Mutas with them. Maybe he had an issue like what I have where your hotkeys get all jumbled up because he did that. And it's like, oh, wait, I can't actually do what I want to do right now. And then that kind of costs him a little bit. He loses a lot of tempo as a result of that, as well as the expansion. He is now behind on workers. He's still got a little bit of money. It's going to evaporate very quickly. And we got units coming down.
Oh, this is not good for either player, but they both move commanded, so they just fly past like ships in the night. Irelith will spot the Mutas. The Calculusks do come back, so that just means that he's a little bit worried about this area, but he does have 2 Spear Tiths almost done. So the Tier 2 Spraith, the Tier 2 Spore, if you're a Brood War player, that gives you bounce attack on those particular attacks. So you're going to be able to deal with a small band of Mutas. He's only got 6 up there in the corner. I think at this point Hamster realizes, yeah, actually I'm probably a little bit more safe than I think. I should be okay.
Yeah. If Hamster kills this other base here for me, it's going to put him in a massively advantageous situation, but he doesn't know that that base exists yet. He still has that Nather. He hasn't moved for a long time now. So instead he goes towards the more heavily defended area where all the Bactylisks are.
Yeah, this is not looking too hot.
Of damage.
Yeah, he's down below a full.
As he disengages, though, he's going to find that expansion.
Yep, he should see the Kagra on the ground. There he goes. So he should just all in onto the Spear Tith, wipe the workers, and then see if he can escape without losing too many other units. There goes the Spear Tith. Spraith will be soon to follow. And depending on where he places his Calculus, he could have maybe gotten a couple of piercing shots on those burrowed targets, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. A little bit of economic damage, and Mystery Meat is now down by 20 workers. Only now setting up his low ground natural there.
Meat saved both those bases, but you can see in that third, there is only 3 workers harvesting minerals at the moment. And of course, the bases, his main, now starting to repopulate, and the other one only has the 4 patches, 2 of which are depleted anyways. So his economy is not looking very good right now, and those Milas haven't really moved. But
no, they're getting found now.
Yeah, they've been caught up here, which is going to lead him a little wild goose chase. It's time that Meat really needs to distract this army and try to get his economy back online. You can see he has a lot of gas, but there's just not many minerals coming in because he's lost so many workers and trying to catch up at the moment. But that just means that's less that's going into military at the moment, and we look at Hamster, and he's just adding macro hatch as he's upgrading his own Kaphralos. So it doesn't seem like he's really too interested in Tier 3.
No.
But he could save for that if he wanted, but he doesn't really need to. He could probably get in. He's probably feeling like he can get in a good pinch here. But
you got to watch out for the Vithrilisks.
There are Viths and Bactylisks, which are going to cause him a lot of headaches, especially if the Viths end up splashing those ground units.
Mutas are here in the middle. Apparently the space was taken. Hamster is a little audacious to go for that. Now, one thing to note, only recently did Kafrolosks make an appearance for Hamster. That means all of his tier 2 or advanced morph units were actually made directly, which means they will regress into their original forms. Now, that's going to start to change as time goes on, but the Bactylisks and the Vithrilisks do not give you back the original units if you make them from the Kafrolosk. And the Viths are just completely ignoring this army, which could mean, oh, instead they're just going to engage directly on. But there's no bounce support, and they all get eviscerated. That was a huge misplay from Mystery Meat to lose that. There's a lot of minerals that go into the Vithrilisk. So that is probably going to sting, as the Calculisks have started to reign supreme at this stage. However, the Bactylisks are still here, and if they can engage onto the Calculisks without too much ado, then we should still see them deal with this force. I just don't know if it's going to be as effective as what Mystery Meat really wants. He's got Calculisks of his own. He's going to start to try to shred some stuff. There are some defenses in there, yeah.
Transport there.
Narrowly not
bring
dying.
in some defenses, but there's so much Azura cores up there. The Bactylisks really don't want to be shooting up the ramp. They want to get that extra range.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a little bit of a kerfluffle with the heavy melee that Hamster has. He could absolutely still commit to this fight, but I think both players are a little nervous right now, Mesk.
I think Hamster is overestimating how much Meat has right now. He absolutely could just charge in there and surround him. But Meat has now disengaged away from that ramp and is stuck back listening to the anchor.
Yeah, he's got the neutral anchor. So, okay.
It can't lift off, but it can be annoying.
It can, and it can also give you a little bit of scouting. So that's going to be something. Now, at the same time, right, look at the gas, look at the minerals. Mystery Meat can get to tier 3. I'm waiting for him to notice that, because he's just sort of isolating between his production, probably looking through the submenus of the larva. Iroleths are about to just drop advanced defenses into the neck of the woods of the 5th base here, which is kind of funny. But
he's hoping that's going to pull Meat's attention away so he can just charge into this expansion. But there are a lot of units over here, and
not really any air support here either,
it's not
right?
going to be a very fast fight. So.
No, yeah, it's a lot of meat on meat action over here, and it's not very mysterious. You can kind of just look at it and see, okay, one side's kind of winning out in this engagement. There's not much front line left for Hamster. So where are his air units? That's what I want to know. Where did all of his Calculisks
Meanwhile,
go?
in that expansion, the Droleths are slapping the Scorchwrath, which has been destroyed, now regressed into a circuit. Slapping is continuing. It's just it's tying at me. Like look at all the bodies. A lot of workers died for this, so it was not a bad call. The Calculus came in there and weren't really terribly effective because those other defenses were upgraded. But it is economic damage
again.
and Meat doesn't want this.
Yeah, he's only got 2 of those 4 Iroleths actually loaded, but he can still do the same sort of thing, right? Like he can maybe
tier 3 coming
pivot to this.
Meats, all of his money went into tier 3.
Okay.
So losing defenses at this point and then losing the Droleths on top of it, it's not really doing him.
And it happens again. So only one of these is upgraded, but this is more than enough to deal with the unupgraded circuit, right? The tier 1 anti-surface defense that's there. Yeah, the workers are just going to end up getting melted, and honestly, that does matter, right? He has barely any mineral miners at the sort of
he needed
left
to
side
pull
base.
the workers away, go to that third that has no saturation.
Yes.
And, you know, it would save him in the long run. Meanwhile, he's looking for a fight out in the middle, but it's been a while. Hamster has a lot of Bactylisks over here now. That ramp is even more of a bad place to be.
Yes.
He can't force his way up there.
Well, adding more Hatcherosks, getting more Tethzora cores and Izira cores, it looks like the measure of a man for Hamster is apparently how much meat he can build the front line. Honestly, he's probably just surprised to be here. He told me before the tournament started that I was asking him how he felt about the games. He said, I just get destroyed. I have no chance. Well, meanwhile, he's potentially going to go up 2-0 here. Like, Mystery Meat's not looking very formidable. A lot of his ground forces are off away from the defense.
A lot of idle workers sitting in that 4th base.
Yeah, he's actually separated from his natural here, and Hamster could cut off this army and or force a engagement that really Mystery Meat doesn't want. There's some Hydras mixed in here. They're going to do a lot better versus the heavy military. And yeah, this ground stack is just going to get wiped out. So all of his laurels rest on being able to hold off until he can use his tier 3, which is a little far away at this point.
Yeah, even once it finishes, he's going to have to morph some structures. I'm not sure what he's going to try to build off of this. Ultra cores may not be a bad idea, but it's so expensive and so far away.
It is, yeah, and he hasn't been harvesting very many minerals. Ultra core is a very mineral-heavy unit. It's 1,000 minerals just to get the structure itself. And on top of that, I think he's losing his third. This might actually be it. He has some Tethzoricors rallying to the front. Protathalor is here to try to deal with the Bactylisks from afar, especially with a cliff advantage and their inherent range advantage, but I'm not so sure it matters. So a lot of the Hydras were off to the side instead of helping with the front line. But it looks like the Tetzoricors will eventually win the day, and that will force Hamster to fall back.
Yeah, he can try to push this, but it's a little bit of a losing situation with the production over there. He's gradually losing his front line. He might be able to secure this expansion. If he really wanted it, he could take it. But he ended up pulling away, leaving some of his units over there, which are going to die, not having destroyed it. That said, all the workers died in that base.
And look, the
So
bottom
even
left
though Meat fends
location,
it off,
he has the spot here, but honestly, this could just force a GG from a mental standpoint.
yeah.
6 Calculusks, they'll spot the Kagro. When, no, they were on a bit of a patrol path. They should see it, so as soon as he looks at it, he might know. Okay, I should look there. Because there's just some Protathalors. There's no defenses. Nothing that could attack air, right?
I think he
can
saw
only
them
attack
fly
ground.
by and realized how close he was to getting his scrotum jostled.
Well, here they come. The jostling is going to occur because these Kagrants aren't done yet, and there's no anti-air defenses over here. There's nothing that's even in the neighborhood. He actually
build them faster.
Yeah, he cannot actually do anything here. He has to just evacuate if he can. I mean, you can't see burrowed units when they're burrowed as air units, so there is that.
The RLFs are returning.
Oh my god, the
It's
static
happening
defense
again.
drop occurs once more. Hamster really pioneering some ZVZ strategies right here.
You gotta use the Gosvalets. They're air units.
Yeah.
You can tickle them.
He can. Yeah, he figured it out.
Get him.
All right, he's done something. But again, this is shutting down some mining, right?
That's 2 bases down, right? Yeah, it's massive.
Oh man.
Now these Protathalors are heading down here, but you know he's got air units, or he had air units. They're kind of occupied at the moment. So, I think it's
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I mean,
the army is massive.
Yeah, plenty of a front line here. The Calculus are kind of separated from the rest of the pack. There's only 2 of them left anyway. Oh, no, there's some more down here. There's 8.
So, Meat has tier 3, but I don't see any tier 3 production.
The Calculusks are going to be pretty effective at trying to thin the herd from the front line, but unfortunately, all of Mystery Meat's front line is gone already. So, you know, there's not that many backdolls. He does have to fall back.
That Scorchwraith is still killing workers to this
goodness.
moment. There are Gosvalets that are idling right next to it that could kill it. Meat feels like he's being stretched so thin. His attention's all over the place, and it's nickel and diming him down bit by bit by bit. He's higher in worker count still, but a large chunk of those workers are either burrowed or idle, and that base is just taking so much damage.
We will finally have the first victory, I think, for Mystery Meat's army in a very long time as he's trying to siege this middle upper base. 12 o'clock inner, essentially. And, well, there's a bunch of Calculus coming down, and all of Mystery Meats are kind of stacked up on top of each other. This is a little dangerous here, and it looks like all the anti-air is gone. The Protathalors will be mopped up in short order, and that is going to make a huge difference at this point. The Otstal Ava form is done as well for Hamster, so he's also at tier 3. As more Calculusks join the fight, there's not actually that much anti-air here, but I think most of the Calculusks are pretty reduced in terms of their HP, so they should be easy enough to clean up.
Meat has so much money, he really needed to use that tier 3. It's really important. There's a Gascast Grotto coming for Hamster. He has objectives in mind for tier 3, whereas Meat feels like he's not really sure what he needs to do. He keeps making calculus, but he's had tier 3 for a while now. He can go for something a little more meaty than that. Especially with all the Kaphralos morphed he could be making. I mean, at this point, with how much money that he could be making Alcagelists, he could be making Sovereigns. There's a number of choices available that would be excellent in this situation. But I feel like Meat is out of his element with Zerg at this point. I feel like that you're really seeing like a big shift between him with Terran and Protoss, where it was pretty obvious he had a strong idea of what to do. But at this point, it feels like he's not really sure what to do.
Yeah, I would say so. That seems to be the case. I also am looking at a military advantage and, you know, okay, there's not a worker advantage, but there's definitely like an active base advantage. Another static defense drop coming in. It'll be a little bit less effective, I think, this time. But, well, I say that. There's actually only workers nearby. I think just this alone, I mean, if you just build more static defense, which it looks like Mystery Meat was in the middle of doing at some point, you can kind of deal with that. Maybe just station some anti-air units somewhere.
All the Drolats are attacking a Spraith as opposed to attacking the things that are killing them.
Oh, no.
So what little bit of protection there could have been offered for me at this point. It didn't happen. The big army came down back to the top base.
Yes. Yeah, this base is going to get sniped once again. The workers do get evacuated at least, and we are back at dead even workers. So there is really not a whole huge advantage here. Now, there's 25 Calculusks. He's putting all of his eggs into that basket, and there aren't any Vithrilisks or anything like that, so I feel like this will actually be held relatively easily.
Mead was able to shut down a base that was being built in the top left.
Yes.
But he's still amassing Calculusks, and it feels like the second that yeah, there they are. There's a bunch of Ocagalists out for Hamster. I feel like this is going to be an absolute disaster for Meats. He's had tier 3 for so long, he hasn't done anything with it. Now he's building an extra hatch rosk, and seems like he wanted something with that worker that didn't go through, but...
Well, there's still... Okay, this amount of
calculus
calculus can still be dangerous when you only have the 4 alcagalisks, so you want to attack them, you know, alongside the rest of your army. But at this point, the calculus are off to the side. We have more anti-air defenses being put down. Hamster's going to try to retake the base in the sort of 12 o'clock position there.
Yeah, those calculus could definitely do a lot of damage here. This is going to need to be responded to.
Yeah, there's double Spear Tith and only double Spraith, so there's a limited amount of damage that can actually be done for the Calculisks. One of the Alcagalisks has been summoned as a response. In fact, all of them, the whole army, rotating back over to try to deal with this, which feels like a little bit of a limitation, but you just saw 2 salvos from the Alcagalisk, and I want to say like 3 or 4 Calculisks died, and that was just with them on the retreat as well. So I think at this point, you know, that might just by itself
Meat has
make
so much money that should have really told him right away, hey, you gotta do something with this tier 3 you've had forever.
Yeah, he's had it forever, but he hasn't made the upgraded Btyb.
The Zork is on the way.
He wants Ultrac, but it's going to take so long to get there, man.
I don't think it's going to really do him too much good against this. He's going to need something a little bit more beefy. Some Zarkaric cores might have been good, but again, quite a far ways away. He needs Viths.
He absolutely needs something to reduce the armor, so his Calculus can deal way more damage. But I think this might be the death push. There's 5 Alcagalisks with this army, and the ground forces are coming. Some Calculisks are coming into flank as well. Mystery Meat can try to arrive here to do some damage.
Vith's coming now, but it's going to be a little late. There's going to be a lot of damage by the time they come.
Yeah, and there's not going to be any Calculisks left. As he tries to focus them down, but the 6 armor is more than enough. More Calculus show up, and that's GG. Mystery Meat loses his opening match, and Hamster remains undefeated.
Do you think Mystery Meat's regretting going random at this point?
I think it's entirely possible he's regretting going random Mesk. There's absolutely a chance for that to be the case. But, you know, he did say, oh man, I've got a hard grip, I got to practice up. And I don't think he was prepared for how effective Calculisks would be when you didn't fight that. Like, you have to think about it in terms of, oh, I've got a Vithrilisk. That doesn't mean that you're immortal to any stacked air. It means that you have to join the Vithrilisks with the rest of your forces, and he lost a bunch of them early on.
A handful of them anyways, right?
Yeah, he had
so
6,
like
but he lost almost all of them to the Calculisks early on when they were just sort of pathing around, right? Calculisks have the range advantage, and you need to have them be attacking something else so that by the time that the projectiles hit the Viths, they're already thinned out in terms of damage. But either way, I mean, that's going to be one for the books. Mystery Meat losing his opening, it's literally never happened before, and that means MoonHunter will pick the next map to challenge Hamster.
Will he cheese again? Is this just this thing?
We have to find out, don't we? All right, let's see. Just remove Otherworld from that map list there so MoonHunter sees the options. He's taking a look, considering his situation.
I'm going to grab the last of the coffee once we get into the lobby here. I think I'm going to need it.
Sure.
It felt like a very off-key match for Meat. It felt like he was really struggling. Like, he had the tier 3 for so long. I'm not sure if he got it with an actual objective in mind, or if he was getting it just because he could, and then he figured he'll play it out by the ear. But man, he never really amounted a really good response to that incessant drop. Like, he would build the defenses, but then he wouldn't upgrade them, even though he had the money. So by the time they came, he would just get overwhelmed.
Yes.
And then on top of that, he didn't stick any units there to help protect it. So even though he was floating money, he was just constantly losing workers. His attention was constantly being pulled back to there. Like, it was just... I can't say that it would be something he isn't accustomed to, because I feel like he's been the subject of cheese and weirdness and been around long enough to not be thrown off key by that. But that's what it felt like, is that he was thrown off key.
Well, absolutely, the drops were a really big deal, and I think I just don't suspect he was familiar with that style. Hamster is a man that really does appreciate the power of being able to drop static defense. I did tell you before, he has been known to go for proxy Niduses by dropping a Kagrant with an Ovaleth. So, and, that spreads a Kagra, then you can put down the Nidus exit. And so that's sort of his style. I've seen that against Terran. Maybe that's something that we'll go into if MoonHunter plays a more standard game. But you got to get your coffee, is that right?
Yep, I'll be back in a second, and you guys will have started.
All right, let's do it. Going into our third match of the group. Thank you very much, Terror, for the raid. I appreciate that. Obviously couldn't mention that in the middle of the cast, or if I did, it would have been a little bit awkward. But I do very much appreciate that. He's probably long gone by now, but hopefully he enjoyed seeing some ZVZ that wasn't over in 10 minutes. Now, maybe that's due to the player's skill, or maybe that's due to the meta. I'll just pretend that it's due to my excellent game design. We do have Situ here. I'm happy by the Beaver99, who will be playing in the next group. Midnight Green Terran is MoonHunter on the left-hand side, and the Red Zerg, the right-hand side, that's Hamster. Now, Hamster is in an interesting position. Hamster could actually get to a point where on a rematch against Mystery Meat, he could be 3-0. He's got to get past MoonHunter, who is not cheesing, or at least not playing as aggro as he did before. He will instead probably be going ahead and dropping a Stockade. Yep, looks like in his own base. That's a shocker. Haven't seen that in a very long while. And if Hamster ends up getting to a 3-0 position, okay, maybe he's not going to be on lock to defeat Mystery Meat in the rematch. I think Mystery Meat's going to eat his breakfast and come back stronger, but I am pretty sure that at that point, he would be able to topple MoonHunter in any subsequent matches that do come. So even at this point, this match for me decides whether Hamster is going to exit into playoffs. Like, is he going to qualify to playoffs at all? Right? He kind of needs this match to confirm that. Now, there's still a chance if MoonHunter upsets him, then we could still see something going on. Obviously, it's a very different matchup, Terran versus Zerg, and MoonHunter is a very different player. But I still think it's quite possible. Now, he does scout the Stockade, so he knows, okay, well, he doesn't know that there's no funny business, but there's most likely not any funny business. He's going to go ahead and scout the extremities of the map, make sure that there's not like some proxy silliness happening. Okay, he's pretty safe. Welcome back, Mesk. We do have a Quazeth pool coming out. Very, very standard openings.
Maverick calmly allowed the Jorleth to leave the base.
Yes. He was
Gentleman's exchange.
Yeah, he was like, all right, well, you let my worker go, I'll let your worker go. That's how it works.
But then he got slapped on the ass on the way back.
There it is. Big fan of that. Now, I was just going over that MoonHunter, if he can defeat Hamster here, it feels to me like that would really put a wrench in the plans, because Hamster is in a position where he could be 3-0 when he goes to rematch Mystery Meat, where who knows what happens. Maybe he emerges undefeated from this group. Like, it's a real possibility. I wonder if Hamster can even believe that he was able to defeat Mystery Meat in the first place. But now he's got to recenter himself. He's first going to build a pair of Quasis, which are already out. He's taking the macro in base, and he will indeed be going for a Nathrakor pair to scout out his opponent. Triple Maverick into Cyprian with a Fulcrum on the way with Cyclops. Okay. So that means that MoonHunter is interested in doing some sort of like aggressive push, I believe. He's very, very aggro in the early stages of the game, even when he plays quote-unquote standard. And that can catch you off guard if you're used to playing against the likes of Neblime or even Mystery Meat, who, when they play Terran, are a little bit more passive unless there's some cheese going on. It's not necessarily cheesy. He just likes to waypoint his units across the map on attack move and see if he can kill you there. Now, at this point, the Nats are coming, and there is no anti-air defense. So this could get a little hairy, but Cyclops should finish in time.
Yeah, Cyclops in general, they don't feel like they hit that hard, or they're not very tanky, but they're not super expensive. So if you want to go aggro very early on, the Cyclops is certainly a better choice than the Goliath, which is quite expensive and quite a heavy investment. And they still only deal 10 damage. So the Goliath's actual ability to kill players really depends on their ability to sort of brute force them down. Which isn't really that great.
Maverick needs a little bit of micro here. The Nats have already started to bite, and the Cyclops finishes just in time to start laying into the Nats. If you stand on top of the Cyclops to try to attack it, you will be taking additional damage. And we do have some circuits being prepared over here at the very least, but the Mavericks are just going to charge on through using the Cyprian for some splash. Good spread from Hamster's Quasis, but there's more Cyclops and more Cyprians coming. This is still a little bit dangerous. He's just got to avoid the circuit.
Yeah, the Quasi shouldn't have too much difficulty with this. They've already killed one Cyclops. I think going for the Cyprians is the better choice here because they're a lot slower and their upfront damage is certainly more dangerous. They did get kind of separated here, so they do die. And these two units will be just kind of a little bit of annoyance. Actually, might be a better idea to focus on the egg rather than the hatch rusk at this moment, but he decides to kind of move around here.
Yep.
Try to go for workers, but he's just going to get tickled.
Well, it did force out 2 circuits, right? Or two Drolets turning into static defense at the very least. So and it slows the engagement, forces a lot of units early on. And there was even an Ovoleth here, and that's why he did not mutate that. He wants to bring it with his force. So isn't that lovely? Canada indeed. I was just checking to see. Okay, he's not actually going to bring it. He just wants to put it on the ramp. Okay, he's still playing it a little bit safe. We have 2 more Fulcrums being added, and the rest of the units are massing up at home. Still ever, aware, ever vigilant for the Nathracor pair that was never accounted for. Hydra stand coming up as a follow-up.
Coming, so that tells me it's going to be Goliath Cleric.
Yes. Yeah, when you make this add-on for the Stockade, it gives you access to Clerics and Shamans, which are healing units. Cleric is basically the medic from StarCraft 1, but doesn't have any energy. And unfortunately, some Mavericks have been... Oh, they've been lured out. The call of the siren, but it looks like MoonHunter was able to persuade them to go elsewhere. Yeah, this could honestly be like a critical mass of some Goliaths for frontline, but honestly a lot of Cyclops, and that can absolutely do some damage here. Looks like that Fulcrum will narrowly finish before the Mason invariably ends up getting hunted down. So some payoff here for the Nats, but he also scouts triple Fulcrum, and if he confirms that this is on a 1 base, which it should be when you're building that many Fulcrums, honestly, that's a little bit spooky. I think you might start to think, okay, I should probably play a little bit defensive and just go to tier 2.
Now we see a Shaman here first, which I think it's not just for healing. I think it's because he suspects there might be a Lakizalis drop.
Yeah.
But that is not going to be the case, at least not yet, because it was actually a Hydra that he built and not a Zorkis. But I feel like that, getting that early, especially if you're not going to bother getting the star pad for the Anseal.
Yes.
The detection is nice to have here, and you see him moving out on aggro as well. If there was Lakizalis, this would be invaluable for actually dealing some damage to this, but it's a stack of quasis and circuits on the ramp.
You're not going to be able to bust this.
Are going to break it.
Yeah, not for a while anyway. Like, you could theoretically still bust that at tier 2, but it would require a bunch of Goliaths just for their single target damage. I'm also noting that there's a lot of Mavericks, just 4 of them idling here, that were used to defend the Nathracors. I think if you just drop 1 Watchdog, you're pretty safe versus only 1, and you can bring those with your force. Not that it might make a huge difference, but, 4 Mavericks stimmed, are quite good DPS, especially if you've got an armor end.
There is a quasi in a very odd place next to a very small ramp that leads to a ledge. There is a story behind that 100% somebody got proxied off of that ledge. I just feel it in my boat. That is too specific of a location.
Yes, it almost feels like it. Now it looks like he's going to try to attempt to bust it from the low ground. This is not superb, but if you can keep your circuits mostly alive, or your Cyclops rather, which does not seem to be the case because he's getting pranked by the pathing there.
He had it deployed there. I think he was hoping it could tank it down, but yeah, the Cyclops is just not very durable, and the Quasis alone would be kind of a pain to bust with that, so... He's scouting the base here. These Nats can get a couple kills in. There was never a Watchdog built here. There's just some Mavericks.
Yeah, he does get one of them.
One worker.
Finally,
one
he's
for one.
Thinning the herd, the pair.
Meanwhile, some Cyclops are walking into
more
the circuits.
shuffling. Yeah.
Oh. Almost died, but managed to escape.
A mass of
If there was
Skithrakors.
if there was a handful more of Nats, well, I say that there's like 1,000 Skithrakors coming. This little piddling defense would do absolutely nothing to it. And, he could be emboldened because he did kill the 1 Nath with those Mavericks who was just kind of sitting there. These Skiths can just ignore what's in front of his base. It's of no threat to him. Turn around, go for the Terran's base. It has no Watchdogs, nothing else.
Oh, there's 14 of them, Mask. Yeah, and there's Vultures coming out of the Fulcrums. If there were still like 6 Cyclops over here, I'd say there's some micro chance, especially if you've got a Shaman deployed. Like, if this force that is currently massing down the gate was back at home, this would absolutely be a real thing. But I feel like MoonHunter, maybe he hasn't played against Airzerg very often, but he is only now setting up an expansion. He's got Vultures coming, more Vultures coming out of the Fulcrum.
This is going to be devastating.
I think this could just wipe him out off the map completely. A 15th
There is nothing he can do to respond to this.
Yeah. And this is what happens
Short
when
of
you
Hamster
just get
not
locked
seeing
out,
him build
right?
like a dozen Watchdogs around the fringe and drawing them into them. There's not too much he can do.
Yeah, he even allows the Vultures to finish. He didn't cancel them and turn them into Cyclops. And honestly, I think that might just force an engagement. He's going to try to bust, and it's genuinely all you can really do. But there's additional circuits being made. The Quasis are here. That's going to be the all-in position, and MoonHunter is almost certainly going to be wiped out. GG called. He was not able... despite the constant air harassment, he just didn't decide to go any sort of anti-air defense.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. It didn't... Like, he wasn't short on minerals for it. He could have built something. But unfortunately, he built nothing, even though the gnats kept flying in and causing him trouble. There's always that awareness that, you know, there could be like 3-4 more gnats, and then suddenly your 4 mavericks with no support are going to die miserably, and then what are you going to do? Well, apparently just die. Just like I died.
You can't die. You have to cast. The 3-0 start is true for Hamster. Now he just needs one more match, and then he qualifies to playoffs undefeated. But that would require Mystery Meat to lose 2 games in a group stage, and that has never happened before.
Well, if he rolls Zerg again, I'm actually genuinely worried for him.
I'm not, because I think then it's a 7 pool.
Yeah, that's more worrying. I'm pretty sure Shambler would have practiced with him in this.
Could absolutely be the case.
It's too common.
Listen, Veek was the person to defeat Mystery Meat last time, and it was also in a mirror matchup PvP. So maybe he just needs to not get Zerg, and he's fine. That's my theory, anyway. Now this is really all down to what random rolls for Mystery Meat. That's my read on the situation, anyway. We'll see.
If he gets Zerg, I see Hamster calmly winning this.
Interesting.
Unless the last game was just Meat, like playing with one hand or something.
Well,
his Zerg looked really weak in that. It down like really what got me was the fact he had no idea what to do in tier 3.
yes.
It was just like not like he built something and it didn't work. There was no attempt to do anything. I don't think he ever built anything tier 3 other than the tech structure.
Well, we have
But
Protoss
he's
this
Protoss.
time around. So we have
So
to throw the
that's-
script out and now start to
Yeah.
reimagine it. Now, Mystery Meat did not get Protoss in any of the games that I played against him recently, but Protoss also isn't really that different now compared to what it was when he won a championship on it in the last tournament. So he should feel pretty comfortable. He should kind of know what his matchups are. He should remember playing against the Shambler in the lower final of that tournament and then say to himself, okay, I should be good. Now, he does put his first pylon in the mineral line. That's something that I was curious about, because if you're paranoid about air units, then you absolutely do want to put this in early. But one of the changes in this update was generally to make it so that you didn't need to worry as much about that. And I do think that now you're giving up a little bit of control to potentially put it in by your wall if you're going to wall in the natural, or if you are going to wall on the high ground or do anything of the sort.
Well, Hamster's always made gnats in the
Yes.
beginning of every game, so you know it saves you having to deal with it, right? Like if you're gonna have a problem with gnats, it's gonna be when you decide to stick your defenses somewhere over there, and then even if it's just a couple of them tickling your workers, that's 1 or 2 worker kills. You don't necessarily have to give them, and there's gonna be a lattice opening. I won't be surprised if that goes into vassals. Idols are also a good choice, especially if he suspects there's gonna be gnats. And this map, I think, kind of favors that a little bit just by the positioning of the ramps opposing each other. Does give you a good chance of, you know, being able to defend against ground units. Normally, they have to take a little bit of a longer path, and if there's units on that ramp, they have well opportunity to deal damage to that. It just makes you think, well, air units are probably a little bit more favored in this. So, probably going to see some vassals, and I wouldn't be surprised if you just see idols just blind straight up. Especially when it's a one-base Quaseth here and no fast expand.
Yeah, we do
It
finally
definitely
have a little
would
bit
lead
of
you to
gas
thinking it could be
harvested from
gnats.
Hamster as well. And it looks like it will be a vassal into idol, judging by the gas harvesting from Mystery Meat. And it's just a blind warden as well. I mean, he spotted only one gas miner, but he's going to see the Quasis come, and then maybe that will dissuade him from... we'll see if he decides to cancel that, because he might not have expected it to be a Quasi when he gets the gas. But it looks like he just wants to play it very conservatively, very safely. And the vassal is out. The scribe could reveal the worker. Oh, helpfully, Hamster reveals himself.
Well, I think it's because he wants to use the vassals for harassment. So eventually he wants to be able to leave his base.
Yep.
Probably around the time, if he builds a second lattice, it'd probably be around the time that finishes and you start seeing more vassals coming out of it. And then, you know, he doesn't want to get backdoored, kind of like what just happened in the last match.
Yeah.
You know, he's definitely paying attention to that. So However, it is just quasis at the moment. There's no gnats or anything like that coming. I don't think you really want to build gnats against this unless you're feeling like you really want to be all in. But again, with the map distance, I feel like you're just going to assume the Paras is going to be building defenses there. 3 vassals. There's quasis here to deal with this, so they shouldn't have too many issues. 2 Zeths are coming over here. They're going to spot this expansion, or maybe not, lol.
No, they're just pathing directly into the base. They'll get spotted by the Warden, but the vassals are also going to strike the Hacharosk there. 1 Zeth does go down. Looks like he's now going to go ahead and investigate the expansion, and the vassals continue to just sort of patrol over, looking for a Derelict to snipe. Obviously, that can just burrow, and it looks like Mystery Meat is not going to be doing too much economic damage at this point.
No, it's really just to occupy attention. The longer he can keep the quasis and everything over here, if he can make him build more defenses, everything like that is perfectly acceptable returns. There is a Zeth still sitting between 2 meat spaces here, and he did spot that and is going to start attacking it, but there is actually units to deal with it now. There wasn't before. He could have actually been dealing quite a bit of damage to that in the meanwhile, because it's been sitting there for a while,
yes.
And there wasn't too much there to deal with it. But
I'm a little worried that
actually
Meat could fall to a 3-hatch timing here with just Quaseth units. He doesn't really have anything that's super durable, right? He's kind of relying on the air harassment to do some sort of damage, but it feels like right now Hamster could just walk across the map.
Yeah. 2 additional lattices are coming. It's going to take a little while for those to actually start contributing. But right now, it's just rollouts at the moment. This expansion doesn't really have a lot. The worker counts are even. It's going to be Hydras again. The Hydras will deal quite well with the vassals, so it's going to really depend on some of the more valuable units, like certainly Manifolds, but also Idols. I don't feel like they're really that great of a choice against this. I feel like if you start seeing a lot of this, you probably want to start having Acantors at that point, or Architects, to really deal with large amounts of Hydras. Otherwise, the Zerg is just probably going to run you over eventually. But there's nothing like that in around for Mean at the moment. He's not going to have the money for that for a while. That expansion is only mining gas right now, so I feel like he might be looking towards that, but the Zerg's going to have a lot more units by the time he pulls anything out of there.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some sort of transition in tech, I think. Or maybe he's just going to mass up a bunch of idols and manifolds for the consistent damage. But he's going a little bit glass cannon if he goes that approach, right? If we see Lechizalisks, if we see even just Hydras with a front line of some sort, they can deal with that Protoss army pretty easily. And I think Hamster might be looking to expand and take a 3rd here pretty soon, now that it seems like he's reposted the early Vassal Assault.
Yeah, there are golems coming out. That's a stopgap. Certainly will help. But it is going to be skiths.
Yes, so that's another thing you can
Skiths are coming,
spend with your gas, is they are much more gas intensive, double the gas cost of a Hydralisk, but
you know,
they are
I
pretty
think
good.
Meat was thinking it was going to be Hydras. This is triple golem here. When idols would be the perfect choice against this, evidently, but who's going to go mass skiths against somebody who already has access to idols? Not too many people. Well, Hamster is going to, and this is almost like a fake out, because the golems are going to do absolutely nothing. The quads may never even leave his base.
Well, his Skittercores are going to reveal themselves, because Hamster does apparently want the extra move there. Now, he only showing 5. I mean, 5 is quite the investment, 250 gas, but...
Extra Warden immediately.
Yeah. And that does make sense, right? He can sort of posture. Now, if he puts his golems in front of the Skittercore attack, because they pierce whatever's in front of them, they will actually proc the shield passive that they have. So they have a new passive where when they take damage, they proc shield restore in an area of effect around them. So you could still see them used to tank even versus this specific kind of air unit where it has that piercing projectile.
Well, Manifolds may not be as amazing as Dracodons, but they should be quite capable of dealing with these. Yeah, as soon as he starts moving away. Oh
no, you don't want to clump up versus
stack.
those. Oof, that's a huge loss of workers. But this is, again, a huge gas investment, so it kind of needs to get a lot of kills. It just feels real bad for Mystery Me because his timing was a little bit of his own nemesis there. So he's lost a lot of workers. He's now down to about 20, we'll say 15, 16, 18 lost overall, which is definitely a significant punch. But there's not really any standing military here. So if he recognizes, kind of similarly to what MoonHunter did or tried to do in the last game, where he tries to go for a sort of military all-in, there's only one circuit, there's a couple of quasis, they will get stomped by this army. The golems in particular will just not take any damage.
Yeah, and there is a lot of quasis coming, but fighting the army up front is not really what you want to do with this because, again, the idols are just going to annihilate the skips. He's probably going to try to ignore the army with the skits and go back to the base because he realizes that almost taking a chunk of damage there in the process. Oh, you don't want to go back in there. That's a really bad idea. Some of them are just getting caught out here on the rally, but you know, those could do a lot of damage because it's still just the 2 wardens, and some of them have taken some damage. He was shooting at them. Not really a lot because their damage isn't really super high, but I mean, when there's no units to help protect them, the damage will be enough.
Also, vassals are going to get scrambled, and it looks like the wardens are indeed going to be focused down. I think a little bit of a mistake there by Hamster because he was a little bit busy trying to respond to the threat. The Hatteras is actually left alive because Mystery Meat wants to end the game now. He recognizes, I am behind economically. If I can set him behind or maybe even end the game, then maybe that whole thing doesn't matter. The vassals are popping, and that is going to enchant movement speed temporarily, but it looks like Mystery Meat doesn't take advantage of it, responding by pulling back into a bit of a concave, trying to use his splash damage to his advantage, and the Skithicores have already fallen back. Now, there's only 4 idols, so the splash damage can still be considerable, but the skits aren't even actually engaging in the fight right now. And it looks like Mystery Me instead is just going to fall back and try to pick off this Hatteras, take the high ground. That will absolutely reduce the range of the Hydras.
Here. They can tie him up for long enough for the army to regather, come here.
That's exactly what's happening.
And converge, and you gotta watch out for the skits. You could lose a lot of them to the splash. He does manage to split them. The army gets separated.
Yeah, not great focus fire for Mist at the end of the fight there, but still bruises a lot. There's only 5 skits, and a lot of them are low HP. Vassals are actually going to fly in here, but there's no Droleths here to actually attack, so it looks like instead they'll just end up falling back. Maybe that can be enough as a feint to prevent Hamster from moving his units across the map, but it looks like right now everything's kosher. And despite having a worker advantage, Hamster feels like he doesn't really have map tempo. He's trying to reclaim that right now with some units, but well, we talked about it earlier. The lattice units are not very durable. The golems are going to be the mainstays there for that level of play. And they synergize mostly with other melee or against enemy melee, and that's not really the situation that Hamster finds himself in. So Mystery Meat will get thwarted away from trying to take a third. His worker helpfully spinning around a little bit there, but does actually make it back to the base. And there's not really any static defense here that can help with a frontal assault, a second warden being made in the main, more idols being added, and we finally have an Ancestral Archives coming. So if, and that's a big if, Mystery Meat can hold out on against the aggression, if Hamster sort of falters here in the early approach, and actually, yeah, he's falling back. I was going to say, if this structure gets up, and you get, like, say, a Patriarch, you can absolutely deal with the stacked air.
They were pretty wounded, so they didn't really want to go into the main at that point, which is kind of why he was looking for a frontal fight. They have since restored, but there are idols here, so he might get a couple kills, but he's going to have to pull back.
So far, he's just got the 1 kill, and he might not even, he's not even going to get the warden out of that.
He traded a whole bunch for that, so that was not very helpful for him.
2 skits for 1 scribe and a little bit of damage on the warden is definitely not going to be a fair trade. Now, Mystery Meat's posturing over here. I don't think this is going to be an attack. He just wants to secure a 3rd base, and we don't actually have a 4th coming for Hamster, who's just happy to have his 3rd up and running again.
Yeah, he's setting his use down to the bottom of the map. I'm not sure if he suspected something was there, if he really just hated idols that much.
Well, he's got tier 2 coming, so
yeah,
that absolutely will
change. He's probably just going to wait for that. He can go straight to Bactilisk, which kind of surprises me. He's moving all of his Hydras back. Maybe he suspects they could drop this.
Well, this Nexus is going to be pretty resilient versus the skits, but only now starting to no, not even yet taking hull damage, so it's taking quite a while for them to pierce the armor.
Not even quite able to finish off the scribe in the corner there, because only one was attacking it.
Yep, so that's a little bit of a, you could have at least gotten that, but not going to be the case.
So 4th is coming down.
Patriarch on the way. There. And yes, he's taking the double gas 4th, so this is kind of an interesting aspect of this map. There is a mineral-only base in the mid-right, and then over here we have the mineral fields themselves. There's only 4 of them in the double gas. That's going to be the 4th base that he chooses to take. As Zerg, I usually like to take another main, particularly in a cross-spawn situation. You kind of have 2 different options that you could go for pretty cleanly, but looks like that's not going to be Hamster's forte here.
I just get the impression he's paranoid about drops or something here. Like, he brought all of his Hydras back when he really didn't need to. He could have just safely contained and sat there and made Bactilisks or something like that, which would have easily destroyed with the idols and the manifolds. But he ended up pulling back, and he's being very, very defensive right now, not even really poking around with the skits or really scouting anywhere, which is giving me the chance to catch up here.
Yep, Embassy on the way. That can act as an additional worker queue, or at the very least, he can get some witnesses up. The Patriarch is here.
Can cause him a lot of pain.
Yep, you got to be watchful. It's 20 damage, but it's splash, so it can absolutely stack up. And He doesn't scout that an engram has finished at the 3rd. That's obviously going to insulate him versus these skits, especially since the engram has pretty reasonable armor, so you're not going to get too much mileage out of that. Now, there is
that
a pretty...
could really catch him out. If they're wounded and they just fly in there, it'll just blow him up.
Yeah. There's been basically perfect scouting here for Mystery Meat. He knows that the only spot that Hamster could probably expand to is actually the 4th. So that is going to inform him for the attack, but it does feel like there's a lot of units out here. I'm not so sure that there's enough of a front line for Mystery Meat to survive versus the Hydras, versus the Quasis. But
there's
admittedly,
a lot of Protathalors coming too.
That's gonna be a big swing.
A lot of damage.
Yeah. So those guys are single target. They deal pretty good damage, so armor doesn't affect them as much. They have long range, but low attack rate. So maybe that can be the difference maker here. They crack off a couple of their shots, instantaneously sort of responded to, but no splash damage versus all of these manifolds. That could be a pretty big deal. The Patriarch is here. Going to try to use its enchantment passives. See if it can get something done there. Golem charging forward. There's another one stuck in the back, not really able to contribute too much, and the first one does get blown up. Vassal speeding up the retreat here. Mystery Meat kind of struggling with that.
Yeah, me wasn't really quite sure just how many units were there in the back, but there is a substantial number of them.
Yeah, there's a second Patriarch here, and it looks like all of the Quasis are dead. Skither Core is starting to mass up here. Those could also be a big target for the splash between the Idols and the Patriarch. A second Ancestral Archive's coming up, adding more pylons.
He's going to pull them into the Patriarch.
Oh no, all of them.
the skits evaporated.
Just instantaneous death there as you look away for a second, and all that's going to hit you.
So much damage from the Protathalores.
Yeah.
As much as killing the skits is nice, they were not the main threat of this army.
And when you don't have vassals,
no way to reach back and touch them.
Yeah, no vassal means no speed up when they die. That basically is your engage in this kind of a situation. And so another engram is started at the 3rd.
He's got an Tecton coming, so between that and the engram, I'm pretty sure he can hold this.
Even adding a Crucible to speed up the production rate of the Ancestral Archives, that's always a good shout when you're playing as Protoss. It's no longer a town center, so you don't have to get blocked by minerals anymore. And the first up Tecton is
Zerg has no
here.
front lines, so again, forcing his way up to that engram is just terrible. There's a second engram that is about 70% finished, and the Zerg are kind of chilling out here.
Ooh,
so between that and the Tecton just shooting him.
We have an Iroleth, but we actually have 3, but there's nothing in them. So that's just a bait right now. And the engram is about to finish. I guess he can at the very least get some vision, and yeah, it looks like it will die before even being done. Now, there's not much anti-air here. There's only the Hydras. That's another thing you got to keep a watch for, because there's a lot of vassals out too. And so that could actually be the case. The second Tecton coming in, that could be the game changer here for Mystery Meat.
He's getting some worker kills in, but he is taking a lot of damage in his army, which is going to cost him a lot of momentum here. And if he actually tries to force up this ramp, that engram is just going to annihilate him. But it's not quite in a right position to be able to shoot down that ramp. All the vassals charge forward, and that's it. Just all of his potatoes have gone rancid.
Yeah, the Protathalors are out.
Sprinting away very, very quickly.
Yeah, no 4th base in the meanwhile here, so it is just the double gas, and he's only capped one of them so far. The Mutat Spire is out. Obviously, we know that because of the Protathalors, but we didn't see any other air units pivoted over, and we also don't really see that many static defenses being made here to drop. I mean, they're here, but they're just tier 1. A lot of it is going to ride on whether or not these Iroleths end up bringing those with them. And Archon has made it to the front line. Talk about a front line. Not really that much armor pen in the army here, right? The most you have is the Protathalors. Okay, they can focus it down, but if that's where all the damage is going, then the rest of the army has time to actually catch up. And a 4th base being taken by Mist in the back line, we do indeed have the double gas base for him. So that will be a huge multiplier for the ability of his ability to get the high tier units that he really has been finding a lot of value in so far.
Yeah, those Patriarchs have been alive all this time.
Yep.
And that amount is still very scary, and more are coming. And every single exchange that happens like this, where the Zerg loses an army and is not able to kill those high-value targets in the Protoss more and more reaches a point where you can't even really approach them anymore. There are 3 Tectons. Hydras are just going to evaporate, and even the vassals, when they start reaching these high numbers, can fight the Zerg all on their own. You can see them here just tickling all these units coming out of there. They're going to see this expansion. The Zerg has to pull all of his Hydras or Quasis or something over there, or otherwise give up on it. This other base has a Spraith, but it's just tier 1. More and more vassals could come over there. There is a Witness coming over to scout the army composition. Right now, the Zerg has a very nice army and can surround and destroy these units if he knew where they were that they were here. And Meat is not very careful about these ramps. But,
the first shots get cracked off here, yeah. And looks like the 4th will be spotted out of the corner of one of those Hydra's eyes. At the same time, that Hatrosk finished and then died. So Sikralisks are on the way. An unfortunate graphic for them, but I promise they're actually pretty good. They do deal splash damage. It's one of the few sources of splash that the Zerg have.
There was an opportunity for Hamster to actually kill this Protoss army.
Yes.
He had to keep attacking, bring up his other units. He is dropping this base, but
go.
you know, it's up Tectons. They're going to blow this up right away.
Yeah, Tectons, Golems are going to come in here anyway, even when they didn't really need to, so that's a little bit needless. In fact, yeah, he's just going to force the Irelets to leave. Hey, they can fly over to the next base, but there's enough vassals here that I think the anti-surface defenses, they're not going to be that useful, right? The first one's already gone. Make it the second one pretty soon. Okay, they kill a single Warden. I don't think they're even going to get a single worker kill out of this. It looks like one of them incidentally died in the background there. That was a steep investment, especially with minerals.
He could have surrounded that army with his. He had 2 waves coming, but he pulled back because he got scared of the Tectons. If he just brute forced in and surrounded him, it wouldn't have done any difference. And it feels like this drop here, again, he needed his army to be in a position to do something about that. All of Meat's stuff was running back to his base. He could have put pressure on this fourth or something, but a little bit of a disassembly of his forces there. That's going to allow Meat to just comfortably move forward here.
Yep, he's got loads of vassals. He still has like 5-6 Patriarchs and 3 Uptectons, so this crowd of Tier 1 Zerg is not going to find too much success. And the Sikralisks are here to deal with vassals, but they're really only good in an isolation. Archon very, very low on shields, but will start to regenerate. Takes a very long time.
He really wants him to funnel into there, but Hamster does not want to go into there. He knows that it's a bad zone.
Absolutely.
This expansion here, I think it got scouted. He's moving into, or maybe he's just moving just to check it out, which, either way, that's going to get squashed. Again, if the Zerg tries to follow them down these ramps, this thing big trouble. You can see the vassals are just waiting there to flank whatever comes over. They can just murder all the potatoes if they get caught out of position. So Zerg just has to kind of allow that to die and just accept it. However, the Zerg is tier 3.
Okay.
And there is, again, the Gesketh Grotto is coming. That can lead straight into heavy air. And Zerg have many great choices to deal with this. Zerg absolutely can just go... Gezzies wouldn't be a bad idea against this, so long as you can keep the vassals from killing them. Again, Alcagelisks are very strong now. There is a lot of choices. Viths are also very good because of their armor shred. Works well against the Archons. He's probably not going to bother with those. But he could if he really wanted to. I feel like he's just waiting for the higher tier stuff. You can see he's really banked up a lot right there. The second that this finishes, you're going to see him build some stuff. But this complacency is going to allow the vassals to probably find and annihilate that expansion again. There's a couple Sikralisks there, but I feel like the vassals are large enough in number that so long as they don't die to the splash, they fan out a little bit, they should be able to pick this apart.
Yeah, it's a little dependent because the attack rate is pretty high. We'll see if he realizes it. Yeah, a couple salvos there. That's going to be enough to zone him away. So the Hatrosk is scouted, and you can already immediately see the ground army is going to go ahead and respond to that. But yeah, you're right. I mean, complacency is one word for it, but we already have 6 Alcagelisks on the way. And this is kind of a failure of Mystery Meat to sort of capitalize on this. He doesn't have a good response. His Argosy is done, but only now training a Didact. And I'm scouting around.
Didact would be good because if he gets a good engage, and if he's able to destroy the rest of the Zerg's army, he can just stasis them and then surround them.
Yeah.
And then they're going to die. But if they're allowed to attack him over all these cliffs and water and stuff like that, then he has absolutely no response because all of his army is very short range versus air.
Yep. Well, there's a meeting of the minds in the
Zerg's army before then.
Yes, this could be very, very disastrous. One of the Irelets is going to get popped in the meanwhile. A worker transfer happening because he's already trying to evacuate that base, and now he's going to see the cliff advantage if he's not careful. Golems brought back on. Another Irelet sniped. Make that a second. Oh, that's actually a third. There you go. So all of the advanced eyes.
So many Tectons. Yeah. They're just machine gunning down the Zerg as they approach.
Well, there's like 2 more back at the base somewhere. So
Hamster doesn't want this. He's got to wait for his Alcagelis to engage this. Meanwhile, there's so many more vassals coming. Can vassals defeat the Alcagelis?
The answer is no, but you know what? It could be a big shout.
I don't know, man. What if there's like 30,000 vassals to one Alcagelis? He might just be able to tickle it to death.
He might.
For now, he's going to settle for this expansion. The Zerg, again, he has to kind of seed this. I feel like he might want to be waiting for more Alcagelis. He is. He's waiting for 4 more. But he can't let all of his bases die for nothing. Otherwise, Meat's going to just tech up and deal with them. The vassals are checking again that other expansion. He just wants to contain right now. Doesn't want to hard engage.
He's not aware of the Alcagelisks, though. And when he does find out, there's 6 of them. Okay, they're stacked up. Maybe we can see some value out of the Patriarchs.
It's not the expansion.
Even the Archons could do some sort of splash damage.
Oh, lots of damage there.
Yep. Some of them at half health now. A lot of them getting
Patriarchs
engaged on.
are
He's just
stacking.
diving on it, using the Vassal debuff when it fires. Yep, there you go. Trying to get the engage. He's forced down a couple of them. More are done. This is the point where it turns Mask.
Yeah, Mean has to watch out that these Occasionals can shoot him from cliffs they can't access them on, but Hamster is too eager to tank them. You do not want to tank these. You got to go up the ledge like he's trying to do now, but every little bit of ground he concedes gives the Adepticons time to attack, so he's feeling very pressured by that. He doesn't really have to be. He has to try to deal with the Patriarchs first so he can kill the rest of the army with impunity.
Absolutely. Yeah, one of them is going down. Another one flying into static defense there a little bit. We have 2 more Alcaegelisks. There's some more on the way, but they take a very long time to make. They're very, very late tier units.
And he's got to be careful here. The Circuit is dealing some damage to the Patriarchs. They have a fair bit of health, but once they get low, the Alcaegelis can duel them.
Absolutely, yeah. There's only 4 of them remaining, and the spread on
He
there.
didn't move them far enough away that he had vision there and killed another one.
Another set of vassals. Here's your answer to
Here
that
it
question.
Oh, it is dying if it wasn't for all the other units there.
Okay, a big loss there because now we have ahead in bases. Mystery Meat, he's up to 5 bases right now. He's got plenty of gas income, and he's basically crippled the situation here. There's not much
I
military.
feel like you want Gezzies. You
Yeah.
want Gezzies to deal with this.
Absolutely.
They would absolutely have the range and the damage to deal with this. There's not really a lot of engagement potential from them. But if he keeps building Occasionals in this case, I don't think he can even afford it anymore. He's got a couple more coming, but he's depleted all of his money. He's down to making Zeths, which can't even approach this.
No, there's too much splash here. Oh, he might be able to pick off a single Patriarch. Looks like not quite. It lives with just a scant bit of health. This is going to be the...
Are tickling them.
Yeah, this is probably the death knell here. He's going to lose at least... No, he doesn't end up losing any of them, but he needs
They're
to
so
achieve some
low.
kind of critical mass, and unfortunately, the more he masses up, the more damage comes back to him. Here's some vassals
coming.
for you, buddy.
They're coming. They're coming.
I do want to see vassals kill an Alcaegelis. I just don't think it's going to be today.
He's not letting them get the chance.
I'll taking another
Meat
main
could
and another
choose
natural. Mystery Meat's just
to
expanding
tech switch
everywhere.
at this point,
Yeah,
but-
he absolutely could. I'm wondering where his Didact is. Where is that? He made one. He queued one at the very least.
It is coming. There's 2 of them coming down the middle.
Okay, they're not
He
cloaking
was
each
waiting
other.
for the
but-
2 of them.
Yeah. He wants to do some sort of Giga recall, but he doesn't really have that many forces
He
back
doesn't
at
need
home.
recall.
Yeah.
If he gets a stasis on the
Yep.
Occasionalists
Yeah.
and gets his engage, that's it.
Well, you know what you can do is if your opponent isn't actively looking at the area and you do have the perfect sort of like slow army.
Oh no!
Yeah, he
wants
thinks
that
there's
one-
only
oh, he
one,
got it.
and that's sort of what I'm getting at, right? It's like, okay,
Yeah.
he thinks there's only one, but actually there's a Didact
Oh
here.
no,
cloaking.
he doesn't realize why there was none. He didn't
Yep.
see the cloak.
Yeah, and now you're
it's
just on
Joker.
top. I think this is probably it. All right, he says. GG, well played. And Hamster, the stasis trap in the middle of the map, it is going to fell him after 25 and a half minutes. Hamster does finally lose a game, and Mystery Meat is on the board.
Mystery Meat really had to work for that one though.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Again, if you just built some Gezzies, he would have been.
I think he would have been
fairly safe
very,
against
very solid, yeah, with some Gazithalors.
Or even some Cascathalors would have been good too, because they're high range. Sitting on that cliff on his main, it would have been able to cover all the advances to his expansion there.
That's a reasonable username.
Yeah, I was looking at that too. That's 3 Crow.
That is 3 Crow.
3 Crow and Tism speak.
Well, we have another 4 spawn map selected. We have Nitro Valley, the updated version. There are some pretty significant changes to the mains and naturals in this map, and some slight changes to the thirds and the horizontal ground passages, but we'll go over them when we get into the game. And yeah, that was a pretty solid match. I was really happy to see Hamster tested and Mystery Meat tested in that matchup. But Mystery Meat found what he needed to find in the high-tech sort of fusion between vassals and some manifolds and stuff and high-tech other stuff. You know what I mean? So that was pretty cool. I like.
I'm not sure a single Tecton died in that match. Maybe only 1 or 2 at most. I'll be back in just a moment.
You got it. Let's get into it. Meanwhile, we do have MoonHunter as Terran. This is his opportunity to get on the board. Can he defeat a weakened Mystery Meat, a beleaguered Mystery Meat who had to work to earn that last match? Well, we are probably going to have it be Cheese. Mystery Meat, the Beaster Brown Zerg in the top right of Nitro Valley, against the Platinum Blue Terran of MoonHunter, who picked a 4-spawn map and is going to scout very, very early on. It's kind of interesting for his playstyle. He does like to go very aggro. He does like to go very cheesy in the early game, and he's even going to double scout. Looks like he will be scouting correctly with the second worker, or thereabouts. Well, he's just going to the middle of the map. Oh, is this one of these plays? So in Brood War, sometimes even on 4-spot maps, you will do like a forward, I think they usually call it an 8 racks, because that's when you're at 8 supply. And that generally does mean that you're going for something pretty aggro. So he's going to go ahead and put it on the high ground up here. And that will give us the opportunity to take a look at the map as well. The scout is confirmed down to the bottom right. We have the choke over here as per usual. Resources are now back against a cliff. And same for this. And by cliff, I actually meant border. Looks like a third worker was dispatched to scout. So this is a very low econ build. He's actually banking all of his minerals. He's not building a single extra mason. This is an all-in play where MoonHunter just wants to cheese his way to a victory if he can make it happen. There is a Quasith pool coming. No expansion for Mystery Meat. And yes, Mesk, you just returned to a double stockade on a 4-spawn map. He's going to scout his opponent last. He's not building a single mason back at home. He just has the 5 mining. And that, to me, indicates everything I need to know. This is cheese. This is all in.
Oh God, Meat rolled Zerg again too. Can he follow the example that was given to him by Hamster? Can he use Hamster's power? Can he wield the hamster wheel? Does he know how to run the hamster wheel? This is goofy.
It is goofy. MoonHunter will go ahead and get ready to throw down.
Did he even see them? Did his Drolith went the other way? Under the... Oh, no. He's going to come back to the base and see absolutely nothing there.
Well, you see, when you don't even see the Ministry actually doing anything, that's when you know something is up. So we have a pair of Naths on the way. That's actually kind of the... not the worst option because they can contend with Mavericks in the early stages of the game, but it just feels kind of like, okay, you've got Naths, huh? Now, we do have 2 more Mavericks on the way. It really depends on what MoonHunter can do for micro. He should be splitting like one of them at the top. There's not even really good split there. Oh, really flubbed micro, honestly, for both players. But Mystery Meat narrowly keeps one of his Nats alive. You could have traded 2 Mavericks for 1. There's now a pair of Quasis out. That's going to help shut this down. And okay, he focuses down the low HP Nathracor, but a Circuith is down. So what do you do now? Your Mason is up here kind of idling. It looks like all of the Masons, meanwhile, were pulled off the mineral line to deal with the worker?
Yeah, the worker was tickling them.
And now he's got no money.
You can't take that. He doesn't need money.
Oh, MoonHunter.
Oh, no. The worker's coming back. The cat came back. Oh, no. It's tickling again.
This is bad. This is not looking too hot.
This is traumatic.
Is it Macro Hatch in the main? Honestly, this one might be over pretty soon, man. I really appreciate the cheese, but this might be how MoonHunter goes out. He's not remembered with a bang, but with a whimper.
Listen, this is how he can still win.
Well, he could just path all of his Mavericks across the map. Oh, it died.
Never mind, it's over.
Yep, that's it.
Absolutely traumatic. And it can't. It comes back for more. Oh, it's still tickling. Oh, it's still biting. He just wants to focus on the rest of the map. But he can't. No.
He's putting down an anchor.
No.
Oh, he got him. Oh, fuck him.
Fuck
never mind. Oh, no. Okay.
Okay. The anchor is being built, but meanwhile, back home, there are repairs going on. There is... This is how Meat has to win a Zerg. He's got some 380, almost 400 minerals in the bank because Maverick finally came over to put an end to the massacre.
Well, they called in Meat's
APM can finally go back to doing other stuff.
Well,
there's an anchor coming with 4 Mavericks, but I don't know. Meat's got well more than enough Quasis to deal with this, I think.
Oh yeah, no, there's no hope. Boys, I hate to be the guy who tells you before the game is over how the game is going to end. But the anchor can't even land. So.
This Maverick can kill all those Nats. All they have to do is just hold position and not respond.
Yep. Well, the stockades are flying back. They're going to see the Nats on the way. There's 5 of them here. There's an anchor being built, but it's not going to be done in time. No watchdog. A lodestone being added on. The 1 Maverick. You need to save the 1 Maverick.
He's running.
You're going to need to have enough anchors to load your Masons in, too, at this point.
He
died. Brutalized.
Meanwhile, his feet can find nowhere to go. Meat is feetless. Just a stump rolling around, screeching angrily,
GG.
and that's it.
Now that was a match of Cosmotic
That
and
was
Brood War.
something else.
Listen, I admire the gusto to go for it every game versus. Well, it's not every game, I guess, but his first game against Mystery Meat, that was the most ridiculously brutal cheese that I've seen, or attempted cheese, where it's just I'm gonna peel off 2 workers at the beginning of the game, stockade in the middle of the map, scout my opponent. He did scout him last, right? Like it was kind of really bad luck in that respect. Listen, salute to that man. He tried. He went for it. He would not go quietly into the night.
Listen, this guy belongs in a group with Btyb and Kian. Just cheesing each other.
Yes.
Non-stop.
I like it.
Over and over and over and over again. You know, it's like finding like a kindred, like finding like your soulmate, your spirit animal.
Yeah.
That is this guy to this project.
I'm a fan, personally.
I just love how this first group is diverse enough that we're consistently seeing tier 3 matches.
Yeah, that's
And
pretty
then
good. And
it's
then
just straight to like 5-minute cheese fest. Like, there is no in between.
yeah. Listen, I think we're going to see Hamster and Mystery Meat lock horns to decide, because we're in an interesting position here. If Hamster wins one of these matches, he's first place. If Mystery Meat wins this match, he will then be able to potentially close against MoonHunter. Although I think maybe MoonHunter...
Do you think MoonHunter's going to cheese him?
I have to take a look at the format, because we haven't had this exact circumstance happen in the past. Okay, I think MoonHunter has one more game in him. He could potentially bring it all the way back. So, Sideshow is selected as our
three
next
times in a row.
Mystery Meat will duel none other than Hamster on Sideshow.
My man needs to go make piss.
I think so.
We're all Protoss now. By the way, there's a huge storm going off right now. So if I DC, I swear I'm not pulling the plug. Well, what will happen first? Will my 7900 blow up my power supply? Or will he get struck by lightning?
It's a real question.
I haven't seen lightning in like 15, 16 years. I've heard it once in that time. But I have not seen it in a very long time. All we get is just drought, 6-8 months of drought, and just humidity. Humidity is the only moisture we get for most of the year.
Let's get into it and see if the lightning will strike twice. Ha!
Ha. 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 Ha.
It's Sideshow! And for a second, I thought Mystery Meat spawned with only 5 scribes. Nope, he's got 6. All right. Blue Zerg in the bottom right. Red Protoss in the top left. I was thinking Terran because I was thinking Red MoonHunter because he was red multiple games. Anyway, we have Sideshow. This is another new map. Had to mention that his race is indeed Protoss. And so, This is a repeat of the last match. But it's not Force Spawn. The map is very different. So we are going to see some interesting strategies, I think. I certainly hope, for Hamster's sake, that we see some interesting cheese as well. But maybe we will, maybe we won't. Pylon coming in for Mystery Meat, once again, by the mineral field. And a relatively early scout, I want to say. But it's not pathing anywhere to go for a proxy hatch or anything. So no StarCraft 2-esque shenanigans yet.
And you know what I liked about... There was one thing I liked about in StarCraft 2 in the entire game, which is the proxy evolution chamber.
Oh, where you make the hatch and then you make the Evo.
And it dies.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the mustaches pop out and kill everything.
Yeah.
because they're ridiculously strong at that point in the game.
Yeah.
I've seen that a couple of times, and that is the sole redeeming quality of that entire product, start to finish. It is just so unbelievably stupid, and it can work. At least it used to be able to work before they just removed early game entirely, I guess.
Yeah, well, now you just proxy hatch at like 50 seconds, so whatever.
So there is a gateway coming this time, not a lattice.
Yeah,
so
interesting stuff.
more a little standard. Probably just going to see Dracodon. Maybe might see Zealot, like we have seen a couple times. There is some gas coming for him, so I'm more inclined to believe it's going to be Dracodon. But it is only one gas harvester, so I think it might go like Zealot Dracodon or something like that.
Usually
grab
when
a
you
second
see
gate.
when you see the one gas harvester, it just means he wants a Dracodon first, and then he might go for one gate expand. I've seen this build at a mystery meet a lot. Looks like he will potentially be blocking the expansion. Sometimes you do a pylon.
Yeah,
block.
gotta be manner. When you're Protoss, you gotta be manner. If it isn't proxies, it's just sticking fucking pylons all over the goddamn place.
That is a bit more expensive on this version of the game. Last tournament, it was 50 minerals. Now it's 75. It kind of eats into your stocks a little bit.
He is that Droleth, and I think he kind of wanted it, but then maybe he thought against it because he might be actually saving his money.
Yeah, he wants his
But
own
that
expo
did allow the
behind
scribe
this.
to get past.
It looks
Yeah.
like he's actually banked his gas as well, because his first unit is a zealot, and it is pathing over very aggressively.
Proxy engram. Still hasn't killed the scribe. He did, however, start attacking his Quazeth pool out of frustration.
And one of his
I love
Zetzakors
that.
is just hanging out. Now, are there any more military
the
units on
scribe
the
actually
way?
gets away from all that. No, it's coming back.
Yeah, he wants to hang out. He'll see. Maybe he can scout for any air units that path out early. Now, we do have Vorvikors coming.
Yep.
That can be a
Double
huge
Vorv.
improvement for the stick potential, especially versus the Zealot, since Vorvs die a lot less quickly.
I think he saw the early aggro coming and was like, yeah, I'm going to do this. But I think Meat saw that and was like, nah, I don't want any part of this bullshit. And he just immediately went back home.
Yeah. I think when you see Vorvs in the early stages of the game, you're very paranoid about getting surrounded. Looks like his scribe will idle out around the third. I'm not sure that that'll be scouted. It looks like no. The answer is instead Hamster's going up to his opponent's natural, see what he can do. Dracodon is going to finish, so that should put an end to any shenanigans with the double Zealot as well. And a Nexus is already on the way. But there's a pair of Naths on the way for scouting, perhaps, assuming the ground units don't get in. At the same time, I mean, Vorvs are very fast, and Zephyrkors can follow up right after. Feels like maybe he could try for a surround onto
He
one
can
of the
easily
units.
go for an all-in engagement here and just dive like the Dracodon or something like that, but he's not waiting for the Nats. He's coming here just with what he's got,
Yeah,
which is getting picked apart. A little bit of trade back and forth. That Zealot is probably going to die, but
yeah, he hasn't piked off this second Vorvikor just yet. It's still staying alive. The Scribe is the only thing attacking it right now. And it looks like with the Ecclesiast here, that should stop any more additional damage coming out. Yeah, you can see the shields are kicking in there with the help of that unit. So losing 2 Zealots, but that whole ground army from Hamster is indeed dead. If he could have picked off the Dracodon, his Nats could have had a field day with the Scribes, because it takes a long time for the Ecclesiast to get any kills. But at this point, they're not really likely to get anything done. See what Mystery
yeah,
Meat's,
the Nats were
reaction
idling
time
there
is.
for a little while. They might have actually been able to join that fight. It looks like he's going to get at least one worker kill here.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay from Mystery Meat. His reaction time not exactly there. He was busy trying to warp in another gateway at his natural. But losing one worker in this situation, you don't really sweat it too much. I mean, your opponent was very, very aggressive with their army in the early stages, which is actually kind of not like Hamster usually. He usually waits for that tier 2 timing, or maybe a large army of tier 1 units. He is a little bit afraid or avoiding the idea that, hey, I'm going to go for the early aggression. But he tried it this game, and it actually did kind of work out for him. Relatively even state
Yeah,
at this
if he
point.
had killed the Dracodon, which just the Ecclesiast just popped out in that, if he had managed to kill the Dracodon, even if he had lost everything afterwards, then the trade would have been all right. Because you don't want the Protoss getting too many Dracodons, especially since he's kind of telegraphing he's afraid of early aggression to come as a result of that. But that didn't happen, so now he's kind of just... He's pooling his money right now. He's got a lot of minerals and a little bit of gas, but he's kind of holding off on building any military at the moment. So he just finding a pylon in a very interesting location.
Yeah, finally the Scout Scribe did get picked off by those Nathracors. We're not really sure what the tech path is going to be for either of our players here. We've got a Warden in both mineral lines. Zorka is coming down. Okay, so what we could end up seeing is another round of Lechizilisk drops. It hasn't been done versus Protoss in a while. Maybe we'll end up seeing an embassy reaction if it gets scouted, but there's not really anything to scout with at this point. Mystery Meat's playing a very reactive game right now while he gets his tech set up, and it will be an Ardent Authority. So this means an embassy is likely, since it allows you to transport the Acantors, our name for the Reaver. Very different unit than the StarCraft one, but similar combat role of artillery and crowd control. And so maybe that will allow him to also have a Witness out in time to actually detect, because I almost guarantee you with double Ovaleth or triple Ovaleth, it's actually going to be a pretty, heavy drop play here. And that means that there's not really much ground army to accompany this. We only have Zethar-cores to sort of go along with it.
Yeah, and the Piranhas units are pretty durable, so they can very comfortably run up to the Lachesis and step on them.
Yep.
Just like the Giantess of your dreams.
Yeah, it just reveals the burrow.
Like,
and,
you wanna,
yeah.
There's already a word in each base as well, so that's just a little bit extra damage you're going to take. The approaches aren't really that great. The Nats is probably the easiest place to drop as a result of that, but...
Yeah, right here behind the mineral line.
It's probably not a drop you're going to easily get your units out of, is probably the problem here. So he could end up losing 300 or more gas for not really too much more than a handful of worker kills.
And hey, the other problem here is if this Acantor is hanging out and can get a shot off while the Lachesis are repositioning, then it doesn't matter that you burrowed. You're still going to take 80 damage. So you can only handle that for so long before you end up going kaput. Now, it's actually 4 Lachesis, and there is a decent amount of Zethar-cores that can try to flood in behind this. I honestly think, Mesk, with this amount of investment, it's not an all-in build, but if it gets reposted very easily, we could actually see a very quick response from Mystery Meat. At the same time, though, it stands a pretty good chance of finding good success. He's going to spot all of the Zethar-core move-outs, and that should at least prepare him for an anti-ground defense. Maybe he can try to create a wall in short order. He's adding a second Warden that will be done before the Lachesis show up, and it looks like 2 of them are going to be paired off to the main, and 2 of them will be paired off to the natural, while the Acantor holds the ground outside of the gateway on the natural low ground level there.
Yeah, this is going to really depend on how fast Meat is on reflexing this. Now, what's interesting is that Hamster has split up his drops.
Yes.
He's got 2 for the main, 2 for the Nat. So he's not expecting to be able to immediately kill with this, but if he can get a lot of damage to one base, then that can still be very effective. The NPC is on the way, but it's not going to be able to contribute for this, and here they come.
Yep. Where is the pull? It comes out a little bit late, but here comes the ground army reposted by the Acantor. Now, the Lachesis in the main are also happening at the same time, and when you see this as a Protoss player, you have to think to yourself, okay, my guy is super all in right now. One of the workers was actually revealing one of those Lachesis, but it gets pulled away when it's a little bit too late. Zealots have cleaned out in the natural, and a Zethar-core commitment is trying to come in, but the Acantor is going to mop this up.
Yep. The Lachesis weren't quite in the right spot in the main to deal a lot of damage to it. They only got, they got a couple kills in, but definitely could have been so much worse, especially for the level of investment that went into that. At the end of the day, Meat is only down a handful of workers, killed all his Zets without really any incident. Still has his army, still got the Arden authorities pumping out, so lost mining time isn't really slowing him down too much. It did not go very well. Just the Lachesis placement, the attacks didn't really quite go where he needed them to go to catch all those workers navigating. The biggest one would have been in the main. Since they went where the gas was, their attacks all kind of went over towards where the Warden was and kind of crisscrossed. And all the workers just turned around and went back to the Nat as the Nat cleaned up. So they just kind of went back and forth, just like little musical chairs.
Right, and the critical part is that since he saved so many of his workers, the minimal interruption, you called it. The Arden authorities are still blinking here. Faintly, but they're blinking. And
5 more Lachesis en route, but these are going to have to be used for defense if he commits them to attacking.
Yep.
And there is a Zealot that spotted the 2 Obelisks over there, so that gives Meat some idea of what's going on.
Well, the important thing that we kind of glossed over here is that there's an Architect, which also can deal quite a bit of damage to any sort of static defense. It outranges a lot of them. It's sort of your artillery unit when the Acantor can't do the job. And the Acantor itself doesn't seem to be... It's lagging behind, as you might expect. Now, the 5 Lachesis are taking a position. The Witness is not out yet. It's not on the field. And the Zealots get melted before they can actually reveal it.
It's idling above its building right now.
Right, yeah. So it's not really able to contribute. Now, the Architects are dangerously close to getting killed by Quasis, but it's not going to happen. And a nice retaliation shot is going to go ahead and get a little bit of revenge. But it looks like the ramp is held. And the Witness is just going to be in time to see the aftermath there. Now, he can use the Witness to reveal the targets for his Architect. He just needs to path his Architect around, and he's finding that a little bit difficult. Looks like he's going to try to use the Positron, but obviously it will take damage in response.
Yeah, charging in the ramp is still difficult. He might be able to see them, but his other units are not going to survive the engagement if he tries to force his way up there.
Oh, a huge pile driver of those Acantors just slaughtering a bunch of Zets in one shot, though. They came in just in time to catch that. And with the Witness providing vision, I don't know that Hamster's realized, oh wait, he can actually see me. He's attacking my Lachesis without being on top of me. He's brought in his Ovaleth to try to snipe the Witness, but all he can do is displace it. And obviously,
Yeah, he
it can
doesn't
just be
have
pulled
any
back in.
units really. He has to bring in quasis, and
Yeah.
they're just gonna die trying to snipe this at the moment. There was a chance for it to kill it right there, but wouldn't really offered him too much at the end of the day. The Quizzlists are all dead. It's just an armada of Tickle single file rushing into here. Flashbacks of your game against Zishy.
Poor Zishy, come back Zishy. Look at the kind of stuff you can do against Quasilisks if you're Protoss. It's going to be the Acantors mopping this up alongside the Architect, and that's just going to be GG. His push was very committal. It delayed any attempt at a tier 2, and that's going to make Hamster in a very unfamiliar position. I mean, maybe it'll become familiar as he goes on, but he is now 3-2, while Mystery Meat is 3-1. Mesk?
Hi, XD.
Hi, XD.
Now, it is going to be MoonHunter. Will
Yes.
there be cheese?
MoonHunter has one last ride here.
Supply in the top right is a list of current worker and current military count.
Now, if MoonHunter is able to stabilize, what we could see is MoonHunter would get this win on the board and then another win on the board. He would need to win the next 2 games back-to-back, and then we might force a ridiculous tiebreaker. But I don't think that's going to happen, just as an idea.
I believe in his cheese.
Velocity. Infinite velocity. That's the map we're going towards, boys.
Infinite cheese.
Infinite.
I
cheese.
believe.
Oh, one sec. This is actually the wrong version of the map, so let me update that. Classic move. It's because it was called Infinite Velocity 2. Thanks, Beaver. Appreciate that.
Okay.
It's not actually...
You have been punked by the lobsters.
Yes, they strike once again. Let's try that one more time. There we go. Now we've got the new version.
Annihilated.
Got
You
him.
have been visited by the lobster police.
Got him.
Fish react to this post, or be lobstered forever hosting the wrong maps.
Well, since MoonHunter has to download the new version of the map, I have a little bit of a time to link a Team Liquid post where I explained exactly the answer to the question that Arcane Winds just asked. I don't even know how you link to a specific post. It looks like right here. There you go. I can go ahead and paste that in the chat for you. But the TLDR is it lets us compare old units to new units a lot easier because I can just say Maverick versus Marine instead of CMBW Marine versus Starcraft 1 Marine. You get the idea. Plus, also, a lot of the old names were stupid, like Devourer. Let's get into it. This is the situation where Mystery Meat will lock in his first place finish by the skin of his teeth if he can defeat MoonHunter on a cheesy map. Well, I'll say a cheese favorable map. Well, Mystery Meat will be Protoss. He got him.
Oh, no. You were supposed to vassal rush him, so your vassal encounters his triple stockade in front of your base.
Well, that's the question, right? At 4 minutes, these burning
It's very
atlases
early
pop.
gas
Ooh.
for MoonHunter.
Okay. Is this going to be Wraith?
Just one right now, so I'm thinking it could be Wraith.
You do need 100 gas for the star pad on this patch, so...
Oh, okay. Maybe it's just Fulcrum then.
Yeah, he might
Maybe
just be
he's looking
going
for,
fast Fulcrum.
Vultures. Okay, but is Meat gonna give into the Nidus meme?
I'm not sure. I mean, he's up against a player who is, ostensibly weaker than him, right? So it should be the case that he feels confident now. He's defeated Hamster twice. The first match, he was maybe rusty. He hadn't eaten breakfast. He hadn't powered up. And now he's all good.
Yeah, but if he probably doesn't want to drop rounds, so he might not really want to take a risk against someone who's historically cheesy and get what may amount to like a coin flip of who cheeses who the best. But it is going to be a Fulcrum first, which I really expect there. I mean, I guess he could go Cyclops, but I don't know. Cyclops against Protoss, that doesn't really feel like it'd be very good. I mean, all they really have to do is just make some Zealots.
It's
And
a
they're gonna
rogue
be able to
gallery
brute force
first,
you
though.
down.
There won't be any Zealots.
It's like cheese.
Interesting.
I don't know. I mean, if he goes Vargas, then suddenly the Cyclopses are actually good. Because the Vargas, they don't move very quickly, so it's really hard for them to get a lot of mileage out of their attacks when the Cyclops are attacking them. But then he would need some detection to really comfortably deal with them. What's it going to be? It is a Cyclops. Okay.
Interesting.
If he goes for Kabbalist,
I think it's
then-
double Rogue Gallery Mask. We're gonna see. It's Barghest. It's Barghest. He's practiced Barghest on this map versus Terran to deal with Neblime if Infinite Velocity was picked. He told me that in his winner's interview. He told us that. So I'm
Was
just
that
now
specifically
calling
for
that.
Wraiths, though?
Yes.
This is going to be a little bit different.
Yeah,
but,
he's up against Mech, so maybe he just thinks it's a good strategy overall.
I mean, they still have initiative advantage. It's not like the Cyclops is going to be able to easily pick them out. And the Cyclops is not very strong defensively. They have to get a lot of damage in to actually knock down the Barghest, even if they're stacked. And it's only one Fulcrum versus double fucking Rogue Gallery. So I think it really depends. Like, is the Terran going to immediately go for a detection option? And which detection option is it going to be? I feel like it's probably wouldn't be Starpad because the gas is going to be quite intensive. I mean, he has the gas for it, but he'll be split. He wouldn't be able to make a second. I don't know about the double anchor. There's nothing in them.
Oh my god. Well,
I don't know. I guess he was kind of hoping that they would go unnoticed and he could just scoot his Cyclops through there.
yeah.
But most people are going to have this scouted, so it is incredibly bold. I mean, one is still alive, so hypothetically he could still do this, or at least try to do it.
Yeah, he might just, skirt the units through the Atlas, but the Kabbalist is already through.
Lodestone is finished, so that gives him detection here, but it doesn't offer him anything to get out of his base. The Kabbalists don't have to hard engage if they don't want to. Not until there's a critical number of them.
Goliath on
They
the way.
can, however, deny him from ever leaving his base. I think he wanted to get the Shaman, but unfortunately, he's just...
Ooh, not actually able to save that last Cyclops there, or secure the kill on it, I should say. We're seeing a little bit of damage go the way of the Kabbalists, particularly with the Goliath out now.
Yeah.
And there's the
This is
Vestry.
not
Yeah.
really... Still some feet floating over there that are just doing absolutely nothing. I think Meat might be just looking to expand and just contain at this moment. If it was Bio, he would have gotten a chance to do some more sniping here, but seeing as the Cyclops has just enough to survive the 2 hits, there needs to be some commitment for this, which there is a risk of losing Cabals. You just don't want to lose when you're at this point.
Yeah, he's
You
got
lose them,
4
then
of
you lose your
them.
contained
This
potential.
is a lot of gas. There's 75 a pop, so it can be pretty expensive to try to pop into this. Looks like the Lodestone is going to go ahead and get unloaded. And with a Shaman coming, that means he can have... It's still stationary detection, but you can unpack it and roll it around. So feels like maybe that will afford him a little bit more. 2 more Kabbalists have been made. They're just going to check on this anchor. Oh, it's still floating. Okay, see you later. And the expansion is halfway done, like you mentioned.
Yeah, so the 4 Kabbalists are going back home, though. So he's not even going to bother trying to contain at this moment.
Yeah, he's just broken the Nidus with his other 2 Kabbalists. And so MoonHunter's about to pop over there and see it destroyed and feel really sad.
Yeah.
Ah,
He probably expected
dead.
there to be more and all in or just continue to contain. But in reality, he just went back home and is going to be making an expansion, playing a little bit more defensively. There's 2 Barghists out now,
Yeah, they'll deal with the anchor.
potentially to harass when the army does attempt to move, and also to deal with this anchor that is still over here. That's 150 minerals that is just done pretty much nothing besides scout a useless corner of the map at this point.
It's
Switching
also
out of
100
vagrants.
minerals. Well, I guess 50 minerals that he never got back because you get a small amount of you get a percentage of it when you.
Yeah, the one that he
Canceled,
canceled,
so.
yeah. So it's not colossal, but definitely at his stage in the game where now he's down nearly 10 workers. That is certainly money that he would have liked to have had. Meanwhile, I think Meat might be looking towards a tech switch here because he's got 350 gas and he was building vagrants and not really looking towards building more Kabbalists at this point. He's still building Barghest, but again, he's banked up very, very heavily on gas, so he can pretty much switch anything you want. I think that honestly, Ancestral Archives is a great choice at this point. Just building up Tectons will just squash all these little tier 1 units. If that's what he really wants to do, is to go into tech. Otherwise, I felt like he would have made his gateways or whatever else by this point if he was going to switch to more or less something standard.
Hey, the deployed Shaman is going to go ahead and detect and even pick off one of the Barghists with the help of the Cyclops and Goliath together. We're big fans of that. There's another one deployed over here, but there's no Goliath immediately in the area. There it is.
Oh. Oh, no, lobster. Lobster.
Lobotomized. Well, there goes that, and the
Absolutely
Barghest does actually survive with only 20 HP. One more round of Goliath shells would have taken care of it.
So there is no tech switch for me at the moment. Still building and heavily invested into this. He can, however, go for another expansion if he wanted to at this stage. Whether or not he's afraid of his opponent moving out, the opponent may feel emboldened by killing a handful of those. There's a star pad en route. I mean, it could be Anseals, but I wonder if he wants to go for a drop. We need a lot of Trojans to comfortably move Goliaths and their detection over. There's going to be a lot of Cabalists. The thing is that so long as the Cabalists don't die too much, and he ends up with like 20 of them, he can choose just to hard engage that. They'll just burst down everything they run into.
Yeah, there's a lot of Cabalists. Like, you know, having...
4 gateways are coming.
Yep. That's a big transition into the ground. There's even more Kabbalists being made. He can just go Zealot Kabbalist if he wants, or maybe Dracodon Kabbalist. It can be a very impactful...
You can go Hierophant Kabbalist, really. Just slow them down, and then they can't escape you, and you just teleport on top of them once you've tapped them.
Yeah. And there's an Anseal and the double Shaman, but that's a lot of non-combatants, guys. And, you know, okay, the Anseal will protect versus the Kabbalist swipe, but it deals 40 damage. So in less than 4 attacks from a Kabbalist, you're already out of your Anseal energy if that's the only thing that's coming in to hit. So another Barghest, actually a trio of them are going to be investigating this side, but there's a Cyclops and a Goliath and a Lodestone, so that base is essentially impenetrable to the early harassment.
4 Dracodons coming to give him a little bit of meat to his army, but...
Ranged firepower. Dude, I love to see the 13 Kabbalists on the field right now. It's such a strange foreign sight. And there is an Atlas coming, halfway done.
Depending on how things go here, they could absolutely snipe some of these units regardless of the detection, with them being separated as they are. This pylon will scout his army moving over here.
Yeah, funnily enough, it was placed to catch them coming from the middle, but there's the lower middle path that will finally see some use now. And I think that's kind of interesting because he could have just walked right past it if he was aware that that pylon was there. Looks like.
Now there's 3 Barghest. They're just sitting here at the transition. They're there mostly to catch workers that transfer between the bases.
Yeah.
Since both bases do have lodestones with a handful of units in them, the Atlas is about to finish.
Remember, no tech add-ons
in
required.
a terrible spot at this point because this
Well,
investment on Meats hasn't done much damage now. But his army is not very threatening, and it's really split up. So
yeah, he's also there's an
is
enormous trap here where there's 13 Kabbalists hanging out in the 3rd mineral line.
Yep. But he didn't engage. He saw the Dracodons, and he got spooked. A chunk of his army is just not really that dangerous against them at all. I mean, Meat can just force this, honestly. He doesn't have to.
No, there doesn't need to be any respect. It looks like he's going to use the Kabbalists and just path them down and around all the way into the 4th base, potentially, where you might see somebody.
Yeah, there's a witness keeping an eye on them there, just outside, but the Goliath is going to give it a little tickle.
There you go.
He wants to hold his ground, but it's just not a big army, and the Kabbalists are just taking a very, very scenic route over.
So here's an interesting flourish. The choice for MoonHunter has been Covenants, the formerly Covert Ops, and that is going to give him access to Savants. He has done Savant drops in TVT before, so we might actually get to see a little bit of what he's made of. I love the single file.
These Kabbalists are going to run face first. Yeah.
Oh, no. Not quite. Doesn't work on undetected units anymore.
Oh. Well, that's an interesting thing. I'm just going to turn around and I don't think he even needs them.
No, he doesn't even need them, but they will reveal themselves, and you were outsmarted, outgunned, and totally surrounded and destroyed. See, nerd.
Absolutely.
That's like an in-game cutscene moment right there. Right, record that one and use it in your campaigns, boys.
Yep. My refurbished vanilla campaign I am considering doing involving Jim Raynor and Thrall.
Yes.
And their relationship with various plants. It is going to be a magical drop.
Ooh,
that's en route.
Okay, I like that. Well, there's 2 Wardens coming, I guess, or at least 1 Warden coming, 1 Warden already done in the natural. And the Wraith is just sort of moving around here, but it's not going to see too much, right? Unless he's actively paying attention to the vision here with the distortions. He might have maybe heard the proximity decloak there, which does indeed happen. And we have an anchor coming, but it's a little bit of a ways off. Now, the Savants can do Kinetic Pen in their default mode. And you can actually see what mode they are by taking a look at their status. Entropy Gauntlets is their default mode. And since the Anseal was detecting them, funnily enough, the mine could actually pop onto those Kabbalists. That's a neat
intro. Magical is about to land here.
And where does he want to do it? You can outrange the Wardens.
He wants the main, but the second Warden is just finished.
Okay.
Ah.
Oh, man, that's actually a pretty brutal.
They all got.
My God,
That
man.
was like 26 kills or something between the two of them there. They all got hooked in each other because he didn't waypoint them on the resources.
Yes.
So they just kind of like stood there and died. Now the other base is being attacked. 1 kill so far.
Well, the problem is I don't think that this can be held by MoonHunter, but the drop is pretty effective.
Yep. Shut down mining in both bases completely.
He's got some Dracodons on the way that can clean that up, though.
Might even get a warden here for his trouble. Meanwhile, Witness dies in front. The phalanxes are tickling. And, I mean, Meat can honestly force his way up here.
He has the charlatans
army
and
is
everything.
so
Yeah,
much
he
larger.
absolutely could just attack in, but he feels a little bit concerned. He has another Witness in the general vicinity. His warden is being tickled
Yeah.
from the top thanks to the sight of
Yep.
the Trojan. But it looks like it'll be
Zealots
saved
taking
thanks to
over
the
here.
Zealots. There you go. Now you can mine again. But his army is sort of spun out in the meanwhile since he's waypointed it in a
Yeah,
confusing
Meat
location.
lost a lot of momentum that I don't think he realized he even had. He could have forced that so easily. But since his witnesses kept dying, I guess he wasn't really sure what was waiting him up the ramp, and he didn't want to take the risk. Instead, he's going for Argosy, and I feel like what you're going to see in this case is going to be the double Didact recall.
Or even just one could do him wonders if he can path it in the right spot. He has Barghest scouting out the natural. There's not really any forward detection. You don't need to worry about
Yeah,
anti-air.
those Barghest have been there for a long time. I think he was hoping to kill some workers with them, but they don't have any kills. They're just have been chilling there for quite a few minutes now.
Yeah, Trojan is on the way back, wounded. It can pick up some additional madrigals. Obviously, MoonHunter's going to be feeling pretty good that he caught Mystery Meat off guard that way. And it looks like there is indeed a second Argosy on the way with the first Didact coming. There's still not any defenders lying around. I mean, he's got some on the ramp to his third. But if, another Trojan comes by and he doesn't catch it on the move out, then that could be a really bad situation. At the same time, MoonHunter's army is a lot more vulnerable on the same ground. So, Dracodon's sort of like moving around. They're actually attack moving into a peculiar position. Oh, they're tracking the Trojan right now.
There's actually, there's some Draconians chasing the Trojan all the way across the map beneath us.
It looks like
And
he's
Meat
figured
just
that
finally
out.
found them.
Yeah, his units
He's like,
automatically
"Huh,
started
what's
playing the
going
game
here?"
for him. He's just going to enjoy that.
Very StarCraft 2-esque.
Yeah, the Barghests
Just needs
are...
auto mining now.
Right,
Then you really can just start the game and go AFK.
absolutely. Well, it looks like he's just going to scout the other bases. His Barghest gets zoned away a little bit. Actually, a couple of Watchdogs have been put down, and there are 2 Madrigals here that are undoubtedly destined for...
Don't think he
Another
suspects the Didact, so I think he's more or less keeping in mind of vassal horrors or something of that
Yeah.
nature. He's not really positioned around his main, which is where a drop would be really bad. Just turns his ramps against him, and that's, I think, what's going to happen very soon here. Is
Well,
there's actually Solarian coming in route 2 just for a little bit of extra beef, although Terran typically just annihilate all the stewards, but...
yeah, the Madrigal also did thread the needle. It's heading towards where the 4th base is being set up here for Mystery Meat, who, despite obviously taking all of that economic damage, actually still had more workers at the end of it,
Yeah.
and definitely has more workers now. So, despite MoonHunter's shenanigans, he wasn't really able to do too much. He also hasn't added a treasury or anything with an anvil, so he has no opportunity to nuke with Eidolons. Looks like he's going to try to move out, but honestly, this force could absolutely get run over by the sheer number of Zealots, Dracodons, Kabbalists, etc., depending on the engagement. He would have to do a little bit of a surround because of the kinetic pen from all of these savants. This is a very, very expensive army for MoonHunter.
There's the Madrigals. They've dropped. Workers, again, not going under resources, got caught up in each other. A lot of kills went in there, and one of them manages to escape.
Yeah, that definitely reduces the lethality of the follow-up drop, though, when you only have one of them. And, it's kind of... It's very strange that Mystery Meat is allowing this sort of thing, because he's usually pretty good at defending this sort of thing from Neblime, so it's a little puzzling. I think maybe the opening here, his double Didact is coming, and that's probably going to be GG, unless the army from MoonHunter cycles back in time, which doesn't really seem to be the case. He's adding starports. But yeah, it's interesting that he's suffering from that. Maybe this is a nice reminder of how powerful they can be before he faces off against Neblime. His first witness is being tickled a little bit there, but manages to avoid death.
If that pulls his attention over there, he might even catch the Didacts, but since they're so slow, they're lagging behind that. going to catch sight of the star parts that are down there. Not really too much of an issue.
Yeah, he's just going to
Just gonna
recall
drop right on top of the
directly
save
on
end.
top of the Savants. And there you go. Solarian is here. The giant recall. This happened in the grand finals of Ascension 5, and here, Mystery Meat felt pressured to pull it out in the group stage to get himself first place, if he can secure it. It looks like MoonHunter is just going to go ahead and attack move. There's not really a great amount of defense here. There are engrams, but the critical thing is there's time, and it's on Mystery Meat's side. MoonHunter doesn't really have time to set up a more beleaguered siege line and break them down, whittle them down bit by bit. And instead, you know, he's decided to go for the attack move, but I don't know. It feels like maybe he's overwhelmed at this position. He didn't want to bring his army back to defend, and he's not sending them anywhere else either.
Yeah, I may as well try to go for the trade, but 2 Empyreans, a whack of Zealots, a bunch of engrams. The Anseal just explodes and dies. I don't think this attack is going to do really too much damage.
MoonHunter isn't even paying attention right now.
Yeah.
He's only now realized, oh shit, I should probably pay attention to my units. Now the Savants are doing pretty good against the Zealots, at least initially. The Empyreans are here, but all the Goliaths are down, so I think the anti-air is going to be pretty solid. We'll have to see if they can maybe get a couple of frags, consolation on the end. They've switched over to their shorter range weaponry, and that will steal the attack rate, and you can see how impactful that can be.
Oh yeah, and they melted those engrams. Quite a bit of damage there, but just kind of moves up the ledge, and that's kind of about it.
Yeah, meanwhile, the last production structure, the Ministry, the last thing that MoonHunter has, it is going to be GG. He will be eliminated, and that means we have our final standings as well, with Mystery Meat managing to make it out. Honestly, Hamster had a real shot, but he didn't close out Sideshow, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah, it was a little scary for Meat there. He was obviously showing some real weakness as Zerg, and that could really be problematic for him in times to come, where if he manages to be absolutely devastated by my luck and roll Zerg, I don't know, 4, 5, 6, 7 times in a row against stronger opponents, well, let's just hope that he can figure out what to do at tier 3 with Zerg, because he definitely looked very uncertain in that. But the other matches are kind of more or less what you expected. There was some uncertainty and a little bit of danger zones, especially in one match against all the Protathalorus and stuff like that.
On Highwater, right?
Ledges. Yeah, Highwater, that was it. But the Zerg wasn't able to deal with his Ancestral Archives units at all, so he kind of was able to pull off of that. And, you know, someone like Shambler, you know, and have more or less a better idea what to do at that stage with those. And, you know, it showed that the newcomers, in spite of the fact they're newcomers, they haven't had the, you know, 5 Ascensions worth of experience on top of everything else to go with it, are still putting him to the test and able to take rounds off of him. So that was certainly very interesting to see.
I'll say, yeah, we have our final standings on your screen. Mystery Meat exits in first place, although it was a lot spookier even than last time. He has the same scoreline, 4-1. Hamster exits in second place with a record of 3-2, and MoonHunter is unfortunately eliminated winlessly. But listen, man, I love the stockades. I love the anchors.
Listen, he brought attitude.
He brought attitude.
And he was the real winner here.
I'll have to say so, yeah. So I'm a big fan of what we've seen here today. And honestly, I'm really excited to see where Hamster goes. I think depending on who he draws from a first seed from another group, he could actually be even keeled or maybe even the favorite. It depends on how we see the other groups pan out. But yeah, I agree. I mean, the meta is a little bit different now, and there hasn't been too much practice from somebody like Mystery Meat. So, you know, what do you do in that situation when maybe everybody's afraid to face you and then you're kind of rusty as a result? You know, that's something that you got to watch out for as a possibility.
Yeah, Hamster, I think, had a pretty strong showing. It was more like he needed to make the call to make Gazethalors against the Patriarchs and stuff like that. But other than that, I mean, he was doing pretty well. It was quite back and forth for a fair while.
Yes.
And, you know, it's just like a late game experience thing. It's not something you're really even going to get a lot, even within a lot of practice, because most games, and that was the really interesting thing about these series, is again, we saw cheese or we saw tier 3. Consistently back and forth.
Right.
Now, in that last match, I feel like it was more Mystery Meat being safe about it than anything. But in the matches before that, it was consistently the Zerg were getting into tier 3 on top of being fairly aggressive consistently, whether or not the aggression was successful. And that was certainly very interesting to see because, in the previous matches, we usually see Zerg hanging out in Tier 2 a lot longer, trying to make a lot more use out of backlisks. And then, we haven't really seen them as much now, but before it was like, the Gorkors and stuff like that were usually a staple. We don't really see them as much now, but I feel like in many cases they might have been more useful, maybe not against mass Patriarch up Tectons or something like that, but before you hit that point. In either event, Zerg did just go straight to Casualist afterwards, so that was quite different, and the polarity between that and the cheesier games will be memorable for me for sure. So I think a lot of people don't have a lot of practice at those stages in the game. This has definitely been abnormal as far as Ascension is concerned. And nice to see that, and also nice to see the new maps in action as well.
Yeah, I think overall it was looking pretty solid. Let me reach out here to Mystery Meat and ask him if he wants to do a winner's interview for his group. And other than that, yeah, I'm mostly interested in seeing where things go from here. I'm sure he's definitely got a mouthful. I guarantee you he's going to have some balanced talk here after those games. But we'll see what he wants to do, if he wants to pop in or not. Either way, though, we're looking at a potential for Mystery Meat not only to exit in first place, but get another deep finish. It would only make sense. He's the reigning champion. But Random definitely did look a little bit interesting. That's what I mostly want to talk to. And I definitely want to talk to him about that sort of thing and see what we can do. It looks like he's going to be popping in just a moment when he realizes that I'm moving him into the channel. There we go. Welcome, Mystery Meat, the man who is a man who is first place. How does it feel?
Pretty good. I thought I already knew Hamster was pretty good, so
Right.
I always felt like I had the hard group, even though we haven't seen B, C, or D groups. But
yeah. Well, maybe I'll get a chance to ask you about that a little bit. But if we go back to the standings for just this group for just a moment, the first match against Hamster, you rolled Zerg. It was Otherworld. You picked the map. How did you feel when you got Zerg? Did you feel like you were going to be okay in ZVZ? Like, I was expecting his ZVT to be better, but it looks like he maybe practiced up some for that mirror matchup. What do you think about that play?
it was really just my fault. In like the mid game, I had what's it called? I had my control groups of like one was my like the layer Kaffirlos group.
Oh
and
yeah.
And the
The
other
same problems I have.
group was like the hatchery Larvosk, but I had snuck one of the like layers into like the hatchery Larvosk group.
Right.
So they like weren't producing anything because they have the same. You can still build larva or something like that. It's kind of weird, kind of annoying.
Yeah. There's a little bit of a UX fluffle that will happen, and in the heat of the battle, when you're just trying to micromanage and multitask a bunch of stuff, that
So,
can
like,
absolutely get you.
I felt like for like 10 minutes I was just not making units until I noticed.
Right.
I was like, because even on like when you select them all, they're all like orange and red, and like it's really hard to tell.
Oh, I see. When there's the mix selection of the group wire.
Yeah,
and stuff.
so it's like you have to like the layer has like the two spires at the top, but like when you're going fast, it's really hard to pay attention to that. So
yeah, maybe some visual updates can be done to make it so that they're easier to delineate in the future. That's some reasonable feedback, I would say. We were wondering about that because when you made the Kaffirlos, I wanted to get your opinion on that anyway, because I thought you were banking for a lot of mutas, but now I think maybe you were worried about a lot of air presence. This is before all the calculusks came out, and there's only just a spattering of them from Hamster. And I thought maybe he's thinking, I need to get Vith Muta or something like that. Was that sort of the play when you morphed the Kaffirlos to begin with? Because you had a lot of money banked up at that point.
I wasn't really sure what I was thinking, to be honest.
Got it.
I was like, oh, let's try Bactylus and Tetzoricors. Those guys are funny. And then the Hamster came in with like a bunch of calculus and whatever, and they just like kind of destroyed me. And I was like, wow, calculus are actually really good.
Yeah, they've been slept on a little bit, I think, especially with everybody looking at Mass Muta. But I feel like they'll be an effective combo. It's not to say you can't build Muta into them, but you definitely need to choose your battles. And that seems. And
then I was just like looking at like the test map after the map, and they're actually like quite cheap. So yeah, maybe I should have just gone. If I had just gone the mass calculus from the start,
It might have just ended up being like a wild sort of air stacking moment there if you had done that, since he also had a lot. But either way, it was a pretty competitive match, and it seemed like you didn't mind too much. I joked that you had to finish your breakfast so you could power up, and you didn't drop a match after. So you still feeling pretty good despite the early hiccup there? You feeling like you're on track to take another tourney?
Yeah.
There you go.
I think.
What if you roll Zerg every game?
I feel like Zerg is definitely my weakest race.
Because you hit like tier 3. And I had always suspected that you were having issues with the Kaffralos, because it's the exact same problem that I have.
Yeah.
Where if you get your hotkeys ever mixed up, it can be a real pain in the ass to sort them out, especially in the middle of doing everything else. And meanwhile, nothing's happening, because there was a key point where he was attacking you, and he had a whole bunch of larvae selected, but nothing was happening. And I just felt that pain. And as a result, you had invested into tier 3, but nothing ever actually came out of it.
Yeah. I think at one point, I forgot I built tier 3, and I was like, wow, I'm really low on gas. I wonder how that happened.
Gotcha.
I felt like he has to have a plan. He's going to tier 3. And then...
I was trying to go for Zarkava cores.
Yeah.
Right,
And then you didn't have a Zorka's Shroud, so then you had to make a Zorka's Shroud. And then...
I had to remember how to actually build Zarkava.
Yeah, that can be a challenge in the heat of things. If you're, I mean, something Mesk pointed out before we started the interview here. I'm not sure if you caught it on the stream. He said that a lot of games don't really go that late. A lot of games don't really go to tier 3, so it's hard for us to like immediately remember all the different things, especially if you don't have a lot of practice. Now, I, as the mod author, can be like, oh yeah, they can do this, and then they can do that. But like in the moment, you might not notice that. You might not remember that. So that absolutely can play a factor. And I figured, maybe that was what was going on, where you had tier 3 for so long.
Yeah. Well, also for me, it's just Zerg is my least played race. Mostly because I did the Ascension tournaments for Terran,
right? And
then I did the last one for Protoss. So when I practice for the tournaments, I'm just spamming that one race, right?
Right.
Yeah. So for Zerg,
I feel
most
like
of my games don't even get past like tier 2, like the Bactylus.
Yeah, that's
Once
right.
you get there, that's like it felt like a lot of the games just ended. So
I feel like late game Zerg is very unknown for a lot of people.
Yeah, I would say
you don't really see a lot of tier 3 Zerg just in general. Like if the Zerg goes into tier 3, it's usually for one specific thing. Like when you had the Hamster going Alcagelisks. He did that in both times he went to tier 3, he went straight to Alcagelisks. And he didn't make any other tier 3 units, which gave you an easier time in one of the last matches where you just had Patriarchs. And the Alcagelis, every time they had to try to pick something off, you would trade with him, and you would deal splash damage when he could have went Gazithalors. So did you feel comfortable about that matchup?
The Protoss one?
Yeah, on Highwater.
Yeah. Well, I didn't realize that they had like the bounce like the Bactylus.
Yeah, right.
So going into the test map to just look at the unit, and I was like, oh, they're like Bactylus. That's why I was kind of just building the vassals as like a meat shield to just get on top of them, so that they.
Unfortunately, we weren't able to see Alcagelis just dueling only vassals. He kept fleeing away from your vassals. He was terrified of them and kept hiding from them.
I remember there was one point he had like a really low one, and he just ran it into his spores. I was like,
yeah.
They do.
He was
one
intimidated
damage.
by vassals.
Well, you would have actually killed one of them because it's like range dependent, like the Bactylus, and you were right on top of them with the vassals. So I think you probably would have. I wanted to see one Alcagelis die to vassals. That's all I wanted to see. It's like a Star Sovereign dying to vassals.
It was just like what's it called? Like I knew on the toss game, I knew that they had the bounce with the Bactylus, so that's why I was using the vassals to just get in close and mess up the targeting.
Yeah, it was a good play. It ended up allowing you to secure the dub. I really liked the stasis trap as well. I've noticed that now 2 different games, because you got Protoss, multiple games in a row, 2 separate Protoss matches, you go for Didac. So you seem to like laying the double Didac trap. It's gas intensive, but you think it's pretty good? Between the recall and the stasis, all that stuff.
The toss game, I built one Diadac just in case I somehow got surrounded. So I could just recall.
Oh, I see, yeah.
What's it called? The Patriarchs, Teptons, and Archons, they're all really expensive. So if I lose that army, it just takes so long to rebuild, and it's just like I lose. So
Right.
what I was trying to do is like, so he kept on building like those outlying bases after his like quadrant.
Hmm.
So I didn't want him to get more than 4 bases. So my plan was to use my army, go into those pockets, kill the base, and then like I don't want to get surrounded.
Right.
So just recall out from there.
That's not a bad
That was
play.
the plan.
Yeah, that's not a bad play.
Because if I lost the army, then I just lose the game.
Yeah.
That's just I can't
Remake it
Remaxed.
very fast, even with the Crucible on your Ancestral Archives. Yeah. So, okay, cool stuff. Well, now we'll keep an eye out for that kind of play from future Protosses, and especially you when you inevitably roll Protoss for 3 more games in a row, because random is definitely random. Well, thank you for the interview, and of course, I'm going to be looking forward to seeing you in playoffs. I'm glad that the prediction of having you first was successful after all, despite the early hiccups, and definitely looking forward to getting your thoughts after the tournament's over again. Maybe the winner's interview for the whole grand finals, that whole hoop de la. But yeah, thanks again, Mystery Meat, and congrats on exiting in first place.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Well, Mesk, that does mean that we are looking towards the other groups. And our next one is going to be in, I want to say, about a half an hour. That's going to be an all-Terran group, Neblime, the Beaver, and ItDepends. Now, you've seen a little bit of, obviously we've all seen a lot of Neblime. Have you seen any of ItDepends? I can't remember. I don't think so, right?
It depends. No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any. I
Gotcha.
expect to meme that name as hard as I possibly can, though.
Yes, of course.
I feel like it's obligatory.
Yeah.
I think you have played against him, haven't you?
No, I've spectated some matches where he has played. He definitely was grinding out a bunch of matches against Neblime recently, but Neblime was playing Zerg since they're in the same group, and he didn't want to give any TVT away. But it still gave ItDepends some practice. He is
How well
also,
did he do?
as far as I know, I mean, I don't think he was able to take any matches, but one of the things that is interesting to me is that the one replay that was sent to me, because it had a hash error in it on a non-standard map, so we have no idea what the reason was for, of course. But I'll debug that later. It was interesting because he was trying to do an anchor contain and like some interesting strats that like I just haven't seen people actually do. So that's another case where we might see something cheesy, or we might just see something that's a little bit unconventional because he's a brand new player in that sense. He's only been playing for like under a week now, I think. And so he's going to join with the Beaver, who, as far as I know, has had 0 practice recently. It's just going to be TVT the whole way through. I'm sure the games won't go for an hour long apiece.
So you're probably favoring Neblime in that one, then.
I would say Neblime, and then really, like, the Beaver knows more about the project, and he obviously knows some of the maps since he made them. But maybe ItDepends as like a stronger overall player. Maybe if he survives the early game, he can do some cheesy stuff in the mid game. We could see some really silly TVT matches because it can be hard to close, especially if you're not really familiar with the tech tree. So that could be really interesting there. But I think Neblime should dismiss the rest of them pretty easily.
Someone is saying that Wyverns don't do any damage, but I
didn't
know
get
if that's
any
on this
additional
version or
info
not.
for you here, so we'll have to.
I
We'll
mean, you can just probably hop into the test map and
and I'll be doing
just to
that
make
in
sure it
between
isn't
games.
on this version.
Yeah, and if it is, it's an easy fix. So it didn't end up making a difference because MoonHunter, he built starports, but he never built Wyverns. So maybe he already knew that.
It's just because we're going. I just would bring that up just in case.
Right.
You want to test it before we go into an all-Terran.
Yes,
game.
absolutely,
Might
because
be
they will
Wyverns on that.
make an appearance almost certainly. So. Yeah, with that being said, I think we can probably take our break and we'll get into a little bit more details about the preview. So we'll see you guys back in a half an hour. If you go somewhere, make sure you're back by then. And until then, enjoy the links on the bottom of the screen. Remember, you can join, you can participate in tournaments like these in the future, and you can experience the greatest Brood War mod ever made because that's pretty epic. So smoke that weed.
Smoke the weed.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome 1, 2, and 3. We've got Group B coming at you, an all-Terran group for Cosmonarchy Brood War. Big shout out to the raid. Do appreciate that. We are building an alternative Starcraft, you could think of it as. Many more tech tiers, many more options, much bigger game going on here in terms of sometimes the game length, but absolutely in terms of the tech trees. Very different experience, but stick around, you might learn a thing or two. We got all Terran here, nice and easy on the palette. Everybody loves them some tank lines, right? And of course, we have Neblime taking on the Beaver 99. That is going to be our opening matchup here. And I do believe that we are gearing up to get ourselves ready. If you somehow missed the opening group, let me just tell you, it was a banger. We had some interesting matches between MoonHunter and whoever he fought against, because it was just Cheese City. But we also had some long games between Mystery Meat and Hamster. Hamster was able to step to the king, the reigning champion, but unfortunately Mystery Meat was still able to make it to 4-1 record and qualify into first place. That means he'll be going into playoffs with the preferential seed. Neblime looking to do exactly the same thing in his group, where he is admittedly favored. But I gotta say, the Beaver is somebody who hasn't been playing that much recently, and in some ways that means that maybe you're not practiced, maybe you're a little rusty. In other ways, that can give you an advantage. Who can scouting report somebody who's not playing? Maybe he's just busy with the AI, fighting it alongside them. Who knows what could be happening there. And then we've got the Joker from the top rope, as the hype video so eloquently put it. It depends. He signed up as fraud. I'm obviously not letting him do that because our community is called the No Frauds Club. So I'm actually going to refer to him by his username. Total newcomer. Started playing less than a week ago. Is he going to be good enough to defeat Neblime or the Beaver 99? We're going to have to find out. But first, the aforementioned matchup is going to take place. So, with that being said, we are now back with Group B. And Mystery Meat looking weak. I'm a big fan, personally. I think we're going to have some good matches in this very group. I expect at least one of these matches to contain the ion cannon, the diadem. But we'll need to see Tier 3 for that first. So, without further ado, I think we should get into it. Let's get our players a ready check. Let's make sure they're not actively watching the stream, because then they would just hear me commentate all the spoilers and they would know everything. Although I guess if both of them are doing it, maybe it's kind of fair, but obviously we're not going to go for that. GLHF shall be exchanged, and we're going to Derelict for our first match. A desert 1v1 map, spawns 2, not 4. Let's see what our players decide to do with that information. And we do have Neblime, the red Terran, in the bottom left against Beaver, the Beaver 99, the blue Terran in the top right. Now, this is a surprising circumstance, because honestly, we never see red versus blue in CMBW, but we happen to roll it. We've got over 100 player colors, and we happen to roll the classic ones. This one's for all you Brood War diehards who never like anything to change. Maybe nothing changed. Now, this is a very early Mason, our name for the SCV, and it is pathing directly to this high ground base at 6 o'clock. And I know the Beaver. If I'm the Beaver, I'm very, very interested in proxy fulcruming. But it doesn't look like there's any gas being harvested, which you don't need a cap for. Both of our players just happily harvesting minerals, enjoying themselves. We do indeed have a stockade coming for both of our players, but they're in very different locations, ladies and gentlemen. This is a proxy stockade, and it's going to land right here. And I think it's going to build Ahmeds, Hurricanes, our name for the Firebat, affectionately nicknamed Ahmed, and there will be a relatively normal-ish scout timing coming out here for the Beaver, who is down a worker as a result of his shenanigans. But he looks to make that up. This is high-risk, high-reward gameplay here. And the scouts are going to sort of walk each other across. Now, there is a neutral treasury on this map, and that does give you access to these geysers. When you see neutral town centers like the treasury, you can return to them as any player. That's a new mechanic in Cosmonarchy Brood War. The liftoff is away. You'll notice that buildings move a little bit faster in CMBW when they're lifted off. And yeah, there's really no expectation that that's going to happen, right? You know, the Neblime's just going to stim his Maverick, because unlike Marines, Mavericks have stim pack from the get-go. And he will indeed see
Some interesting things happening over here with a single Huracan and a second stockade being added. He didn't even follow it up with a stockade in his base. So now, absolutely, you need to start looking around for things. And his first Maverick is going to find the stockade floated over, but there's already a Huracan out. You got a stim, you got a kite. Ahmed's after you. And the first fire has already landed. The armor shred is going to be in effect, but I think, honestly, with this many Mavericks, Ahmed's a legend, but I think he will be put down. There's a second one already done, but can you really 2v1 Mavericks? I think the other one's not long for this world. This second stockade is coming in. Okay, he's doing a little bit of damage, but oh, the body block from the Mason, and now he'll go ahead and weld those suits shut. The second stockade floated, but is it really going to do anything? I think it's just going to float on back home, and a macro game will be attempted, but I don't think it's going to happen too much here. We do indeed force out a couple additional repairs. Maybe you could have gone for the Mason specifically just to get rid of that. Get one worker out of the equation, and more Mavericks are being rallied down to deal with this shenanigans. My goodness. Yeah, Terran's no bounds, man. I was so sure that the cheeses would be like 7 pulls out of Zerg or, you know, something like that, but nope, not the case. So, you know, we got to see the new Firebat. If you guys like Firebats, well, you got to see them. But not long for this world. That's 75 minerals a pop for those, instead of costing gas. Now, we do have some gas being harvested here. I would suspect we are going to see... Well, are we even going to see aggression out of Neblime? Okay, let me level with you guys, right? Neblime is notorious for being very passive. But he is sending a Mason and 4 Mavericks across the map. He could end up landing himself in a situation where he can actually try to end the game somewhat soon. The anchor is done, but there's nothing to staff it yet, and the currently the stockade is not actually making anything. This one is being repaired. Well, that's great, but you're not making any units. So there's going to be a Cyprian, and at the very least, we will see some Mavericks on the way to see if they can take down that position. And now, I do believe my co-caster has returned. Hello, Escatumesk.
You know, when I sit down and I look at a map state like this, I feel... Neblime is building an anchor right next to Beaver's anchor.
You came back just in time to see a Cyprian get executed by firing squad as soon as it left the building. And the fulcrum was completed, but nothing was made out of it. The boys are pulled off the line. Get them off the line. You got a body block of like footballers, linebackers. Try to stop those Mavericks from making it into the anchor, and they've done the full surround. They got to go all the way around the building. But there's no unit coming out. The Masons are trying to kill the anchor. They weren't actually able to make it through. Oh no! And there's a repair happening at the same time, but I think the anchor is gonna fall. The Cyprian is out. It's gonna get focused down. It was on a rally. Okay, it does stay alive. Pay no attention to the fact that Neblime is above 10 workers right now. This is a live game. The second time the stockade fully repaired is gonna land back where it came from and start building more Firebats. We need those Ahmeds.
Is it gonna come? Is it coming? It's landed. It's waiting.
Ahmed.
Yeah. Oh, here it comes.
Ahmed has returned. Dude, there's 3 Ahmeds for Neblime. So yeah, this is what you missed. This is how the game started. And as soon as there was nothing in Beaver's base, Neblime just scouted it immediately with a Maverick and started wailing on it, so... Little awkward. We got triple stockade with Starpad in the background, and one of those stockades is adding a vestry. I think Neblime just steamrolls from here, boys, but maybe this Ahmed maneuver will surprise him. Who would do it a second time? Well, he's actually going to scout it with this Mason.
He is suspicious of there being a second time.
Listen, we need a response. Ahmed versus Ahmed. The destined fight. No, fight him like a fair man. Put that Cyprian away, dude. This is an Ahmed
fight. You gotta have 3 Ahmed versus 3 Ahmed.
Dude, that's 3. Oh, he's even bringing the Mason. Dude, this is bullying.
You can't do it like this.
Ahmed, an effort was made. He did kill 2 of the opposing Ahmeds. Honestly, if this was a fair fight, that would be a little bit more. Look at this repair train. Dude, they're lined up for Ahmed. He can just kill them all. With a little bit better firing. They absolutely could have done that.
Bring in an Anseal to
kill
it.
Protect against Ahmed. Well, there's a Mason, a Vulture, a bunch of random infantry units, sort of slowly moving across the map, but there is a fully stocked
The Mason
anchor.
has 4 health.
It died. The Vulture didn't even lay a lobotomy mine. No lobsters for the Beaver?
No lobster. One final Ahmed pops out at the very last moment.
Oh, ass blasted.
Beaver having second thoughts about his engage. Honestly, when I saw that huge string of blue dots across my, I really just assumed it was all Masons. I just assumed it was DF coming back from the grave.
Yeah, he's poisoned your mind.
I just always think of that now. It's like if I see a string, it's just, oh, he's pulled the boys. Here they come.
No, it's actual military units, but I don't think you can really bust. I mean, there's no star pad, there's no transport, right?
It's the Ahmed's.
Oh, okay. Hey, if he flies over the middle of the map, these Trojans could get sniped down, and then there would be no military left.
Imagine Neblime loses because his Trojans got murdered by Mavericks, but
no.
Now he's going in a slightly less silly route.
Well, he's adding Administrative for a third base, and he's using this as a warm-up game, and I say that quite literally since there's more Harakans being built.
Yes.
The Ancil is here to
it's
scout.
still Mason over there. Beaver could just make another one.
Yeah, he made 2 in the same spot, so he might as well make a third. Okay.
All Beaver's units, of course, are over there. There is an Ancil in his base, just chilling out.
The Beaver doesn't seem too interested in worrying about that sort of thing.
And it can't attack me. How dangerous can it be? Now it's flying away. And Ahmed has arrived in its place.
Oh, Ahmed. You do the darndest things.
Beaver attempts to go for the trade here. And the hordes and hordes of Masons spin around aggressively. All the Mavericks die. Benno frowns in the reflection.
And that, my friends, is the end of our
Ministry
first
lifted
match.
off, but there was still a Maverick there shooting it, so he couldn't force Neblime to spend another 5 minutes bringing units over there, systematically tripping over lobsters along the way.
I am a big fan of that game. That was silly. Listen, you got to start every group off has to begin with cheese. You said it yourself at the in the interim here while we were waiting. So. GG and silly, very silly. Oh dear.
That was goofy. Yeah, I got caught up making lunch for my grandmother, and I just knew I was gonna sit down and see something silly. And now I've got to run again. I'm gonna come back again. I'm gonna sit down, and it's going to be silly. Hopefully, I'll be gone less long this time, though.
We'll see you when you return. Otherworld is selected by ItDepends. This man... Ah, he's fraud. You can't be fraud. Let's see what he says. See what he says to this. Fraud power. No, there can be no fraud. Dude, this is the No Frauds Club.
But there's a fraud in your lobby right there.
No, that's not allowed.
That's a fraud.
You can't be fraud.
Dude, it's a fraud. By fraud.
Yeah, we've got custom names or messages when they join. It's perfect. Beautiful.
Bye, fraud. 3 exclamation point.
There you go.
Oh, it's him.
Let's go! Otherworld, map 2. We're heading into it. Can Neblime go 4-0 through these jokers that try to play Terran against him? Well, let's see what kind of cheeses we've got in store for us today. It depends. It depends who is the white Terran in the top right of Otherworld, and the bottom right of Otherworld is Palatinate Blue Terran. This is a 2-spawn map, just like the last one. Mesk, we can now see the resources. I hope you're happy.
Listen, you may be upside down, but you're still spamming. What about the arthritis? Think about our traditions. Do you think It Depends is gonna cheese?
He's got 6 AP. Oh, never mind. I think he
don't
was
need
reading a
APM.
tooltip or something. He's going for a Fulcrum first, it looks like. He has attempted to use Bio, and I don't think it worked out very well for him. So I think he'll
know
just
that
go
for
ahead and do that. I think Neblime might cheese. Yep, Neblime's cheesing.
Of course he is. I guarantee every single game is going to have something cheesy.
Well, why not? I mean, it's a Terran group. If you don't see a game that has cheese in it, you might actually have to play out all the way until Diadems. You don't know what's going to happen. Now, okay,
Yeah, I mean,
something
how
to
many people
mention.
even know what to do at that point in the game.
Right. The Fulcrum is coming down. The Fulcrum is 5 seconds faster to build than on the last tournament patch. So that will make a difference into this kind of timing. And I don't think ItDepends has enough sort of awareness, I would say, to be like, oh yeah, sure, absolutely. The the stockade that's so super late, clearly Neblime is playing normally. When he scouts this, I don't know what he's going to think. This stockade is already done. It's building a Maverick. And an anchor is on the way.
Of course, the anchor, yeah.
He's just redoing his championship win. He got all the way to the grand finals by cheesing Mystery Meat in this exact map in this exact position. So the Fulcrum is complete. There's a bit of a wagon train happening over there with some workers chasing workers in both bases. And we do have a vulture on the way, so maybe that'll be something interesting. But nobody's scouting the right side of the map. Yeah, ItDepends. This is his first time, dude. He changed his name from Fraud to ItDepends. And then you do this to the guy. We'll see how successful it is. Does he want to... No, he's going to lift off with just the Mason in it. That's going to allow him to
Masons
repair.
are chasing each other across the map in 2 locations. Listen, he's building lobsters. And
Oh, he brought the stockade with him. He's just going to... fuck it, I'll just land here and build. And only now is he... Nope, he still hasn't realized. He's still not looking. Now he sees. Wait a second. You can't do that to me. And
Yes,
in
he
fact,
can.
he can. He pulls all the boys. Hey, he surrounded the Mason. He should kill the Mason while it's repairing. Where's the Vulture at? Double Vulture. Oh, he puts a
There's
mine
Hank.
down right in front of that, but there's an Ahmed popping out on the other side. Excuse me.
Ahmed.
Ahmed can't fit. He can't get in. Oh. Brutal.
Spot, man.
Wait a second. ItDepends hasn't even died yet. Oh, the last one. No, not Ahmed. No. Go to the mine.
Ahmed.
Lobotomize him.
Ahmed.
Oh, wait. Ahmed's being repaired.
Ahmed's being repaired.
Ah! Killed the repairman. Oh, no, Ahmed. No. Oh. Drill him. Get him. Get him while he's stunned. No. Decollision. Yeah, get him.
Yeah, get him.
Oh, you didn't get him.
Oh, watch out. Watch out. He's got forks and he's dead. Well, ItDepends has had an excitable introduction to the tournament environment, competitive CMBW play as pessimistic as ever.
Just imagine thinking, I'm going to sign up for this. This tournament looks pretty legit. This project, I've seen games that go like 50 minutes and they still haven't played all the tech trio. I wonder what's going to happen. What's that in my base?
The first thing that happens is you look over. You've got your lobsters sitting on your ramp.
Yeah.
You're safe against an all-in, and suddenly there's feet, and you're being stepped on.
Who allowed this?
And it's not even your Trump fanfic. It's literally just a man with feet, and then there's Ahmed, who's just all feet.
Ahmed is mostly
just like
feet.
a Katamari ball of feet. It's a star pad. You know, I won't be surprised if we see. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I was waiting for the second one.
Yeah, it's just gonna be mass rates at this point.
Neblime is just balling out of control right now. He's feeling pretty good about himself. He's like, dude, I've got an excellent opportunity. And then meanwhile, ItDepends is like, wait, I can get into this anchor. That's so cool.
Yeah, it is cool. I mean, if he tries to send another Mason straight up there to proxy a second time, you'll catch him by the balls.
I like the
third star pan.
I really like the lobotomy mine placement in the low ground base of ItDepends. It's like right where the stockade was.
There. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like somehow he knew that's where it was. He is building our watchdog, so he actually has some anti-air defense in the mineral line. But it's only
when
vultures.
You're building nothing but vultures, you really you got to build watchdogs, otherwise you're in trouble. Except chances are he's going to need a lot more than that because there's going to be a lot of wraiths coming out of here.
Well, his clumsiness and low reaction time actually makes him want to see what's going on here. And look at that, he picked off a low HP Mason. Isn't that cool? He might be able to do a little bit of micro.
I'm going to get one more in here.
Oh, I targeted the wrong one.
Oh, no. There was one there with 10 health. He might have gotten if he had like the pre-science to target it.
One of the lobotomy mines are slowly being cleared by the Mason. No, that's just rude. You can really tell the difference when certain people are piloting certain units. It's just some of the times they just look so goofy. Well, wraiths are coming.
Yeah, that's you whenever you're watching me turn it to.
Hey, no, sometimes your stutter stepping works out pretty well.
Not as well as I feel like you gotta play in full screen. Like I'm playing in a window, and it's always, even though CNC draw fixed a lot of it. Which, by the way, if you guys are playing this and you're having awkward controls, try out CNC draw if you haven't already. It will fix your life.
It will.
These wraiths are just going to just kill everyone in 2010, just like Savior did.
Oh, didn't even cancel the Watchdog. 500 minerals in the bank. What can ItDepends do? He's got all this gas.
Well,
he hasn't built a single thing that requires
one of those watchdogs and kind of like inchworm them over.
He could.
I mean, neblime could just kill this Fulcrum right now, but I mean, I guess he can just.
Oh.
Okay. There is a Goliath slowly coming, which, I mean, if he takes tons and one's dead. That is minus 50 DKP, by the way, to lose a Wraith, just like that.
Meanwhile, another Mason clears lobotomy mines.
I don't know why what did he bring it over? What is he going to do?
He's going to build like an anchor, probably. Oh. Oh, look, a shaman's here to hell.
You really wanted that Trojan.
There's just drops right in front of him. Like, oh yeah, I just need to heal my wraiths.
Well, he lost the Wraith anyways. Meme magic, not quite meme America. He's still got a Mason there. Now, what he could do is he could build his own watchdogs, so that the watchdogs that try to lift over to intercept him, then get shot by his watchdog.
Yeah, that's true.
And then he doesn't even have to use his Wraiths anymore.
He's rallying Masons up here by mistake, or is it a mistake?
I don't know.
I like that the random lobster mines.
I think they're there to repair this.
Oh. Yeah, let me just tickle and then heal.
Listen, this is actually a good case for Cyclops.
Oh yeah, there are always good cases for Cyclops. They're good against everything, didn't you know? 9 wraiths are amassing up, and now there's another Goliath. Well, and more vultures. He needs more vultures, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, eventually, you know your enemy is probably going to build units, but... got him.
He did get him, but at what cost?
Just a sanity.
Quick, another mine.
Lobster.
But the Masons killed the mine. And here's Ahmed.
Ahmed has returned for round 69.
Yeah, get him, Ahmed.
Get him. Get him.
And get Ahmed, other guys.
Get him. Ahmed's going to be getting heals now.
Ahmed cannot be defeated.
Yes, been down the race, guys.
Gotta pull the poison again.
Ahmed. And he's dead.
He is dead. But the watchdogs, look at all the watchdogs that were made, but he never actually lifted them off.
Yeah, he didn't move them down, no.
Yeah, okay, well, it depends. That's something you gotta take notes about. Neblime, he gave me some laughs. He gave you some tears. But he has gotten to 2-0, and you definitely could have made that game last at least 5 minutes longer if you just lifted your watchdogs, because he was memeing on you.
The elapsed time was 9:33. 9 is 3 times 3, so technically that is 3 threes, which contains another 3 threes.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
How is it the all-Terran grip is going faster than the one
I know.
with the random?
I know. Man.
I hope every game is cheesy as shit. We're certainly on course for that.
Yeah, we might have time to take a nap between these groups. This continues. Victory Square, a 4-spawn map by Balethal, has been selected as our next battlefield, and it will be the Beaver's choice as he pops on in to face Neblime, who, like as mentioned, has indeed reached 2-0. So he needs 2 more wins to top the group. Things going pretty swimmingly for him. Wait for Beaver to give us the go signal.
___ Shambler. My cock and balls feel very scared now.
Yeah, that's because of the Yoda song. Don't worry, it was only played on this stream earlier.
God bless.
Now, the Beaver is the bottom left lemon Terran, but not Neblime. Neblime is the orange Terran in the top left. How is it that
Lemon
Neblime
lime.
never gets lemon?
I don't know. It's because he's upside down. The lemons keep falling out of his hands and going around the flat Earth and landing into Mormons.
Well, it's not a
Do you
cheese.
think Neblime is going to cheese again? I think so.
He does have a lot of gas. He's going to do Starpad first, I think. But it's if you count that
This
as a
is
cheese,
cheesy.
then it's a cheese.
This is cheesy.
So Beaver is aware that you should scout horizontally because that's usually the faster scout distance. Although on this map, it's not super consequential.
Beaver is also going pretty hard into gas. I feel like it'll at least be Fulcrum. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like Starpad, though.
Wiggling his way into the natural that has nothing in it. And it is a Starpad first from Neblime. So all the...
Neblime's not even bothering to scout.
No, he doesn't.
Don't
He's
bother.
going to scout with his Wraiths.
Just use Wraiths. Fulcrum it is. Now, the fateful decision whether he goes Vulture first or something that can actually defend him against the impending onslaught of planes remains to be seen.
Neblime is scouting, and he's going to scout his opponent first, which is just
Yeah.
dirty when he's doing this.
It's a late scout, but I mean, it's still going to arrive a lot sooner than Beaver's is. Beaver will not discover secret planes until chances are there's already going to be one out or just about to come out.
Yeah, the other problem with that is he could just send a Vulture into his opponent's mineral line, but will he have the wherewithal to think of that while he struggles to deal with the first Wraith that's rallied across? And that's, of course, assuming that Neblime goes with the very first Wraith. And, of course, assuming that Beaver goes for a Vulture.
Tickle?
There was a little bit of tickling. And the
Tickle?
Vulture is
It
going to
will
be the
a
choice.
Vulture.
First Wraith
Oh,
is
no,
out.
he canceled it into a Cyclops.
Oh, okay. There we go. Now, here's the
Suddenly
question.
realized, wait a second.
If you don't have any way to detect or decloak the Wraiths, and they get to a significant enough number, they can get to a point where at around the 9 Wraith count, they one-shot Cyclops. They have to be really clumped for that, but it is possible.
I feel like if he has micro, he can kill it one-on-one.
He does need to micro around, yeah. He's probably disgusted at seeing a Cyclops. And I think Beaver is a little perplexed, but...
I mean, this isn't proving to be terribly effective at the moment. He's tickled some workers, but it does make them low, so that repeated attacks can eventually finish them off. What it does, however, is tell Beaver, hey, just build anti-air.
Yep.
So that's what he's going to do. And well, there's an anti on the Maverick coming, so there might be some mixed attack at some point. Maybe another proxy anchor. He didn't go for double star pads, so I thought he was just going to go like just triple star pad, just go balls to the wall with all that early gas, but he's actually pulled workers off of gas in almost entirely, except for the one.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to
That
be
may cause
going
Beaver to
for-
overreact.
Yeah, I'm interested in that, right? It's just going to be an expansion. He's going to take the safe one. Now, Neblime did say before the game started that he was being tempted to make Masons and only basically only make workers in this particular map. So that's kind of funny.
Well, there are some very rich bases towards the middle that I imagine in certain matchups you can just rush to. Even lift to them if he wanted to.
I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen that yet, but also it is a very new map.
Probably be more common when you start playing FFAs on this map. All-Terran FFAs. Who gets to diadems first?
I like the idea that they would all Bong Cloud and just all go to each other's bases at the
Yeah.
start, like some sick musical chairs game where the chairs don't ever get removed.
Yeah. There's no base in the middle, though, so that one's like... I feel like that's only really going to see a lot of play in cross positions. Because otherwise it feels like it's kind of a death trap to go there because it's just a giant circle of ramps that if anything is hanging out there, you're just like going to walk into a meat grinder.
The one thing about this map, about the middle, is that if you want to secure another main, it can be really useful to cut off further rotations. But yeah, that would require you to actively be taking multiple bases, and that is not something that Beaver is too interested in doing. He's got his triple watchdog, he's got a mech army that he's sort of building off of 2 fulcrums on 1 base, and I think he's just going to try to go across the map now that he knows the rough state of affairs for Neblime. You know, he's safe and insulated against attacks. The Wraith count isn't out of hand. It's just, what, 5 now or 4? There's more coming, but there's only the 1 star pad, so it's going to be a while. And they also are not going to be very useful for defenses. But actually, I say that, and the Beaver does take a natural. So if he wants to play this a little bit slower, he's actually going to be behind Neblime, who's already had this expansion up for a lot longer, and is now up by 10 workers.
He's going to very possibly snipe this worker here, at least. Snipe these workers, maybe. Oh. He destroyed whatever that was.
A watchdog,
that they tried to build. Just instantly died. Very possibly due to a misclick where he tried to focus on one of the workers and it actually hit a building that popped out. That probably turned out to be more valuable in the long run.
Well, more watchdogs are being put down. Honestly, if I'm Beaver, I'm trying to move across the map here and destroy the position that Neblime is taking, especially when I see more commitment into Wraiths. But the Shaman is out now, so those bruised Wraiths will be healed up slowly but surely. And a 3rd base being taken by Neblime. So he's going to take this one a little bit slower.
Yep. He's not too worried about the Cyclops at all. They don't have any healing. If they try to rush this bunker, they're just going to die. And he has enough Wraiths at the moment that if they did move out, he could probably try to poke into here and deal some damage. So that most of it's pretty insulated, but they could force down a Watchdog for sure if it's on its own. Looks like it's kind of looked like what Real wants to do here is just poke in and out. He might grab a worker or 2 and then back off.
Yeah, he's at that moment where he needs 1 extra Wraith in order to start one-shotting Masons. But, you know.
Yeah, but some of these Masons are actually like half health.
Yes.
So he can get some incidental killers here. I mean, he's just going to focus them down here. It's actually a blind spot right down here.
And this is where it can feel pretty annoying that you're in an awkward position here. But I think he's kind of sandwiched now. He's going to have to see if he can escape without losing too many Wraiths. It looks like he's going to end up dropping 4 out of the 6. And so maybe that's some of the pressure gone. We'll see what Beaver decides to respond with. But this position at the natural ramp is being fortified the longer the game goes on. And I feel like any window of opportunity for this powerful mech force to actually make some damage happen. I mean, it's 13 Cyclops. Like, that's a lot of concentrated damage in one spot. So maybe they can, bust down. Oh, yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm looking at what he's got here. And he's putting another anchor down. But aside from that, I mean, 1 anchor is going to fall to this. I would say 2 anchors would also fall to this. He's added more Cyclops in the meanwhile. He just needs to actually pull the trigger on an attack, and it looks like he's a little gun-shy about that.
Yeah, he hasn't really done any more scouting. Meanwhile, Tier 2 is about to finish for Neblime, so any window of opportunity really capitalized that's going to vanish. Meanwhile, Beaver is continuing to produce Cyclops, which is delaying his own Tier 2. And maybe he was expecting more of an attack, but Neblime's playing more or less how he would normally at this stage. You know, more like his Zerg play where he kind of like turtles up into Tier 2, and then you'll probably start to see Madrigals at some point very soon. And, well, the Watchdogs may kill the Trojans, but, well, the Madrigals don't need to escape to do their damage. But nonetheless, it's not like he really needs to do a lot other than just brute force this down, because the worker count is just rapidly going into his favor, 35 to 61, and every time I look at it, it goes up. So
yeah, here's the problem. This is settling into a game where I think the moment has passed. There's triple anchor with Cyprians in it. There's a Sentinel actually coming. That will for sure conclude this push. And Beaver just waited like an extra 5 minutes, which, I mean, it sounds like a long time in an RTS game, but that was how long his window of opportunity was. It was a long time where his force could have just marched down the front gates, and you're maybe paranoid about leaving your base because of the Wraiths, but you don't need to be. Like, okay, you've got the Watchdogs. You've invested all this money into the static defense. And the Cyclops are actually leading first, and they do not protect against the
Cyclops do not want
splash.
to be in front.
So,
and there's a Sentinel there now too, so
Yeah.
that even more dunks that absolutely annihilated.
Now you still do see something like over 100 damage be doled out onto the anchor just from the 6 Cyclops that attacked it. So you can see the damage potential, but you need to take a good position for that. And yeah, unfortunately, I think Beaver is just caught in a bit of a crossfire here. It's looking like Neblime's pretty solid to go out to a 3-0 start. Now there's a 3rd Ministry being put down for him. He's adding 2 star pads. That's going to further delay tier 2, although he has enough gas for it. He just doesn't have enough minerals for it right now, and he's not really producing any additional workers. So this kind of feels like he needs to make a quick transition point into a bunch of military and then go for an all-in move. But, I mean, there's 2 Fulcrums with Palladiums. There's 2 Starports with Rotaries. Like, what are we talking about here? I think Neblime's just going to comfortably skate on through.
Yeah, I think that when you see that your opponent had an amount of wraiths and no hard commitment, with only a light harassment, not the dedicated stuff you saw against Meat with the proxy shamans, you have to just assume that they're just turtle up and waiting for tier 2. Which means you pretty much have you have the choice of either going straight to tier 2 yourself, which is, you know, that's not happening. Or you have to expand as much as possible. Now he's had a Mason across the map that looks like it might be looking to build a proxy or a secret base or something over here now. But that's really late. He hasn't even taken the 3rd in his main area yet. Only now is he moving there. And, you know, there is no Atlas. And he has another Ministry that's not moving anywhere at the moment either. He actually could have lifted that and moved that down to that corner instead of having to make another one. At least then he could actuate those resources and build something. Sundogs are en route. They're still not really that durable. I feel like maybe just Wyvern, Azazels or something might be just sufficient enough for this, but he's got some kind of plan anyways.
Yeah, this
And,
Ministry
you
in
know,
the bottom
Ahmed,
right's going to have to get canceled thanks to Ahmed.
Yeah.
You know, pretty good map
now
awareness.
he's scouting. Like, he only started building that after, you know, so much time. And now, you know, now Neblime's just moving out, and he's beginning the process that I like to refer to as just choking out the map.
Yep.
It's just, that's what he's going to do at this point. Move everything forward. He's got, you know, Magicals. He's got Sundogs. He's got Trojans. He's got all he really needs at this moment to deal with anything that happens on the map. He's just going to contain, and he has this choice of how to pretty much close this at this point. Only now is Beaver's Atlas underway. It's just 40% just about. And he's actually making 4 separate Trojans. So he wants to drop his army into Neblime, but I feel like that it's going to be a little delayed compared to where he really wanted it. But now when you look at Neblime just north of
No,
him,
there's
10
4
towards that
Madrigals
second.
coming into the natural right now alongside the
Yep.
Antseal and the Sundogs. And maybe the Antseal does end up getting shot down here. The
He
mech
drops
army
right
is
into
in.
the main here, just using the Anseals to absorb the Watchdogs. They deploy. That's going to be a lot of damage.
Oh my god. Looks like we even had a Canada moment there towards
Yeah.
the tail end. And there goes all the workers, all the rounds, all the missiles. Well then.
Yeah. Cyclops are very squishy. And when you have 4 Madrigals shooting them and their own Sim City is pretty running, I mean, you just look at the position. of the
Yeah, the
four.
cliff advantage is
Those
letting him
have
hit
not
all the
even range.
workers as well. It's just total brutality. And that's probably going to be it. I mean,
It's okay. I mean, Beaver has almost 1,000 minerals.
he does.
He has another Atlas with a whole bunch of workers. Almost every single worker he has at the moment is idle. Except for the views. Now he's finally got the mining again. And he's got his Trojans. And he just killed another Wraith. He's still in the game. Just turn all that money into workers again. He can continue to work. The Atlas will finish. He's got tier 2. It's
the Cyprians are here.
I mean, Neblime's just gonna A move him, but
Yeah.
yeah, maybe Neblime went AFK for like 10 minutes. He could get back into the game.
Indeed. It's looking like we'll have a barn burner between ItDepends and the Beaver to settle second place, which is kind of what I expected. But, you know, slow and steady wins the race. Neblime's fine, taking a bunch of bases and just moving on out. So it looks like he's having not nearly as many troubles as Mystery Meat had. Maybe you can say that Mystery Meat had the harder group, but he was also random, higher variance, all that sort of thing. So we will now see what ItDepends wants to pick for the next man. And that will determine our potentially final matchup between ItDepends and Neblime. Sideshow is selected. We will post that one up.
Yeah, I think we'll be waiting for It Depends versus Beaver for a little more balanced matchup here.
Well, there's
Yes,
still
It
an
Depends.
opportunity
I don't
for
know.
It Depends to cheese in response, or maybe
Yeah.
Neblime will play a little bit more standard. But I mean, this is a
Maybe he's gonna
two-spot
seek
match.
revenge. You got, when somebody cheeses you like that, you don't get mad, you get even.
I like that. That's a good one. I would like to see a world where all of the tournament champions end up playing random, like all of our top 4.
And they all cheese each other
Yeah.
with 6 pull every single time they get Zerg.
Yeah. It's proxy stockade.
They all get dropped down to 1 worker each and have to crawl back to tier 3.
Let's see how this one goes. It Depends, looking for redemption after being sassed out of the game.
Absolutely sassed. High brain cells indeed.
Highest brain cells here. Neblime, the blue Terran in the bottom right. It Depends, the red Terran in the top left. GLHF's
Holy
exchange.
shit, blue versus red.
It is, yeah. This happened on Derelict too. I was remarking like, oh, that's pretty crazy. We never see this.
This is like back when I played regular Starcraft back in like 2001.
Yeah. Isn't that funny?
Before, people figure out you can just fuck with the colors. And well, then everything was forever changed. We've come back to full circle, and that is not a proxy stockade. It depends, not obsessed with it. What? Neblime, that's not a proxy either.
What's going on here?
Don't you know that there's ledges you can hide stuff on? Just hide them just right behind that third. Another player also they're not going for that natural wall either. Not trying to wall that off. I'm apparently the only one that's super brave enough to do that. Of course, it always ends tragically, but
Well, I think in TVT specifically, there's not really much of a use for it. In PVT, Protoss can do it to prevent Huracan busts early on, but that's kind of like a cheesy opener that only I do when I'm trying to introduce StarCraft 2 Grandmasters into the project. And it almost works.
well, I think it's nice because especially if you're like Neblime, you want to go for that fast expansion. You secure it. It helps you deal with vultures. It helps you deal with Ahmed. Well, the only thing it's not going to help you with is raids. But as long as you scout it, then you can just lift off or whatever if you feel like you need to.
Now, there's been a Mason holding out here, and I think he's deliberately just trying to body block that Mason. Yeah, that was what it was. So, Neblime could look at that and think, oh, maybe he's trying to expand. Maybe he's trying to do something just stop me from scouting. Is he doing something cheeky? Like, now he doesn't know, right? Whereas the scout from It Depends actually got pretty deep into the base.
No, well, he's sending out another worker. So,
I think it's an anchor. I think he's going to go for an anchor.
I think
here.
it's an anchor, yeah.
Meanwhile, we get to see the beautiful coastal snow, rather, that was in the StarCraft beta screenshots, painstakingly reconstructed by Darkened Fantasies. I'm sure he feels
Deep,
good seeing that.
dark, icy fantasies.
Very icy.
So cold, yet so warm.
I think that's the hypothermia.
Yeah, probably.
Now,
So there's some gas here for It Depends as well. I'm not sure what he's going to do with that at the moment.
yeah,
Gas
he's
is
going
built
for it,
fulcrum
man. He's
right
going to
now.
go for the anchors. Surely he's going
Like
to build
I
it something.
said, you don't get mad, you get even. This
Yeah.
could even really catch him off guard too, because it's in. No, he's not building it yet. I thought he was going to build it down there. Now he's having cold feet on the matter. Oh, the gag's up.
Well, the Mason is actually going to escape a little bit here, which is, buying time, just sort of tying him up. And back at home, It Depends has a lot of money.
He sees the Mason there, so now of course he sends some Maverick over to that ledge.
Where are they going? What's he doing?
I'm not sure. Where's he going?
He's taking us on a wild ride right now.
He's going home.
He's just going to go ahead and build a base there with the 4 Mavericks. They'll turn.
I think he saw that Mason going over and he thought there might be a secret base over there.
And maybe that's what Neblime was angling for.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird one to go there. I mean, maybe he could have, but he's nowhere near the resources for it, so I'm not really sure. I think he might have been just scouting for proxies, to be honest.
And he almost found one. It's a Fulcrum,
He
about
almost
halfway
found
done for Neblime. His expansion is starting
Very
to harvest.
confused by that. There's a ministry coming for It Depends right at his ramp there to sort of serve as a wall. This is a strange game. First of all, neblime is not building a star pad. That's unusual, and he's probably also confused that the proxy never came.
Yeah, what the hell's going on here?
He's going to be probably more confused that it's never going to come because now they're
moving, and they're going the other. Okay.
Okay, they're going the other way. I mean, it might eventually come. You never know. Okay, never mind. He's building a star pad. We're back in the correct timeline.
There we go. There we go, boys. Drops are on the menu still. Yeah, he's once again ahead from an economic standpoint. It depends behind by a bunch of workers. His ministry not being finished really shows. He is adding a fulcrum, and at least one of his workers, while one of them is building a watchdog by the mineral line, the other one is kind of just spinning around here with the Mavericks.
I'm not sure. He's going to go back. Maybe he figures, danger's past. I'm not being scouted. We can make this happen.
Yeah,
we can be the change
vultures.
we need in our life. But then they found a vulture. And off they go.
They're trying to
The
run
vulture
out,
can
but
just-
don't you guys know feet are not as efficient as a bike?
Yeah, the vulture can just turn around. Oh, it gave him the slip. They're trying to cut him off, but they're going in the wrong dimension. The vulture went into the middle of nowhere, but in the middle of nowhere, there was another Maverick. The Maverick hastily escapes without even realizing it.
Got him.
Okay, then.
Fragged.
Oh.
Well,
And then he walked into a horde of Benno's finest.
I think it depends. It's just scouting the map. This is kind of like the My Name is Lil move where you build one of every unit. He's just putting one unit in every square of the map. He's just exploring every tile.
Well, then, neblime can't expand ever again if there's like Ahmed all over the place. It's just like the game he did against Beaver.
Yeah, that's true, actually. He learned from that.
Yeah.
He watched that.
You learned from that. Now, neblime is scouting everything.
Yeah, he's
I
really
think
confused,
neblime
too.
is very confused about that. He knows there's a Mason out there somewhere. It is still out there. It's just chilling out in the center of the map. And he swears they were over there to proxy me. Is he building buildings? Is he doing the roller skates move where he just builds all of his production next to me? No, there's like multiple Masons in this move out that's going on over here too. So
I wonder if they're
I'm not
just
sure.
there
I think
for
he
a
like
big-
sees neblime did that to him in their last game, and he figures, oh, Masons are like powerful battle units.
Yeah. Well, the Blackjacks have been spawning out
The
of the
Anseal
fulcrum.
is just come out. Now they're finally shooting at it. They realize, wait a second, this doesn't belong here.
Yeah, that's not a red unit.
And away it goes. Atlas coming for neblime. I have a feeling that we're probably going to see some madrigals, but before then, we are going to see a Trojan with 8 Mavericks. I have a feeling they're going to just drop right into the awaiting arms of Ahmed, who will be all the eager to welcome them, smiling.
We'll also look at the Anseal guarding the ramp. I mean, it's going to be pretty close by to a pole if you need to defend. Now, the Hurricanes do get disseminated across the map, distributed with their orders.
Oh, dear.
And this is where you'd really want to ideally drop like multiple times at the same time or something, right? There's 3 Masons on an attack move order into the natural for some reason. ItDepends really likes the idea that Masons can fight. First, Ahmed casualty is confirmed.
Dude, they have a cleric.
Yeah. And his own Anseal is...
Mavericks have arrived.
There we go. Where's the stim? The stim is on.
It's getting annihilated.
Trojan is going to hang out over here just to see what's up. They interrupt the
It's
watchdog.
Starcraft 2. They heal units, right? Oh, nope. He scooped up 5 of them, and away he goes into the night. Nobody knows. The crack team of Masons and their supporting Blackjacks have arrived. They murdered something over there and took some damage. And the Trojan has also arrived, and now Operation Triple Anchor has begun. Metzen and his 3 feet have planted like a tripod. He's busted out his dull razor, and he's grazing it across his face, very edge and cheek.
Oh, he's going to go
He's
for a
gonna go
drop
for the main
here.
now.
That could cause some concern. There is a Sentinel about to finish on the cliff.
Gonna
Meanwhile,
discover the starport. Another odds and ends over here. Oh,
Sentinel,
Like,
meanwhile, is shooting the anchor.
yeah, that's a shame. It's okay. Some Goliaths have appeared. Hey, the shaman can heal them over the edge, but no, this is much more intent on spinning. Meanwhile,
Cleric
the,
versus Anseal, who heals better?
oh shit! A Mason has popped out and is beginning to sass him. Oh,
Another drop. He's unloading some more units, but the Blackjack, they're getting distracted by the Sentinels. Oh, we almost had a stun on
the Masons charge forward, almost stunning the Goliath with their own lobster.
Madrigal is out.
Oh, you'll know what this unit does. He just watched it murder like literally every single thing Beaver owns. Oh.
Hey, a Palladium just got self-destructed. Dude, Neblime's base is in a total disaster. He has no idea what's happening. The anchors are lifting off. The Watchdog's fucking off back to Alabama. And it depends. He's just idling some ant seals by the ministry.
Nothing even in them. He could have put his units into them and brought them with him.
Dude.
Instead, he dropped his masons on top of Neblime.
He's got 7 masons in this area.
Yeah,
this is his expansion. Look, the Blackjacks are killing the Sentinel. Oh no, the Madrigal's deployed. The Masons are not long for this world. Why were there 7 of them over there? We'll never know.
Dude, if the clerics are healing them, they might have survived a little bit longer, but they were just sitting there healing themselves. If I was Neblime, I'd probably check to see what kind of ganja I was given, because I think it was spiked. There's just ant seals over here, just spying on him. This may be one of the most deranged games that Blyme has been subjected to within the last 15 minutes.
There's one cleric and a Trojan down there at 6 o'clock. The ant seals slowly being attacked.
I mean, he saved some amount of his attack bar. Achman is prowling around, absolutely, completely unbeknownst to the sheer tism exposed in the rest of the map. That one Mason is still in the middle of the map, chilling out. There's also a floating watchdog chilling out over there.
Yeah, floating anchor as well. Just north of the
This is what happens when Chat GPT has a meltdown and you Gramlaw break it and tell it to play a CMBW.
Yeah, I'm with Chat. I'm with Chat. Atlas. I mean, it depends. Atlas. It depends. Needs to take like 10 more bases. What's Neblime going to do? Actually attack me? Probably not. But the Madrigals are out and they are a risk. Oof. Slapped at maximum range.
Well, he is getting an Atlas. He's probably about to awaken his trap card.
Oh no, the anchor.
The true power of his stat.
Oh, he's gonna ego him. He's like, yeah, but what if I land near you? Oh, it just dies because there's nothing in it. That's quick thinking. This watchdog's still just hanging out over the bridge.
Now, there's like 3 ant seals here. Additional masons, because he didn't really have enough the first time around, so he's got more.
Honestly, I think ItDepends sent more masons to the front line than actual combat.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. At least it was a very comparable amount.
Yeah. It was...
Oh no, the Seraph is coming. Is he going to... Yes, he is. It's happening.
Green eggs and spam, this one's for you. The Morning Star is nearly armed and the Anvil is already operational. So the Seraph will absolutely be painting a nuclear strike. A tactical missile launch. Hey, the Masons are here.
Navarro's probably wondering why all the workers are over here again.
Yeah, what's going on over here? The ants still trying to protect it.
It was a magic act. Now they all disappeared.
There's still nothing in that anchor, by the way.
There never needed to be anything in it.
But the Goliath
It's a monument. It's like civilization. You build it, you gain culture. The Seraph is on the way. It's coming.
Here comes the Ministry.
But can you kill that which does not live? It has arrived. It has. The wall has been formed.
Yeah, he can't shoot it with the Madrigal anymore. He's got to go around. Wait, here comes a Goliath to shoot the Seraph. That's not going to be in time.
Watch out for that lobster. Oh, the lobster is being and is dead. All it did was slow his own vulture. Can in a moment there.
Woo, lad.
Woo, lad.
Well, what a way for Neblime to qualify in first place.
I think that his stand, the Mason, needed a few more episodes to power up. I really liked it, though. I had no idea what it was or what was going on whatsoever. But absolutely goofy. I'll be back in a moment. I gotta open the window. It is bloody hot as hell in here.
Situ is selected by the Beaver. It is his own map. Now, ItDepends and the Beaver will play each other to decide second place. The first one to get 2 wins will qualify.
GG's Neblime will be speaking to you after if you are available. And hey, we'll take a look at Situ and look at the changes that were made, since Neblime is surprised to see it still in the pool. ItDepends is the Silver Terran in the mid-left. Again, no comment on his rank. Maroon Terran in the mid-right. That is the Beaver. Yeah, I agree. Sending a Mason with the attack is emotional damage. You know, the other thing that's kind of noteworthy here, we'll take a look at the map overall. So, the in-base has been pushed in a little bit to prevent it from being attacked from the low ground by anchors and Dracodons. That was something that some people devised. And the bases in the top actually have terrain instead of being totally flat, and they are mineral only instead of gas only. So this is actually a fairly low Vespine map after you take your initial bases. And that's another reason why you probably want at some point to take this at macro base, even if you end up taking the low ground expansion instead. Either way, we're going to see what these players have to say on the matter. Now, the Beaver is the map author, so you would have to favor him. But I would say that ItDepends looked like he did actually want to take, you know, his time, take his aggression out on whoever happens to be in front of him, be that the Beaver or so far I was only Neblime, but you know what I mean. I think, Mesk, this is going to be an interesting match. This will set the tone for essentially the best of three that we have left between these two players. Whoever gets to 2 wins first will qualify to playoffs in second place. And that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it'd be weird is now that they're free of the terrors of the Australian, will they just all play a standard from here on? Or are they just going to be like rabid dogs unleashed upon each other and they're just going to cheese each other to absolute shit, and this here is just like the lull before the storm?
Well, an ItDepends Mason is tickling a Beaver Mason in the gas line.
Yes, it is. Beaver has realized this. He's marched over.
Get him! Hunt him down! Who cares about that Maverick? Hey, forced a stim. That was unnecessary.
I think Beaver was terrified of the map. Now look what's going on the map.
We already have random Masons.
Oh,
where's he going? Dude, ItDepends is scouting. He doesn't need his economy. He just needs to scout. He needs to figure out what these maps are.
I'm so confused by what's going on.
His Masons are too.
Beaver is like proxying him.
Well, the Mason Scout doesn't really make it too deep. He might have spotted the construction, but he could mistake that for a fulcrum, since they use a similar construction. Now, they are on different offsets on the grid. I've talked about this before, where if you scouted depending on the building placement, you might know, oh, that's a star pad. So, see if Beaver's...
I definitely didn't know that.
Yeah, you can tell based on the where they are relative to a stockade. It's really easy, because if they're dead center, it's a fulcrum, and if it's off to the left, it's a star pad.
Is Beaver... No, Beaver has a Mason in its hot middle. Is he going to build a secret mineral-only base?
I think he just wanted to see the terrain, since I hand-painted the new tiles in for him.
Oh, I see. He's appreciating your efforts.
Yeah, he's hanging out. He's got his wang out. No, it is a ministry.
No, he really is.
And ItDepends really could just walk up there and see it, but, you know.
Yeah, why would he have a worker up there? Well, he does, but it just barely misses.
Yeah, well, he's scouting the bottom strip. He hasn't I think he's going to the top right. Yeah, he is. He's not going to the top middle. He bypasses that completely.
I hope he builds over there. He needs to build over there.
Starpad is out. The first Wraith on the way.
I would do.
Watchdog already up for the
Shambler.
Beaver. Yeah, this needs to be a proxy location. Maybe he can build a ministry over here, and they can share the top right of the map.
I train Shambler to always scout the far base is right above yours, because I will build there. And I feel like ItDepends. Maybe a man of my heart. Well, he's building a ministry in his main right now, so. But it may come eventually. It's just chilling out there. Or at least Beaver is doing something bizarre. This one Wraith is starting to tickle.
Could just hold
There
position
is
here.
a Mason there.
Yeah.
With very little health, but it's in the mineral line, so he's probably not going to be able to get to it.
Yeah, he wanted to follow up and see if he could find the Mason that he damaged with his own Mason. Maybe he could get him back after. Looks like some spinning was occurring. A fulcrum on the way.
At the very least.
Well, it also just showing a
What
Wraith
the
early
hell
on.
is Beaver doing? He's He's doing the neblime build. Yeah. He's building his third ministry.
He's just going to hold. He's going to do macro. Well. He knows the pressure's off. Neblime's already qualified. Okay, I can go down and dirty with this dude, or I can just decide, you know what, I know the tech tree better than you. Let's just hurry up. Speed run to tier 2, get a lot of bases. You can't break me, and I'm just going to maybe throw a mass wyvern or something, you know.
Yeah. Now, I feel like if he wanted tier 2, he wouldn't have taken the mineral-only base as his first expansion, but I mean, I guess the chances of it ever being discovered are pretty low. I think that he could have just taken probably one of the bases adjacent to the opponent. Maybe in like the bottom left. Although that actually would have gotten scouted with a very strange Mason placement. But you never would really have expected the Masons to go to such strange places. See, now he has his 2 workers out in the places that I would consider ideal expansion locations, especially that top right. Beaver may never suspect, because I don't think he's been subjected to that kind of silliness. But there is a drop coming. It depends. Not willing to sit on his laurels. He's committing to the great escapade. The problem is that it's Mavericks, and well, Beaver has more Mavericks and a Cyprian in addition. So the chances of this actually doing any significant amount of damage is pretty low. But it could elevate Beaver's blood pressure.
Hey, he could also snipe a star pad, something like that. He's unloading right over here. Yeah, elevating your opponent's blood pressure, you were saying? A good tactic.
Meanwhile, the Masons in the top middle are slowly amassing. One of these Mavericks that he dropped here is one that's taken some damage and has to kill, presumably, from...
Oh, he stims in, though.
It begins.
Yeah, charging directly in.
You can get some damage in here. Beaver is being a little lax about his response on this because his units all moved down. So actually, some damage came out of this.
Yeah, more than maybe he was bargaining for. And looks like it's just
one of that watchdog. So, yeah, I mean, everything dies, but he pulled all the workers, got in a couple kills. He established dominance on that watchdog. It won't soon bark at him again. And it most certainly elevated the blood pressure. Now Beaver might be second-guessing his all-Mason ministry build. Now, the thing is that if we are under the assumption Beaver was doing the neblime thing and like just hard macroing into tier 2, his gas is not at a good position to do that. And now he's building Wraith and like Cyprians and stuff on top of it. So tier 2 is not on the horizon for him anytime soon, especially since one of the bases he does have is gas only, and the one that he took that has gas is not mining gas at the moment.
He's not
mining any gas in his main.
He's got zero Vespian income right now, brother. What the hell?
So there is a chance that ItDepends eventually causes Beaver to go catatonic by constantly tickling him to death. Like you're just too busy giggling, you can't breathe, so you die. That may happen. Oh, never mind. He started to mine gas again. He realized, wait a second, something is not quite right.
Yeah, I can't afford another star pad. What's happening?
You'll notice that Beaver has not learned from this, and there's nothing in the upper reaches of his main base to actually scout for additional drops. So a dedicated ItDepends, which, of course, another Trojan is en route, could just continue to drop him over and over and over again. And you'll notice that while the Mavericks and stuff are still inside of his base, they're not anywhere near the ministry, so presumably more worker kills could occur. A 4th ministry being built, but ItDepends has not taken those proxy bases yet. Neither player seems terrifically interested in tier 2, but ItDepends does have almost 800 gas, so...
Yeah, you'd have to guess he's probably gunning for that. He's just building a lot of vultures right now. He's actually got 2 in the queue that could be 200 minerals for him. They're 100 minerals a pop, so they're a little more expensive than people who are used to
playing. His little move out here might actually be able to kill some of these Cyprian bunkers depending on how they approach.
Yeah, especially if they end up getting evacuated, since there's a 3 Vulture, 2 Maverick drop that's going to go into the top right.
They're going to dive in one by one. That's generally not how you would do this, but he realizes, wait a second, that was awfully silly. But now he's given way what he wants to do, and Beaver has star-sensed this drop.
He has,
but
it's not
quite entirely.
Yeah, it's not actually
quite
going to be
entirely.
enough.
Here we go. Lobsters are out.
Yeah, but he's standing in front of them, so the Cyprians kill
his
it.
own units because of the splash. It's okay. Vultures are in the ideal Vulture position. How will Beaver respond? It depends. Once those Cyprians and that anchor, and by golly, they're going to get them. Lobster's strike can slow down the Watchdog. It won't be escaping anytime soon. Some of the workers have been stunned.
Look at the natural.
Oh, it's happening a second time. Oh, no. Beaver Kun.
There's another drop fomenting. Going to go into the main, I think. If it depends. He's a little slow on the draw, but he's just now realized. Oh, wait.
He walked back into the anchor. He had escaped its loving embrace just to fall back into it. Beaver now has enough minerals to go straight to tier 3. As vultures continue to tickle him relentlessly. Lobsters are exploding everywhere. Beaver is methodically... What the fuck?
Got him. All that matters is you got him. Now,
this is so much more effective than it has any right being.
Top right. Ministry on the way. Atlas halfway done for ItDepends.
God bless.
And you know what? Honestly, throughout all of that, the Beaver still has more workers than ItDepends. There you go.
There are just lobsters and vultures in all corners of the map.
Ooh,
Beaver is
huge
finally
stun.
starting to get frustrated to the point he's going to try and move out, but not before lobsters relentlessly pinch him right in the crundle. And you know what? Those other vultures are just going to fly down here.
Hey, they can
maybe
probably
even
burst
destroy
down that
bunker.
anchor. It's half health.
Yeah.
A little bit of.
If he lines up all nice and tight, the Cyprian's instantly gibbing them. It's just going to be absolutely tragic.
A bunch of stockades just went down because the Beaver realized he's got 2k minerals and no gas. So he's actually adding, what is that, 6 stockades to his existing 3. Units are coming in. The Vulture's going to get body blocked by this one Maverick, slowing them all down. And he's going to go ahead and go all the way, the wraparound from downtown. Now that's a lobotomy line.
All the way from fucking Kentucky.
Yeah.
Just to put a lobster on his face.
And absolutely stunned 6 Masons. That's
I hope he
efficiency
builds
right
nothing
there.
but Achmeds out of those stockades and just all Achmeds him.
Well, at
Come
the
on,
same
Beaver,
time,
you know what you must do. He's making some Achmeds.
there's a Palladium on the way, a Covenant on the way, another Fulcrum on the way. ItDepends is doing his darndest to use the tech advantage. His base in the top right is done.
Beaver's gas income is utterly tragic.
Yes.
Whereas ItDepends has an Atlas. He has tier 2.
He has an anchor that's completely empty. Seems to be the bane of his existence. The Cyprians have made it all the way across the map. Mesk, this actually does have kill pressure.
He should have gone into the bunker, but he doesn't realize it.
Oh my god. Well, 8 Masons are here.
Madrigals and Matadors are en route. But, oh god, the Masons. ItDepends. Life and soul being annihilated. The Anseals have arrived. They have departed.
Okay, he evacuates some of his Masons. He's now down only 30
Shield the
Masons.
lobsters. A Matador has arrived.
Ooh, stunned on the front line. Okay, we're trying to repair, but no, there's a stun onto the Matador.
He's going to repair it. He's going to repair it. It has repairs. And
oh, everything's blowing up. No. Correct your rally. Wait, deploy your
Matador
Madrigal.
has arrived.
There it is. It's
The
deploying.
Matador
Oh, it
charges
got
instead.
sniped.
Oh, Ahmed holds the line.
Ahmed, no, you can't kill ItDepends like this.
His chastity forever guarded. Forever noble, untarnished, unshaken. Just a boiling, raging hulk of a man.
You can put as many lobsters down as you want, but look at that fug indeed, and GG is called. I can't believe ItDepends lost that game, but goddamn, is this going to be
broke upon the shores of Ahmed like boiling water bouncing off of a pot pan. They just sprayed all over the place, and Ahmed stood completely untouched, shining, and perfect. I feel like the mines did more damage to ItDepends than they did to Beaver. In many cases. And many times they jostled Beaver's jimmies, but so many times did they jostle his own jimmies.
I honestly am impressed.
This is what CBT does to a man.
Yep. That's what you get when you go for the Jesus.
Man, I saw Beaver actually losing that game.
I was sure he was going to lose it. I was sure.
Deploy that magical from not immediately in the middle of his opponent's army. here.
Well, we're going on to Highwater. We are now down to only the 4 spawn maps.
You know, we're entering the map called Bongwater, but I think everybody already is high.
High indeed. High water. And we have a horizontal spawn in the top half of the map. The beaver is the snow Terran in the top left. And in the top right, we have the orange Terran of ItDepends.
Well, it depends. Are they going to cheese? Or are they going to accept... Beaver's entire game plan in that map was basically like you pick up the lobster, you attach the lobster to your testicles, you start screaming and flailing, and that's your attack pattern.
Yeah, he just sort of marched across the map with bio of all things. Like
Yeah,
Cyprians
the
in particular.
Cyprians very slowly and methodically march their way across the map, encountering countless lobsters before just killing everything.
I think ItDepends had the right idea. It's just he kind of flubbed the execution a bunch of times. So we'll see what he ends up doing.
He didn't use his Masons as battle units that time.
Yeah,
They
he's
didn't
learning.
Charge into the opponent's base.
He's
So
learning. He's
he
improving.
had some unusual scouting. I think he was just, I don't know, trying to learn the layout of the map or whatever, even though it's already pre-revealed.
Well, if
Although some of the ramps
interesting.
can be kind of hard to see sometimes, but I don't think that was the case in that map.
No. Okay, so the beaver was scouting bottom left, but he sees the trajectory of this Mason. He's going to scout top right. So our players will be aware of each other relatively early. Stockade timing is a little bit favorable for ItDepends. Not really any difference in the worker timing, so the beaver was just a little bit sloppy with his opener. We'll see what
Well,
that
the map
translates to.
distance is large enough that it's not going to make an absolutely tremendous difference if your Maverick comes out half a millisecond faster than his Maverick. Although Ben is much more likely to smile upon you if that Maverick is promptly joined by another 30 Mavericks.
Indeed. So we'll have to see what the
Cyprian's
follow-up
definitely going
is.
to call out as he, of course, made as many Cyprians before he realized, wait a second, that delays my hippogriffs.
ItDepends built an anchor and then canceled it as an ego play.
Oh, no, that's a flex.
That is a flex. Who needs your money?
Especially when you do it inside the opponent's base.
Meanwhile, the beaver.
Well, it's happening.
Wait, hold on. Maybe ItDepends is going to do the same thing in the mid left.
That'd be pretty funny. ItDepends has no idea the absolutely unusual expansion path that Beaver had going in that last match.
They both did some really silly stuff with their expos, that's for sure. So this is placed just out of vision.
Actually.
The anchor is done, but there's nothing to garrison it. There's 3 Mavericks are going to start walking across the map.
Well, maybe Beaver forgot that things need to go inside the anchor because it confused him on that matter a little bit. He's bringing over 3 Mavericks, and the next unit he made is a Cyprian. But he's making a second anchor. The problem is if he waits for the Cyprian, the fucking cows will have come home and died and been reincarnated by Allah long before it gets there. Meanwhile, ItDepends is sussy baka of something odd and unusual like flying feet, seeing as neblime has stepped on him so many times. He's got his Mavericks all spaced out, ever alert and aware of stray giantesses.
Well, listen, if ItDepends can hold this, I think he's actually in a favorable position. I think he'll smarten up after that last match. Well, let's see what his reaction is. It's definitely within vision, but it looks like he's not too watchful. Now he's under attack, so he will immediately be aware. And this is where the creep can happen, right? You know, he canceled that anchor. He doesn't have a counter anchor of his own to try to deal some damage. A Mason is going to go ahead and scout. It'll see a ministry halfway complete. That's going to be happy for the beaver. And now this anchor has Masons and Cyprians. You should maybe try to charge forward so you can stop that anchor from going down, but keeping it contained to the left-hand side, that's fine. That's a thing. He's going to go ahead and put down his own anchor, and yeah, the Mason scout from...
That's right, Mason was annihilating a stockade. He had to quickly get back and put an end to that business before something terribly unpleasant happened.
So the Cyprians are going to land. This one Cyprian, I should say, is going to be within range to try to kill this anchor. That's going to allow the Maverick to move forward. But there's only the one Cyprian in there, and that should actually empower ItDepends a little bit. He's actually going to do the Gigabrain play of moving the Ministry in front to occupy the shots. And so now, if he wanted to, he could engage onto this. He just needs to finish the anchor, really. And then, okay, he's good to go. He can go ahead and start stimming the Mavericks and put them into the anchor, and then he's pretty much scot-free. So there you go. Hard countered by a ministry. Who says it can't contribute to your war effort?
autism levels are increasing as Beaver emerges his mason to repair.
Well, a Goliath has emerged as well. Worker counts are dead even. Well, that's not going to be dead even.
Like siege tanks of old.
That's not exactly going to be dead even for much longer.
He's going to repair his Goliath, or he's going to lose his Goliath to this. He lost some workers to it instead. I almost lost the Goliath.
Look, 4 Cyprians have arrived. They're going to chase after the ministry that was occupying the attention of everybody else for so long. Ahmed's also here. You got to pull that anchor back, buddy. You got to pull the anchor back. He's repairing the Goliath. No, the anchor.
No.
The anchor, though. No!
Ahmed has perished.
Okay, you can still use the ministry to block the Cyprian shots. You pick off one for free. This is real good stuff. Okay, he can land it. He can just start making masons from it locally. He can keep it going. He can keep it going, boys. More units being rallied across the map. There are 4 stockades pumping nothing but bio. No transition, no expansion. If ItDepends holds, he'll be okay.
I don't know. Can you hold your brain cells after this? He's going to finish that anchor that was rudely discontinued back of his base. Building a star pad.
Okay.
Taking some lobsters over there.
Now, when you see the ministry, right? This is actually a good play from both players here. Funnily enough, that's something I didn't think I'd be saying in this matchup. But the Beaver is scouting out to see if the ministry has flown over to some other base, because he obviously saw that it didn't land in the natural. Meanwhile, ItDepends is keeping it at home and just building additional masons from it, so he can use his advantage in the worker count.
Aggressive scooting is taking place.
Well, there's an empty anchor.
In that anchor at the moment.
No, but it's going to establish dominance. And really, I like that he's figured out that you can block the stuff with the ministry, so that's pretty legit. If he put the Goliath in the anchor, he'd have a lot of an easier time. The aggressive spin, and it's dead. No, the rally.
Charge it.
Oh. It's dead. Quick, save it. Block it. Yeah, Cyclops. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, it's still good. It's still good. They can't shoot it. The ministry's blocking. Here comes Ahmed. It's like Dark Swarm, but for Terran. And Ahmed is the answer.
If you block the lobsters, the Cyprians can't kill them. Yep. The ministry has finally decided, I'm tired of being a fucking living shield. I'm out of here.
I think that was his best play so far, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's kept him in the game.
Oh, Ahmed tries to charge forward, and then he pops one of his own lobsters with the anchor, so it slows his units. That's a good one. Haven't seen that interaction yet. All right, the ministry has arrived, but is not landing.
It's found another mineral-only base, solidly mimicking Beaver's moves. If this continues, that means he'll pull out and win with a Cyprian march.
Oh, he didn't.
Beaver is making an expansion here. He's realized, wait a second, this may not actually work.
Yeah, he's also got tier 2 almost there. He's 100 gas away, so he can absolutely go for that. He just spent a lot of his money.
Never scouted elsewhere on the map at this stage, so he's kind of just assumed that ministry is only a defensive ministry, when in reality, it is slowly making workers over there somewhere.
All right, slapped around. The end seal confirms the position. You know, if he had matadors or something like that, that could help. I like the 1 HP Maverick that stimmed forward just to get gunned down by the anchor, as if he didn't know that was there. That's one way to confirm it, I guess. All right. So how are you going to break this position exactly? You had enough money to go for tier 2, but instead, Beaver queued up a bunch of Cyprians, and that's 50 gas and 50 minerals a pop. So, you know, we're kind of back down to that. We'll see if maybe somehow, some way, ItDepends can hold on long enough.
You know, it depends.
It does depend. Well,
he's got a strategy. It generally involves dropping.
Ooh.
Spin.
Yeah, that was an interesting
move.
All right, Anseal Trojan. It has 3 Cyclops and a
This can
Cyprian.
do a lot of damage.
Absolutely. And the way that these units are pathing, they're not going to scout it on the way by. Yeah, this could actually be game-ending, just based on the
Maverick
fact.
found that base in the bottom, and it was subsequently murdered by Masons. You know, ItDepends uses Masons a lot because they continually kill everything.
Look,
right?
some of the bio is moving down in that direction. They're going to be even farther away from a potential reinforcement point. And he's building a stockade here to try to reinforce that way. He needs to get his drop going. Tier 2 is deployed, so there's no units in the stockade production mass.
There's nothing in Beaver's entire base. Either of them. No military units.
No, it's going to happen. The pull is in.
Wait a second.
The pull is
What
in.
happens?
He can interrupt the Atlas if he is so desires. Cyclops are one reason why Cyclops are great is because the Ministry and similar structures do not block their projectiles. So that's quite unlike the Cyprian, which is just not very good as a result.
The expansion in the right side of the map was thwarted.
And everything
Masons.
charged forward in the ramp and is just look at the ramp. Mess. We're going to a decider, boys. The Atlas is canceled. There are no units coming from the stockade. We've got 4 Mavericks and that's it. That can be cleaned up by
needs
this.
to lift off and go over to the middle of the map and just use his 1,000 minerals to build another ministry somewhere, defend it with his handful of Mavericks, and hold out for the long game.
Oh, he's just trying to evacuate. Quick, just scoot up all your units. He can't shoot me. He's just
Oh
got
shit, it's
Ahmed.
Ahmed. Yeah, you gotta run.
Run away from Ahmed. He lost only 1 Cyclops and killed almost every Mason. Now there are 27 Masons up here, and he'll just go ahead and park himself in this area. He's even got the Ant Seal here for defense.
Yep, Ahmed arrives.
Yeah, the Cyclops are a little bit more concerned about dealing with the range threats. And look at that. Just adding more insult to injury. Scoot him up. Get him up. Get him. Yeah. Okay, he's safe. He's safe, boys. And meanwhile, this is a...
Beaver still has 28 workers in spite of all that, but ItDepends can finally, after so many years, take a base and actually hold it for a little while. It feels unusual. We're now beyond StarCraft 2 territory. StarCraft 2 doesn't have expanding, especially in this campaign. You can't expand. So now you're in a territory no RTS has ever gone before. Multi-base gameplay. You saw it here first.
You did see it here first. It took us over 20 years, but we got here.
We got here. Now, will Beaver be brave enough to make tier 2 again? Or is he going to be terrified of a second sassing? Well, there's no defenses en route, watchdogs, anchors, or otherwise, and the Masons are charging forward. It depends. It's fallen back to what works.
Oh, there's 5 Masons
This is
over
what
here.
works.
This is what works. I mean,
Listen, he has more workers than Beaver, but I'm pretty sure he has less effective workers than Beaver.
Ant Seals are here to help some rates buy some
not
time.
retaliating, so
The
of course
Dree
they're
drop
dying
has
en
kicked
masse.
in. Just gonna sass. Unfortunately,
Yep.
they all died.
Unfortunately, they all died this time. Beaver had actual units over here. If the Trojan dies, I fear for ItDepends' soul.
Hey, at least the Ant Seal's still alive. See ya.
There's so many workers here, all of which are picking their respective noses and each other's noses.
Hey, you
The
can
anchors
pick
are
your
gonna get
nose and you can
cancelled.
pick your friends. You can't pick your friend's nose, Mass. Come on now.
Yes, you can.
Meanwhile, the massacre of
You need new
Cyprians
friends.
versus Cyprians.
Oh, this brings us back to the classic days when I was first introduced to this project. Literally everybody built nothing but Cyprians because they were absolutely fucking insane. I'm sure Ben was quite happy with this.
You know what? Earlier there was a chat message that said both of these players need to qualify so we can see more of them. And I kind of feel that way right about now. This is turning into a really silly game.
Beaver is braving the Atlas again, but
Okay.
look at where it is.
Ooh,
It can just get
Enoch.
dropped again. He needs to stick it like inside his opponent's natural or something, somewhere in least expected.
Well, the Ant Seal is once again harassed, but anchor
Look,
with Cyprians.
It's Cyprians on ledges. If that does not call you give you PTSD, you may be a zoomer.
You may have never played this project before. Well,
That's awful.
the Atlas is more than half, or more than a quarter of the way done for ItDepends. So he's actually got a tech lead. Oh no, it's actually just about the same. More stockades being added. Looks like clumping up in a small line here is going to be the idea that ItDepends has for dealing with Cyprians. I don't know about how effective that is, but it looks like he just had enough meat that it didn't matter.
It's okay. Ahmed gave his life so that ItDepends could live on. A heroic and noble sacrifice.
Wait, more.
The anchor
There's
is
more
never
Ahmeds.
allowed to house anything.
Yeah, there's one anchor that has nothing in it. And look, the one that has stuff in it didn't land. Oh, Jesus. Oh, golly, gee
Run
whiz.
from Ahmed.
No, anchors
from
slipped
Ahmed.
off. Yeah.
There's 2 more anchors there. They have nothing in them.
Oh,
lobster.
a lobster. No, you can't have only empty anchors. You got to put stuff in them. Oh, shit. Repair.
Repair them quickly. He thinks there's stuff in them.
Wait, no.
Ahmed is so confused. What do I do? Imagine being Ahmed in this circumstance. None of the anchors have anything in them, and there's a random lobster literally in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by angry masons. It finally seems like you'll be able to do something, and then you just die unceremoniously, uncelebrated. Those Masons are sitting there like hobos around a campfire, just staring longingly at the anchor, and there's no one even in it to repair. But somehow repairing it is still the right choice.
I can feel my brain breaking as I'm watching this. Oh my goodness! Well,
listen, there's a mantle on the way. There's 2 mantles. Will we get cat facts? 3 mantles. That's 3.
That is
Metzen
3.
smiles.
Listen, tier 2 is done, and the only
Listen,
thing that Beaver has made is a star pad.
Yeah.
He's adding the
Tier 2 is a
Covenant,
star
so
pad.
maybe he wants to do a nuke drop.
Oh god, it's gonna be a flashback back to Neblime all over again. I fear for ItDepends' sanity and
Look, more
soul.
Masons.
At least
You
he got
didn't need
stuff in
those.
He put things into those. Oh no! His new ministry has been discovered.
No, he just landed this.
He just landed it.
Well, off it goes.
And he's just got to lift it up again. I mean, look, just send your workers across the map like you did the last game, and they can just end up in random places. Beaver never looks below your main unless you somehow stumble.
Oh my god.
upon it. You gotta sense things.
Cataphracts are on the way.
Cat facts! God bless. Did you know that cat males' penises are barbed? Well, now you do. And you know.
Wait,
what
is he
is
going to get
Beaver
that last
making
one?
in
No, no. He spares the last one.
Listen. He's still pumping Mavericks against impending cat facts that are going to be probably standing on a ledge or at least behind these fucking anchors. That's going to be disastrous.
Here we go. Yeah, defensive ministry landing.
Just send it to the bottom of the map.
No.
You may as well. Listen, okay, Beaver's getting the captaincy. What if Beaver subverts the cat facts?
Dude, there's so
First,
much
he has to
bio
be able
and
to kill
there's
them.
3
How is he gonna be able to do it?
cataphracts. We've got more
my
coming.
God.
Oh
He
no.
charges forward.
This
The
is
ministry will actually funnel him into the cat facts, or he's going to get hung up attacking it. It is actually genius. It is 5-dimensional play. Beaver focusing on the ministry as the object. Oh my god, it's a massacre.
Oh, it's brutal.
Horrible. He didn't even bring it into the reds. Oh, he's pulling it.
Well, he must be feeling pretty good about that. Does it really depend, or is it just a guarantee? It looks like the 200 plus APM of ItDepends. He's charging forward. He feels empowered. He built the cataphracts. And
Well, Beaver doesn't have a response to this. He's building savants, but I don't think they're going to do too well against this. Oh.
Especially if they just walk in. Hey, look, more Masons are coming too.
Listen,
They're on attack
This
mode.
is when you start building 1,000 sentinels on that ledge you've got, but he doesn't have that much money. He's going to build an anchor. I don't know what he plans to put in it. But oh no, he's got a Heracles.
He's got a
Oh,
couple of those.
There's a Mason. Where does this Mason come from?
Yeah, there's another one.
Masons in my base. There's another one.
He's got the Anseal to protect
he needs
him.
a front line, so
yeah.
he may as well make Masons.
Look, he's even distracting Ahmed. The push is coming in. Where's the response? No sentinels.
Listen, with 4 clerics healing, even your Mason can be the front line. Ahmed charges. Oh, Ahmed's dead.
Well, say
Beaver's
it
on the
again?
ropes now.
Well, hey, look, the third base is being attacked.
I think he's going to need like a couple dozen more Ahmeds just to get close to them.
Captaincy number 1 goes down. Cataphracts were upgraded to 12 damage, by the way, instead of 10, so...
This is when he needs some defensive nukes, but he doesn't have a silo.
No anvil. Nothing in
very
sight.
little.
Another Mason has made it to
Ahmed.
the front line, and it's occupying Ahmed's attention as he tries to attack the clerics.
Ahmed is getting caught up in the Mason.
It's over.
The Mason survives the onslaught of Ahmed. What is this?
It's just Cataphract Cleric with 1 Mason. GG is called. He cannot defeat the Mason, and we are going to a
The
decider.
reverse sweep has begun.
I am
The
without
true
words.
power of ItDepends' stand. The Mason has been unleashed. You saw it here. Even Ahmed's unable to escape.
Well,
I had to join Three Crows game to spam it with absolute jitterish, and I saw ItDepends in there too, so he was absolutely thoroughly bamboozled by that.
I can't believe it. Nice AI. Thanks, Fagudo.
Listen, the AI is not capable of using its ministry as a bulwark to force your opponent into concession.
The beaver will select his own map, Infinite Velocity. This will be our decider.
Only for him to get cheesed by cat facts and masons.
I can't believe that. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I also need to pee. You see, that game really took all the fluid out of my system.
Yeah, I believe it. BRB. I have returned.
Ah, dear. Cat facts, masons, and ministries. The most unlikely and inseparable of companions, the fellowship, so to say. Marching forward, forever shiny.
Forever shiny. Well, thank you,
Oh,
Arcane
luck
Winds.
with
I hope you guys are enjoying Ascension 6 so far. These are the meme games that we need to see just to show you what the lower echelon... I mean, if we ever end up casting like the qualifiers to Ascension 7, this is probably what we're going to see.
I sure hope so.
Let's get into it. This is our last game of Group B. We've got 2 more groups for you after this, but here we are going to see ourselves off the final TVT matches that we can have, at least in this particular group. Because, of course, there is a random player still in the wings, and he is in a group with lucifirius as Terran. That's Btyb, the random player. Anyway, we'll get to that later. That's Group D. Many hours away. Turquoise Terran. That's ItDepends on the left. And the Mahogany Terran of the Beaver 99. That is on the right. Now, in 4 minutes, the Atlases explode. Niduses are interconnected to each other's base. Will we see them used? That's a question.
Will Ahmed charge forth, screaming and uttering a battle cry that sounds suspiciously to, I just cooked pizza in my thighs.
I think it's likely. A very fast stockade from both players, so if they have a plan, it's going to be pretty similar. ItDepends has seen this map, and the Beaver made this map. So once again, you know, it's kind of funny. If the Beaver wins his series against ItDepends, and both of his wins come from maps he made, can you cry Imba?
Developer bias.
Well, that's one way to get yourself an advantage in these kinds of tournaments, and it's to
Double
do exactly
stockade.
like that, just by making the maps that get played in the tournaments. Well, ItDepends is once again scouting in very strange locations.
It is. It's going to be Ahmed. Ahmed is going to charge forth, screaming and sweating and undulating and throbbing through the Niduses.
Well, it also rends the armor of the Atlases, so he can burn them down a lot faster than you would see
And off he
normally.
goes.
Off he goes.
Off he goes.
To
Wants it.
Yeah.
There you go. He has it.
And now you're going to see it take full damage from the Huracan. And as well as that Maverick, if it ever gets tasked onto it.
It wasn't all Ahmed. There's some Mavericks. Oh, he's bringing. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, he's going to construct an anchor right there. It would make sense.
Yep. Additional Mavericks en route, even cutting workers at this point. In they go. Slurping sounds.
I'm actually a little worried here. I don't think ItDepends is aware at all that this is happening.
No, he has no idea. He's played on the map, but has he been cheesed on the map?
He's at least seen people use this map, so he should be aware.
Those Mavericks might catch him, right? And he is making an anchor.
There's so much bio here. This is really scary if you're ItDepends. You're going to have to pull the boys. Double anchor, but there's only 5 Mavericks here.
Oh, no.
He could try to snipe down the Mason, but they're not even stimmed. He gets rid of the Huracan. That's a big snipe because it means that the anchors will have...
He's building 3 anchors, 1 for each Maverick.
Yes. He should get rid of this Mason so that he can, guarantee that there's not going to be any proxy anchors done to him.
Oh, he finishes 1
He's
anchor.
got 3 Masons and 1 anchor.
That's okay. They'll tell each other bedtime stories, I suppose.
Now,
Still
honestly,
1 Maverick there.
this
the
looks
Maverick
bad.
wants inside,
But look at the there's no worker count here for Beaver. So as bad as this looks, ItDepends can try to hold on.
There was a Maverick, or there was a Mason killing his shit.
There was a Mason that killed 2 of his workers.
Multiple bodies.
Yes, 2
in that mineral line.
My God, man! One of the empty anchors has been sniped,
The
but
empty anchor has died.
just kill him. Just use your Masons. Battle Masons. Let's go, boys! Pull the boys. No, they refuse to pull. I still. Will he ever realize that he's got 3 of his Masons stuck away in an anchor?
Why would he ever realize that? He doesn't need them.
There's even more bio on the back line. He really should just try to attack these with something. It's looking a little grim. He's going to go for it. There we go.
All right.
He's cleared the back line.
Secured.
He can start
Now
harvesting
he needs to
again.
free the other half of his workers from the clutches of the anchor.
He's like, wait, I only have 1 Maverick in that anchor. Why can't I put any additional anchors in there? Well, the answer is because you put 3 Masons in there, and you forgot about them. Oh, dear. Well, the Huracan is going to die. There's 1 more Huracan left. He needs to try to repair this with everything that he's got. Even workers, but 3 of them are hiding. They should oh, no! They've finally revealed, and GG is called. The Beaver qualifies to playoffs by the skin of his anchor. Well, you asked for cheese.
That was amazing. Every step of that was amazing. It was one of the most beautiful things I have ever ingested nasally.
Devimba.
I would like to ask Neblime about Masons and what Masons can do for him. Hi.
Hello, Neblime.
Hello there.
Can you
How do
believe
you
what
feel
you just
about
watched?
Oh, you're asking me questions. I can believe it. I can believe it. Look, honestly, I was looking at game 2, and I'm like, oh, he's making 3 ministries. This is a bad idea. Then I thought back to the games I was just playing, where I was kind of like making a ministry and floating it out while there was just an army there on what's the map? I don't even know the names of the maps, man.
Was it a 4-spawn map?
The snow one, the 2-player
Oh,
one.
Sideshow. That would against
Yeah.
ItDepends, yeah.
He kind of had his contain. I didn't even realize, and I was like, yeah, I'm just going to make this ministry, float it down. So I can't judge.
But you were looking for his proxy. You saw his Mason.
Well, I'm not going to lie. At the start,
And
I
his
was actually thinking about checking for it, because I was thinking to myself, okay, it takes like 30-something seconds to get across the map, and I only went to the ramp at 40 seconds, so I almost actually just blind scouted it. I don't know why, but I was just thinking he was going to cheese.
Yeah, you
and then I
saw it
got to
there,
his
but
base,
then you
and I'm
kept
like,
looking for it.
What do you mean?
You kept looking
Sorry.
for it, and he never could find it.
Yeah, there was a point where
Do
he
you
just
know-
had a Mason and like 4 Mavericks walking across the map.
Yeah, you found them at your third.
Yeah, you probably just didn't clock them. But
And
they
you
were...
thought that there was going to be a proxy
sorry.
there.
I was talking about a different game then. Yeah. I did find that. I thought he was going to make an anchor and fly.
You thought you were going to make an anchor. You kept waiting. You kept looking for it all over
Yeah.
for minutes and minutes.
Yeah,
Well, really,
did he just
they
go
went to
home?
the bottom left and they pitched a tent there.
Yeah, they did. He didn't build a
they-
single.
They went all the way across.
They
the
didn't
island
make a
coming up for
ministry or
while.
anything.
No,
they
it's just
oh.
No,
no. He just
Well, I got
exploded.
outplayed there.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you, like,
had alternate
the fight would have
strategy.
been real embarrassing.
You got outplayed by whatever was going on there.
I did.
Yeah, no. So listen, you qualified pretty easily. The real question I have for you is: it seems like this group wasn't much of a test, but maybe a little bit of a warm up, TVT, all that good stuff. I'm not even sure you're going to face a mainline T. There's only one mainline Terran remaining in the whole tournament, and that's lucifirius out of Group D. So this might not actually end up being all that meaningful as far as practice for you goes. What are you thinking now that you're first place? You're at least guaranteed a second seed, but that could be Hamster, right? Like, that's a possibility. What are you thinking now that you're going into playoffs?
Well, I'm kind of hoping Hamster knocks out Mystery Meat because honestly, I think Hamster might be stronger than me. But if he does knock out Mystery Meat, am I going to be able to beat him?
I see.
I'm just hoping I don't have to play Mystery Meat in the finals because I got to say I don't have high hopes.
Okay, after you're a little shook after the way that the grand finals ended last time. Now, again, he's random, so there's a chance that he ends up, especially if he keeps telling you your race the whole way through, which is a possibility too. Like, there's some things that could happen there. I feel like maybe he's looked a little bit more mortal. You probably didn't catch the games
he could get
against
Zerg every game.
Yeah, you probably didn't catch Group A because you were sleeping, but
That's right.
Mystery Me did drop a match against Hamster when he rolled Zerg, so ZVZ. So you might not even be that worried about it if, it's a situation like that where maybe he's looking a little less prepared on some of those specific races.
Okay, well, if we get TVT, I'm pretty happy because we'd actually played a fair bit of TVT before, and
Right.
that Wyverns were much better in the last patch. It was sort of just mass Wyvern for a while, but I think I sort of figured it out, and I was sort of winning the more we played. But I feel like we're going to play, and he's just going to roll Protoss 3 times, and I'm going to die. That's what I feel like is going to happen.
Okay, so you're a little bit worried about that. Well, Mystery Meat thinks Zerg is the OP race right now. So I wonder if you agree with that, or if you feel like maybe he's just on something else.
Well, I didn't really want to make any pronouncements on balance here. I don't think I've really played enough to say anything. But I think it's obvious that Mystery's been playing Protoss recently, so I expect that to be strongest.
I see. Okay. Well, I guess the only other thing is, now that you've seen the Beaver versus ItDepends, what do you reckon as far as the Beaver's playstyle? Do you think he can practice up and maybe do some damage, or do you think he's kind of destined for a quick exit out of playoffs? Like, were you surprised he was the one to take it? Any comments for Beaver's play? Since I know you were watching this last game.
If I'm being serious here, then the main thing I'd say is have a clear idea of what you're going to make, especially at tier 2. Because he got the tier 2, and like you pointed out, he was making the honestly the units from the captaincy that are bad. I'm attacking your units again, so
hey, Cyclops could have destroyed you in that game if he on Victory Square if he actually showed up.
I believe it when I see it. But anyway, he could have just gone into Madrigals. Normally, I would say Madrigal's not that great in TBT, but like they're both spamming so many T1 units. Like you saw in my games, they would have just devastated. Like literally 2 Madrigals just in position would have taken out the entire army. Or just anything else.
That kind of happened in your game against Beaver when you dropped Madrigals into his base, and there was his units got caught in the Sim City, and it was just one of the grossest massacres I've ever seen in the history of this mod.
I've done worse with Madrigals. I've done worse. But I think they just don't know which units are good, quite frankly. Because honestly, some units at tier 2 are just not good. You just don't make those because they don't do much. Madrigals are not one of them. They're very good, but they are situational. But some units are more all-round. Like, for example, Salamanders, even Wyverns sometimes. I guess they've been nerfed now. But that kind of thing, if you make those weird specialist units, like, what is it, Heracles and the...
Right.
What was the other one? The Siren? Like, they're very, very dedicated roles. They don't really, like... They're not the bulk of your army.
Yeah, they require a very specific use case.
And even just Sentinels as well, right? That's another thing to spend your minerals on. If you had like 2 Sentinels on the high ground, you probably could have held off that pretty weak army that was coming for him.
Yeah, that's what I said, that, just have some Sentinels on that ledge, and that would at least hold the line for a while. Like, it would at least kill the clerics so they stop healing the cat facts. Or in the case of, ItDepends, he could have built some that would have just shut down the tier 1 bio.
I didn't realize cataphracts are buffed until you guys said that on the cast. The damage is increased, so I don't know. Maybe it isn't enough now, but still would have been better than what he was making.
Yeah, they have +2 damage per attack. They have 12 instead of 10. So
yeah, but I mean, even then, even without the buff, against a tier 1 bio army with no sustain at all, they're going to just destroy them because they have 3 armor and their range is higher. And there was like 4 of them when he moved out, and they just kept growing. Like at that point, you pretty much have to build like phalanxes, sentinels, some kind of heavy frontliner or something to deal with it. And yeah, it does feel like a lot of the cases with some of the players that like they're not as comfortable when like tier 2, like they go to tier 2 because they know it's powerful, but once they reach it, they aren't really sure like what they need to do, what tools to do. And madrigals are definitely generally a safe bet because everybody knows about magical drops. Everybody's seen them kill all the workers. Like that's kind of like just a go-to if you don't really know what to do. But the piercing attack on them is really good too.
Yeah, they can be pretty multi-purpose.
I don't know. Sorry. I don't know if you guys remember my first Ascension, my match versus Benno. Do you remember that one?
Yes, I do remember.
Yeah,
that
you
one.
remember how I was like flying all the way across the map with some cataphracts, and I dropped them and he attacked with like 50 Mavericks. And I, like, 2 cataphract drops.
Oh, that was on
We're just
Main Street,
reliving that.
and then there was the diadems and the seraphs.
Not that map. The,
a different one.
The other space tile set one.
I'm guessing
I
it was
cannot tell you the name of it.
probably Megalith Empire, the one with the like asteroid terrain on the left.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And
That
like
sounds
I
familiar.
said, I just flew them all the way in the corner, and he just came obligingly with all his Mavericks to get slaughtered. It kind of reminded me of that.
Yeah, that was before the selection extended too, so he put a lot of effort into suiciding all
God,
those
yeah.
units.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that game ended with him rallying some tier 3 air into death and then GGing. So
Yes, I remember I was spotting for my diadem with a missile turret, which is now the go-to strategy for that, I reckon.
yeah, I think so. Lifted structures, they definitely help out. And
Well,
they're cheap
Watchdog
enough,
in
right?
particular because it's cheap. Yeah.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, so I mean, the games were a little inconclusive, a little imbalanced in terms of skill, but how are you feeling about this patch? Do you still reckon Terran's about as strong as it was before?
Well, not having to make the fountainhead is absolutely enormous. But it is hard to figure out because the Wyvern was actually quite dominant, I think, even though we hadn't explored that fully. So now it's not exactly clear what's going to be the best. And Hamster honestly is bringing a play style that I haven't seen out of Shambler. So I had to adapt quite considerably in TVZ compared to how I play against Shambler. So, I mean, conveniently, I don't really need Wyverns for that. So, I don't know. It's hard to say. And I have no idea how Mystery plays Zerg or honestly even Terran at this point. So, I don't know. Hard to say. But if nothing else, you have to spend less money to get your tier 2.5. So, yeah, Terran must be stronger, right?
You have more options. You can go like Seraph, early Seraph with Radiate.
You just want to see
my
nukes, don't you?
It can be strong in the armor shred, right?
Yeah, it's a
See,
little
about that,
jank right
actually-
now with Seraphs because you have to target terrain and not units.
Yeah.
So hopefully,
I'm glad you're aware that it's a bit annoying. when
Yeah,
there's a
I
massive
meant
army
to be
block
able
the
to
screen.
fix that before the tournament. So that's just something where, even though it's technically like quote unquote influence matches, if I can get a fix for that in before playoffs or whatever, then I'll definitely do that.
You can always just build the Zazels too, right? Like defense.
Well, I do have something to say about that. If you go commandment, on paper it seems very good, but the problem is it's too APM intensive, and you have potential to just lose your Seraphs flying around and stuff.
You need to have good control to make the most out of it for sure.
Yeah, like you've
And I
seen
think it
like
works
Game
best
versus
against like
Hamster.
specific things, right? Like
Yeah,
if you were up
exactly.
against like a Zerg and they were sacking Meatless, then it's just kind of a lot like normal Brood War. They don't do
Yeah.
as much damage, but it's more readily available.
Imagine if you just went madrigals though, and
Yeah.
they were mutilous. Then it'd
Oh
be
well,
a lot
I have
easier.
some news for you, Mr. Neblime. You're gonna want to enjoy them. Specifically for you, man. Your favorite unit is the Madrigal. The Madrigal is getting changed because Veek achieved the initial pitch for the unit, which is that it staggers it per unit that it targets. But previously that wasn't possible, so there's like a small delay between each missile fired. So it basically tracks it for how many units are in the area. And that also makes it look a lot cooler, but is obviously a bit of a nerf because it's not firing one missile per you target all this at once. That's not going to happen until Ascension 7, so you don't have to worry about it for now. Just enjoy your Madrigals while you got them because they will be a little bit more sane in the next update.
Is there a number of units then that if you add more units in their range, it's not actually firing any more missiles because it's already too busy?
No.
I'm just
So
wondering.
it tracks the targets as they come into the range if it's already in the middle of a salvo, and it will also not home in on targets that are acquired if they leave before they're targeted, before the missile's launched. It
Right.
prioritizes units closest to the actual target of the unit. Like, you know how you can right-click a specific unit, so you can kind of control
Oh
that.
yes, I see.
Yeah, so it's going to take some getting used to when that's done. But I just want to have that on the horizon for people because they know they might have seen Madrigals now for the first time. We got rated a bunch of times in the stream, which I appreciate. But just wanted to mention that, like, yeah, at this stage, like, we know Madrigals look pretty powerful. I think there are ways to manage them. I don't actually think they're brazenly OP.
Madrigals used to be so much more insane.
Yes, yeah.
So much
Especially
more.
when you can fit two of them that were already deployed. Yes, yeah.
And they used to deal like 2 or 3 times as much damage as they did now. Like 2 waves would wipe your worker line immediately.
Well, workers used to also have less HP. So, like, that was a kind of a double whammy there for a while. Yeah. So I think that was even before Neblime's time, the worker HP thing. But so for sure, it's something that we're aware of, that the unit might still seem a little powerful, but we already got some things in play. And I think it'll end up being healthier. It's what my original vision of it was for anyway. So it's nice to see that turn in. And again, it looks cooler. It actually looks more epic when you see it that way. So we'll see about that. But yeah, so like I mentioned, maybe I can do some UX improvements or whatever ahead of playoffs for things like casting Yamato and Irradiate, where they have the issue right now where they can't actually target units. But if you target a unit, they can't.
Oh, you did that to Magnetize too?
I believe it's the same way. Yeah.
It's because of a bug, basically. Yeah. That was the way they were behaving.
No.
Still, though, that means they're going to miss their target if it moves, right?
Well, they just target terrain. Yeah. So.
But even if you fix the bug, I mean, like...
the intention is that they accept the unit as a target, but they just convert that into a terrain position. So they'll fire it.
They're not supposed to track it, really.
Yeah.
Did it look like I was having too easy a time versus Mystery Meat in that game? Wow.
No, that's actually from other testing. That was like from when it was pointed out that it tracks without really any indication. It's really hard for like the opposing player to see what's happening. So that wasn't really... When you were using them, it actually looked totally balanced to me. So it looked totally fine because you were up against like
I did kind of lose the game.
It's mostly a thing with the Seraph because the missile's a lot slower.
Yeah.
So you can avoid it, and then suddenly you got to radiate on you anyway.
Yeah.
So it's much more like in your game, it wasn't really a big issue because you were shooting slow-moving targets anyways. So it wouldn't really have made a big difference. Yeah. But in the cases with the Seraph, it's like you can avoid the missile and. Well, you're already radiated, even though you're like 4 or 5 spaces away from it already. Right.
Well, I guess while I have you here, Neblime, if you're interested, we can go quickly over a prediction for Group C.
Oh, okay.
I know you like to talk shit about Shambler, so he is
of course.
He is in that group. Have you played against Dead-Infested or 3 Crow recently? Have you logged
I played against Dead-Infested in Brood War.
Okay.
But not very much, to be fair. And 3 Crow, I'm honestly not sure if I've ever played against 3 Crow. I suppose I must have all this time. Look, man, I can't be too kind about 3 Crow's chances. I feel like he just doesn't really make stuff, and you have to make an army to win the real-time strategy game.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything exotic enough he can pull out that Dead-Infested's gonna fail, because anyone who's played like a lot of Ladder and Brood War, and Dead-Infested's played a fair bit, isn't gonna kind of just like lose it when confronted with something unusual. Maybe if like there's an engram in his base and it's ready before he realizes it's there, he's gonna be like, oh my god, and die. But like I can't see what else is possibly gonna work. If Dead-Infested like knows the units at all.
Yes, and he has been practicing a lot, to be fair. I don't think very recently, but I've been playing I must have played like 15, 20 matches against him over the last week. So he's got a little bit of practice. I played as Zerg and I played as Protoss. He doesn't know if he can handle a Shambler, which is fair because Shambler is very experienced at this point. But he does think that he can handle 3 Crow. He's pretty confident in that matchup. I have no idea, conversely, what 3 Crow's been up to. I guess he just practiced against Hamster before Hamster went to bed. So maybe there will be some recent factors. Yeah. So
here's what I'm thinking, right? If Dead-Infested knows about Rogue's Gallery and stuff, or even about Panopticus and stuff, and he knows how to deal with that.
Yeah.
Well, not that 3 Crow, I imagine, probably go Panopticus, but that kind of stuff that you just need to know about. Yes. I don't think he's going to lose a game to 3 Crow, and quite frankly, I don't think Shambler's going to lose a game to 3 Crow either. Okay. Unless, like you say, we don't know what 3 Crow's been doing. If he's been having a training montage, maybe. So I'm just going to focus on Shambler versus Dead-Infested. Now, I think Dead-Infested has decent mechanics. But Shambler, I feel like, has a lot of aggressive potential. Is very good at just kind of pulling the lever and making units, and coming in with a massive, Gorg stack or something like that, or just a lot of Causalist, that kind of thing. And I don't know how familiar Dead-Infested is with his playstyle in particular, because you play different versus Shambler than other people, I think. So I got to say, I still got to give it to Shambler. If Dead-Infested's been sort of watching the games and studying intently, and he plays really defensively, then who knows? But I'm giving it to Shambler in first place, Dead-Infested in second place, which isn't a very surprising prediction, I suppose.
There we go. Okay. All right. Mesk, do you echo the sentiments? You've seen a little bit of DeadInfested so far.
I think DeadInfested. I mean, the matchup that I watched was kind of biased because you were kind of building like a really ineffective composition against him. He showed a lot of weakness in mid game and late game in his decision making, like ignoring your one diadem, charging down the map when you only had like 2 watchdogs guarding it, and he could have just pretty much stepped on it at any point he wanted. And he ended up conceding the match when he really wasn't in a losing position. And the way that he was attacking you was really bad at that point, where he was just kind of like trying to force his way in through really inefficient stuff. But before then, it was a very back and forth game where he was able to withstand your early aggression and tech up and start building. When I think about Shambler, I think that Shambler's early game is stronger and his mid game and late game is going to be a lot stronger. And I mean, that's just the one matchup though. So it's kind of like, maybe it wasn't like his best matchup or whatever. But definitely like Shambler has kind of like some inconsistency in some cases. But I don't think, just judging from what I saw, he's going to be easily able to exploit it. But if he does exploit it, I think it'll be before he hits mid game. Because I think that when it gets to the higher tier stuff, there's going to be like the lack of experience is going to particularly holding back. What neblime says is correct, that he has enough experience to withstand like early cheese and stuff like that. Shambler usually doesn't go like hyper cheese. It's just all aggression. And if he can withstand that aggression and then repel it, then I think there's windows of opportunity for him to take games early on through mechanics, presumably. But again, I was talking to you about that match. I casted this match, actually. I'm going to give it to Pernigo to upload it or do whatever he wants, but probably tonight, tomorrow, something like that. And basically, my general feedback was that there was a critical point early on to the game where he switched his attention off of the front line to deal with a drop that was happening, which he had already defenses that had already destroyed. He ended up losing like half of his army kind of needlessly. So I feel like Shambler also has some control issues too, but rarely to that extent. So
yes.
I'll be interested to see it, but I don't really see Shambler dropping rounds very easily against that. When it comes to Kian, Kian is an interesting fellow, and he does like to cheese, and he can be very dedicated about his cheese, but I do agree that he does tend to peter off towards the mid, and even more portions to the early where sometimes gets like too focused on things. So I think it's kind of like a focus issue that then, it turns into not really building enough units or expanding enough or whatever. I've seen him play pretty well. I played with him a fair bit. I mean, when I started, and I would lose games to him consistently because he would just outproduce units to me. And to me, when I'm coming to Ascension, I'm spectating him. Sometimes to me, it feels like he doesn't take those matches quite as seriously as he did those matches against me earlier on. Maybe it's just because the scope and my perspective and understanding has grown a lot since then. But, there was like in his match versus Keen, where Keen just took like 30 minutes to kill him when he had like 4 workers or something. Yeah. And, there was just... The match just kind of just felt like both players were just kind of like joking around.
Right.
But I feel like if he takes those games seriously, then I do believe he can come in second place in that. And I do feel like that there would be a world where he can even take matches off of Shambler, but I feel like he has to really commit to it. And I feel like he might have like consigned himself to not feeling like he can really do that. But I think that there is a window of opportunity for him to do so against Shambler, and he would have to be dedicated. I think that DeadInfested, his superior game knowledge can lend him if he can get through the early game without getting like thrown off tilt or getting too far behind, because I think DeadInfested struggled a little bit with map control and expanding, and that is something that Kian should be able to have a little bit more familiarity with doing, with the project and the economy system and stuff like that. Now it's changed, but that's also unfortunately still one of the problems he historically has problems with, as well as taking over the map and spending all the money and getting all the units and stuff like that. So I feel like that if he just like tries to play standard in this, and not like if he recognizes that DeadInfested is going to be resistant to cheese and not really get thrown off by that, and then tries to like play to what I felt were like his strengths earlier on, then I feel like it should at least be a more even match. But it's
DeadInfested is practicing a lot.
Yes.
So,
Well,
any
and Three
instances
Crow's
that he
grinding
has
out
are
practice
actually
games
improving.
as we speak. He actually just
Yeah.
finished playing against another newcomer who apparently is, I saw him play a little bit. He's got the RTS basics down. That's Newt, who's a bit of new. I mean, that's literally his name. New, and he plays Terran, so that's where the T comes from, I think.
So, well, he's getting practice in, so, we'll see. We'll get a good beat on him, I think, from our first games. So
Yeah.
go from there. Like I said, I think there's a window of opportunity for him to do it. But generally speaking, I do agree with Neblime's assessment, though.
Okay. All right.
Well, I have a theory. You want me to bring in my whiteboard and my conspiracy
Yeah,
theory?
sure. Hit me.
All right. I just noticed that Shambler and Three Crow have actually been playing this morning or this evening for you guys, I guess. So I think Three Crow is just trying to go for second place here. He's just planning to take out DeadInfested, and I think Shambler's helped him prepare.
Oh, interesting.
That's my theory.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a safe bet. Like, if you think you can't, take out the favored player in this case.
Yeah.
Like, if it was in my case, I would probably do the same because I've taken matches off of Shambler, but that's really by, tilting him out. And,
Well, that's Shambler's particular weakness.
yeah, so, that's not very consistent. So, if I was in such a group, I would definitely, think about, well, who's my other opponent? Can I take matches off of that and go into... when you're in a case where you have, the loser's bracket and stuff in the later parts, that can be a viable strategy if you want to just draft your way around a particularly difficult opponent in the... if you analyze your predictions and you think they're going to get placed against a more difficult opponent before you, then you might be able to just kind of, weave your way around the brackets and avoid that entirely. So it's kind of like what you were saying in regards to Mystery Meat, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, having the opportunity for Mystery Meat to maybe get bopped by somebody else, cast down to the lower bracket, which, again, it's surprising Mystery Meat went down there and Neblime technically never did. So maybe Neblime wants to repeat that process. By the way, Neblime, you may be encouraged to know that if you make it to the grand final of this particular tournament undefeated, then since it's going to be a best of 7 and not a best of 5, you will have access to the only ban and the first pick because you got there undefeated. That's your reward.
I'll tell you right now, I'm banning Situ. Maybe I shouldn't give that away. I'm not playing that map, man.
There you
I'm
go.
Just not.
There you go. So, well, maybe when you see some more epic macro matches from even skilled players on it, you will change your opinion. I'm sure those will
I
eventually
have a
show.
story macro game from even skilled players. And,
That is true, to be fair. It was the most bizarre game I've ever seen, but then we saw Highwater, so that was also the most bizarre game I've ever seen.
I mean, I'm going to be making Ministries and Masons, but now I know how to use them. So
That's true.
after watching that.
Yes, yeah, ItDepends was able to educate us. Dude, honestly, what a Chad. I hope that MoonHunter and ItDepends, they've really helped engender, I don't know if respect is the right word from a competitive standpoint, but definitely, it's charming. They've charmed us with their aggressive play and their very silly, wacky tactics where they don't really know much about the project yet. I hope that they can make it through in the qualifiers for Ascension 7 if they decide to stick around that long. I think that'll be really cool. So happy to see them. I'm definitely a fan. I think they've made me a fan. So.
I mean, everyone here is here to have fun, presumably. Some people are here for the little bit of coffee money they're going to get.
Yeah.
But, hopefully everybody has entertainment, because I know I find it incredibly entertaining. I love these weird, cheesy games, the bizarre things that go on. Neblime hunting around for the proxy that never was. It's entertainment. It's definitely entertaining.
Oh, yeah, if you go back and watch that Sideshow cast, Neblime, you're just going to we're both really perplexed and, mostly laughing when there's just the movements that ItDepends had on the map really sent us for a loop, and I guess they worked on you too.
Oh, completely.
So, that's very interesting stuff. Well, I guess that's another question for you, Neblime. How do you feel about the maps that did actually come in and replace the existing ones? Obviously, you played on Sideshow. You probably haven't seen... I guess you could mostly go off of matches that you played in preparation for this, like the matches against Hamster and stuff. But how are you feeling about some of these new arrivals as far as the map pool goes?
All right, let's get on the list. Derelict seems good. I don't really have anything to say about it. Let me think about it. Yeah, no, I don't have anything to say. And like I said about whatever other map it was, that probably means I like it. Maybe it was Derelict was saying that about Highwater. I think is really, really prone to doom drops and just in general air harassment because your main is sort of facing outwards.
Yes.
And so it's very unstable, I think, compared to the other maps. What else came in? Sideshow. Oh, okay. Sideshow, it takes a long time to get across the map. And so it's hard to put any harassment or even attacks on because by the time you get there, your opponents already sort of set themselves up. So I think it's actually going to favor the non-Terran races because Terran has a bit of a hard time just like greedily taking bases. You sort of have to get tier 2 before you get a third base most of the time. And like beyond that, it's hard to move around defend places. So I think I'm going to have a hard time on Sideshow. I guess I'm giving away to my opponents. Better pick that one.
Right.
Victory Square, like I said in chat, I think it's just there to tempt me to make a lot of Masons and not any actual military units.
Right,
I mean,
right.
I like maps with back bases just because I like getting into a bigger game and making lots of stuff. Right?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm keen to see that kind of map, but obviously also going to be very prone to harass, so that sort of layout. But not in the same way as Highwater. Not in like your main's going to get doom dropped, you're going to lose everything. More like just it's going to be hard to keep all your workers alive, I think.
Yeah, they have to thread a needle on Victory Square to get into your base there.
Well, as I showed you.
Right, yeah. So, okay, so that's interesting. And you didn't probably see much about the updated Nitro Valley or the updates to any other maps. I'm guessing your opinions haven't changed
Nitro
too
Valley
much.
was updated. I had played on the new Situ though.
Right.
And I'll tell you now, there are definitely still things you can put below the high ground base and hit it.
Okay. And then for what was the other one? Yeah, so Nitro Valley had the resources reshuffled and the naturals expanded in size a bit, so they're a little bit more drop safe. At least that's the theory. So they're now up against the borders of the map. And other than that, it was just some small changes to the pathways and some decoration updates. So thirds are further towards the middle of the map as well a little bit, so that you can be more easily defensible if you end up taking the area out in front of your 3 bases there. So that almost might look a little bit similar to some of the rough layouts of like, I don't think it's Vermeer, but it's one of the 4 spawn maps that is in the ASL pool, where they have the base that's kind of tucked away that you can try to expand to. But it's still a little bit air harassment prone because so many people still build air units in CMBW, which is not really much of a surprise.
You get a scout if nothing else.
Yeah. And okay, well, we got some opinions, we got some analysis, we got some predictions where it seems like you and Mesk are in agreement, Neblime, that it's going to be Shambler and DeadInfested most likely. But, 3Crow has been practicing up. Maybe there's a chance that he's been, the Shambler's been practicing PvP matches. Somebody can go check those casual ladder matches to see what race Shambler was even playing. I'm guessing it was actually genuine ZVP practice, but either way. Either you guys have final words now that Group B is on and we'll be heading over to Group C after an extended break?
Look, I would love to see 3Crow like proxy engram his way to victory. I'm holding out for it.
There we go.
If you thought Sideshow was hard to cross the map on, try playing against this asshole here when he's building absolutely nothing but vassals and sims and amaranths, and you're Terran and you're stuck there until you get cuirasses.
Yes.
And you force him to endure losing half of the map to nothing but cuirasses.
Yeah.
Have you
It takes
tried
amaranths a
Madrigal's
very
there?
long time to kill a cuirass.
Madrigal versus Vassal, it's pretty good.
That is true. That is pretty good.
I used Volks, and the initial
You
confrontation
fool.
was 2 Valkyries dying instantly to Vassal.
Yeah, again, Valkyrie's bad unit, Pronogo. Another unit I think is just bad.
I don't
got
know.
one
They
list.
did hard counter my vassals pretty quickly after that. But...
I needed another 4 or 5 of them to fight the battle.
Yeah.
Well, there were like
Look at the investment
50 or
compared to-
60 vassals by that point, but yeah.
Anyway, wasn't I meant to be saying goodbye? I don't want to dive into another rabbit hole.
No, there you go. I mean, the only other thing I can really ask you is hype video. Was it hype? Did you like it?
It was indeed hype.
There you go.
And like I said in chat, you showed my base getting blown up again, but you did show Mystery Meat dying to my proxy, so I think everything's in balance now.
There we go. Yeah, I left that little tidbit there for you to find yourself. So, there you go.
Well, I hope from this Ascension you can't show my base getting purified.
That is true. Yeah, with any luck, you'll be able to stave that off. All right, man. Thanks for the extended interview. That definitely padded some of the time that we have, and we
But
will
yes,
be
you
going
gotta
on.
wait.
GG's.
All right.
Thanks
see
for
you
hanging
next
out.
time. I'll see you in the next interview of the game I win.
There you go. There you go. Got to have the confidence. Well, Mesk, I think that pretty much does it. Group B is a close. We have the Beaver squeaking out over ItDepends. And, what do you have it any other way? Neblime easily breezes past, shows some Terran units, about that sort of thing. And the Beaver, on the other hand, it was a little bit more belabored, but he did end up defeating the guy who only just joined this week. And, he can take that to the bank and say, look, I'm still a competitor. It's his first time competing since Ascension number 3. I had to go way back in time to find clips, and it had one of the older Phalanx renders and the default vanilla Goliath and a bunch of other really stupid stuff like the old Quasilis graphic that, it's just it was gross to look at all that
if
stuff.
you want to find mine, you have to go to just all the proxies.
Yes,
Just
yeah.
from
Well,
Infinity
I just have
ago.
to see, like, I have to take the Btyb clips of him running into your base and then just like
Yeah.
reuse them, but for
Just-
you.
Just circuits.
Yes. Yeah, well, that's
That'll be my
true though,
favorite
because
unit
like
is
your the MVPs for your games are always the static defense mesk. So I just
Yeah.
have to show action shots, like aggressive zoom ins and just fast cuts of workers turning into
I gotta find the
defenses.
ideal tentacle therapy theme song.
right.
Yeah, it'll probably be something French Canadian.
Most likely, most likely. Well, I'm
That's
interested
tricky
in what's
how
going to
it does.
happen with Group C, and I'm sure everybody at home is too, but you're going to have to wait a whopping 50 minutes before we get to that group. So, nice extended break. I mean, maybe we'll start a little bit sooner if everybody's available a bit sooner, but
Yep.
the latest you can expect us is 6 o'clock Eastern, which is in 50 minutes. So, with that, I guess we'll bid you adieu unless you have any final words for us.
I also want to see Kian just engram rush his way to victory.
And there you have it. Smoke that weed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming at you live for Group C. That's right, the zombie apocalypse is on the way. We'll have to see. Sorry, I was just memeing DeadInfested there. No worries there. No worries at all. We indeed do have DeadInfested against the Shambler as our first matchup. But before then, we can talk a little bit about the fact that 3Crow has been grinding out the games. He's been practicing like a madman. I wonder if it's going to be enough. We will have to see how this one goes. Obviously, with DeadInfested rolling as Protoss, this is going to be an interesting opener. And it will be on Derelict to start things off in style. In about 3 minutes, we will begin. That gives us enough time to talk a little bit about the Shambler, DeadInfested, and 3Crow. You saw it in the hype trailer, which I assume everybody has seen. The Shambler does not have a home map anymore. He thinks he likes Sideshow a lot. We'll see if that's true. One of the main things that the Shambler is known for is an aggressive game plan in the early stages of the game. Doesn't often have to get to Tier 3. His games are usually over before then. I suspect we'll be seeing the same thing out of that, especially since DeadInfested, this is really his warm-up game. He hasn't been hot playing CMBW just recently right before it, like the Shambler and 3Crow were. So it feels to me like he's going to have a little bit of a cold start, potentially. But he can obviously surprise. 3Crow is here to first-party witness, the only player who has elected for that so far. And I am interested in seeing where everything ends up going. He selected the number 3, and the number 3 failed him. Anyway, I hope you guys have been enjoying the tournament thus far. Scatumesk is currently AFK, making sure to use the bathroom right before we get underway with this, so that he can sit down and really enjoy the silliness that is about to unfold. I say silliness, though, and 3Crow's not yet playing, so is it really going to be that silly? That's the question that I have for you, actually. We'll go ahead and get ourselves ready to switch over to the in-game shot. And you get to see the Shambler's memes. Three Crow says that this is exactly what he was hoping for. And I agree. I was also hoping for something like this. We will now begin. And Mesk, you didn't even miss the opening. We have DeadInfested against the Shambler on Derelict. Protoss versus Zerg. Can DeadInfested take it to him? We're about to find out.
So we'll answer our questions about what to predict for DeadInfested.
Huh.
Shambler is coming. He has no minerals in this mini-map. Well, we do. That's what really matters.
That is what really matters. Shambler will be, I think, just A-okay.
It's weird how that's cropped up now, and I don't seem to recall it ever happening before.
I would prefer to see what these players are going to be going for here. See what he ends up wanting to do, as DeadInfested is much more interested in just scouting across the map and seeing what he's got. Doesn't seem too perturbed by it. There you go.
It'll be interesting to see how he plays. Again, I've only seen the one game versus you, and you were doing some pretty unoptimal stuff against him, and he had it fairly reasonable early on, but it was like you had units getting caught out and dying. It was like Bao versus like all kinds of Protoss AoE imaginable in existence. But there was definitely lots of like positional issues and some stuff for him. So I definitely favor Shambler in this, but my sample size is very, very, very limited.
Yes.
So it'll be curious to see if this changes. We got some idle workers on his behalf. He is spamming APM. You can see him He was spamming there, and it kind of like dropped off, and now he's got a pylon being built over there somewhere. But I missed that. There was like 2 workers idling for a while. So
this is a little
he built a
strange.
pylon
Yeah.
way over there, but he's building a warden in his main anyway. There's no unit coming.
Yeah.
from that
Okay.
gateway, so I'm not really sure. Like, is he just gonna proxy this?
No, he's done this
No,
to me
far
in the
from.
past. He has proxy latticed before, and I think that might be what we see here. He's just going to amass a horde of vassals. Now, the problem is the Nathricors might end up just flying over to that location anyway, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird to proxy vassals of all things. I'm not sure that's really like. I mean, of course, the map distance is kind of long, but like the gateway only now. No, he's not building anything with the gateway at all. So I'm really confused. This is just gonna end really fast, isn't it?
Well, he's got the Warden. There are 4 Nathricors on the way, and that's the only follow-up. I think a Warden could be enough. He does have a Dracoden coming as well. I think he'll be safe. It's just a question of whether Shambler actually wants to commit. It also depends on how fast he reacts to the presence of the Warden, syncing up his Naths in an attempt to keep things going. But he's coming in from a little bit of an odd angle. He's already bruised on one of his Naths, so he's not going to be able to do too much more than that.
I feel like all Shambler really needs to do at this rate is just amass. He's got 2 of his own idle workers there. It's a little bit of a gentleman's agreement there to idle some workers to have even. It's actually going to be a sim that comes out and not a vassal.
Yeah, I'm a fan of
Sim
that.
ever so slightly more dangerous, but he's going to need quite a number of them to really threaten the Zerg. His damage is not very high.
Well, it's probably going to be Nathricors just being used for the purposes of sort of containing. They're going to idle in the middle of the map and just sort of work around. We do have a expansion coming for Shambler. He doesn't have any military behind this. He thinks he's got his opponent contained. Honestly, this is a way that you can defeat a superior player, in theory, the one that's a superior on paper. We have a Manifold coming for extra DPS, and we've got a Hierophant here to try to deal with it. This is looking pretty reasonable, honestly. If I'm completely honest, you know, DeadInfested, he's not pouncing on every opportunity that he's been given with a Hierophant, for example, but I think he's doing okay. He's even got an Idol queued up, which will do a lot of damage, even if the Nats come home.
So, I feel like Shambler should be thinking something's off when he still only sees the 1 gateway there and just nothing else being built. But the thing is that a lot of these Zergs, I mean, he's making more Nats, but a lot of these Zergs tend to like build some units and then they just drone up for a very long time. Shambler maybe not as much, but he can still have that moments of really not really too much military, especially if he's not being pressured.
Yeah.
And that can be kind of a trap for many reasons, and not the least of which this. I mean, it's just 1 lattice just slowly building stuff, but if he, for example, tries to all in this base and happens to lose all of his Naths, and then thinks, oh, well, I depleted my opponent's army, I may as well just bulk up and go to tier 2 or something while they recover, then, like, kind of what's happening right here right now, they might...
He's actually issued a move command on the wrong couple of units every now and then, and he's getting run roughshod around. Yeah, this is absolutely... I mean, DeadInfested could have even punished
That is
again.
precisely where things can go wrong, right? Like, he didn't kill the Hierophant, he lost a bunch of Naths for very little.
Typing.
And typing immediately. Well, your typing is probably going to intensify in an amount of time, because all DeadInfested really has to do is just wait for him to overcommit.
He's gonna... I think he's gearing up to go right now. It looks like it anyway. But the Nats are also on their way home, so it's the timing window may be beyond us. Maybe he should exactly do what you're saying and wait until the commitment is out, because it's a lot of Nats. It's really just only Nats. He senses that there's not really any crowd control at the main, and that's true. That's because the crowd control's in his base right now. So
yeah, it's one of those cases where, like, I feel like you gotta wait for the Nats to engage you and then engage, but multitasking, that can be really hard. If you lose this, then your main is just gonna get annihilated.
Yeah, DeadInfested has just lost his first Hierophant. He needs to fall back with the Dracodens, and this might be signal to go time indeed. And honestly, these Nats aren't trading super well, even though there's no micro coming out, right? There's only going to be maybe 6 of them left alive. The Warden can deal with that, but look, there's nothing back at home to deal with this. These eggs are all workers. Suddenly, he's just instantaneously going to have to fall back. He only has 4 Nathricors. Well, he has some at home, but he doesn't really have much. This is kind of reminiscent, in fact, of the game against Helltrix. Yeah.
Yep.
So
he's trying to focus down the eggs here, but, you know, that's a mistake. Because you saw all of the Droleths just single file up north. That means there's a base there.
And what is he going to do when this is here? He's just going to build a bunch of circuits, pull back his nats, sit back, and calmly wait.
Well, losing the
Meanwhile,
Quasath and all this
DeadInfested has-
production could absolutely be a problem here.
Yeah, but DeadInfested was sitting on 800 minerals for a moment there, and his gas is starting to pile up. If he loses the momentum from this task force,
Yep, which looks
Proxy's going
likely.
to get dealt with, and then Shambler is just going to turn back into a normal game. This has to deal absolutely massive damage. He has to at least finish that Quas.
Yeah, it's only got 50 HP, but it's still not being focused down. The Golem staying alive, but it wasn't actually on the front line that entire time. And yeah, the Quasath pool will stay alive with only
37 health. The Diablo 3 number, and it's just going to walk over there, find this, and this random manifold's going to die.
Yeah.
And, I mean, like, it did some damage. Some workers died. He didn't kill the Quasit. The workers are just going to come back, and then Shambler's just going to resume a normal game from this point. So, cheeky, but could have been worse. Like, the problem, I think, is really just that he just didn't follow the workers. Didn't go to the nat. Like, there's a chance there's military there, but that's why you have the ramp. Then you kill all the military, and then you can do what you do. But the fact is that the second those circuits went up, he wasn't going to be able to do anything about the nat.
Yeah, maybe
And
if he
he's
moved
just gonna
across
build
the map
military
with
than
his Striders to try to joint pressure or something, but he didn't have any way to reinforce it. He's setting up a lot of static defense, trying to get his own natural underway, but he's behind 15 workers, and he has also had a military deficit. Make no bones about it. 5 Draconans.
40 to 5 military.
Yeah.
That's a bad situation to be in, even as Protoss.
Well, the Zeths alone could theoretically just walk right past these defenses and run roughshod over it. There's not even a secondary pylon, so even that alone can be sniped, and then you've got nothing over here. No, doesn't commit to it. Doesn't want to lose the Naths, it looks like. But I think Shambler's seen enough. He's going to morph some Vorvicors, and it'll be go time pretty soon. I don't think this game is going to last too much longer.
Yeah, it's just a case where it's like the workers really didn't die, so the follow-up is just slightly delayed, but nonetheless it's going to be a follow-up to the point it's 2 bases versus 1. And then he lost his units to the Nats before the attack came, so he wasn't even able to maximize the damage on those units as he could have. And he might be able to hold off a little bit here. He's going to Charlatan.
Yep, it's definitely maximizing extra damage. So, yeah, he might be able to hold.
Shambler didn't kill this base, so
Yeah.
he's possibly going to lose all of his units here. He did thin out all the defenses, wasted a lot of his money. May not be able to actually secure the game yet, but definitely
A battle
the
worker
position
once
we can
again.
just follow up again. It's 47 to 27. Yeah, the scribes. Workers really are seeing a lot of battle usage. Just look at all the Vorvs that he's making. He's just got thousands of them.
Well, here's the problem, right? An engram and a matrix, sure, that can do some damage, but as soon as the Vorvs get on top of the engram, it starts shooting slower due to the ensnare. It's actually really not very useful against that. Mystery Meat reminded me of that recently in a practice
I
match.
think you want to have a Crucible there with at least 2 matrices, maybe more at this point.
Yeah.
That'll really help you out with a lower number of Zerg. The engram is nice to have, but against tier 1 Zerg explicitly, I don't think it's as amazingly good unless you're on a cliff. For the very fact that even without slow, it's just Zeths can surround it, and Quasis are fairly easy to split if you're not corralling them. This is a very open choke, so they can just kind of run into here. The other problem, of course, as you're seeing here, is it takes a very long time to actually take the damage.
Yes, it's going to start taking hull damage before it's even done. I think it might actually fall. We'll have to see. Its first shot goes haywire towards the north, and that's not going to be super defensive for keeping it alive. So the engram does get sniped. It does not get canceled.
That Charlatan really helped him out with the rest of the army going up there.
Yeah.
And just being kind of like split up. So Shambler's control is not really that good on this game. Letting his army, he really needed to commit to one target, either killing the engram and the other defenses and ignoring the army, or running everything up there and then killing the army. The fact he was missing out, there's like a lot of Vorvs that were attacking the engram, but it wasn't even finished yet, so it was this like kind of like wasted potential. So all of his army died again without killing any of the actual military this time. Killing the engram and stuff like that kind of set him behind a little bit, but Shambler is kind of like delaying his victory. Like the massive Quazzles. Again, just flashbacks to some extremely silly games, just seeing this mass of them just waddling across the map. But now we enter the case where now there's 2 matrices, there's a whole bunch of Draconans. Like, it's going to be actually starting to be difficult to push this, even though DeadInfested is behind on workers and Shambler is just floating an absolutely insane amount of money. He's not really wielding that map power right now. I feel like he's like super greedy and thinks, oh, I should just be able to end this game now. But, well, we know how that can happen and turn out with Shambler in particular, as it just gets a little too greedy.
Well, here's the other problem is there was a game where I went super macro and very lenient in terms of attacking DeadInfested as Zerg. And, you know, maybe I'm not as... I don't have the killer instinct of Shambler in some... Perhaps you can say something like that. But what I would say is that on that map, in that match, DeadInfested did end up going into mass air, like Argosy, going into Solarians and Empyreans and stuff. And I don't think Solarians were a super good choice since I was obviously Zerg. But he's going to go for Ardent Authority here, and that's also fine. Like, if you get up to the high tier tech, even on 2 bases, you can deal with extended amounts of tier 1 Zerg. The only thing you can say is that right now, there isn't that much gas expenditure coming out of the Shambler, and his Iral Iris is being built in the natural, and it's almost done.
Hello,
so,
Enos.
hello, Inozlix, you once again have stayed alive in our hearts, despite not being in this tournament after all. I appreciate you signing up for a ringer, though.
Has a very unique decision how you like rush the charlatans. That is definitely something that's been practiced out, because we've never seen that before, as far as I know.
Yeah, that would be
It's
true.
just he hasn't built anything from the rogue gallery, but the charlatans until this point. He's now finally building a vagrant. So I feel like this is something explicitly in response to Zerg. And it seemed to be doing well. So Shambler at this point kind of like put a break and was like, oh yeah, I'm feeding. So he did the Enos build. That's going to lead straight into what presumably backlist.
Mutat Spire at the 3rd, another interesting decision for where to build it, and there is indeed a Bathos swamp on the way, so.
Enos is everywhere, yet nowhere. You can't see him, but he's there.
Now,
Just like the shadow of death.
The problem here is that we have Charlatan Positron, which means the Positron shots will echo. And that, to me, just by itself, is already kind of an interesting interaction that I don't, full disclosure, I don't think I've ever seen that interaction before. But the fact that the Positron shots will have a sort of a phantom strike associated with them means, okay, Shambler's going up to his 4th base. He's definitely going to have the macro advantage. He has way more workers in that sense. And he is favored, but he needs to trade more cost efficiently than he currently has an economic advantage if that kind of composition comes online. There's even an engram being built in the back line of the natural in a more defensible location that can't easily be surrounded. And a witness is out to confirm the position of the quasis, which aren't even burrowed, but if they were, they would be revealed.
Yeah, so if Shambler somehow feeds another army into this and doesn't at least deal massive damage to this army at this point, DeadInfested can just move out, and then, you know, there is 14 Dracodons there alone. There are not enough defenses in these bases to do anything against that. He did make some tier 2 defenses in the Nat, but much more likely target's going to be that Spire and everything else just closer to that, and that might turn into a Scorchers by the time that such an event would occur. But he had to basically panic spam defenses at that point. And then that's when you can see something get out of hand where you can't make units faster than the Positrons can kill them. So, I feel like he was going to go for Backlist, but he didn't. I think he just has it just to have it, since it seems more like he has a couple Backlists, but not really that many.
Move out here from DeadInfested. He's going to try to clear this area, maybe take a 3rd base. This is obviously going to provoke the response. Maybe a couple of Dracodons will end up going down. Actually, a Charlatan frontlining, which is a little bit of a mistake there. And the Mutas are also here. Again, watch the Positrons and the Charlatans together. The 2 of those can absolutely fight this, and I don't think that Shambler was expecting DeadInfested to have that level of instinct. He actually knew. He moved out with confidence. He said, no, you can come at me. Okay, maybe I botched the engagement, lost a Charlatan to the Quasis, but you can try to attack me with the Mutas. See where it gets you. And, you know, to some degree with the Matrix and the double Matrix and the Engram, I don't know if the Mutas can even attack the natural. Now, the main is wide open by comparison.
Yeah, the Quasith pool never evolved. I thought he was going to turn all the Quasis into Lyralisks. Then you have a very scary-looking attack force that can absolutely force down the Protoss and probably just take the game. But that never happened, so all the Quasis died for a very little gain. At least he didn't lose the Mutas on top of it. I mean, DeadInfested can play this very slowly at this point. He doesn't have to hyper-expand super fast. He can just take what bases he can actually defend, let the Zerg come to him and keep killing them. Shambler's going to try to do a surround on this, which he has to watch out for, but it's a little out of sync at the moment. DeadInfested is wisely going to pull back here and try to protect this base.
Yeah, he's just setting up the third now. It's nowhere near being completed, and some of his Dracodons are, in fact, being sandwiched. The Mutas coming in from the same angle, so they're not going to be as efficient in that sense. And the Positrons are getting pretty good surface damage on both the Mutas and the ground units. Remember, that splashes Omni, so it will deal damage to both. And I think he's abandoned the fight with the Mutas at the same time as his front line goes in. Definitely some control flusters, and even some more Mutas taking shots as the Bactylusks are desperately trying to engage this Protoss army, but that was so non-committal from the Shambler. He's toast. All of his units are completely gone.
Yeah, that is not what Shambler wanted to happen. He was DeadInfested, looked like he was not sure if he was going to win. He pulled back. Shambler walked in. All of his stuff lines up, and then the Positrons just kind of kill everything. There really wasn't. There was a little bit of focus firing early on, but not really a lot. Now, that doesn't really put DeadInfested really back into the game at this point. It's certainly a good result for him, but he really wanted more of his army to survive so he could actually be aggressive.
Yes, he can't really move out at this point because of the fact that
remain defensive. If he can fortify this and hold it,
yeah,
that's great. But I mean, we're looking at nigh double the worker count at this point.
Yeah, he's capped 2 of his geysers, right? So he's depleted the minerals in his main and his natural. Zorka's Shroud is on the way. He's a little far away from getting to tier 3. And doesn't have a cap in either his 3rd or 4th bases. The Mutas are now harassing the defenses that are just coming online. Just Wardens, so... But also not that many Mutas anyway. He ends up trading 2 Mutas for a Warden, which is definitely going to be favorable for DeadInfested. He can just put that back down at some point.
Shambler is making some beef. He's got a lot of Tethzorokoras and some Potato Thaloras are building as well, so... As soon as he's switching away from the Air Dominant in the wake of all the Positrons, DeadInfested sees this as an opportunity to go forward, but...
Oh, he attacks his own unit. Fuck that Dracodon in particular. But honestly, at this point, this is the cliff advantage. Yeah, that's not going to be so good for him. He does need to fall back.
Shambler has a lot of NAS over there that could have hypothetically turned into Calculus to help backdoor the army too, but again, you never morph that structure, so that's not really available, but DeadInfested is kind of walking into a minefield here. These Neelists also could come down to land at least a few extra targets, but they may not be necessary.
No, he's kiting back pretty nicely here. The Charlatans are dealing a pretty good amount of damage ambiently thanks to the hallucination. The front line is falling a lot faster than maybe Shambler's used to thanks to those units. But there's still a lot of Protathalors, and you don't really need to deal with the Charlatans if they don't even get close to you. You can see how easy it is for them to start sniping things like the Positrons.
So much range. Shambler should just scoot right up right up that ramp and try to cut him as it goes off. But they're not very fast-moving units, so the Neelists could have again hopped into there and try to grab some attention. But
8 Gorgacores have been made over in the funnel, the rally point outside the 3rd. That's absolutely going to be used at some point just to fly into a base and start dealing with workers. Although the Engram is in prime position to deny that, but the Protathalors are here, and they're going to start to harass this, through the open door here, through the 12 o'clock. You can just come right on in and start attacking this Nexus. What's DeadInfested's plan going to be? Added an Argosy back at home, but it's going to be a while before that's online.
A little dangerous to engage this.
Yeah.
Because, you don't want to do it that way. You got to commit or not do it at all because that burst damage is quite high.
Yeah, we don't have any vassals to speed them up. No servitors, which would do the same thing as the vassal when they die. But the other thing that we don't see that much of here is we don't really see any melee, which would actually force the Protathalors back without them really being able to abuse their range versus the enemy, right? Usually the melee units that the Protoss army has in their disposal are going to be a lot more powerful when it comes to movement speed and interrupting the enemy attack. So again, it looks like these Protathalors are slowly getting whittled down. The Mutas that were idling over here will be cleaned up as well.
Yeah, Shambler was getting in some focus fire as he went in there, killing a couple of high-value targets. All the Charlatans died. A couple of extra odds and ends.
Yeah, these Positrons are also getting focused down pretty nicely, and that is going to be a decent amount of minerals and gas that is going down the drain for DeadInfested.
He did have some one hero event or so early on, but no more than that, so he couldn't really punish that. Shambler still maintaining double the worker count. He has a base that started up in the top left, so it's pretty well secure, but it's definitely a little shaky. These Gorgacores, they're coming in all alone. All the ground army is here. They're getting separated. They're going to walk right into that engram.
Yeah, they don't accomplish really much of anything. 2 of them end up going down nice and early. They'll sink back into the tar like dino fossils, and that's pretty much the only claim to fame that they've got. We've got Tethzorikors out, Protathalors, or Islets, and this Witness is well placed at the rally point. I don't think that Shambler has spotted the distortion yet. It's notoriously a little bit difficult.
Tier 3 is on the way for Shambler, so
yeah,
he's just doing the natural thing. You gotta force it down at this point because, well,
He's I don't know, his money income feels a little stressed out for that at the moment.
Well, the problem is he never capped the geysers in his 3rd or 4th, and he's only now set up a 5th, which he's also turning into a Kafralosk, so it looks like he's got his sights set on some kind of Tier 2 mutation. And this game, honestly, the fact that it's stabilized into 20 minutes after some pretty poor trades in favor of DeadInfested, it kind of shows that maybe if you're a Protoss player like 3Crow waiting in the wings to challenge the winner of this game, if that is eventually the Shambler, this is a little bit of weakness. He does end up coming straight on through despite the witnesses informing DeadInfested of the early play, and now he feels cut off from his 3rd, which will finally go down. And that might end up being, just another domino to fall in favor of the Zerg at this point.
He did make an Argus. He's got a Solarian coming of all things.
Yeah.
Era is definitely what you want against this. Solarian can get a couple of picks off of here and survive some counter engage, but Empyreans might have been better of the choice just for a little bit better AoE because they are small units. But, I mean, if you get enough Solarians in there, that can definitely deal some damage. The problem is, of course, is that you need to get enough of them, which is rather difficult when you're trying to build all these other units off of only 2 bases. One of which is almost completely mined out, and the other of which is also almost completely mined out.
Yeah.
So his minerals are just going to continue to drop at this point. He really needed that 3rd to really have a whole hope of sustaining continued Shambler onslaughts, and then actually being able to take some parts of the map. Now, Tier 3 has been available for Shambler. He's getting the evolution of Zorkas. So
yes, the Ultrav Cavern is on the way. Okay, so this is interesting, right? Because
so many Patathalors.
Yeah, that means that you'd want the upgraded Spire instead if you wanted to make Sovralets. He did see the Solarian earlier, and he doesn't actually have much anti-air with this. There's 1 Gorgorcore, 1 Bactylus that surely will be made short work of. No more Charlatans with the army, which is kind of funny. Well, there's a couple in the backline that aren't really helping out. And yeah, you can just see between all of the shots here.
So many Patathalors.
Yeah.
Only the Solarian should be here. Bringing in your ground army at this point is just tantamount to suicide.
We have 42.
Really
yeah, there's just so many of them. Yeah, you can see that they're all just going to end up falling. Some Zealots and Legionnaires did make it to the front line, and those are going to be pretty effective there. But the Giga comp of the Charlatan plus the Acantor, they couldn't even get in range.
From the Patathalors.
Yeah, they couldn't even get in range of the Patathalors. We got some Mutas in production as well. The Otstolava form Tier 3 was done, and here's the Ultrav Cavern. Where are those Ultralisks? That's what I want to see. It's actually going to be Zarkavicors from the top left. Yeah. GG is just going to be called before it ends up being seen. I think at that point he realized, wait, I never got my 3rd base up stably. I was not really able to hold out from the hordes. And yeah, he did end up losing a lot of steam really early on in that game. But, Mesk, that's kind of promising in a way, because it does mean that DeadInfested can at least make Shambler work for a victory. Maybe if the early game goes better in his favor at some point, maybe it's a standard game, but he's on a 4-spawn map and can kind of eco it out a little bit. We could absolutely see him do a little bit more damage in this group.
Yeah, I feel like Shambler was really overly focused on ending the game with his counterattacks, and then allowed his units to get separated several times in a row, and that managed to push DeadInfested back into being present on the map again. I think the big critical flaw for DeadInfested was choosing to go on the offensive after a period of time, because really his condition for holding out in that game was wasting enough of Shambler's time and being able to kill enough of his forces that you could finally have an army that could actually move around on the map. But that meant being able to slowly crawl out, take bases like that 3rd, and actually hold them, which progressively got more and more difficult regardless of whether he attacked or not. But losing that initial army that did eventually go out was not good, because the trade, even if Shambler at that point in the game loses like triple your units, it's still a favorable trade for him because he's just so far ahead economically.
Yep, I would absolutely agree. And, DeadInfested did do a good job of holding out and realizing, wait, okay, even though I'm behind economically, I have the better units if I can get them out on the field. And it was working out pretty well, but he went a little bit aggro, a little bit too early when you had that fateful fight out in between the 4th and the 3rd for Shambler in that general 9 o'clock area of the map, the inset 9. That's where I think he lost the last hope of being able to come back into that game. So I think that's pretty solid from DeadInfested, though that fact that he was able to hold out for that long, and we'll have to see what happens in this game. I'll ask our players for a ready check. I'll say hi to Hupsaya and Calder and Miriam, who recently popped into the stream. Hope you guys are enjoying. We do have a couple more games here for you. We have to finish off this group, and then we have one last group after this. So we'll just wait for 3 Crows R to conclude. There we go. Sideshow is going to be the map that 3 Crow selects. Shambler told me that he thinks Sideshow is going to be his new Boscovine. He thinks he'll be undefeated. So 3 Crow has the chance here to put that story to bed nice and early. And he is the red Zerg in the top left, facing off against the blue Protoss in the bottom right.
So.
Wow. Apparently
we'll
Shambler
see
doesn't
how-
want to have fun. Can you believe that? The typing man himself?
Absolutely typing. We'll see if the practice that Kian has been doing in the last while is going to shape up. It is a not a super early, but a relatively early scout for him. Maybe just as, I mean, there's not really too much to know from what Chandler's doing other than if he's going Naths or not. I feel like that all the Zerg that I've been seeing in the last while have been sort of going a very standard, like 7, 8, 9 pool into eventually some Naths to scout and tickle, and then just either quasis or expand and then quasi, like some mix of that, and then just eventually into Milus. And I guess that may just be as a result of them thinking that Backless are suddenly worthless because they lost to a range or something like that.
Yeah, they lose one range and nobody ever wants to build them ever again.
Yeah, even though they're still really, really strong. And I mean, there's so many ways to deal with Milus. It's pretty much any of the races. Maybe Zerg may be like the least capable of dealing with Milus, but Calculus seem to be quite capable of it. So there is some tickling here, just aggressive tickling, but nothing really out of the ordinary for Kian to discover there. Going gateway standard for him, no proxy engram quite yet. Much to the dismay of many. It looks like his first will probably be a Draken. No, he doesn't have quite enough gas. Does have an idle worker though. It moved him around just as the drone came to judge him for being out. There's a pylon there.
Well, of course.
He
You
doesn't
gotta
have
have
enough
something.
money. Doesn't have enough money to do anything with it.
All right, man. Show us what you got, 3 Crow. What are you planning? Because this pylon is in full view as soon as a scout leaves the base. It's going to be Quasilisks coming up. The Dracodon is going to be very slow comparatively. And yeah, there is nothing on here. It's just the pylon. 75 minerals down the drain. Macro hatch in the base. What's he going to do with this pylon? What's he thinking?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I've been able to proxy people with cannons at this point.
He's
But
checking the actual spot where you might see the proxy. And now he's going to see the pylon is in the hiding in plain sight, just hanging out.
Oh.
Oh, they're a little perplexed. Okay, he's going to go after the pylon.
Absolutely sassed on that one.
The Dracodon is on the way. The only thing I can think of is that maybe he's going to try to sneak the Dracodon into the natural mineral line or something like that while the Quasis are busy. But then still, you would want the pylon on the other side of the map for that. So I'm really not actually sure what the thought process was behind that pylon.
Well, you could kill these Quasis.
Yes. Yeah,
and
there's no
just
other units on
Not
here.
really put like kill pressure on him, but just kind of like just bleed him.
Yeah.
Little bits and odds and ends. He wants to build workers at this point.
He should absolutely focus the Quasis down here. He should go up the ramp and try to confirm that.
Bringing the scribe with him to get vision up there and draw their attention is also important.
But he's going to bring the
Bonus
Zealot.
points if he force them to make a whole bunch of circuits in here and delay that expansion.
Yeah, some Zeths are out. The Zealot will just hound the Quasis into the next dimension, and the Kagrant is already done, but as you can see, it's about to pop. So there goes that. The Dracodon will claim kill credit there. Zethar cores are starting to pop out. The Zealot never got a chance to regenerate shields, and now it looks like we will have a total surround. So the early micro and just general decision-making behind the target selection feels like it was a little bit strange for 3 Crow. It just, everything was a little bit odd. His pylon placement, his, Zealot targeting, the fact that he didn't just continue to chase the Quasis because, the Kagrant was nowhere near actually mutating into anything useful.
Yeah, he didn't want to switch off the Kagrant while he was being attacked, which meant the Quasis got a little bit of extra damage on him, which was necessary to actually kill the Zealot when he turned around, so the trade wasn't really that great. There's only a Hierophant and a Dracodon here.
No, he's got to fall that away. As soon as the Ensnare comes in, yeah, he's just going to go in for the surround, thanks to the Vorvicors, which do apply that. And a total surround onto this Dracodon. That's going to clean that up. He does have one more that he needs to get home in a hurry. He has a defensive Warden. He can start to rally maybe Zealots or something to try to hold this ramp. How the fuck, he asks? Did I miss that? Miss what?
Miss what?
We missed it. Sorry, Shambler.
We missed it.
Maybe.
It's okay. Another Dragon has arrived.
No.
It's gone.
Yeah, I think maybe 3Crow is going the way of the dodo. His bird is
I
not.
think he missed it too. It's okay. He's building 2 matrices.
He is building 2 matrices, and you know there's nothing out of the gateway or lattice, so you can absolutely expect that he'll hold this, right? Question mark. Now the Draconin is well enough placed, but it's actually going to kite backwards towards the Warden. Yeah, the Matrix does finish. I'm not so sure that Shambler can actually finish the job over here. He might not even get to kill more than just this 1 Matrix. Goes after the Warden next. The Scribes are going to try to pull to dissuade that, and yeah. Interesting stuff there, but Shambler is indeed going to take an advantage because he's been ahead of the game in terms of worker count for most of this match. He's forced yet another Matrix to be built. An idol is coming out.
This is when you just build 50 quasis.
Yeah.
And just roleplay as Ishi and just march in a giant, unstoppable horde. Because you can do that with their armor pen. You can even fight the Matrixes aren't nearly as dangerous against them as they used to be a long time ago. Before their double damage got fixed.
Yeah.
That was with Crucibles anyways, that they really turned into real killing machines against Zerg. And,
oh, there's more Vorbs on the way back at home. He's got a couple of units borrowed around in a few spots. Sends a scouting, curious Zethracore up the ramp. It ends up getting bopped immediately. And finally, 3Crow will build a pylon a little bit further away from his base. It feels like he was so paranoid about air early on, even though he scouted that there was no air, that his second pylon goes for a redundancy back here in the back line. He's adding a rogue gallery, maybe trying to sample something from the cost-inefficient trades that Shambler was taking against DeadInfested. Realizes maybe I can add charlatans, but he doesn't have any gas, so that feels like a bit of a pipe dream right now.
Yeah, he's building a vassal probably for the purpose of scouting here and just probing to see how many units are actually over here. Little does he realize there are 2 Vorvicores we can't see.
Yes, that's some lovely Blizzard code that I have not fixed yet.
Absolutely brilliant, but there is some ticklers there too.
Yeah, there's 2 Vorvs and a Quasi. If he just moves to the left ever so slightly, he will spot them. But who's going to suspect the Burrow Trap at that point? Now, we do have 10 more Vorvicores coming to join the fray. I'm still not sure that this actually has kill pressure thanks to the second Matrix being rebuilt and all of these units that are being added. We do finally have a Charlatan on the way.
They can't even kill the army that he has right now. He's got 2 idols, a vassal, some other stuff. That the Vorvs, if they engage this, it'll just be an absolute waste. He might get some kills in, but all he really needs to do is just wait and just get Quasis and just pull out the army when he tries to take the base, kill the base, and then move in and then just focus on the matrices one after the other. But he is actually just going to call back. I think Shambler does not want a repeat of the last game where he tried to force down something similar to this and then, you know, lost a whole bunch of stuff in it, having to go into tier 3 to actually force the game to close. So he's being more cautious about this. But there are no... Well, there is 1 Charlotte in the moment, but there's no, like, real super heavy army at the moment. He's only got the 1 gateway. It's actually floating money at this point because he's trying to save for that expansion.
Yeah, which he will be able to take, but he's also... He might actually displace one of the Vorvs with that base. It's going to depend, and most of his military is now out. He's got a couple of units left on the rally. Let's see if he does it. No, narrowly doesn't.
Nope. So there's some ticklers and Vorvs coming now, but I feel like Kian's army is starting to reach the point that it's going to need a little bit more to deal with it. There is a Zork coming. I mean, really what Shambler could just do at this point, well, if he can kill the idols beforehand, is just make Gorgakors and just force it down and kill him that way. Yeah,
I think he wants to end this at tier 1. I don't think he wants to wait for tier 2. I think the Zorkis is a fine pick. He's getting his 3rd base. He's floating a lot of money anyway. He could practically go to tier 2 if he wanted.
Yeah, I think he might be saving them for Gorgakors and just force it. But he has to get rid of the idols. Otherwise, there could be a kerfluffle. You definitely wouldn't want to dump like 1,500 minerals into Gorgakors just for all of them to die to the idols, and then you be caught with like only half of a dick in your hand.
Well, you know, the problem is he just unborrowed the units he had north of the Nexus, and they did nothing. They could have maybe attacked the Nexus, got the army's attention, went back and were annoying on the right-hand side.
He wanted to see what there was going on inside the base.
Yeah, but now 3Crows decided to move out, which normally I wouldn't necessarily say is a great idea, but you know, he's able to push this back. So
Shambler doesn't really have much of an army. He is building a Hatchraw scout somewhere in Kentucky, though.
yeah, that's going to help him take the ramp. You know, if he doesn't want to build Ovoleths to transport Kagrants there himself, he can obviously do it via the spread from the Hatcherosk. And he doesn't really have anything to hold the ramp because, like we mentioned earlier, he's just been powering on workers. He's got 80 workers. Well, theoretically, this Protoss army could actually march up there and start laying it in thick, just wipe out this base before it really gets any defenses set up. That's assuming he can make it to
I figured he
the
was
third.
going to make Gorgakors, but he actually just decided just to go straight to tier 2 instead.
Yes,
so.
he's going for Zorius, his mineral dump there. So he's just going to try to multiply, thanks to the charlatans obviously hitting multiple times and bouncing with their attack. He's going to see if he can use the Zorius to just overwhelm him with Vorv, Rillarokor. One Zorius is already going down. Make that a second one just momentarily here. But, you know, all the Vorvs are the first targets, and you know, that's not a bad shout considering they do slow down your DPS. No kiting backwards away from the ramp. That allows the Quasis to join the fight.
Quasis are just tickling relentlessly.
Absolutely.
And all that damage mounted up, so...
Yeah, it's absolutely destroyed here for the Protoss
tickling
army.
is intensifying.
He might get that one last Zorius, so at least all the Rillarokors will be dead, and he can have his victory over Necron spiritually. There's 6 idle workers in the natural, and this kiting is very intense, but kind of lost. You know, he's lost in the sauce. He's floating so much money. He didn't have anything building during that, and he only has a Vagrant and a Dracoden as a standing force. Absolutely going to need to start doing some more to try to hold on for dear life.
There's the Gorgakors. You waited so long to get tier 2, and he just went back to hugs anyways.
Yeah, why not? He's
Maybe
getting his
feels a little
Calcure
silly about
Pond.
that, but
He'll be going for something along the lines of, I assume, Lyrilisks.
he's got more Quasis he could bring too if he remembered that they existed. They're kind of just chilling out by that third. And I think that with those Quasis, and then what he has here, that's easily game-ending power that he has at that point. But they're just chilling there. He may have forgotten about them.
Yeah, and there's only the one Charlatan, very limited forces here, only the Wardens, nothing for splash damage, and the Gorgs are obviously going to be a huge threat for that. And then we even have some Lyrilisks coming now that the Calcure Pond is up. That's going to give him some Armor Pen bounces, which are going to be very effective versus Protoss in particular, since obviously they stop the shields from regenerating alongside all the splash damage. There's even a whole wall of Zorius.
And they have more range, so
yeah,
it's be useful for trying to penetrate this choke here.
And it looks like Shambler is sort of trying to juggle multiple things at once. He's pathing out some Zorius to add into his army. The Gorgakors, if they fly over here, I mean, maybe they like dissuade the ground army from holding this ridge, but they don't want to engage before the rest of the military at this point. And
yeah, now he's got to go in all out at once.
Yep, here come the Gorgs. The break is going to be attempted. There's only the idol for splash, plus the matrices for multi-target. And even if the Gorgs fall at this point, there's Zorius, Lyrilisks, Quasilisk all in the main. The Rillarokors are multiplying. And I think that's just going to run roughshod over the natural, which will almost certainly be game, as Shambler already has 111 workers in the back. His Gorgs have been melted, but the natural is toast. We do have a Pariah coming from the prostration stage, but it was only just started.
Yeah, I don't think a Pariah is going to be able to do too much against the unending onslaught of tickles.
No.
And all the brood spawn.
Another Charlatan on the way at the very least, but, you know, there's not anything for it to really back up at this point, so... Yeah, 3Crow is running out of units to enchant thanks to his Charlatans, and the first one does indeed fall. The second one will pop out, but it's not on a good rally, so I think it's just going to end up exploding. The Pariah is going to finally pop out. Maybe it can do some damage, but by then everything that it's got is going to be gone. And at the very least, 3Crow gets to see a cinematic shot of his base being overwhelmed by Zerg here, as his Pariah is doing its darndest to clean the house, but it's not going to be enough. Everything else is
16
dead.
kills, 19 kills, 21 kills, 23 kills. So many Rillarokors died for this. The tickling is commencing. The scribes are doing their part to assist in the multiplication of Rillarokors.
And there we go.
Tickling.
3Crow drops his match against the Shambler. And we are going to see DeadInfested with a rematch.
I will BRB. I'm going to see if I can figure out when this delivery is coming.
There you go. And yes, to address the chat earlier, yeah, Vorvicors being invisible while burrowed is because the Vorvicor is actually replacing a power-up unit ID. I assume, anyway. That's the only thing that I can think of. I can't find any code that references it, so it's probably an ID range check, which is a lot harder to track down. And that does mean that it's just a bug that's actually existed since the unit was made. So the solution is probably to re-implement it as a new unit ID, which isn't that much work. But it was enough work that when I remembered that it was still a bug, it was already too late to really do much work about it. So hopefully that explains why it's still there. But if I write it down and I remember to look at it after this tournament's group stage, it will not be there for Ascension 7. I can make that much of a promise. We are getting into the last leg of the tournament here, essentially. After this group, we have one more. Don't be surprised if the voices start to get a little bit more weary. We have been casting since 9 a.m. for Mesk, or 12 a.m. or 12 p.m., I should say, for me. And we have some more matches ahead of us. Now, this is a group where I think this is the all-important match. If DeadInfested is able to upset the Shambler, I think he should be pretty well confirmed to take at least second place, right? Even if the Shambler comes back stronger and, wins 4-1, we'll say. But if DeadInfested loses to this game, it's going to be a bit of a barn burner between him and 3Crow. And I think, well, DeadInfested can be cheesy. I'm not sure he wants to be cheesy in PvP. And 3Crow did get a couple of matches against him in their earlier spouts, but that was before DeadInfested had as much practice. I think you could argue that he's going to be favored against 3Crow, given what we know about his playstyle. And, maybe he just had a little bit of nerves in that match, or, something. He clearly had an early game plan, and I wouldn't say that the early game is necessarily his strongest suit, because it does require a lot of ability to multitask, where you have to keep your macro up while you're making very precise moves with your military units. But I do think that if the game gets non-standard and cheesy or silly, that's where 3Crow's deep project knowledge will come into play, and DeadInfested really only started playing a week or so ago. He's not going to be as familiar with the project as somebody like 3Crow, who's made it into playoffs and done some very silly, cheesy moves in the past. And has a lot of PvP experience, admittedly.
Hi.
Hi.
We are playing on the map of exciting expansion locations.
Oh, yes.
Drops. And bases being attacked by Draconins from below ledges.
Yeah, chat saying a one-base rush of Solarians. Well, I know you're familiar with that recently.
Yes, I've done that in Brood War and in this.
Not a bad move. Well, Situ is a map that kind of favors that in a way, because it's not really one base. You do have the in-base, right?
Yeah. If you do it like I do, you gotta have real balls.
Now, the thing about this matchup, I was just sort of breaking it down for the homies, is I think if DeadInfested ever manages to upset Shambler, and this would be the opportunity to do that, he can essentially confirm second place over 3Crow. At the very least. Maybe he could even go for first place, but that's a little bit less thinkable right now. If Shambler wins this match, especially if he does it kind of cleanly, maybe that would shake DeadInfested's confidence a little bit. He'd have to recenter after dropping his first two matches, and he'd have to deal with 3Crow for a barn burner decider. That's assuming 3Crow doesn't open up with some cheese to deny Shambler a clean exit. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. But he picked this map for a reason. I think DeadInfested has something in mind. He has cheesed Zishi and some other people in the past on this very map. It didn't always work out for him. So we'll see if he's planning on something here. He did say in YouTube chat, and I felt a little sad. He said, I shouldn't have ever made the lattice. And I think, no, making the lattice is a great idea. You just, you got to work on your timings and what you do after it. I think his choice to move out was great. It split the attention. He obviously could have microed his Draconins that were fighting the Nathrakors at that stage a little bit better. That's obviously on Derelict. So for those who missed that game, there was a scuffle of that sort. And the proxy lattice could have found great success if he followed it up by shutting down the workers, you called it out earlier, or maybe attacking the military, or at the very least, focusing down a Quaseth pool, before all the military could happen. But there were so many macro hatches. There was a total of 4 hatches at that time, where Shambler was allowed to get a little bit on the greedy side. And throughout all of that, the follow-up gateway units were not rallied down to the front line, where they maybe could have helped, particularly against the Nathracors. If the ground lattice army stood by the cliff or something, that could have also helped out there. So that's just another kind of point to take, is like, if you're going to try to do that sort of strategy and you can't actually deliver the killing blow, you could end up being more behind than you think. And that kind of set the tone for that match.
Yeah, the really key part is just not killing the workers. Like, the damage was largely superficial, and the cost of the investment was high. So it just turned into a investment cost versus actual outcome. The workers all went to the expansion. It got oversaturated, but it was still mining, so the economy didn't go down very much. And none of the tech was killed, and yeah, so it is more of a matter that you really need to, like, follow the workers and then try to capitalize on that when you realize this base is probably going to take too much to actually kill. Or committing to killing individual parts of the base instead of splitting the damage. So it's really like the idea definitely had merit and it had a lot of potential, but it's just like the execution needed a bit more like coalescing of your objectives, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you got to go in there with an objective or a series of objectives you want to meet. When you now have intelligence of what's going on and what you see, it's like, am I going to kill a tech? I would probably just go for the workers.
Yeah.
But the workers all scoot off single file down to the expansion. That's when you got to change your objectives. It's like, are you going to follow them to try to keep killing workers?
Yep.
Or are you going to just try to do a target switch? Right? You don't really just want to be shooting at whatever. It's not like idols kill buildings very quickly.
No, absolutely not.
Btyb knows very well.
Well, we are on to the one and only Situ. It was revised and adjusted lately. We have the Dark Spring Green Zerg on the left-hand side, DeadInfested the Maroon Protoss on the right-hand side. What will we see this time around? I doubt it's going to be lattices, but we might see Shambler waste some mining time scouting around for it in the sort of early stages of this match. And it's not going to be as fast a scout this time around either from DeadInfested. He's just going to hang on to his workers and take things a little bit on the easy side, adding a pylon, and we'll finally start sending out a scribe.
Got some Canada going on here. Yeah, this is a little bit longer of a distance. And a little bit more cheesy of a map, for sure. But most of the Zerg on this map, unless they do something like 6 pooling, seem to just play this into 2 base, it seemed like. And then, I don't know. I think that... There's a wiggling there. DeadInfested, in a more standard setup without getting set behind by a failed proxy, I think has some potential here. He definitely showed a lot better general control and overall like movement and stuff like that in that game than he did in the game I watched him versus you. But as you pointed out, his main was very, very undefended.
Yes.
Towards the mid and then late game. At any point, Shambler could have sent in like a dozen or more Melisks and caused him endless pain. And there wasn't much recognition of that even when Melisks start showing up. Shambler just kind of assumed that it would be more dangerous to attack the main than it would be to attack the Nat. Well, that wasn't the case. And actually, I've noticed that's very common with a lot of players, is that they leave their bases. I mean, you think about like, the hazing ritual of this is to get Nath rushed and Vassal rushed and Wraith rushed, and so everybody starts building anti-air defenses. But that somehow never really quite translates in like tier 2 and tier 3, where you start seeing stuff like the Madrigals, which is the other hazing ritual, and even that doesn't get seen as often, but most people know about it. But there's, you see games like that where it's not really like a real conscious effort to actually try to, slow that down and inhibit it or whatever. I mean, you don't really want to overcommit to static defense. But when you're already on the defense and your opponent has a whole bunch of area units circling around, you probably don't want them to just fly in uncontested and kill like 30 workers.
Yes, as the threat of air units has increased in this project, the other thing that you have to remind yourself is that the threat of splash, the presence of splash, particularly with static defense or, units that you can build relatively easily in the early stages of the game, those have also become more ubiquitous. So you can actually counter them, even if it does seem a little volatile compared to StarCraft 1. It's absolutely something that can be countered, and, this patch also has steps taken to reduce that level of power, where a lot of air units have been made at least, notably slower, if not significantly slower, in terms of both training time and mobility. We do have a 2-gate opener with a Rogue Gallery follow-up, And if I'm the Shambler in this situation, I'm going to be a little bit hesitant to expand and pump a lot of workers. Purely because the extra production here, it's a lot more straightforward. We've got some Legionnaires that are going to be joining these 3 Drakidons. I think that force will be able to contend with the Zerg force that is amassing outside the natural for DeadInfested. So we'll have to see how this first engagement goes. Shambler is often the player to charge in first. So I think he's going to get a little bit surprised here, especially with his Vorvikors already starting to lose out on their quantity as the game begins.
Yeah, definitely looking more towards standard play from this. It's almost assuredly going to be Charlatan again. So this is probably going to come out a lot more differently than the first game.
Yes.
Because now he's not put behind by building like 1,000 minerals worth of units that have a proxy lattice that ultimately didn't kill very much for their cost. Now that's all going into an actual army, which has proven itself to be quite deadly. So it is going to be a Cabalist first.
Yes.
So, but I'm expecting him just to go into Charlatans eventually after anyways. This might just be for scouting or harassment or something like that. I still feel like Shambler is probably going to want to expand here. He's just sitting on a lot of money. I mean, he might go for yet another macro, but I don't know. Maybe Shambler just go hard aggro and throw it, but I feel like he's going to be cognizant of the fact that failed aggression, especially in the second attack, will lead to him losing a lot of steam very quickly economically, although currently he is substantially ahead on workers, which is really not a case you really want to be at with Protoss as Zerg is that ahead, but
well, it does mean that there's less military overall. I mean, all of the military is on this side of the map, and I don't think that, well, there's not going to be that much to defend. The Ecclesia's getting focused down, and one of those Cabalists was actually on a rally point, so that's a little bit awkward here. I think that Infested probably could have invested a little bit more into the Charlatans in the early game. He wanted to get something cheeky done with those Cabalists, and his lack of Drakidon micro could end up cementing the game firmly in Shambler's favor.
He managed to thwart that attack, but it was
very costly.
Still a lot of units he lost. He doesn't really get any momentum out of that. So
yeah, I mean, Shambler's starting to build some static defense back at home, but we've got double Quasilisk in those eggs. We've got actually triple overall. Like, absolutely, Shambler can just remax, rely on defenses, and ride his almost double worker count all the way to the bank.
Send out 1 million Quasis and tickle him to death. You know you want to. Embrace the tickles.
In a way, I mean, DeadInfested for a while wasn't even training additional workers. I wonder if he's just let that slip. But he does have more Drakidons coming.
At the 19, and Shambler continues to grow larger and fatter and more meaty and more tickly.
He does need some kind of splash damage to deal with it. The Charlatans alone aren't going to be enough. I mean, the Drakidons do pretty well versus the heavy, Quasi army, because they do have that 1 armor difference, because there is now 1 armor pen on the Quasilisk. But the other thing to keep in mind is there's not really any positrons, there's not really any idols. We don't have nearly as much splash with this army than we saw in some of the other Protoss matches that Shambler has contested so far. He's just going to sit on these 12 Quasis on the ramp and probably just turtle up until he feels safe enough to take an extra base.
Yeah, if you see him build nothing but... I mean, there's no Naths in this game at all.
Yeah.
So the gas he has right now is probably going towards tier 2.
Now, he'll kill one of the workers there that was a little bit on the fraudulent side. That will spot the move out of the ground army. Shambler is fond of doing that. And again, he's only got Quasis back at home. He has the 1 Circuit. He decided to withhold additional defenses. Now that's going to change. There still is a window of opportunity.
Want to spend gas, but a Hydrus came out anyway.
Yeah, there's something
and Naths.
You do need to worry about. Yeah, you do need to worry about this situation if you're Shambler, because there's a window of opportunity where your opponent can maybe, attack into these Quasis, start clearing them out. But there's not any splash. There's not any crowd control. And that's going to be pretty damning, I think, once those Nathricors hatch, which is not going to be too much longer at this point.
I feel like the Naths are almost overreacting, but I think Shambler got spooked by the effectiveness of those Charlatans, so he probably wants to snipe them.
Yeah. And hey, they're in the right location.
Counterattack while the Protoss is in front of his base. I don't know if he's even really well, now he's definitely aware that the Protoss is over there, so he did pull the Naths back, which, yeah, immediately tickled. Just tickled.
Yeah. The spines just absolutely annihilated him there. It's not... And there's no expansion behind this. We have a Stargate coming, maybe for land effects. He might have spotted the armada of Nathricors in the backline. And hey, we do have a new land effect model, so maybe, just maybe, DeadInfested will show that off before he ends up dying to all the Zerg.
Yeah,
I don't know if you saw the Naths, but I feel like the Naths, if they just kept going in the direction they would have just ended the game. Because at that point, there was not that much in his base. They could have just flown in there and just murdered all of his workers. It doesn't even have a single word in there. So, but now all of his units all returned, and he's made a couple, so he's safe for the moment. But Shambler has got this little strange, like, C-shaped Congo line going around that Spraith at his second base.
I think he's worried about Mass Barghest because he has made 2 Ovaleths, but made no other instance or inclination that there's going to be a drop of any kind. So those are going to end up being defensive, and he's just going to start massing out his Hydra Quasi army as his Naths start to pan across the bottom side of the map. Stargate has not made anything just yet, and I thought DeadInfested was going to order something else up yet, but an Exemplar. So yeah, absolutely did not spot the air units then.
Yeah, the Naths were... they moved around north, but I think because he was disengaging, he might not have caught sight of them as they went over that ledge to hang out. And I figured he may not have actually seen this, or his attention was elsewhere, even if they showed up. So here they are. They're going to fly into his base and just take a little tickle here.
Yeah, they're going to kill at least, I want to predict maybe 4 workers here. It looks like so far we've only seen 2.
Just 2. Yeah.
Falling away from the Charlatan.
Probably didn't expect the whole army to be chilling out right there.
Right, yeah. No, DeadInfested has ceded a lot of the map control, and that means the Shambler is more than happy to start progressing across the map. All right, I see your forces. He might be suspecting that there's a hidden base somewhere, because it's very unorthodox to wait until almost 10 minutes to take a natural, but that just shows you how tunnel visioned or all in DeadInfested has been. This to me, I gotta be honest, looks a little bit weaker than his first map.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a lot more willing to take that first base and that in spite of the proxy and the pressure that was on him from that. So in this, it feels more like he's maybe a little intimidated by the potential aggro, but Shambler is being more calm about this. He had some failed aggro early on, but not really super heavily invested into it. He did kind of panic to build a defense and was like, oh, okay, charlatans are actually kind of scary in this, but there's no positrons, no Cantors, none of the other AoE he really had to deal with at that point. Yeah. So the pressure really wasn't there, and ultimately what ended up happening is that because he panic built all those Naths, it delayed the tier 2 that he really wanted. He also built the Hydrath Den and a whole bunch of Hydralisks, but again, it delayed his tier 2. So he's not really willing to try to break this with what he's got at the moment, but at the same time, to get tier 2 or whatever comfort zone he's at, he ended up being delayed somewhat by that. So I feel like he might try to break it with a Hydras, depending on the success of the Naths at this moment, just checking to see what he's got. Oh, now he's getting the Ardent Authority. You might feel some pressure to attack now before that comes online, but I think Shambler might be a little wary of what happened in the first game when he tried to do that, because there is an Exemplar, which is going to be hard to deal with the Hydras, much less the Quasi. So I feel like, no, he'll probably just saddle up for tier 2, there it is, and just kind of hold out until he can turn all those Hydras into backlists, and maybe a bunch of other units into whatever assortment.
I'm really interested in this. Yeah, there's a very stark difference in worker count. The tech is up.
I feel like that,
you know,
Shambler could absolutely take a page from Hamster's book and just drop a whole ton of Kagrant right on top of this expansion. Especially when he hits tier 2 and he can turn them into circuits and then lift all that and just drop them right into there. And then send his Naths into the main. And this is a perfect map to do that, because you got all that open space behind that Nat there where the Quasi is chilling out. You got lots of open space to do that. That would free up the ramp for you to do whatever when they come and try to respond to that. So there's a few ways you could try to go into this without trying to just brute force it down with backlists. But I don't know. Shambler really doesn't seem to be kind of person to do that. It's actually really quite striking, the difference in the playstyle between Hamster and then Shambler and most of the other Zerg players like myself. I don't really do that too much. To me, it feels like it's too much of an investment for not really much gain. But, you know, Hamster kind of demonstrated how annoying that can be to deal with. Even if it's not really slaughtering all your workers, it does draw a lot of attention. And it's something you can do not super. I mean, you can do it early into the game like Kian does. Really kind of like all in at that point. But later on in the game, you don't really think of it that much. But the tier 2 defenses are quite formidable when used in that manner in spite of the cost investment, just because the time it takes to get rid of them if the expansion is only lightly defended. And right now there is a Kabbalist moving out there, but Shambler's just got this completely locked down and little wiggling penises flying around in the air. And DeadInfested
is not even okay. Now he's moving out to take this third, so Shambler's kind of like just letting him do whatever. But
Look at the worker difference, though. We have less than half
Yeah.
the workers. Shambler just crossed the 100 worker threshold. His
There's
fourth
the
base
Bacillus.
is starting to be attacked a little bit there, and the Mutat Spire just finished. So I absolutely think we're going to get to a situation where pretty soon, very, very soon, we are going to see an overwhelming attack. And whether or not we can actually have DeadInfested hold out, that's going to dictate whether this game ends sooner or later. Either way, though, I think, once again, we've kind of settled into that same gameplay pattern. I think Shambler's going to walk away with this. It's just a matter of when.
you had so many people asking you about the naming, using old names with new names. I've never seen anybody ask that maybe like once in all the months I've watched this, and then this day you had like 3 people ask that already.
Yes. Yeah, just
That's
in just
kind
in
of
one
entertaining,
stream,
actually.
and I also had a YouTube comment in the meanwhile that I had to answer.
Yeah.
Classic move. Don't
Well-
worry, there is a link I will send you right now, and Mess can continue commentating while I do that.
Yep. So Shambler is just kind of just bulking up. You know, again, that first game really had to kind of respect the Charlatan combo.
Uh-oh.
Saw the exemplar. Oh, he did a little poking in there. At least tells him where things are. So he really just wants to have the one attack, just end it with one attack. So he's just building the composition that generally serves him well at that point. You're seeing just some fatties and a large amount of Bactylisks. And some Quasis there, which, I mean, he could turn them into Lyrilisks, but I think he's just going to make something else while the Zorkas is coming. He probably wanted Gorgokoras, but he didn't have the tech for it. So, it's just being very calm and collected about this. That said, you know, DeadInfested getting this other base up, transferring a bunch of workers, that Gnat that has just got a single warden, has never been attacked. All these area units are flying around. They could dive into that, kill all the workers there and the warden with really like impunity, especially with the army sitting out here. And Shambler isn't going for it.
No scouting,
DeadInfested isn't
yeah,
expecting him to go for it, right? Like Shambler covers the whole map all around him, but doesn't actually know what's going on inside the base, and his opportunity literally right under his nose hairs, and he is not taking it.
Ugh.
So he just goes for the front instead.
Well, a Kabbalist, meanwhile, was executed by workers, and I find that somewhat entertaining, so I had to let you guys know. There are the Exemplars holding the southern flank, but the western one is falling, much like real life. We have the Mutas and Nathricors trying to fly their way in now that most of the splash damage has been dealt with. 3 Positrons remain, but I think all the Charlatans are dead, sans 1, which is about to just get undertailed. So there you go. And we have a 4th Positron just coming out of the structure, but yeah, this is the 3rd base under attack. Mess. Like I said earlier, it's just a matter of sooner rather than later, and I don't know that DeadInfested can hold this. He decides he cannot and forgets to GG. You know, we have one
Just
player.
should have at least said nah.
Yeah, we have one player who loves to type, and we have another player who doesn't, and that is the end of that match. So, you know, that's just what happens. The tides crush on in, and sometimes you don't have an answer to it. The Shambler will take a 3rd match.
It's okay. It depends. Lended the nah for you.
That is true. That is absolutely true. Well, that removes Situ from the remaining maps. We'll see whether 3 Crow wants to try his chances at one of the 4 spawn maps, or Infinite Velocity or Otherworld, which are 2 spawn maps. See what ends up happening with that.
It'll be Otherworld that he selects.
Otherworld. We'll see if the Otherworld
bomb
actually
cloud
gets
to the far
used.
Well, I feel like this will be a little bit more balanced. Right.
Oh,
This will
3
be-
Crow needs to face off against the Shambler before we get a more balanced
Oh, yeah.
matchup.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought
Shambler's only
Shambler
3
was
and
already
0.
at that point.
No,
Some
no.
of these games, they go longer, but some of them feel like they go faster than they really
Yeah,
do.
yeah. We'll see about
Well,
that.
you know, I mean, Kian might feel pressured to try to cheese his way out of this. I don't know. It felt like he was gearing up for a cheese in that one game, but he never really quite pulled the trigger. Maybe he had like
Yeah.
second guesses.
Yeah, his pylon was just out in the open, and the Quasis just obviously they find it and they killed the scribe. Well, actually, they didn't kill the scribe until a little bit later on. Like I said, while you were taking a quick BRB in between matches, there's sort of recap of that sideshow match between 3 Crow and the Shambler. My impression was Three Crow's specialty is not really in the early game, at least not in terms of micro, especially if he's also trying to keep his macro up. You know, there's some games or some examples, even in that one game, where he was stutter stepping with units that were pretty much consigned to death while he floated, 1,000 minerals and 500 gas and had nothing making it out of his structures. And he needs to kind of drill that in so that he can get some more value out of that and really make sure that he's kind of focused. But we'll see if he's going to bring a different game this time around. I don't think that he should go for the early specialty per se. And I think maybe instead he should try to win through strategy. But we're going to see what he's got up his sleeve because we're going into Otherworld, our 4th match of Group C. How many more will we have? It depends on if Three Crow can upset the Shambler or if we're just going to be going to our customary best of 3 between the 2 second placers, or at least the ones that are trying to argue for second place. It's Three Crow, the blue Protoss in the bottom right, against Shambler, the beige Zerg in the top right.
I feel like if you're going to try to out-strategize Shambler, which, again, when we look at that last game, I feel like Shambler could have ended it much sooner.
Yes.
And choked him out much more convincingly with how easily attacked that second base was. And Shambler's trying to give him some heads up here and encourage him. I mean, that'll be an interesting matchup, but I think if you were saying
it's a 7 pool, Mesk. I just have to clock that. Continue your point, but this is a 7 pool. So speaking of tilting,
so maybe this is like a double fork where Shambler's like, hey, you can tilt him. He should be an easy match for you to get second place. By the way, I'm about to 7 pool you, LMAO.
Yeah, it's a gateway coming. It's a gateway coming. So maybe there's a chance for if it's like a Drac first, there is gas being mined. He might be able to withstand the pounce of the Quasis. They do obviously move slower now, so you might have a couple more opportunities. But that would absolutely mandate a scribe pull. And even then, I'm not sure that Three Crow's been put in that situation very often. Look at this, an instant warden. He must sense that Shambler is doing something. Because normally this is a horrible idea, and I would say even based on its placement, it's actually not great. But, that's something. That is a thing. And it's going to be Zeth, so never mind what I said. This is actually a fine placement for the Warden. It's optimal versus melee. I thought it was going to be Quasis. That's just going to be the follow-up.
Yeah, well, like I was saying, Shambler, like you said before, Shambler prefers just to fight up front, but that means he misses out on opportunities like that.
Yeah.
Where that base, he had the air units to just destroy that base immediately. He could have probably forced the GG out without even really having to fight the army at that point. That's how I managed to take stuff off of him. And he's just going to try to force down this pylon here. The Draconin.
The Draconin does finish, and it's going to be just fine, boys. I think he could have pulled the Scribe a lot sooner. He does need to repower that. The Quasis are on the way. Obviously, it's only 10 seconds for a pylon to finish warping in. Meanwhile, the Scribe is dealt 50 damage and counting to the Hatcherosk.
Shambler is dying. He is losing the base race.
Yes, that will absolutely happen. A redundancy pylon, so 150 minerals expended just on power, and the gateway will indeed. Oh, the Scribe is technically still alive. Oh, never mind. And then he counts the wrong number initially and has to correct himself. All the excuses just to type more messages. That's the Shambler's specialty. Now, unfortunately for him, he's morphing Vorvs before getting his, as soon as the Draconin hits. But yeah, at this point, I think
this should be a familiar sight for Three Crow.
Yeah.
I walked into base with the Draconin, suddenly there were Vorvs in here.
Well, he does at least kill a Quasilisk. There is that. He has another Draconin almost done. He has the Wardens to deal with this. He's adding a second one, and the double pylon.
This is just going to be a repeat.
Honestly, I like it. I like it. There's some banter. There is some banter. So, I wonder what we'll have to ask. Maybe if Shambler wants to do an interview after this game, which I'm pretty sure he'll be interested. Well, maybe we'll wait till the end of the group, right? But there's the Draconin getting surrounded far away. Consigned.
Quasi. Oh no!
No, he targeted the wrong one.
It's the wrong Quasi.
Oh, he died so slowly. It was so slow.
Very slow.
It was the slowest death I've ever seen a Draconin die.
Beaten to death by newspapers.
Yeah, and tickled.
He's looking for the hidden base, but there is none.
There's no hidden base, bro. You're just that far ahead.
There's just a hidden double warden.
You 7 pooled, then you're even workers. That kind of tells you everything you need to know. Slapped.
Yeah, this will be a slow death too, really.
One more shot, 3 health. Yeah!
Yeah, got him.
He'll even get the Zethracore afterwards. Oh, he's offering up another one. Hey, this is a little silly for Shambler.
This is how he gets back into the game here. Shambler helps him.
I'm not so sure, man. I mean, at this point, what is the fault? Okay, there's a macro hatch that's already done. Shambler's floating a lot of money, so he's electing to take the in base. That has 4 mineral fields now instead of 3. We covered that in the first group.
That's 3, not 3.
Not 3, actually. But not 3 Crow
It
either.
was 3. No.
3 Crow waiting, thinking. Stargates! Okay! You know
okay.
what? This could just be a game. If you get an
could also
Exemplar
just-
versus Quasilisks, that's pretty solid. Is
Yeah.
that even going to be what he goes for, though? That's the question. A third hatch
No.
coming in the base for
That's
Shambler.
a lot of money he doesn't have at the moment.
Yeah.
He might have it by the time it finishes.
Yeah, he's queuing up some units and not workers, unfortunately, but some units, and he will see if he can move out. He has the defenses that he doesn't really need to worry about these burrowed dwarves and so on and so forth.
Well, he doesn't need to worry about them because they're invisible.
Hey, DF sent me a
And
way to
he-
fix that, by the way.
Oh, okay.
So,
Well,
easy.
Todd bless. You know, if Shambler just built nothing but quasis, just nothing but quasis, this would be the match to do it. You know you want to. Will it be? Okay, so guys, it's gonna be a Panoptis.
Okay. Well, you know, that's not going to be dealing very
not
well
terrible,
with
but-
the crowd control, and it doesn't have as much work or kill potential per se. But if you're just going to look for an extended fight, I can see maybe you can just focus down a lot of high-value targets. I don't know it's going to give you as much offensive power. Oh, he's not A-moving,
mean,
so he doesn't
when
see
you
the
think
invisible
about
form. Bug abuser Shambler, honestly. Oh, he saw it on the minimap!
Oh.
Get him! Fucking bully him, dude.
Absolutely annihilated.
Well, there's going to be an attempted natural taken here for 3 Crow. I feel like it's going to be a little bit on the late side. The third is already being created by the Shambler. If you can call this an actual base, it's sort of like 2.5 being taken. We lost the 2.5 tech for Terran, but the Zerg gained a 0.5 in their base count.
So there's gonna be another Vorov murdered here.
Yeah,
in all
along with the
likelihood.
Quasi. Amputated and dismantled. 2 Zethar cores are going to the other side of the base, but again, there's defenses in the main and in the mineral line. The Panoptis should have been spotted, but there's no anti-air currently available. We do have some Quasis finally being made, but that's the one area where I think Panoptises are actually pretty good, because they can just sort of walk away from that with impunity. He can actually just hold position it over the mineral line if he really wants to. It looks like he's going to chance an engagement here, but the Vorvicor's finished just in time, so he'll lose a Legionnaire for his troubles, and indeed, off the Panoptis will go.
Commence the tickling.
Well, he first fires a couple shots, a salvo onto the Kagrant. He doesn't need to be
Fuck
doing
that
that.
Kagrant. He's getting tickled.
He is getting tickled.
Well, now he's got lots of money, so what's he go next? Solarians? I think he
second
just needs to
Panoptis
like
is
queue up an Exemplar, but no, he's making a second Panoptis.
Third, his second is actually flying across the map as we speak.
Oh.
I don't know that
that's
this ground army can actually be excised easily by the Shambler, but, you know, if he circumvents it that way and can start to surround the Hierophants, that limits the kiting potential. There's even some
Canada.
tactical Canada moments happening in the middle of that. And now the Panoptises are being focused down by the Quasilisks. They aren't able to actually
2
get
health.
an end. Yeah, that's not even 3. So now...
But even though he doesn't break it, Keen doesn't have enough to actually break into the space now.
There's even the unborrowed Quasilisk. Oh. As Mask would say, ... type. I guess you would say that, but I don't think I've heard you say
Yeah.
that recently.
No, I forgot. It's okay. There's another Panoptis. Now that is 3. That's Metzen. Metzen smiles. I just gonna make him purple and green. That's another Panoptis coming.
The problem
It
is,
doesn't-
this can't really be Metzen's Panoptis, because Metzen's Panoptis was rendered in perspective, and this is rendered
yeah.
orthographically, like a proper unit.
Yeah, actually, Gladiuses would have been great for this too. Gladius
Oh, yeah.
Exemplar would have absolutely smashed Shambler at this point. That's why if I'm doing something stupid like Stargate first, I always go for those units rather than Panoptis. Because the Panoptis really, like at this stage, is not really a good unit for actually ending the game. But if you manage to get like 3 Gladiuses onto Quasis, and you can actually stop them from murdering the Gladiuses with ground units or something like that, the bouncing balls will just do all the work for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're also very good for worker lines as well.
Well, he's trying to overstay his welcome here, but he's leading with the very, very wounded Panoptis. He does have to be careful about that.
So again, not really achieving too much, but if you have Gladiuses, this is not a bad map for Gladiuses. You can go in there and poke, get a couple balls in.
He has a
But
fourth
they
Panoptus
are
in the
still
mid left.
fragile, right? So-
Yeah, yeah. They don't do as well. I mean, if they have protection, if they have peel, if something's distracting them, absolutely, you can do some pretty good damage by using the Gladius.
You want to choose your engagements,
Yeah.
right? So you want to like be able to engage their base, and then the quasis come in after you've already put the debuff onto things, so you can get more extra damage onto them. You don't want to fight them up front with it, but the way that everything is built here is that he has to kind of fight up front.
I like he spent all that effort to kill a Droleth. Okay, the Nathricors are after it, but there's the Hierophant and Dracodon stack over here to deal with that. Fifth Panoptus arrives. Or no, it's in the queue, actually.
He's got this base here, but it's not doing anything at the moment. The tickling consumes a lot of his energy.
Well, the number of Quasis and Zeths and Vorvs and now Nats is spiking, and I feel like at this point, Shambler's not really too worried about it over here. I mean, it's being annoying, but this is all superficial damage. Look at the number of Quasis. There's 0 splash here.
Yeah, he has another Panoptus he's forgotten about, and one just died.
Yeah, he has completely forgotten about the one around 12 o'clock.
It's just chilling
That's
out.
why I was thinking, oh yeah, that's the 5th one, but it's actually the 6th. And, well, back to 5. Just a stack of infinity Nathricors.
Right past him.
Ground army can be taken care of with the Zets and Vorvs alone. You don't even need the Quasis. And the yeah, basically this is just totally outmatching him. Zerg here.
Oh, Shambler can follow this up by building a couple bases on the left side of the map. Oh, never mind. He just spent all of his money. It all went into tickles. And there's a lot of tickles. He can also take tier 2 at this point, but I don't know. It'll only really be necessary if this engram finishes, but I don't think it's going to get a chance to finish.
No,
If he just
I don't
moves
think
in
so.
right now, he can just wipe this off the face of the earth and use it as toilet paper.
Yeah, again, because there's no splash damage, I guess 3Ker is going to give us a look at the land effect in the last second here, but that's pretty much about it. I mean, there's not going to be much there. He was trying to build it to deal with the Nats, but again, that engram is about to get popped before it can even finish. Yeah, there it goes. Not even canceled. Panoptus is falling to the
Panoptus
Quasis.
is still there, forgotten about.
And there's the land effect. Look how glorious it is. It's new. It's different. It's rendered. It's by Balethal. Also, you have no natural. Look at the left side of the map as well.
Yeah, there's an armada of ticklers coming out of it. Oh, Canada.
Well, the land effect is actually doing some pretty good damage versus the Nats. It's just, problem is, it's going to get tickled to death.
Yeah,
A little bit.
absolutely. Oh, no, they want the warden. Canada.
GG called. 3Crow will drop down, and now he will have to win a best of 3 against DeadInfested because the Shambler has exited in none other than first place.
The tickling is continuing.
Why is the tickling? Oh, there we go. I was wondering what was happening.
No, the tickling is still continuing. Oh my god, make us okay.
Yeah, you actually have to exit the game if you want the tickles to stop.
I can't.
You can.
No, they're too ticklish.
And yes, Fat Dingus, which I have now immortalized your username by saying it online, on the internet.
Fat dingus.
Yeah, they was still on tier 1. I at least didn't see an Iral Iris on the way.
I had enough resources, but he eventually spent all the minerals into quasi, so if he built it, it was towards the end where it really wasn't even remotely relevant anymore.
Hmm. Can you believe that by playoffs, the Vorver cores will finally be visible while burrowed? Shocking.
Wow. Revolutions are in motion here.
Probably one of the
Take a lot
longest
of time.
lasting bugs in the game, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right, well, 3Crow will be taking on DeadInfested, a best of 3. starting off with Victory
This is
Square.
definitely the matchup that I was most interested in seeing. I think it was just more or less expected that Shambler would take it. It was really just a matter of how much trouble would DeadInfested give him, which... I mean, in the first match, it kind of seemed like there was a lot of potential there, but the follow-ups really were not nearly as convincing, and Shambler, like, really missed a lot of opportunity to use against him. So this here feels like it'll be a little bit more balanced in that regard.
Well, also, we
And
kind of
it's
have
also Protoss versus Protoss.
the perfect matchup here, or the perfect situation where we do have the cross spawns. 3-Crow is the Palatinate Blue in the top left, DeadInfested, the Cosmic Cobalt in the bottom right, and that is indeed Protoss versus Protoss mirror matchup. Looks like both of our players will be going for a relatively safe opener, just judging by the fact that there's only now being gas being harvested. Well, maybe not safe then. Maybe 3-Crow's got something else up his sleeve.
Yes, the never-before-seen triple lattice build. Who would ever do that?
Well, he definitely doesn't need Vespene for that, but... What I will say, though, is normally in PvP, you would see both players open with a gateway, just because that gives you durable enough units that you can micro, whereas you can't really out-micro a Dracodon with, like, 1 or 2 Vassals, or even a Simulacrum. It's usually not going to happen. They have the superior range, they've got much more durability. It will be a gateway out of 3-Crow, so I guess he's just going to bank gas for something else. And a gateway out of DeadInfested, who, despite not harvesting gas, actually has a much later gateway, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
Our players are scouting the vertical spawns first. Looks like they will scout across next. Yeah, okay. So they'll get to each other's bases at around the same time, see around the same build, and say, oh yeah, it's a mirror matchup. But DeadInfested, crucially, has gone for a second gateway.
No. So this will be definitely the map that really be looking to see when they take their extra bases and how aggressive they are about that. Since this map has 2 very safe bases, you would kind of expect them to take it fairly early unless they're doing something very aggro, which again, cross positions is really quite far, so I don't know how much early aggro you'll really see. Probably, I feel like 3-Crow will probably be aggro because he's been really aggro against Shambler, even though it's repeatedly getting him spanked. I feel like that trend might continue, but this is a super long distance, so maybe not.
Well, hey, DeadInfested has that scribe buried nice and tight in that upper area. Not going to be making a... Oh, there it is. A pylon has been made.
It's happening again.
He ran his opponent's scribe out of the base. Does 3-Crow remember that there's a scribe in his general area? He builds a second gateway as a reaction. His Dracodon will be on an attack move path outside. And there's not really any easy way to intuit that resources have been expended on the other side of the map. You're going to go there, you're going to see at least one Dracodon, a second one should finish at around the same time that 3-Crows arrives. Remember, 3-Crow is the brighter blue. Yes, they're both blue. Enjoy that. The main thing that you got to watch out for here is obviously what is going to be made over here. It's a Warden Rush. But he got his workers stuck, so he has to remake it. Okay. The first time I casted DeadInfested versus 3-Crow, DeadInfested won the game by cannon rushing, by warden rushing. This is a classic maneuver for him against 3-Crow, no less. That was his first matchup.
God bless.
Well, one for Dracodon versus 2.
This is the holy road.
I don't need to tell you how this one ends.
This is the holy road.
It is. It is the holy road. It looks like 3-Crow will be going for an expansion, although he drops the prostration stage instead.
He built the prostate stage.
Nah, he's going to need to dig pretty deep in order to find something to get him out of this situation.
He's gonna need to put on his chastity belt. So what does he do? He just crawls the wardens across. He doesn't have the money for it at the moment, though.
I also don't know about the vision here. Like, if any structure gets put up in here above the Nexus, we're going to be squeaky bum time for DeadInfested. He does have a decent amount of money spent on this. And the superior tech of the prostration stage. So for those who are new to the project or are not aware of how Protoss work, there are no tech requirements anymore for them. The other races have very clear tier 2 and tier 3 tech node structures that unlock the rest of their tech tree at those tiers. But on the case of Protoss, they've got no tech requirements. Instead, they have to specialize their army by making more expensive individual purchases that in aggregate allow them to rush up to a higher level of tech power, but not in the same quantity as their opponents. And it's going to be a Mind Tyrant. Wow, this is interesting.
He's following my team strats, except I built that as my very first unit, not a gateway, so that's cheating. You know, does Mind Tyrant work against buildings?
No.
Then he's going to have a very unusual game because, well, There are now
He
3
figured it out.
wardens.
He just figured it out because he heard that pylon be made. He's like, wait, I didn't
Yeah.
order a structure. And, you know, the military is not here to help the wardens with DeadInfested. He's just going to charge on in and start breaking down this first warden. Oh, he's a little bit indecisive with his attack targets there. But he'll stop it from creeping further forward, I think.
Now, the Mine Tyrant is out.
Demiurge,
And
or
it's not
rather a
shown
Pariah,
itself.
is on the way. Demiurges and Mine Tyrants don't come from the same structure. Demiurges would actually help him here because he'd just have defenses in the back of his base for a while.
One Draconin goes down.
It died almost to the
And the
Scribe.
Scribe goes
Yeah, the
down.
Scribe going down there is actually pretty big, and it looks like that will have to be canceled. No, it's not going to get canceled. DeadInfested being a little bit lackluster. There's only the one Warden left. I'm not sure that his Scribe went far enough afield to actually see the Prostration stage. This could actually be pretty big if the army walks up here and starts to get picked apart by Mind Control. As Tyranny is very different than Mind Control by default. The Mind Tyrant is essentially like a proper high-tier endgame unit that has, in this case, been rushed out just for the sake of some kind of strategy that 3Crow had in mind. And this is the case where I said at the beginning as a bit of a preview between these players. DeadInfested seems to have better mechanics. Sometimes he tunnel visions on cheese, which seems to be the case here. And 3Crow, even though he doesn't have the great mechanics, he has deeper project knowledge. The Pariah is not in a spot to actually fight this, and the Mind Tyrant is just going to get focused down here as soon as DeadInfested realizes. First couple of mind controls are off, though. Tyranny starting to take control of all of these Draconins, and before you know it, the Mind Tyrant has just stolen 3 Draconins, and the rest have already fallen.
Now, when they move out of range, they lose mind control, right?
Yes, they get stunned, and after that, they will indeed be given back to their opposing player. So he has to kind of keep the stolen ones over onto the Mind Tyrants for a while. You can see it actually already happened. He left one in there.
No, DeadInfested's never before seen Draconin recall 6 minutes into the match. He actually got 1 Scribe kill on gas there, which could serve to bite Key in the ass later on. He may not have actually known that's what happened.
Yeah, there's a status display when you mouse over the ones that are actually under control, and it looks like he's figured that out, and he's just going to task all of his units to follow the Mind Tyrant, which, unfortunately, is actually moving a little bit too fast. He's going to recede one of the controls immediately.
It's
So
happening.
there you go. You get a free one there.
One of them has been freed. They're freeing my boys.
I've never seen Tyranny be used in a mirror matchup, but clearly we need some kind of overlay to indicate which ones are under control.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a silly move there.
So, okay, the Draconin has found a Pariah. The Pariah calmly walks past.
3Crow doesn't seem too concerned. The Mind Tyrant actually face tanked a lot of these shots.
What?
Absolutely brutalized. Well, honestly, what did you expect? It was cheese at the end of the
That was
day.
goofy.
That was his
It was double
downfall.
cheese.
And the Mind Tyrant rush just gets him absolutely bodied. And that's the thing. Like, 3Crow knows the project. He's been playing he's been a part of this community for years. So 3Crow has seen the project through many of its evolutions. DeadInfested only just started playing about a week ago. So no surprises there that 3Crow was able to steal a win. But DeadInfested will have the next map pick, so what's he going to be doing?
Seems like Scholar is enjoying Deputy Dad.
Yes, he liked tits. Weirdo. He's making his choice. Highwater will be the selection.
But is the water high?
I think 3Crow might be a little high after that one.
That was definitely a different one. It brought me back to I don't think I had quite as much effectiveness in that team game. It was a little silly. Of course, there was more units flying around. But
Yeah.
yeah, when you can get them to go off, they're quite useful units. I remember being able to use Maelstrom against you in a PvT, but it was rightfully nerfed after that because you could just literally permanently stun groups of units.
I think it wasn't even a projectile back then, if I'm remembering
Yeah,
correctly.
that's still there, right?
Yeah,
I
it
haven't
is
seen
a
it for long time.
projectile. It doesn't stun, though. It slows. So it's a little bit different now. It's mostly used to, keep units within range.
It's kind of like a lobster. It's like throwing a lobster at him.
Yeah. So it will be the Russian green Protoss on the bottom left of Highwater. That's 3 Crow.
Cross positions again.
Cross positions again. Dead-infested the Ultramarine Protoss in the top right. And just going back, rewinding that, it felt like maybe Dead-infested sees that and thinks, Dark Archon? The hell's that doing here? Oh, I'll just ignore it. And then it just starts eating all of his units like, whoa, that's not how that unit works in Brood War. Yeah, you're goddamn right. Welcome to Mind Tyrant. Welcome to the tyranny of the sun. That's exactly what he ended up getting bopped by. So, okay, well, 3 Crow has demonstrated that. But again, we think Dead-infested has the superior setup in terms of his mechanics, in terms of his macro. Can he get to the game to a more normal state such that he won't get bopped by weird things he's never seen before? That's the question. He has to recenter himself. I do think maybe he did get a little bit tilted after the loss to the Shambler, and maybe even after that one too, considering he also did not say GG. So.
Yeah, you gotta say nah or XD at least.
Yeah, you gotta say something. You gotta take a page out of Scholar's
You at least start shit talking now.
And here we go. We talk about something that'll tilt you. The 3 Crow is first scouting him, cross scout.
Yeah.
Dead-infested on the other hand, horizontal
that's
scouting.
like the 6 pool sense, right?
Yeah. It's been done before. I mean, he was the one to actually 6-pool Mystery Meat in a 4-spawn map and guess that his opponent was cross scout. So it's like, dude, what the hell? If I didn't know you any better, I'd accuse you of map hacking.
Yeah, it is some good shit. Well, both players are still going for Gateway first.
It's a Dracodon versus a Hierophant,
You notice the key in here is going to have a lot of gas again. You might just see another tech rush of some kind. May not be the same thing. I mean, it could be the same thing. It worked amazingly well the first time.
Well, if we rewind that, again, that's why I brought up that he might have just ignored it, and he definitely did, but he could have just right-clicked it and killed it in one hit at any stage in the initial part of the engagement, and he just... Maybe
it walked right in the middle of his units.
Yeah.
And you don't know what it is or you haven't really seen it before. And it's right in the middle of all your shit. You may as well just kill it and not figure out what it does before something happens that you aren't really prepared to deal with.
First Dracodon has already evaded the detection of the Scribe. And a second Gateway coming here for 3 Crow. So he's trying to say, hey man, don't pay any attention. It doesn't matter that I'm harvesting so much Vespene. I swear I'm just going to be making mass Ecclesiast or something. And he's blocking the natural expansion with a pylon.
What a goofball. What a goober.
Goober indeed. Second gate coming for Dead-infested. Wants to hold off in the Mirror Wars. Dracodons once again making their way, marching over. Hey, Balethal made a custom Dracodon model. It's not actually hooked up.
He
and
looked
rigged,
at that
but...
pylon and he was so fucking disgusted.
He just walked
he
right on
walked
by.
Away.
Absolutely.
Not quite able to secure the slows on this Dracodon here. Maybe when he goes
There we
down
go.
the ramp.
Got him.
A little bit of a tap.
Yeah, you have to be within a minimum range of the Hierophant for the slow to take into effect, which we don't have a robust read for, so that's why he was just walking at full speed with the overlay earlier. But the Hierophant caught up to him and was able to get it.
The prostate stage
it's coming
is
again.
on the way.
And there is no
It's
scout
coming
this
again.
time around, so what's he going to be? What's he going to do?
Well, he's going to be tickled by that Scribe before it dies. A miserable, disgusting, lonely death somewhere within Siberia, along with its erect objects it left behind over there. That Dead-infested murdered with his own Scribe, this scoundrel. That'll lead to a relatively fast expansion by the margins of the last couple games.
Yeah, Dead-infested previously wasn't really able to get an expansion up very fast, very quickly. The prostration stage is a little bit 75% done or so. The main thing I would look at for that is, what is the reaction going to be when Dead-infested scouts it again? And will it even be a Mind Tyrant now? Or does 3 Crow kind of realize the jig is up? I'm not going to be able to replicate that. Let me just go for a Pariah, Legionnaire, Dracodon combo or something like that.
Yeah, Pariahs are quite reasonable against Protoss. I mean, they struggled with the mass Legionnaires in that Shambler match from way back. The Legionnaires are not as strong as they used to be. It will be a Mind Tyrant, though. So, it's pretty much more of the same. Now, what he has to watch out for is he doesn't want his units to get murdered here, but again, Dead-infested's army is a little bit split up. That last Dracodon won't be here unless he waits for it. The longer he waits,
Yeah.
the greater the chances of getting his balls twisted.
Well, the other thing to keep in mind, too, is that it's a very heavy gas expenditure. So looks like it's going to be Legionnaires to be first in, first out kind of deal, because most of them are already being slapped. They're trying to make it happen to this Hierophant. The Legionnaires teleporting onto the victims of other Legionnaires. And the Zealots will now be pierced, perforated. And the Mind Tyrant is done and ready.
Away. He's just going to sit here and maybe wait for them to get a little bit closer. But no, they're engaging, so here he comes.
Yeah, so it's a guaranteed hit when it does lock on, but that time travel did allow him a little bit of time so that he could start to progress onto the Mind Tyrant itself. It doesn't have that much durability, and the cast change, it's actually going to cause the hit. The last shot kills it, and that will absolutely start returning the control. So this is actually a spot where 3Crow is in a huge amount of trouble. That last shot made all the difference.
Yeah, the last shot getting back all the units. There was nothing else to follow up. Now he has his army back here. There's some wiggling on the ramp as he blocks himself when he wanted to run, but nonetheless, he still has the superior unit count. There's a pry about halfway done, but
Pylon's under
all
attack.
he has to do is just kill the pylon, and that's...
Yeah, that's an Artosis pylon if I've ever seen one.
Gotta pull everything in here. Here they come. Aggressive tickling is around, but
no pylon, nothing in the back.
One of the few units. One of the few units he can't easily kill with workers, I'm afraid.
He's trying to wall him into the base, but it's not going to happen. That actually could have worked pretty well, but he's going to go ahead and pull the workers again. You know, this Pariah can mop up, but you know, a lot of these units are very low. There's a little bit of kiting happening over here. Scribe's not going to be able to accomplish too much. And
more Dracodins and routes, and DeadInfested's floating a little bit of money as the insanity of the situation starts gnawing at him. One down.
Yeah, the main thing you want to do is with a Pariah, you want to kill that first unit, because that Ascension mechanic allows for the Zealot and any other unit in the area to gain increased attack rate. Unfortunately, the Pariah walked away somewhere over there, so it's not going to
Yeah, I
end
think
up
he was
being too
regenerating
useful.
his shields, but there's more Dragons over here, so it's not really going to get a chance to.
He also targeted a lower HP or a higher HP Dracodin for some reason. So this is a real fluff on the micro for 3Crow. He really could have just executed all these Dracodins. He could have pulled the workers at any time to try to secure that, and he's only got the one Zealot. This pylon actually doesn't reach that last gateway, which is definitely going to come to as a surprise to him, I think. And yeah, DeadInfested is sitting pretty. He's got his expansion up. He built an Ardent Authority in the meanwhile. Actually, he's barely mining from that expansion, but you know, it counts.
Doesn't need it. Nope. That's kind of about it.
Oh, he gets one last pylon for good measure, but it'll also be killed.
Nope. He gets the third pylon.
3Crow's a very stubborn man. He hates to GG. He hates to actually leave the game. And, you know, DeadInfested seems to hate to GG too, but not even though he will leave the game. So.
Tickling is en route. But there's a lot of units, but you'll notice that they're on the wrong side of his base.
They're waiting for the Nexus to lift off.
Yeah, that does happen every now and then. Oh.
That Scribe was one hit away from death.
Not
quite going to happen, though. Hey, the Pariah's done. After that, you can start rebuilding all your Scribes.
Yep. DeadInfested realized this is a lot harder to fight, or they should be. Didn't have a whole bunch of other... Oh, here they are. And now they're coming complete with a Positron. That's just probably going to close up the game.
Well, a Warden has started, but it's just as the Dracodins start to make their way up here, and that is now down to almost... Wait, one more worker. Kill one more worker for me. Oh, come on, you can do it.
It's aggressively spinning in that.
Oh, the splash might do it.
Assisting for a little while, so went down. Nope.
No, he doesn't want to kill the workers. He wants to focus the Wardens. I just wanted 3Crow to have 3 workers for the screenshot, you know? GG's called. Finally, for just a moment, it was 3 workers. And that will be DeadInfested equalizing it. We go to the 3rd game in this best of 3 to qualify.
That is 3.
That is 3. Hey, DeadInfested is on the board.
Yeah. The Mind Tyrant BS has been figured out. So now Kian's got to pull back into his scrotum of holding and find the next test deed with which to sling at his opponent. What will it be next? I feel like something like Stargate would be quite viable against him. And, you know, you've got other high tier options. I mean, what about just the Anthelian Rush? That worked out. Maybe not against somebody who's that aggro, but
I don't know. I mean, yeah, getting to 1,000 of each resource on the one base is pretty challenging. It will be Nitro Valley for our last map. This does decide who makes it to playoffs and who crashes out in last place of the group, and will have to battle back if they want to participate in the next tournament through a qualifier. The first ever for CMBW, which will be held at some point after this tournament. Yeah, it'll probably be a cheese-a-fire. All right, we will check if our competitors are ready for their final game. Just reminding them of the stakes. This is our last match of Group C. This one has gone about as we expected, but the fact that 3 Crew was able to eke out a victory with a tech rush and then not really able to do the same thing a second game in a row, I feel like DeadInfested should feel pretty good about that. We have the white Protoss at the top left, and for the first time in a 4-spawn map, not across position, DeadInfested, was that Beast or Brown? Indeed, top right. Thanks to DF for naming these colors. Sometimes they're really goofy.
I wonder where the name came. Oh, look at that. Triple worker onto gas immediately.
He's planning something. I think it's really unlikely because it's so expensive, but I kind of want to see him use demiurges because they can be a similarly effective snowball unit.
They're also pretty good at dueling too. Their range is quite decent. And
even if you don't want to, if you don't want to actually get a kill, you could, or get the mind control over, you can still absolutely just attack from a farther range, and then the effect never kicks in, but you're able to, do a lot of damage, right?
Yeah, and the fact that there is a fairly prominent ramp in this means that if he's under early aggro and he manages to get one, and I can actually hold the ramp with it, then it's a lot more effective at actually keeping units out. Plus, it's a lot better for attacking, because he can also just steal their buildings. He can build units from the Protoss race, for example.
Yes, in a non-mirror matchup, maybe it would be a little bit more sensible. Now, one thing I will say is that as DeadInfested peruses through the lava land area of Nitro Valley, one of the things you'll notice is that he's scouting across the map instead of going to his more conventional horizontal scout, which he's done the other 2 maps. Because, of course, the one time he decides to scout cross is the one time it's not cross and it's actually horizontal. Pretty big prank.
Meanwhile, Kian is not even bothering to scout at the moment. He's just like,
he's banking that gas.
I really need my money.
We could actually see a Stargate first.
Yeah, he pulled workers off of gas. So I don't think it's going to be something tier 3. It could be Stargate. Or I think it also could be Rogue Gallery. But now it will be Stargate. So I did call that. Now the question will be, will it be Panoptis again? Because I don't think Panoptis fares particularly well against Dracodins, which, I mean, DeadInfested hasn't altered his build in any of these games, really, other than the lack of Acantros and such against Shambler and the one, but the early has always just been Gateway, and it's always been like Hierophant, Dracodin. That's really not what you want to be running Panoptis against. This is definitely where you're going to want to kind of like sit back, turtle as hard as you can, get like 4 or 5 Exemplar, and then just spring it on him when he least suspects it. Also, probably with Vassals to help speed them along. And
well, another thing that you could go for is actually the Aurora. It's not really seen too much use, but you can get a lot more out of them than you think, and a lot more of them faster than your opponent might be suspecting.
Yeah,
so we'll see.
They're fairly cheap.
Yeah, we'll see if that's what he wants to do, but he's got a decent amount of money. It will actually be a Panoptis. I think you're right, though. Between the Hierophant and Dracodin combo, as DeadInfested is going to scout his opponent last, has gone to the bottom right, unfortunately for him. He is going to be adding more Dracodins behind this. It does feel like this attack will be a little bit difficult to hold. But even if he holds, okay, your opponent has an ideal set of units already at their disposal to counter your air. You have to go for something like a critical stack of Exemplars, which you're unlikely to be able to afford in any reasonable time frame on just one base.
He needs to be able to hold this for a while.
Yeah.
And then just walk over to his opponent's base and abuse him. That's actually going to be a LAN effect next, because he probably foresees the early aggro here. And depending on the target focus, DeadInfested actually tries to go up here to try to finish the Dracodin.
Yeah, that's going to cost
even
him.
If he trades for this, it's actually not good. Because the Panoptis is actually the most expensive thing here by far.
And the most DPS as well. You have to remember that.
Yeah. So he falls back, which is really all you can do at this moment. At this stage, maybe like a 3rd gateway might actually be viable, or at least queuing up something in the one gateway that's not currently doing anything. It's trying to get some damage on this Panoptis here, but it's going to be a trade for some hull damage, which was...
Yeah, just 8. It's not that much, yeah.
Yeah. not really that much.
And he's not rebuilding a
So-
Hierophant, right? So that's a big deal. The thing that Hierophants help you with is anytime a unit that needs to kind of dive in and bob and weave and go back and do a lot of kiting, it can be Dracodons, it can be Panoptises, especially if they're shorter range like the Panoptis, you can tag them with the Hierophant and suddenly they're slow, and then you can catch them and they desync from the rest of the army. And that's absolutely something that he could have done if he had kept his Hierophant
control
alive.
is good here. He can win the game off of this.
Yep, absolutely. That can be a great play. He has to split these Dracodons to try to attack the Panoptis, but instead they're just continuously clumping up, trying to just deal with the land effect itself. It looks like eventually it will happen. There is still a lot of threat here. He can focus down the Panoptis now, and he does have more Dracodons on the way. One is about to finish. The Warden is
Warden
done.
just completed.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to be enough to deal with this.
The
Tunnel
Warden
Vigilant.
got pulled onto there. Oh. No.
Yeah, the Panoptis was kind of like really focused on trying to deal with the Dracodons. I think it might just narrowly escape, which is a bit of a shock to me.
That was awkward. Didn't
Yeah.
go as well as we really wanted because eventually they did split. Problem, of course, is that you're managing the land effect. Your Dracodons kill whatever their one target was and start attacking the building instead.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, he's got 2 units over here. It's not care he's going to lose the second Panoptis. Is going to really massively kill his pressure. And
Yep, there it goes. And
dead.
this Dracodon is also not long for this world. It will absolutely lose out in this trade. He's not even going to be able to.
if he's not care, we might even lose the other one here. It's got no health
Oh,
on it.
yeah. He's really dangerously trying to attack the Dracodons, right? It's 4 seconds for the shields to fully recharge, which in CMBW Protoss terms is actually a long time. So it's something to keep that in mind, but he wasn't able to actually finish it off. And you can see a lot of money being floated right now. He's trying to add a second Stargate. He's adding
His
more
gas
room.
couldn't keep up with his
Yeah.
Panoptises at that point, and his attention was focused elsewhere. I think he was probably trying to remedy that, and that's when his units got punked by that rally point. So now his army count's not very high, but a lot of these Draconids coming from DeadInfested are kind of wounded. He's not building any more Hierophants at all. He hasn't added any other gateways or anything. He's not really at the worker count to really be competitive. It's 22 versus 14. That's a pretty major deal if Keen keeps his units alive, but this low health Panoptis can easily be sniped here, and it's dead. I mean, I don't think it was necessary to move that Dragon forward, but
Yeah, I
Now,
think he
it's
was
a trade
kind of
that's
trying
still
to
in his
move
favor.
forward and then maybe see what he could do there. But yeah, at this point, he's going to see what he can do just to snipe some of these Panoptises or, you know, make some of those units cost a little bit more for 3-Crow. And yeah, honestly, I don't favor him based
He
on...
could go for another trade here and take that other Panoptis, but
Yeah.
then he didn't really feel like up to that. I don't know. Like, I think Kian's in a very strong position now.
Yes, the second Stargate, I think, is going to help him to overwhelm the position. DeadInfested is not making workers. He's only now realized, oh shit, I just wasn't making workers this whole time. He's now going up to 16th when that one finishes, and he's got an idle one just hanging out, preparing to spend some money. I think he's waiting for the 300 gas benchmark.
Yeah. Looks like maybe he'll probably build another Ardent Authority is my guess here. But, you know, unless he gets a lot of them, I don't think Positrons are actually really that good against Panoptises.
No, especially with double Stargate production and an embassy coming, Grand Library for some more meaty front line to deal with those Dracodons. Now, the one thing we can say is that there's double Hierophant, and we did see DeadInfested hold out against a superior army from the Shambler for a very long period of time. So maybe this can be a situation where he can try to do the same thing. He doesn't have any charlatans or rogue galleries on the way for those charlatans, so it's going to have to come at a different complexion.
Going to walk right into the army here, which again is that Panoptises are on follow right now.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to be
Dragon has died
significant.
immediately because they weren't going to escape anyways, and this third one's probably going to follow.
Yes, absolutely. Caught by the Hierophants. This is where you really do want to use those Hierophants to try to tag your opponent, slow them down, and hey, if they get that red overlay on them when they die, they give you attack speed, thanks to the Ascension mechanic, which is, you know, funnily named after the tournament. Now, obviously, we came up with the tournament later.
So now there is an Exemplar coming, but this is definitely a really big moment of weakness for Kian here. If he's not able to deal with this army, it could just quickly get out of control because it's going to take him too long to replenish his Air Force. There's just a lack of response right there.
Oh, he's also diving directly in to try to deal with the Hierophant, which wasn't microed back in time, so the second one is now going to be focused down as well. And there's not really great focus fire here, but it doesn't seem like it's going to matter. The Dracodons are the heavy hitters, and there is an Exemplar out, but with 4 Dracodons and with another one sort of idling in the middle of the map, I still think this can be pretty good for DeadInfested. He can get some eco damage, and he can absolutely fluster 3-Crow, who's still not spending some of the money. Okay, you've got the economic advantage from the extra workers. Where's your money, bro? You don't have that much money. Exemplar is out, though.
Yeah, he must keep this alive. It's critical for him to stay in the game at this point. Keep the Exemplar.
But he's
and
not.
the
I don't know if he's
Panoptis
going to be
alive.
able to. It looks like it's about to fall, but no, the last second target change here from DeadInfested is going to pick off the Panoptus. He can now start to deal with that, but I think he's going to lose another Dracodon for it. No, narrowly does not. Very thin margins here.
One Dracodon had no health. He didn't come after it with the Amaranth, though.
Yeah, he's only now, I think, realized he's going to focus it down.
But they're
now.
focused on the Amaranth, so it's just life stealing forever.
Yeah.
Hello, shield stealing.
Yeah, that last Dracodon shot, with thanks to cliff
So
advantage.
very scrappy there, but Kian manages to hold on.
The other really
Just using
critical
his teeth.
component here is that DeadInfested has about 400 Vespene. He's not really able to use it. He is not expanding. He's very much on the one-base committal move. And yeah, 3Crow hasn't spent a great amount of
19
money. But
workers, so again, Kian just has to hold on for a little while longer. He's losing his army, which is hurting him, but in the long run, his worker count is ascending quite a bit higher.
yes. Yeah, he's got way more on minerals in the main. He obviously has the natural, which is starting to get up to a pretty healthy amount. And with these wardens down, you can't really hope to break this base. DeadInfested is going to have to recalibrate and then maybe try to find where those air units are going to start leaving the base. See if he can interrupt them on the way there, or otherwise rely on Hierophants to close the gap. He has a Positron out here. That is going to be good for splash, but you mentioned it earlier. I don't really think it's going to be that effective versus the air units.
Yeah, it's pulling out. This has happened quite often in this game where Kian has units here or there and they get caught because it's not really like bundled up enough that at least they'll all auto engage at once, and so that continually has led to units getting picked off by this. He's just spamming Exemplar. He knows his opponent is not going to build air units. He really is not too fond of air units. So at this stage, he realizes, yeah, it's just keep making gateways and just going to keep making Exemplar. And there is actually an analog coming.
Yes.
So that might actually be able to do quite well against us if he can use it in the right spot. But his army might die long before he gets a chance to.
Yeah, kind of spinning out here towards the bottom due to some lack of micro. And only it's on an attack command onto
Off
the
they
Warden,
go.
so it's just going to end up falling before it can really do any splash damage. The Amaranths will finally fall, but at what cost? Here comes another
Why are all of
Positron.
his units attacking the...
He just grouped
the
all of
Warden?
them onto the Warden for whatever reason, and it had them all in the same control group. And at this point, I think the Air Force is starting to get the better of him. Maybe he can fall back and rely on 3Crow's lack of killer
The
instinct.
Strakodon's move command scared out 3Crow.
Yeah, and Analog is idling in the background. It's a pretty specialty kind of unit, but it can make a difference in this kind of situation. When you attack it, you
reflects
receive
enemies' projectiles back at them.
Yes.
So, in the case, can an Exemplar even hit itself?
Oh, it'll fly
It's an
back
empty ground.
it'll fly back and not do any splash damage, but I think it should still deal the damage back to it. We'll find out.
So I was going to say, if he had like 5 Exemplars shoot it and they splash themselves,
it might
it would
actually
probably instantly kill the Air Force.
Yeah, the splash will be ground only, so I think it is just going to take the single target damage.
Now,
And
he is going to go for the base here, but
yeah.
this is one of the rare cases where it's actually well defended by extent of not being any other choices.
Well, he's starting to move.
The Exemplar
Oh.
archives have just started. You know, if he ends up destroying that, that would be just devastating.
Yeah, I think DeadInfested is a little concerned about where he's going to leave his units right now. Ancestral Archives is on the way. Artisan flying off for 3Crow. Witness in the background. Sort of like us. And trying to sneak on through. The vision of the Ancestral Archives is not really that great, so he's not going to spot that. You gotta wait for your buildings to actually complete first. And gonna go after the Warden. Remember, there was very limited workers here, and the splash from the Exemplars is just starting to eviscerate them. This could very well be GG. He needs to be able to somehow gracefully deal with this, but the Analogs themselves are not actually in a spot where they can attack. They can attack, they do have an attack, but they're not actually being pulled down with the rest of the army. And just this Exemplar stack of 3 is going to be more than enough, I think, to wipe out the Dracodons. That should mean 3Crow somehow finds a way to clutch it out. DeadInfested, I don't think he's got what it takes. Yeah, you can see there the splash damage not actually proccing on that, and that will be it. No GG called, no GG necessary. And that will be 3Crow getting his second and all-important win. I am pretty surprised at this outcome. I thought for sure DeadInfested would have the ability to hold on tight, but his macro slipped so many times. I think what really got him is not working on the worker count, not queuing up enough of those. But for his first showing, he was able to survive versus the Shambler in his debut game. He was able to obviously defeat and adapt very quickly to 3Crow's kind of meme mind tyrant strategy. And he did have the, I don't know if killer instinct is the right word, but he had the aggression. He had that instinct to just go across the map and try to do a lot of damage. Just didn't end up finalizing his result the way that he wanted it to. It did not twist the knife exactly. There's a lot of real thin margins here that went kind of both players' ways in those early engagements on Nitro Valley, but the air rush ends up winning. I see the chat is already starting to talk a little bit about the Group D that is on the way. And yeah, I guess the Shambler is right. In our last tournament group stage, 3Crow was able to cheese out a surprise contender in Group A, where he was able to get one game off of him, and then that, sadly for Veek, did deny him the opportunity to maybe claim first place that time around. He just wasn't given the opportunity to in that state. So a little bit unfortunate for him. Oh, let's reset. Let's think about things. Mesk has gone to fetch a delivery, so he'll be taking a little bit of time here. And then I'll be dragging the Shambler back in for a group winner interview. Maybe I'll get 3Crow in here as well if he feels like talking in a bit. And yeah, we still have one more group to play as mentioned, so that's going to be pretty nice. I'll just go ahead and start updating those overlays. I can't wait for the memes that are being promised in the chat as we speak. Yes, I did see that, Shambler, where I saw your commentary on that, and that's absolutely true. I think that is absolutely true. Like, you can't say it any other way. The very first competitive match of CMBW, if you can even call it competitive, the very first 1-versus-1 replay cast that I did involved 3Crow taking on the Shambler, and it was just non-stop Mavericks, bio. It wasn't quite enough to net them a victory, but let's just say it was pretty based. It was pretty epic. I appreciate the bio silliness. By the way, if you guys aren't aware, there is a hype video explaining a little bit more about this tournament. I kept thinking that surely everybody has seen that, but some people probably didn't. So maybe when we're on the break, you guys can check that out. It's on this channel, on this YouTube channel. All right, let's go ahead and focus our efforts on to looking at Group C. Because the results are in. Zombie Apocalypse, well, the Infested are dead. And 3Crow manages to emerge. I think, personally, that's just lovely. Hey, DeadInfested, I wouldn't be too hard on yourself. The game that you lost in the opening on Victory Square, I think it was probably just you. Correct me if I'm wrong. You may not have ever seen a Mind Tyrant before. Or at least maybe you didn't know how Tyranny ended up working. You adapted really quick and focused it down in the second match, and that ultimately did get you the dub. The problem is you may not have ever seen Stargate Heavy Toss before. I think if you want, I know it's always a little bit rough after the tournament exit to start getting reflective about the match, but I mentioned it on the cast, and Mesk did bring some highlights to it as well. if your worker count had been a little bit higher, if you had not forgotten to, I assume it was a forgetting decision. If it was deliberate, then if you just make a different decision in the future, absolutely you can get the economy, even just on one base, to pump out more units out of the gateway and maybe overwhelm 3-Crow, because he barely held on in that Nitro Valley match. I thought for sure that you had the opportunity to take it or maybe stabilize at that point. And you also started to figure out about Hierophant slowing down those units, allowing you to catch him and get more cost efficient. I thought it was a very competitive set between the two of you. And I would say that, especially if you get more familiar with the project, if you end up sticking with it, then when we get to the qualifier stage for Ascension 7, I would expect to see you make it somewhat deep in the qualifier at the very least. So we'll see how it goes. Can't believe Fagudo did that to me. Hell yeah, lucifirius. Well, we're actually once again in a spot where we probably will do some extended analysis because the next group isn't set to start until... Well, we started this group a little bit early, but the next group isn't actually set to start for another hour and 10 minutes or so. So as a result, maybe we can accelerate the next one too, but we'll see who's around. Shambler, my man, the internet has done terrible things to you. You can't wait an hour and 10 minutes. Hey, that's the agreed upon time. But hey, if you can't wait, then you gotta yell at Btyb. Make him put his kids to bed a little bit early or something. That is a possibility. A possibility. Go ahead and finish preparing my overlays. Also, pro tip, if you end up trying to do anything with Photoshop after about 1 hour, it will just start to absolutely freeze up on you. So enjoy that. I certainly don't. I think the really impressive game from DeadInfested, honestly, was actually the first match against the Shambler. He remained pretty calm and used an interesting new tactic with the charlatans. And he said that he shouldn't have built the lattice, but honestly, I think that could have worked out pretty well. He just needed to follow up and try to focus on the presence of workers and maybe see if he could do that. That absolutely could have done something, but at the very least, he could have maybe stabilized a little bit faster or overwhelmed him with more units or something. If he had dealt more economic damage there, then it wouldn't have been quite so... I don't want to even say it was that disastrous, but it was definitely not cost-efficient enough that it needed to be. So, interesting games, in my opinion. Well, that's missed. That's because I thought I removed the bounce attack for the charlatans, so I removed the tooltip, but not the actual thing. I guess for this tournament, I can re-add the tooltip because that's the thing that makes the most sense. Well, Shambler, it looks like Mesk will be gone from this place, this mortal realm, for a little bit longer than anticipated. So why don't I just drag you on up here as we switch over to look at the rest of the bracket here, the groups, etc. Here we go. The voice of the Shambler now graces your ears. Hello, sir. You are victorious once again.
Dumb phone posting.
Yes. You got to do the winner's interview from your phone, like a real man.
Yeah, that was a fun group.
Yeah. I mean, you did manage to throw 3-Crow off in theory on Otherworld, but were you surprised to walk in there and see a Warden?
Yeah. For context, we played some games earlier today, and he got pretty upset because I 7-pulled him in the same way and just killed him instantly because he put his gateway by the ramp and the pylon in the middle spot in between, so I just sniped it instantly.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to do the same here, even though the Warden was under construction.
Yeah.
And that was a failure.
Well, you were still able to rustle his jimmies, which is sometimes enough. Now, you were also, were you a little bit surprised with the very first match against DeadInfested? Because I don't know how much you've been able to see of his play or play of him at all. What did you think when he was able to, I mean, obviously, like, the proxy lattice and stuff was a bit silly, but beyond that, it felt like he held out a lot longer than he otherwise could have.
Oh, I was worried I found another hamster.
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit, I'm melting. The charlatan stuff, I was really confused on what I should do against it. And I decided, I need range because the moment I get on top of them, I'm gonna get fucked. So fuck it, let's go with my least favorite unit, potato.
Yeah, I didn't even remember that you mentioned that, but yeah, the Protathalars ended up finding some utility anyway, since they more egregiously outrange the charlatan, whereas the Bactylisk is only a little bit. Although I think maybe in critical masses the Bactylisk still would have been fine. But, you were talking about trying to deal with the fact that there were so many of them, and also they were starting to get some melee mixed in at some point. So I think the Protathalars were a good choice. They did help secure that win for you.
Yeah, in a straight fight, the Bactylisk would be better if I had a proper front line, but my front line wasn't surviving.
Yes.
Again and again and again. So I was like, okay, I'm going to just have to do a bunch of fighting retreats and just bleed them. And that's what I did with Protathalars because they have more move speed and they're single target. They don't lose DPS as things get closer, so I can sort of afford to just run from melee instead of just trying to burst my way through it. Well, like you have to with Bactylisk. So the Protathalar warmed its way into my heart.
There you go.
That leaves only other units to be tismed on.
Yes, now we just need you to start respecting the Cyclops, and then we will finally be in the promised land. Now, we might be a while.
Cyclops has its place, but it's not a core unit.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I just appreciate saying stuff like the Cyclops is good and great because Neblime really thinks it's terrible. But it's also kind of interesting to me, just as a broader point. A lot of the players in the tournament that are top players, right? People like yourself, you got Neblime, you got Mystery Meat. They all have very wildly differing opinions on whether a unit is good sometimes. Like, sometimes you guys agree. And I think generally a lot of people do think that, like, say the Cyclops might not be super good, or might at least not. It's not a core unit, like you're saying. Maybe that is the case. Then other times, like Mystery Meat thinks the Lucifirius is really good, and nobody else seems to build it. So I don't know. Like, I guess I'll just throw that at you. Do you always tend to prefer the either the Zoriustaleth, admittedly your favorite unit according to the hype video, or the Gorgakor? Where's the Lucifirius glove at?
I do. The Lucifirius is a great unit. It's just it's totally against my playstyle. Having to root yourself and sort of bait enemies in. I like an army that can pursue.
Right.
Now that seems odd because I like Bactylists and they're slow, but with the bounce you can often get a bunch of kills on the retreat.
Yes, yeah.
So there's utility in it, especially if you have cliff advantage. And again, the Bactylist isn't the only thing I really build. I have usually some other things sprinkled in there, like air. I like my vanguard of air that I use, to mop up and make sure that they can't escape from my back tools. But the rooting and the extra clicks involved, I don't really trust myself a lot of the time to be on the ball all the time with that. Especially if I need to be in multiple places at once. If I have an army here and an army there, I'm not going to include Lucifirius in both armies, and usually my comps are ones that are reliant upon each other. I don't go pure Hydra these days, really, because it's not really viable. And a lot of the stuff, you don't. There's a lot of moving parts involved, and the Lucifirius, they just require that much more attention that I'm just not really comfortable with.
Okay, interesting.
Otherwise, it's an excellent unit. Like Hamster has great success with them, and so forth. And if I'm really in a bind, I have no problem making them in a defensive situation. That's
Gotcha.
probably where you'll see them used a lot by me. Is that, I've scouted an attack coming. I don't think Gorgon cores are really going to cut it, and I still need splash. Well, then here comes Mr. Lakizalis, because he is the best splash unit on there. It's better than the Gorgon core. Just I personally don't have the skill to. I don't have the skill to trust myself with it.
And I wanted to pick your brains a little bit about Hamster, because you mentioned him. He does seem like a pretty solid Z. He did defeat Mystery Meat in a mirror matchup, which I know you were watching. So what's your take on this guy?
Balls.
Yeah, this guy seems pretty solid.
Oh, you could have sent him straight to fucking hell. Oh, it was a thing of beauty. It's just, man, as soon as I saw Mystery Meat World Protoss, I was like, fuck. That's the worst possible matchup, because I know Hamster hasn't played against a lot of TAWs. As Zerg, or really played a lot of TAWs, period. The most TAWs experience he had was practicing TAWs with me, where he was the TAWs, because there was no one else around, which obviously doesn't exactly open you up to what TAWs should really do.
Yeah.
Just and what TAWs will try to do when it's proactive instead of defensive, because he was defensive all those matches.
Yeah,
so,
it's interesting to see that he was able to find success, and he did look, I would say, pretty competitive in the match on Highwater as well versus the Protoss. So, it wasn't the end of the world. It's just when he ends up dropping that match, suddenly he's kind of absent the opportunity to. He's kind of relying on MoonHunter at that point to actually defeat Mystery Meat, which was a little bit of an egregious attempt. It wasn't going to end up happening, right? So,
yeah. That all he needed was the Gazithalors were the Guardians?
Yes,
no?
Yeah.
All he needed was the Gazith, like 3 of them, okay?
Yeah.
And the rest can be off the cageless, and he just fucking snipe all day, because they deal so much single target damage at their maximum range. Like and then once you deal with the first of all, you're taking less hits because they have such huge range. I think they have more range. If I remember correctly, I might be misremembering.
No, I think that's right.
But they take less hits from the splash from the Patriarchs to begin with, and they deal way more single target damage, allowing you to snipe those Patriarchs a lot faster. And then throw on top of that the fact that most of that army is fucking anti-ground. There is, or I guess you could count the 4 shots of the Uptecton as anti-swarm air, but even with swarm air, I really don't feel threatened by Uptectons unless it's like 50.
Yeah, but there needs to be a lot more if you're going to threaten him with that. Yeah, I do think that as he gets more practice with it, he'll definitely be a little bit more scary, especially if he ends up practicing ahead of the first round matchups and stuff. The fact that Hamster is a 2nd seed, that's pretty scary depending on who he gets started against. I don't think you can really feel safe in the quarterfinals anymore, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to end up facing him. I hope I don't, just because I want to see him tear down one of the big 3. That's not me, of course.
Sure.
Because I really think he can put neblime in the ground if he gets the chance, and neblime doesn't keep his wits about him. Mystery Meat, I would love to see a rematch between Hamster and Mystery Meat with a little bit more practice against PvZ. If that was in the lineup, I would definitely practice with him.
Right.
But I don't know. If he ends up facing me, well, it's going to be Zerg versus Zerg. I think I'm going to send him to hell, because I think at this point that's becoming my best matchup.
Yeah, well, you've had a lot of practice when you went up against Keen in the last tournament, and I mean, Mystery Meat even, I think, did a bunch of practice games with you, so who knows what's going to end up happening. Actually, Mystery Meat did tell me that Zerg is his least played match in the winner's interview for his group, so it's one of those things where maybe he just doesn't know that much about the mid to late game, and he also talked a little bit about some hotkey issues, control group issues, but overall, it seems like he's okay, he's minimizing the group stage losses to 1 per group, right? He lost the 1 to Veek, now he lost the 1 to Hamster, so he's all right. He's still a strong competitor, but I do agree with your assessment. I think Hamster's going to be in a pretty good spot to, I would say, probably go fairly deep. I don't think he'll necessarily get eliminated in the first round. I think he should be able to make it at least a top 8, right? That's the first round of at least get a victory in playoffs.
Yeah, I think Hamster is solid. I think we'll see. One of us 3 will see him.
Right.
That's for sure. Yeah, that's about all I have to say on that, unless you have something else.
No, that's pretty much it, man. We do have Group D coming up. I still don't know who's going to win that because I haven't seen Keen practice, and Btyb been trying to play random, which could add some volatility. And then lucifirius just wants to meme everybody. So really, I don't know what to expect about that. I don't know if you have any closing thoughts on that before you go.
That's Keen, really.
Yeah.
Btyb needs to stick to Protoss, okay? He has it down. This random decision, I don't agree. He's just starting to get the Protoss together. I think he could be a real contender. Class 2. Going again. Class 2, I guess he already is, but you know what I mean. Like that second rung. Where Keen, Hamster, and what's his name?
Which one?
Keen, Hamster.
Neblime?
There's one more. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Oh,
no, Neblime's in the big 3. So
yeah.
He's,
Are you thinking of XD?
but Scholar there.
Yeah. Scholar.
Where though he could be in that rung there if he just hammers out the TAWs, but because I don't think if he rolls T, I think he's dead. If he rolls Z, I definitely think he's dead.
Okay.
The Protoss is his game. He understands it the best. I think random was a mistake, and it's unfortunate because I like Btyb. He's a good guy. I want to see him go far until he comes across me, and then I want him in the ground.
There you go. Well, those are famous words from Shambler. Maybe the random will actually be his undoing. Maybe Btyb will actually find a way to elevate himself. I know he wants to avoid the qualifiers. He wants to get to playoffs so he can get that invite. And to be fair, lucifirius is just here for the meme. So, maybe maybe Lucy's thinking, oh, I'll just play and I'll have fun, and that's fine. But Btyb's got that dog in him, I think, at least in terms of competitiveness. So maybe we'll see some dirty cheese out of him. But there's still some games to be played today. So.
I think Btyb's favored for second place.
Okay.
Against lucifirius. I'm not really. I don't mean any malice behind this, but I'm not really impressed by lucifirius in that way.
Even though he did all the mass wraith play and almost got you?
Yeah, even then.
All
because
right.
he was relying on Tism, but he has vision. So he saw the Tism for what it is, and that is something. No one saw the Tism, not even Mystery United.
Yeah, not even Neblime, who used it against Mystery Meat later in the tournament, right? He was kind of the pioneer there.
Yeah, so maybe he finds something else, another piece of Tism.
Yeah.
But that's how he would win. It would be through Tism, not through the raw ability.
Okay.
So I expect to see Btyb get his wish, assuming who he faces after the groups.
All right. We'll see how that goes. I've already rolled the random numbers, so I'll await their selections. But Shambler, thank you for talking to me. Congrats on another first place. And we will see you in playoffs.
See you in playoffs. Adios.
Well, Three Crow, if you are ready for your own personal interview before I send us to a break, you do let me know in the chat somewhere, and then I will drag you on in. But otherwise, guys, yeah, we do have one more group. It's the Continental. The zombie apocalypse is over. It's done. It's settled. And I'm very much looking forward to what we have on the side of Group D. I do think the Lucy games are going to be great fun, especially against Btyb. And we'll see what happens then. For now, I am joined by a man. The man with the plan. The man whose mic is muted. Hello, Three Crow.
How's it going?
It's pretty good. You managed to scrape on by against DeadInfested. Talk to me about the at least the last match up there. I want to know how you felt about that Sky Toss versus the Gate stuff.
Well, I figured out in the second game that he had a better macro game than me when it came to pumping out the Dracodons and the Hierophants. So I was like, okay, I need to get something that could punch down his frontal force, make him feel like he's on the back foot for a second, and then go in for the cheese. And that's what I did. He couldn't handle the cheese. The air in his mineral line was the decider.
Yeah, and speaking of cheese, I don't know if you would really classify it, but the Mind Tyrant Rush worked game 1, didn't work game 2. I just thought it was so fun. I don't know if you actually paid attention to it when he was attacking into your base in the top left of Victory Square. He kind of just ignored the Mind Tyrant. He's like, oh, Dark Archon, that's useless. And then just got bopped by it. What was your reaction by that? Because he walked into it practically.
I was like, well, I was focusing on trying to actually cast the Iron Tyranny.
Yeah.
But after I got like 2 of his Dracodons, I was like, wait a second, he's not focusing it down.
Yeah.
I don't think he realizes.
Yeah. So there you go. A little bit of cheese, a little bit of silliness. And I thought it was impressive that he was able to adapt to it. You know, he plays you in that second match, that time on Highwater. He does focus it down. The last shot before your Dracodon, you mind control his last Dracodon, is actually the one that kills it. At that point, you must have known you were a little bit boned, right?
Yeah, I let it drag on just a little bit because I was like, man, this is exactly what I was worried about, was him knowing, okay, I got to attack a little bit earlier so he can't get it out in time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think overall it was an entertaining set. He's a little hard on himself. He's changed his Discord status to some emo stuff. I hope he's doing okay. But, you know, for a first-timer, I was surprised how quickly he adapted to it. And not only that, but you mentioned that you think he's got better, you know, macro skills than you. You think it was just project knowledge that did him in here?
I think so. I think he... you saw a similar thing. Who was it earlier? I got to look at this real quick.
The Beaver versus ItDepends, maybe?
Yeah, the Beaver versus ItDepends, where you could tell that they just didn't know to be prepared for certain things, right?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe not as proactive on the scouting department either, so they couldn't necessarily, even if they did know what it meant, they didn't even know that it existed to begin with, to begin to speculate in the first place, so that probably doesn't help. Yeah, so going forward, you're obviously you exit in second place. This time, you're not going to have to let somebody give you their spot the way that Veek did, so you must be feeling pretty good about that. You earned this one. That also means that you don't need necessarily an invite into the next tournament, so how are you feeling about that? You feeling pretty good?
Dude, that's fucking epic. I honestly, I cared about that more than winning. I want to be in the next tournament.
There you go. Well, it makes sense, and I'm sure you'll be changing your race yet again, as that is your forte. Your history so far indicates that much. So yeah, that's pretty legit. I don't know, man. I'm pretty happy to see a familiar face, somebody who's been around the community for many years now, and obviously you've been doing this ladder, the ladder simulation stuff, and making sure that everything's got the spreadsheets, these movements. So you've definitely been giving back a lot to the community. I feel like it's heartwarming to see that. Maybe it might be the last time players that are older on the veteran status you make it in, because we are getting a lot more attention now. A lot more high skill people are interested. So who knows what's going to happen in the future, but for now, we get to bask in that almost nostalgia in a way. So, I'm just saying, definitely enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the real gift for us veteran players is getting to see the project come this far. I'm certain you probably didn't imagine all this would happen back when it was still Project Hydra.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. I guess I can ask you, I forgot to ask the Shambler this while he was here, but if you have a moment to spare, tell me how you felt about that hype video, because I'm assuming you saw it already.
Yes, I did. I love that, man. That was great. I can't wait to see the ones that come from the future tournaments, because I feel like we're going to get some really insane stuff.
Well, especially depending on the musical choices of certain players. Yeah, that could have been... I was a little sweaty because I did promise that for playoffs, we'll have a little bit of like the stinger and people's background musics in there. And I saw ItDepends move out with an army, and I thought, no way do I have to do fucking Yoda cock and ball torture for my goddamn playoffs. There's no way. Beaver, you must put this man in the ground. And it did happen, thankfully. So. But I was a little sweaty. I was like, oh shit, I'm going to have to do that. Fuck.
Saved from being ruined on live TV.
Yes, exactly. Hey, I was showing my mother the video, and I was like, "Oh yeah, this is pretty much the end." we banged out like the first 8, and then I distracted her with something. I'm not letting you see that. So,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, Mr. Me, do me a favor and don't. I think I'll just pick your music forever from now on. And yeah, that's pretty much. Yeah. Do you have any predictions for Keen, Btyb, Lucy? Do you think maybe you have a contrary opinion? Because Shambler said that he thinks that lucifirius is not long for this world. And I think, on the other hand, lucifirius has been practicing recently, so that's kind of legit, right?
I do think lucifirius has the potential for an upset. I think of the players in the group, Keen is probably the most mechanically apt. Mm-hmm. And then we have, you never know what to expect from Btyb. That random might do him some good.
Yeah, well, there you go. It could absolutely happen. Well, I am very much interested at this point in seeing what happens. But hey, we have an Escatu mask. surprise, Meska's back. I was just interviewing Three Crow. Oh, sorry about that. Well,
I was waiting like 10 minutes.
got him. I wasn't looking at Discord.
I
But
thought you guys went AFK or something.
Three Crow was just giving me a couple of last words here. I already interviewed the Shambler. We're about to get on to Group D, which looks like we'll be starting. Well, we didn't get a response from Keen, so it looks like we'll be starting for that 50 minutes from now. But before we go, we can get your opinion on any questions you wanted to ask him about the series against
I didn't get
DeadInfested.
to see how that last game ended. I had to run and sit in the foyer for 30 minutes doing fucking nothing.
Classic.
And the last I saw was just Kian's Air Force just sitting in the corner.
Yes, it
waiting.
descended upon the workers, killed everything, and then DeadInfested did not GG. So there you go. That was pretty much it.
Yeah, I think Neblime favored DeadInfested in that matchup, and
Yeah.
I kind of like leaned to it, but there was obvious weaknesses I saw in his play when it came to that replay you showed me, and they showed up in this a lot more in many cases. Which he had some strong showing against Shambler to an extent, but Kian's superior game knowledge definitely really caught him off guard, and yeah, I don't know, he just like refused to make variants against Exemplar at all, or really changed his build order in any shape or fashion. I mean, I guess a lot of the new players kind of did that with, like Benno. It took him for a while to start adding non-Maverick, non-Cyprian units to his composition, other than the Pythian. But he did. He started making like Sundogs and Hippogriffs and stuff like that. So that was just interesting to see. But what I want to know from Kian is, how did it feel making him rage out from the Mind Tyrant?
That was really funny, I'm not going to lie. Because I kind of did it on a whim. I was like, what's something different I could do as Protoss so it'd really throw him off? And that was the ticket.
He kind of saw it in the second game. So you were just like, well, okay, he figured that out. What next can I do?
Yeah, I was telling Darian that I was expecting him to attack me a little bit sooner in anticipation of me trying to get the Mind Tyrant out, and he did, and that was what set me off.
Yeah. He almost didn't quite make it. It was just that last shot that managed to finish it off.
And truthfully, I think if I had gotten a second Mind Tyrant instead of getting a Demiurge, I probably could have reposted that attack. It just needed to not lose his units.
Yeah.
The Pariah was a little bit of a miss. There was some micro that could have been done a little bit better too. If you watch that back at some point, you'll see our comments on it. But
I could have had some more worker pulls.
Yeah. I liked the idea to block his Dracodons from entering with the pylon wall, but it was a little too late. It was just, I love the vision. It was just like slightly too late.
Yeah. A man can dream.
A man can dream. And a man can also meme. So with that in mind, Three Crow, thank you for the second place interview. Always a pleasure to hear your thoughts. And make sure to just laugh your way to the bank because you're into the next tournament. Congrats.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to play. And thank you, everybody who tuned in.
There it is. A man of the people. And
I'll have to pick up the cock and ball Tortu. I shall pick up the legacy.
Well, what got him was the... I was mentioning earlier that while ItDepends and the Beaver were playing, and I saw ItDepends look like he was about to win a second match, I got really worried because I thought, oh shit, I promised in playoffs I'm going to give them their own little stingers, and I'm going to have to redo the Yoda thing again. No, you can't make me put that on my broadcast 2 times in a row. And thankfully,
yes, I can.
Thankfully, the Beaver saved me from that. So thank you, Beaver. Your check is in the mail.
If I sign up for this, you're going to get something so much worse. Wow. I'm going to be giving you either Ram Ranch or some Gachi remix.
You will have to make it through the qualifier, Mask, because you did not make it to the playoffs of this tournament.
Listen,
I
can practice.
Yeah, that's true. You could probably start slapping.
It might take me a couple months to get to the competency level of really anyone, but if it means I can dunk you with Gachi remixes, I might.
Mist is gonna do it for you.
Oh, Mist! Have you heard about International Wrestling Festival?
And on that note, boys, let's take a break. We'll be back in just a moment, and by a moment I mean about 45 of them, when we return.
I
with
highly
Doom.
recommend you look it up.
Look, this
You would
is
like
not-
to know more. It's on YouTube. Oh, maybe they deleted the channel. I think they deleted the channel.
Hey, the music changed. That must mean we're getting ready for Group D, our final group of today. It's been a long 3 other groups of casting. Mesk, you're still here, and I appreciate that. We're going into Group D to see if Keen, Btyb, and lucifirius have what it takes to meme each other a lot.
D? More like D's nuts. Ooh, got him.
Hey, wait a second. I'm not supposed to be casting with roller skates.
Now listen, I have high hopes for this being one of the silliest groups of the tournament. Don't disappoint me, lads. You know, I haven't seen lucifirius play before either.
That's right.
So
You
that'll be
didn't.
new
You
too.
were not here when he played in the last tournament. You had gone to bed at
Yeah.
that time, so this will be
He
interesting.
told me that he had invented wraiths.
Yes, pretty much. Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there was wraiths before that because I remember seeing wraiths a lot in the FFAs, but I guess you didn't really see it too much in 1v1s. People didn't really awaken to the potential of having just tier 1 cloaking units.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but we also had a very interesting situation come up where, specifically against Zerg, which struggles with stacked air units in the early game, you could theoretically, on certain maps like Boscovine, for example, push Zerg to their very limit with nothing but wraiths, and that's essentially what lucifirius was able to do. He also fought Btyb, who for some reason refused to build any splash damage versus it, and was able to take a game before Btyb closed it out. In an elimination series, so to speak, 2-3.
Oh, so there's some rivalry here.
Yes. Yeah, let's focus in directly onto Group D. We call it the Continental because it's across the whole continent. We got Keen on the west coast, we got Btyb on the east coast, and we got lucifirius, who's normally smack in the middle, but is currently visiting fucking Canada. So, you know.
Is that who I saw downstairs? He was the person who brought that giant crate of stuff.
I think that might have been the case.
That's where he was. That was him. That was the man. The man of the hour. Do you think that he's going to rush paladins?
I think he's going to rush wraiths, but he did say that he was just going to wraith rush Btyb a lot, so that's where I'm getting that from. It's not any intuition. It's just what he says.
Don't just build idols. Oh, wait, he's random. Oh,
Oh,
no.
no, and indeed.
Oh, no.
Actually, it's going to be Btyb against lucifirius for our very first match. So let's ask our our competitors, if they are ready. And we will begin when they are. I'm excited for this one. You said you think that you have high hopes for the cheese factor. We got Keen, who's just sort of bing chillin', hasn't fucking played a single game since his elimination. He may be spectated. That's it. And yeah, so he's just going to be hanging out.
Well,
GLA Chef.
Lucy is Reed. That's not ready. Sussy.
Well, Derelict is a map by Btyb. His first time making it to the Class 1 map pool, but he needs to make it to Class 1 competitor if he wants to do something a little bit more aggressive. And hey, look at this! He's rolled Protoss, the vivid red Protoss on the top right. And he types random as his race instead of his actual race. Now that's Giga Chad behavior. Now, if those who are somehow not aware, Btyb is actually a dad in real life. And that's why I asked if this dad could dole out enough discipline in the hype video. We'll see if he can do that, because, well, I don't see any gas harvested just yet from Lucy, so must not be planning on the wraiths from the get-go, or even a fulcrum for that matter.
No, he's going paladins, but you see, paladins are tier 3, they're pretty expensive. So he's probably going to want to secure like 6 or 7 bases before he does that. Btyb will probably give him the time to do that as he rushes Amphibians.
Well,
you know,
it's a gateway first, so that's
that
not
is too standard for Btyb. I don't like that. I feel like that's off kilter.
You know, he posed a question, right? He needs to decide, is he going to try to go all in on memes against Lucy, or is he going to try to prove to Shambler that he can be a good player on a race other than Protoss? But he got Protoss.
What?
So
those are mutually exclusive?
And a stockade is being proxied. It's a little late. But, you know, Lucy's in Canada, so we gotta give him some slack.
Canada's late on everything. Civilization.
Listen,
politics,
I'm either going to
conditions.
give him the credit for having a Canada buff, or I'm going to say that he's nerfed by it being in Canada. One of the two. Dracodon on the way. Absolutely zero tech, and he did scout some gas being harvested, so he should be aware that there's something going on here. It will be a fulcrum as soon as the gas comes in, almost certainly.
It's actually being built further away from the Ministry, so the first Dracodon can march across with impunity. But this might be all a part of Lucifirius' plan. And some tickling is now going to occur while the stockade lifts off, inspired by the beaver. Hurricanes will soon be rallied directly into the stack of scribes.
He's doing some jumping jacks. Up and down he goes. Yeah, that's not an Ahmed.
That's a
I don't
maverick.
believe you.
What the hell? That's not beaver.
Oh, there's Mason. Oh,
15 health, 10 health. One more shot. Oh, and he gets away. Oh, and Canada moment.
Canada.
Dude, that's a Canada moment followed by a Canada moment. I meant to say something else, but I just rolled with it. And a proxy.
Well, I mean, it's there.
It is there. And here comes the Dracodon. Well, the Fulcrum does actually get completed.
There's not really anything to defend here. I guess he's just going to have to pull every Mason.
Well, there's also a Maverick that died to Scribes. And another Maverick that has been stimmed over here and is just passively tickling the worker line. A second, well, I guess a third really joins it. And the Wardens are going in.
Here comes the Scribes. Ah, the Mavericks. Butchered.
Oh, they
One
were
died.
eviscerated. Don't worry, there's more on the way. Huracan is going to follow it up, so that's going to be pretty good. The Gateway is actually making units, and disappointingly, it's rallied in the direction of the Proxy Stockade. I would have hoped that he just continued to rally them towards here. Now there's
No, there is still another Maverick there that is up.
But you've fallen directly into the Ahmed trap. Unfortunately, he did not target the other one. Another Huracan on the way.
Autism is intensifying. There is a Matrix.
Oh my
being built
God.
inside Lucifirius' base now.
He needs more units. He needs to build a lodestone or something. Couldn't quite fit his fat ass behind there. Well, there's another set of damaged scribes, another Huracan on the way. Very limited money here. He could cancel the stockade for something, but I think Btyb might close this one out, boys. I don't know about you guys, but I'm already...
Still got a stockade.
I'm already updating the scoreboard.
There's some spinning.
Yeah, there's a stockade finally cleared. The Cyclops on the way. We all know those are good.
The Matrix is... the Scribe just got fucked in the ass.
Yeah, that wasn't a Warden, and he probably didn't even bother clicking on it. That's clearly going to be it. Now, there's two Huracans, rather, attacking the Scribes over here. They are trying to deal some damage, but here comes the Zealot, finally here to clear that out. The Scribes 1v4 at Ahmed, and now we lift off to greener pastures.
Scribes has 3 kills!
Yeah, they're all Ahmeds.
Lissy's out of here. Fuck this. I'm going home.
Yeah, why not? Off they go. He's got enough money to build 2 more. He can just.
I'm not sure Btyb even realized he lifted off at this point. He's looking now. He's like, "What? Where did it fucking go?"
Oh no!
Listen, here's how Lucifirius can still win. There is a Warden being built in his face. He's panicking. He has no idea. No idea. He's looking everywhere.
Zella will find it.
No. If only he had just gone in the wrong direction.
If only he just didn't scout and went AFK. Now that's awkward. Btyb still hasn't noticed it yet, so as long as he doesn't get attacked, he won't see. You just have to kind of like repair
he saw it.
Ah, jeez. And that Zealot had 10 HP too. Imagine that Zealot could have been dead, and then he wouldn't have scouted here.
That Zealot has 9 kills.
No, make that 11.
No,
No, sir. You save those kills for the Dracodon, you naughty boy. Well, I hope Keen is watching. GG is called, and we will finally, at long last, crown a cheese champion. No, obviously I'm just kidding. But hey, that was still pretty funny.
That was proper.
Yes, that's how you kick these groups off. You do it with cheese. You do it in style.
That was good and proper.
Well, now I have to go find my way through the Discord server again so that I can grab the pinned message so that I can post the map list.
I just drank an entire bottle of water again. After witnessing that, I was thirsty.
Newt. It is a cheesy game one, boys. Lucifirius, you almost had him. If you only had built Huracans from the get-go instead of Mavericks, I think you probably would have done it. Ahmed would not have let you down. Btyb is typing in the meanwhile. Situ will be selected by Keen. This is a map that is returning, so he will be somewhat familiar with it, even though it is adjusted slightly. Btyb will take on the resident Zerg here.
I swear to God, I had clicked on your game, but the newt sucked me in.
Oh my God. You baited him. You faked him out.
Like the map list like cycled in the middle of you talking, and it just like I got so completely confounded by that. I'm not sure what happened there.
Well, Keen forgot to update, so he's doing that now. Classic move.
I could have had a game with Newt in the meanwhile.
That's true.
I could have turned him into a Newt.
I think he'll probably be interested in participating in the next tournament qualifier. I mean, just it's kind of cool. You can see the growth a little bit. Like throughout all of these games, as we've been playing them, we pop out of an Ascension match and get ready to host another map. And there's like 1 or 2 lobbies in the sort of background because people are actually playing.
Oh,
you know
we should just drag Newt in here next time it's Btyb versus lucifirius so that they can have an FFA.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And he can just like learn the mod through the process of just complete mental retardation.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually how FFAs
They
go.
both try to cheese him and then they end up killing each other on his doorstep instead.
Keen has arrived, and he will select Zerg here. And I will ask ready, and he will say, I haven't played it all. All right.
Well,
Btyb is up to an early 1-0 start. The memes did not go the way of lucifirius, but will Btyb play standard versus Keen?
Well,
Btyb has
here's
rolled
the question,
Terran.
though. Does Keen remember what kind of game this is?
He is the Russian green Zerg in the mid-left. The mid-right of Situ, that is the Ultramarine Terran of Btyb, who has rolled that particular race, and will, of course, not say his race, because he is a Giga Chad like Mystery Meat. Or unlike Mystery Meat, I guess I meant to say.
Yeah, he's an honorable random player that is actually random.
And maybe
He
we'll
was
get an
spamming.
answer to a question that was just asked in chat in this very game. It really depends on how cheesy Btyb wants to be, but you can indeed take an anchor, load it up, lift it off, and land it somewhere else. It can't shoot. The units inside cannot shoot while their anchor is away, but...
Were all the bugs corrected in regards to that? I remember it always being so finicky about units not firing when you landed.
Oh yeah, that was fixed, and most recently we also fixed a case where like sub-units, like the unit, like the Goliath turret or the Phalanx turret, could also shoot while it's loaded. And even beyond that, there was another bug where if you could load an anchor with a Pythian, it would shoot from inside the Pythian. Lard.
You know, that reminds me of bugs I exploited in Ricky's map. Very, very similar with the bikes. I showed in one of my XXs.
Yeah, I remember that
had,
actually. And hey, look at
units
this.
I could fire.
Bottom left.
Well, 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 well. Look who it is. Look who it is. Look who it is. Look who it is. It's Neblime.
Oh, I meant the stockade in the bottom left, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I get it. I mean, it's a little
That's
far.
what he does.
but-
I mean, I guess it's a little more in your face in the maps, but this is still pretty much effectively the same thing. Just build your first stockade directly next to him. Well, I guess that's actually a second stockade.
Yeah.
That means it's very unlikely to get picked then, because he probably saw that first and was like, oh, okay. It's going to be Nath's first.
Yeah, there's 2 Mavericks at home. They can deal with it with good stim micro. And obviously, in the meantime, you can just build another one. They don't take that long. A third one already on the way. And yeah, down here at the second stockade, where normally you'd see Masons be harvesting Vespine, it looks like Btyb is instead just going to harvest a lot of gas. And this is potentially how you sort of dismantle a better player in terms of macro mechanics. You know, Keen's sticking to what he's already learned in the ZVZs. He's going to go ahead and scout around for any proxies and then move across the map with his early air units. And
Passively
actually,
cheesy.
Btyb is already stockading his, or stocking rather, his mineral line with a bunch of Mavericks. So he's kind of aware, and there is an anchor nearly done.
They're going. They're going to Keen.
Mm-hmm.
And meanwhile, there's wiggling things heading in his general direction.
Yeah, I mean, he can still pull some of these Mavericks back, but there's only one of them here, so the macro is going to have to be a little bit better. I like that play. I like that. Just instantly surrounds the Maverick so he can raid boss it. A Watchdog on the way. 2 Mavericks can be here to respond to this threat, but Btyb is taking a moment to react to that. He's losing a little bit of his composure. His scout has arrived in his enemy's base in the meanwhile. He's lost 1 worker so far. Make that 2. Ooh, with the last shot there. And then, of course, 1 Nethercore is traded. Now, this push from the early bio does need to get some damage. We've got a macro hatch in the base, but no other combat units. Only now is he starting a pair of Zethicores. And there's way more, my homie, than just a couple of Mavericks entering in.
Oh, no.
A pretty good drill.
No.
The stim is a little bit late. Nothing else being made by this scout proxier, but the anchor is on the way with 4 Mavericks, and this alone could be the inculcation to a new era where Btyb could start us off 2-0. What's the reaction gonna be? The workers are not pulled until it's very, very late.
He tries to cut him off.
He does it.
Oh no!
But the anchor is popping off in the meanwhile. The Zethicores are tagged onto it, but their Drolets are blocking the melee from surrounding, and down to 8 workers versus the 14. This number could get even lower. 1 more down. How many more can we get? In fact, the Zethicores are all but gone. The Nathercore idling in the top right. GG is called, and Btyb, can you believe it? He goes up 2-0.
Keen's first experience returning to this is being cheesed on that exact same fucking map again. Every time he goes to that map, he gets cheesed. It is just destined.
I like it.
He just wants to play standard. He just wants to have a clean, calm game. And here comes Btyb. He's collected all this vomit and cheese over the years. As a dad, you just kind of end up with these things. And he just unbottled it and shook it up in a spray can and just blasted him with it.
And you know what that means? It means Btyb has to rematch against Lucifirius. Mask, could Btyb actually escape in first place?
Well, it depends on who bong clouds to the left side of the map first.
Well, I think that's probably going to be Lucifirius, but there's a 1 in 3 chance that it's Btyb.
Well, you know, I just see Btyb is tearing every single match from here on. Proxying Keen every single match.
I wouldn't be terribly surprised. Yeah, that early attack with the Nats, I think what really got him was that he committed to an extra macro hatch and then didn't actually build anything for defense.
The thing is Keen had 6 Zeths coming still. He hypothetically could have pulled out of that still because everything was really low. Yeah. But he just felt like there would be just a huge follow-up. But I don't know if he would have been able to follow that up so easily. But like, I think with Keen's skill level that he showed against Shambler, he could have actually pulled out of that, but he just immediately was like, nah, fuck this.
Oh, look at the legendary chat messages from Lucifirius. It's a great idea. Definitely do that.
Remember to subscribe to my Patreon and like me on MySpace and give me your feet pics.
Yeah, the Mavericks and the Anchor definitely slapped Keen up, but how lucky can you get? Well, Btyb will roll Protoss in the top right. And Lucifirius will read off his color, the orange Terran in the bottom right. And no, Btyb, you are snow. Not the player.
No. You are cocaine or cum. You know, orange is often associated with orange cats who have a unusual predisposition to being very derpy. So, I'm not really sure why that is. It is a thing. I've seen many such cases of it. We're going to see if Lucy is also going to be a derpy cat. But, that's not a fucking proxy.
No, but it is an incredibly fast stockade, which he cut workers to afford on time. So he's got some idea going for this. Maybe just a very aggro bio
I think he's just
push.
afraid of being counter-proxied again.
Well, I guess it could be the case. He's had not a very long amount of time, admittedly, but a time to think about how he's going to try to slap Btyb around. And meanwhile, Keen can also think about that as he watches on from the Twitch chat.
Well, there's no wraiths this time either. I don't know. It doesn't seem very intent on going up to paladins either. I'm starting to think he's not the devout paladin defender he claims to be.
Interesting.
Meanwhile, there is some chase going on here, as he probably knows that if he allows this scribe to escape, he'll just end up with Sarvins popping on the corner of his base.
Maverick has appeared to try to shut down the scribe, but first it'll then just scout to see if this pylon is completed. It is, so maybe there are other designs. A ring around the rosy commences, with the mason tickling. A second Maverick done, second stockade nearly done. The first Dracodon is not yet out of the picture. That first, that proxy pylon actually kind of slows down the production rate of the gateway units, so that does mean that lucifirius will have a little bit of time to kind of camp up here by the ramp and see what else he can do. Lucifirius has been actually practicing a little bit recently. He played some matches against another newcomer, Benza. They both did go to tier 3, and they both built paladins, so that was kind of interesting.
Benza is almost Benno.
It is.
I will absolutely get those confused a lot.
Well, Benno is taking a break while he teaches kids math in Germany, so we'll have to see if he ever comes back and plays more CMBW.
It's also similar to Banzai and Bonzi, as in Bonzi Buddy.
I do like Bonzi Buddy.
Yes.
He's kind of like the original Five Nights at Freddy's, which is somewhat trendy now because they made a movie out of it. So I can get Zoomer fans
I heard it was
by talking
absolute
about
garbage, but
I haven't seen
I guess
it.
people only know Five Nights at Freddy's for the porn anyway. It's just like Overwatch.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same game. Both of them are pretty scary, I'll say that much. Second Dracodon on the way. First one has already been bruised a little bit, as Btyb was busy trying to save his scribe, which is currently being pursued. Hot pursuit. Yeah. Everybody get on the presses.
Yeah, that Mason is, he's making sure he cannot build a proxy literally anywhere. Lucy's asking how to play the game.
There you go. Now he knows. Well,
that's what confounded me a lot with the capitalists, by the way, is being unable to like just control click them out of the group or whatever.
I think you probably could now that we have the selection UI in, but I'm not 100% sure. Well, the scribe once again has led. Listen, this Mason said, "Take me to your leader" or whatever. He's all the way on the other side and just promptly builds a style. Hey, why not? When in Rome, you might as well. Maybe you can get some Ahmeds out of that. 16 Mavericks have been amassed. Make it 18 shortly. You know, I always question, how could Bio work against Protoss? Well, if you outnumber the Dracodons 4-1, it might actually be an unfair fight. Oh, jeez.
Oh, this is a disaster.
Oh, shucks.
No.
He just held position. He didn't even bother moving.
I'm not
or
sure
reacting.
Lucy even knew what was going on at that point.
He's like, I'm just building Mavericks, man. He hasn't harvested a single bit of gas just yet. Not even a Btyb.
He doesn't need to. That's right.
No.
Btyb's gonna have to reconsider his strategy at this point. He might actually need to go all the way up to Paladins to defeat the Mavericks. Meanwhile, Ahmed is
I like where the Mason is hiding as if he can't... Yeah. Like, you can't tell that I was here, not by this giant...
wiggling around in the corner
structure.
Aggressively. Ministry is being made. Just Mavericks. No gas, just Mavericks.
Mavericks and Hurricanes. That's all you need.
Yeah, well, Ahmed is, well...
Hell, a scribe will go ahead and, position itself to take a hidden base in the mid-left there.
Finally, someone's going to take them.
The Otherworld will see
the
some
Otherworld
denizens.
will exist. Yeah. It took the memes.
I still feel like looking at this. lucifirius could just walk across the map with stimmed Mavericks and win the game. He doesn't even need the Ahmeds.
He has a lot of Mavericks. Meanwhile, that Mason that just disappeared after it was chasing his worker across the entire map
is now out at a star pad.
He never stopped to maybe check to see that he just like decided to hang around, maybe build a star pad inside his base. That's gonna make Anseals. That's what's gonna happen.
Anseal Ahmed. They both start with A.
Oh.
Pay no attention to the actual unit name of the Huracan.
Now, it's a Stargate coming from Btyb now. I don't know. I mean, I guess you can go like Exemplar or something, but I just feel like Panoptists are just not really too good against Terran.
Yeah, it's funny that Shambler had the question, why does everybody hate Exemplars? And why does essentially the follow-up is, why does everybody love Panoptists? That's one of the downsides in some ways of being a veteran of the game, is you've played it a lot. You've seen elements where, like, maybe before the exemplar. Oh, Dracodons are not going to spot Ahmed. Nope. No.
But did
no vision.
Ahmed spot the Dracodons?
I don't think so. Also,
this
star pad is building a Trojan.
Wait, what? I thought he was just going to make an Anseal and just.
No, he's just going to drop it on the Nexus, and then maybe Btyb will think, oh, it was a drop. And then he won't scale the proxy. I'm guessing that's the plan. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? All right, well, the Dracodons are moving across the map. There are a bunch of Mavericks waiting for them. This scribe has not really gathered too much intel. And yeah, there's even more Mavericks waiting at this ramp too. So there's really no way in for Btyb.
He's making a Panoptis. I'm sorry, Shambler. He's also making a land effect, but it's already too late. Ahmed has arrived.
He has arrived, but unfortunately, it feels like maybe he could have dropped on the actual units or the warden instead of anything else. He's trying to go. Oh, two of them are doing a jig.
They're
and,
spinning on this.
Oh, too late. He decides to attack the Nexus for some reason.
Train wreck.
And the panic transfer, I think, found the stockade anyway. So.
Lucifirius saw that the Draconians were missing, and it's like, oh, I can just go and attack his base, but. Little did he realize all the Mavericks he just sent to go attack his base were the Mavericks guarding from the Dracons. He didn't see like 20 feet out over there somewhere. Meanwhile, the secret proxy drop Ahmed continues to, well, exist. Now those Mavericks.
Wait, the Mavericks he sent the Mavericks from the third to attack the base, while the Mavericks at the ramp that were closer to the base sat at the base, and now are responding to the third, while a Panoptis kills the Masons. And Keen, man, it looked like your brain melted in the middle of writing that message. I'm feeling the same way, bro.
5 kills, 6 kills, 7 kills.
He's building a watchdog. I mean, I guess that's fine. He does have an Atlas on the way.
This is reminiscent of.
Oh no, the Mavericks are standing under a land effect. Oh, he figured it out.
Oh. Don't worry about it. He's got Ahmed.
I am impressed.
That Panoptis has 10 kills now, many of which are Mavericks.
Wait, did Btyb just not pay attention to the fact that the stockade was clearly visible by his scribe? Maybe it wasn't, but it felt like it moved so close, I was almost certain that he spotted it. This time it'll be Cyprian Huracan.
He'll just try different combinations, and when that doesn't work out, he'll build a vestry there. And then when that doesn't work out, he'll start building a captaincy there and try the next tier of infantry.
He does have an Atlas.
Surely one of them will kill scribes, right?
He could go for a Covenant. However, there is going to be an attempted push. The land effect can be killed, and indeed will, but there's only Mavericks, and now there's a critical number of Dracodons with only anti-air here, so no stockades. I think, honestly, with no anchors, no stockades, and aside from the two that already have existed, it feels kind of like Btyb is just going to close this one out.
Oh, the Panoptis died a disgusting death!
Don't worry, it wasn't that expensive. Meanwhile, there are 4 Dracodons and less Cyprians than Dracodons, and therefore, this will also be a meme-worthy GG.
You didn't even bring the end still. You needed that.
Nah, it's fine.
It's okay. When Dracodon is okay, never mind. I thought it was gonna die to the Masons, but then they went back home. That was a disaster.
Well, his Atlas is still alive. He could lift that off.
He could build a captaincy. He can try again. He just had to survive long enough to get the captaincy finish and build whatever he wants out of it, so I can drop that onto. Oh, here comes 2 additional Cyprians. Where do these stupid units keep coming from? You must be wondering. Oh,
doesn't want to get too close to the warden.
Hooked up, and this is the same problem that's befallen others in this.
No, they got pulled into the warden.
Oh no!
Oh, they died. The Anseal's getting
a fucking
destroyed.
Disaster.
Another Cyprian waddles on through, just on a move command in the middle of fucking nowhere. See you, nerd.
This is an absolute disaster.
GG is called. And you know what, Lucifirius?
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
It never got discovered.
It never got discovered. Btyb had no fucking clue.
He had no idea. Absolutely no idea. Which means he can do it again. Just maybe have something other than Mavericks awaiting at, like, what was it, like 10-something minutes into the game, and the horde of Draconians is finally large enough to just walk up the ramp and not die instantly because they got stuck on each other. All right. So, Btyb, can you do it? Can you 2-0 Keen and 4-0 the entire series?
Can you go to first place to playoffs undefeated? Highwater is selected, a 4-spawn map. It could very well be the case. People have to knife fight in the basement of groups before ascending to the well-lit, clean boxing ring of playoffs. That is true. And soon that will essentially be the qualifiers, is the knife fight. Yeah, I can see that miss. That wasn't cheese, it was expired yogurt. Well, yeah, that's kind of true, actually. All right, let's do it. It's random against Zerg. It's Btyb against Keen. Now, show me some Z. Give us the Z. That's what we need right about now. It's Protoss.
Nah.
XD. Well, Btyb, the orange Protoss in the top right against the purple Zerg of the bottom left. That is, of course, Keen. And you know what? I haven't had to actually set it to extra high brain cells. Isn't that going to be nice? It actually works.
That is weird. That's what happens when you don't have double Canada? Question mark?
Maybe. Could be the case.
But some of you are like East Coast, aren't you?
Yeah, Btyb's east, I'm east, Keen's west, you're
Why
west.
is it... Oh, I'm not going to bother. I mean, it's 2 Canadians. Of course, it's... I have $140 connection to somebody who lives 20 minutes away, $140 connection, and we get throttled to 300 kilobytes still, because Canada. My internet goes down just about every single night for oftentimes hours at a time. And our techs don't even understand what direct connections, direct IP, or peer-to-peer means. So, I mean, I'm not surprised.
Keen is starting to harvest gas while getting a Quaseth pool. Do you know what that means, Mr. DirectX Tech?
Well, I think what's going to happen is there's going to be Naths again.
That
But
does seem to be the case.
it's not going to be Mavericks. So the chances of this actually dealing damage is actually higher if Btyb commits to early aggression by sending what would presumably be a Draken in first, given his mining at the moment, down across the map. At that point, then they'll cause issues. So he might be baited into making a Warden and then being aggressive. And I think that will alleviate what could be pressure on Keen. And then Keen will actually just like wipe the floor with him with a Quas like counter attack. So I think that there has to be some careful play at the moment. And my mouse cord is just stuck on my prostate.
I hate it when that happens. We do have a 2-pair Nath opener here, so it's going to be 2 more Naths than before. And yeah, the first Draconin will probably be sent across the map.
He wants the proxy.
Ooh, he saw the K-Grub.
I'm guaranteeing it's going to be a proxy here.
The problem is if the Naths path in a certain area, like if they just go straight to the base, which I think they will, it's just going to fly right over that pylon. Yeah, they've got low vision range, but not that low, brother. Your pylon has been scouted.
I don't know. He turned around.
Yeah.
I mean, this is still beneficial for him because, for one, it occupies their time.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, they could kill that Draconin and then, well, that's bad. But, I mean, they are just ignoring the pylon. It's not really too much of a big issue at this point. So this still is dangerous. A little bit of dancing will be required here. He's got 2 scribes here to provide emotional support, like waving him off before he gets dropped to the bottom of the ocean. Oh,
Yes.
they're going to ignore the Draconin. That's actually, I mean, okay, but you could kill it too.
You could, but he probably is guessing that another unit will pop out here. So far, he hasn't actually lost a single Nathercore, which is quite surprising.
Yeah, they're all split on their damage. He's gotten a couple.
Wow.
Oh, he got away with all of them.
That is impressive. They're all like one
So
hit.
many of them are one hit.
Oh,
But
he can't
you know,
idle
that's-
around that
that's
geyser
highway robbery.
necessarily, but yeah, that's what, 4 dead workers? That's way more than Keen was really predicting, I think. And he might actually spot that the Draconin is still out here. He's even going to go after another one that looks like it was intended to... It's actually going to fall. Okay, this is where the Nathricors are going to start to end up dropping like flies, and the Warden here will prepare any additional harassment or deflect any of it if it does come to that. The worker count is favoring Keen, but we saw this happen in the previous match as well. Double Dracodon on the way. Where's the military? We actually just have a pair of Zets.
Not making. He's just got a couple Zets here. That's not really going to do too much. He's making some more and some more. He's realizing, oh yeah, because I'm pretty sure he realized with the other Nather, the Dracons were just leaving, and it. Not really too much threat here, but definitely could be a nuisance.
Well, there's no Vorvs coming, and those are the real big money makers here, where 2 pairs of Zets are up in the main when this pair from the Nat actually just gets popped immediately. Reaction time not superb there, but the pylon is out. And yeah, the Dracodons can absolutely take this fight. There's only the couple of Zets. I don't think that Keen has ever fought against this particular matchup here. He's probably used to Dragoons doing reduced damage because of explosive. That doesn't happen in CMBW. You do have to be a little bit more careful, and that's where you want the Vorvicore. But it looks like all of these units are going to get popped. He's going to probably want to drill with his workers before he starts to hemorrhage a bunch of them. He does have the drill available to him. I'm waiting for him to select all of that, but looks like he might be preparing it in the top there. Yep, waiting for him to...
He's probably waiting.
Yeah, waiting for Btyb to overextend, and it looks like maybe it's not going to happen.
Oh, he's got some... He's trying to keep his control in here. Just doesn't have to be too greedy. Just pick him, wait for reinforcements. 2 more are coming. Another drill, but it actually ends up getting stuck on the Zets, which ends up costing him quite heavily. It's not really in super a lot of danger yet, but when those 2 other Dracons come in here, then there's going to be a lot of problems. So he's going to have to get some kind of surround going.
He needs to pick these off before it's too late, absolutely. There's more Zets coming, but he needs to make way more than that to deal with this, because there are indeed 2 more on the side. They've already started to split the incoming reinforcements from that natural. There's no Circuit coming. There are no Hydras coming. There's no drill that's really being committal here. This is Keen's essential last stand versus 4 Dracodons. He hasn't really done that much bruising anyway.
Yeah, they're just trickling in too often. And that's it.
There we go. Congratulations to Btyb. Making it out, not just when people were confused, were concerned, they thought, no way Btyb is going to be able to make it out. No, in first place. There we have it. Keen dropping, not expecting the early aggro, not expecting the Terran cheese. And that means we have a best of 3 between a very high lucifirius and a very disappointed Keen.
Well, if you told me today that we're going to come in here and see Btyb 2-0 Keen, I would have said, hey, he probably chooses the absolute fuck out of him. Okay, he did in the first match, but that second match was just straight up Keen not even, like, I don't know, he didn't even try to build a circuit. He didn't build any Hydras or anything. He just kind of, like, accepted it.
I certainly hope...
I think he really wanted to drill the Nat and get the workers to run past it as opposed to trying to drill the gas. Because then the Dragons just kind of like back away. The drilling wasn't really helping him very much. He needed to really commit to it and then surround them. Because if he killed the 2 initial ones before losing too much momentum, then he would have had enough zest to deal with the other. Because he wasn't really low on money.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys clamoring for an interview. I agree. We need to get Btyb on an interview if he's down for it. However, we need to determine second place first, so hopefully he can stick around. Surprise Paladins, indeed. And we will see if Victory Square will actually be victorious for lucifirius. You know, Keen is showing a little bit of a... I would say just not really being super aware of the meta. He has fought against Protoss in the past, but that was against Mystery Meat, and that was not against early aggression per se. So now looking at Keen, he is in the bottom left. He will be the white Zerg in the bottom left. Against the Yemen Blue Lucifirius Terran, that is in the bottom right. Horizontal spawns. You might see some early air find success. We did see Lucifirius try to riposte that in the past, but clearly he's feeling it, man. He's... I'm surprised he didn't pick Highwater, considering his state of mind right now.
I wonder if Lucifirius is just going to try to triple cheese his way through this. I don't know how strong of a player he actually is, but I can't imagine him doing well against Keen if Keen actually takes this seriously and then manages to get into a stage where he's actually building units and not just trickling in Zeths and dying. But it kind of looks like to me that we're probably going to see that Wraith play that has been hyped up so much here.
I hope so.
He is just mining 3 gas at the moment.
However, Keen is looking around for his geyser, and he did go for an 8 pool, which is pretty early. It requires you to cut a little bit of workers, and he also was scouting during that. So that is a situation where you have to keep in mind there is going to be an air rush from probably both players. We do have the Lucifirius.
And then Nats are going to come out first, and they're going to be way more dangerous.
Yeah, we'll see if Keen even clicked on the star pad there. I'm not 100% sure that he spotted it. Well, it looks like he will now. Yeah, he saw the selection go on. I have to assume that was his. Okay, what does that mean? Star pad. Probably has something to do with the skies or the stars or something.
Yeah. But Nats are a perfectly fine answer to this.
Yes.
So the really key thing at this moment, though, is he doesn't have the larva to make 2. He's not even making 1 at the moment.
He doesn't have the minerals. There's 75 minerals, 50 gas. So he's actually overexpended some of his mineral mining on the geyser there with 3 workers on it. And is waiting for the magic number.
Okay, no, he's making quasis.
Okay.
All right, so that's completely different.
A bit more defensive.
There's
then.
definitely some distinct uncertainty there. Obviously, with the gas, you think, oh, he's going to make Nats, but he decided against it.
Yes, he actually pulled all of his workers off of the gas. He wants to commit to just building up a bank of quasis to deal with the wraiths. He might not know how this whole thing works, how proximity cloak, whether it's even a thing. Lucifirius, meanwhile, has enough gas to throw down 2 more star pads, but only enough minerals for 1. They are 100 of each resource
yes,
now.
the proximity cloak. That's a really big change that could definitely confound him.
He might not actually be able to intuit it based on the limited gameplay he's seen. I did cover it in the hype video, which he may or may not have seen.
That's still a lot of quasis marching towards a Terran that has nothing to defend himself except 1 Wraith that's already flying across the map.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mask, I think this is just a state of Lucifirius going to get caught off guard here. There's 4 quasis. They can make short work of this Mason building the 2nd star pad. It's canceled instead of being potentially left as a missed target. Another pair comes out, and there's more on here to deal with the Wraiths. It turns out if you're going to go against Keen, you got to bring something better than double star pad Wraith.
Yeah, I feel like he at least wanted a stockade so that he can be building some Mavericks while doing this.
Yeah, even just a lodestone for hyper defensive play. Ironically, if Keen had gone for Nats, it actually would have been better for Lucifirius. So a little bit dicey.
Would have been
there.
a little less damage.
Yeah.
Still very dangerous though. Like 1 Wraith isn't going to stop 4 Nats, but it might have been able to confound him with the cloaking and try to delay a little bit and maybe make like a watchdog or something. But I mean, he just as easily could have gone like Zeths. And that still would have done absolutely massive worker damage.
I do think that a lot of damage could have been dealt either way, but that was probably the safest approach, right? Quasilisks take longer to get across the map now, but they are absolutely still a valid choice for both defense and offense.
Yep, they warded off the 1 Wraith, which wasn't going to really do a lot of damage on its own anyways, and then of course, back at base, there was just nothing there.
It will be Sideshow for potentially the last match. This could be the fastest group of all time. And I hope it was everything that you were dreaming of, Mesk, when you said stuff about it being
just
cheesy
absolutely
disaster.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. Wow. This one, Lucifirius
I'm telling
needs
you,
to
man,
strike
every
back.
group that Keen goes into just turns into just pure tism.
Yes. And this is the thing, like, it sounds silly that I put him in championship contenders, but we saw how good he could play when going up against the Shambler in the lower bracket there in that Elimination 3 match. We saw some of that macro and that RTS skill on display. One of the matches he dropped out of the 3, it was a 5-game series, a ZVZ mirror matchup. He dropped it because he 6-pooled into a very, very safe opener. And that, to me, is like very high variance. If that was a macro game, maybe Keen actually wins the series, which would have shocked everybody, especially the Shambler. Meanwhile, he will, of course, be the blue Zerg in the bottom right against the red Terran in the top left. Once again, getting those classic colors in, and Lucifirius. He's harvesting minerals now. He's trying to shake the wisps of bong water out of his head and say, what's going on here? I need to focus in. I need to focus up. I'm facing elimination from the whole damn tournament, and I don't want to have to go through no dang stinking qualifier. So he goes up first.
Just tech up to Paladins. Listen, Keen would have no idea what that is.
That's true.
So you just gotta like, let him do his thing where he like goes to tier 3 and never builds anything from it. Occasionally attacks you in Millis like he did Kian, and gives you 30 minutes to mine the map and get your Paladins.
That's true. That's true. Keen
has
has been
what?
guilty of
Paladins
that.
can do okay against Millis.
Yeah, I would say so. They do deal friendly damage, so you want to keep shamans with them or something.
That's okay, as long as you kill every Milisk.
And the Mason is starting to get heckled as it constructs the stockade, but looks like there will only be 3 love taps distilled before the stockade finishes. Oh, never mind. He made it 4. Fucking God. Why did he have to do that?
Man, Metzen is not pleased.
Huracan
Not
on the
only
way.
did you break the prophecy, it wasn't even 3. this is fast Ahmed. This is
drills
the case
through
where
it.
He was.
Okay.
This could be Naths.
Ah, but he has to go
And-
around. Oh, Ahmed's going to pass him off. Yeah! Dude, that's a
It's
victory.
Naths. It's Naths.
All right, well, Lucifirius, enjoy your victory. That was it.
He's gonna make another Ahmed here. This is gonna be 4 Naths. He's making another Ahmed queued up there. There is gonna be nothing to answer this.
Yeah, I mean, he can walk across the map, lift his ministry. I don't know. He could do something. He could just walk across the map and kill everything that Keen has.
Listen, if he builds like 3 watchdogs, he'll be secure. Hell,
Yeah.
if he even builds 1 watchdog, he could be secure, but he had to have started it.
Yeah.
He had to have intuited that something stupid's gonna happen.
Well, Keen's trying to do the same thing. He's
what's
spreading
weird-
all of his units so that he can scout for any potential proxies or silliness. He is a little bit paranoid. We do have finally a Maverick on the way from that second stockade. And a third stockade has started, but still no
Tickling
anti-air.
is about to begin.
And the Huracans are also positioned very defensively at the mouth of the ramp here, so it feels like it's going to be a while before the Naths even show themselves. We do have a second Maverick on the way, and it'll actually start to, the first one will start to heckle the first one. A stim pack goes off. Will he be aware that he can, repair using the Masons? Obviously, he should be aware of it, but it looks like he's only going to lose 2 Masons for now.
He's scared of the Maverick. Oh.
Yeah, he's just trying to go ahead and pick this off. This is kind of what you do when you're trying to, use mutas versus Terran. It's kind of similar. And now 2 more Mavericks have finished. The Watchdog is out. We are going to indeed see a 3rd worker kill, 2 Maverick kills overall, traded for 2 Naths. Pretty effective, pretty efficient, but Keen is fairly low on workers still despite that. He's actually made a defensive circuit towards his ramp while he waits for his hatch
He's
roasting.
spooked by the cheese.
Yeah.
He is definitely spooked by the cheese. Like, he saw Ahmed, but Ahmed's never moved out yet. And he's definitely intimidated by Ahmed.
I mean, just look at him. He's super red.
He is red. So, more Mavericks coming. Some gas now. Not doing anything with the gas yet. I mean, he could just go straight for...
I think he's probably going to
two at
one
this
base
point.
tier 2, honestly, if he just keeps pumping out only mineral units.
I think this is a person he can do that against if they're not playing their A game, because if Keen wants to be lax, he's really, really lax. And then that's when you just can spring some dumb shit on him, and it's just going to completely catch him off guard. And just calmly turtling up and being prepared for that tier 2 explosion when he does get it.
Yes.
You can deflect that and then just win if he doesn't. I mean, he's not taking any of these seriously. I don't think at this point it's pretty obvious. But that's I think this is a good chance for that to really seriously bite him in the ass and just knock him out of the whole qualification phase here. If Lucy is able to suck it back, drink that bong water, get on the high seas.
I would like to point out that his setup with the Watchdogs, it blocks his add-on for the Ministry, and also just makes it reminds me of those campaign missions.
Oh, yeah, where you gotta have 4
Yeah.
missile turrets around the command center that, it's like, it takes you 2 hours to clear through 3,000 supply of pre-placed garbage that doesn't even fucking move around or do anything to get there, and you wonder why there's just 4 missile turrets there.
Yeah.
Oh, he's moving one. He sensed your criticism.
Yeah. Hey, you can't
He
hack.
felt like he was being judged.
Now, I will say, the one thing that I would like to mention here is that we have all of these, Mavericks, Cyprians, Huracans. That's where all the gas went. There could have been a tier 2, at least close to being on the way.
Yeah.
But instead, there's going to be a ministry inside the base. 2 more Nats moving on to scout out. I don't think you want to be in this situation against Keen, because his macro is pretty good when he remembers to build workers and, remembers that this isn't StarCraft 1 with supply. He is getting another macro hatch, or I guess the first of its kind. He has the Hydrith Den. Rare to see those versus Bioterran, but certainly a
What if
possibility.
Keen just has, like, 2 people playing his account? It's like Keen, and the other person is like...
His dog.
He just, like, stream bots it or something.
Yeah.
I wondered why there's such a massive polarity in this play between those matches and then pretty much all the other matches. Because it is really a stark difference. Where I'm seeing like idle workers and stuff laying around for like a really long time.
I think he's just not dialed in these ones. And, he could also... It's probably the end of the day for him or whatever. I guess it's nearing on it. So, 6 p.m. his time for the start of this group. That's not terrible, but... I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here trying to figure it out. It definitely feels like he's in a peculiar state of affairs. He has a little bit of presence here with the burrowed Zeths, kind of spying on the bio army, getting a little bit of an insight as to when the move out could be happening, and maybe then we'll see him grab some more circuits, grab some sort of crowd control.
Well, he's en route to tier 2 at the moment.
Yes. Well, he's doing so while slow harvesting from the geyser.
Yeah. He could definitely get to tier 2, go for Minas, and then it's kind of a bad spot for Lucy at that stage. Especially if Lucy doesn't have tier 2, though. Tier 2, he is getting up there in gas so long as he doesn't spend too much more of it.
The Ministry is barely not revealing that Zethricore burrowed there.
Oh, yeah, he's just hidden behind it, just like a zit. It's like kind of like on the back of your ass. You just can't quite reach, a little too high, and your stubby, noodly orange arms can't quite reach it out. There's now 2 more expansions coming from Keen. Of course, this is a problem, right? He might be very passive, but he's still just expanding all over. He's probably going to start populating those. The worker count is creeping ahead for him bit by bit by bit. And then when he hits tier 2, it's just going to be a disaster.
Yeah, Neblime's there adding a little bit of context for people who are not super aware of how, who Keen is, what he's all about. I'd say he's a pretty, accomplished player overall at the level of Brood War. But
well, we've seen him do very well. Like, again, Shambler in that second match in particular, when he, realized the economy changes, it was like a switch got flipped, and it was a massive change. But a lot of these matches, it's definitely like he's either tired or not taking it seriously or whatever, because it's kind of like, I feel like maybe obviously he's not playing much. So, but if he's still playing a lot of Brood War, the adaptation could also be slowing him down a lot. There was obviously some kind of difference in those other matches, though. Like, it was really different, where either he had practice or done some brushing up or something like that before then, and then didn't realize the economic differences in the first match, and switched it around in the second match, and it was actually really quite massive.
Well, his tier 2 is available, and it actually popped sooner than the Atlas for Lucifirius. That definitely makes a difference. Spire on the way. Familiar territory. It kind of feels to me like Lucifirius is teetering on the edge here. But it also depends on what his tier 2 is going to be composed of. He has a pretty big bio ball. There are some Cyprians with this army that can do very well against Mutalisks, but Mesk, I don't see any lodestones. I don't really see anything other than this one anchor, so it feels like he's...
Up front, he can withstand one attack, I think. But unless he starts adding more stockades or tier 2 stuff at this stage, now one attack is all he's going to be able to sustain, and it depends on what the Mutalisks come with. And Keen's going to have all the tools he needs. Well, he's not morphing the Hydrith then, so he's not going to have Bactylus, at least not yet. But if it comes with Mutalisk and Bactylus, this is just going to be a disgusting sweep, just an absolute massacre. Now, what I am seeing, however, is the Covenant. So, if he goes for nukes and is able to actually start dropping nukes, that could be a hassle for him to deal with, for sure.
Here's another counterpoint, because I don't see an anvil on the way. I don't see a treasury on the way to maybe attach it in a way that's going to be less suspicious or something. Yeah. I see gas capping. I see a bunch of Eidolons being made. This is mass Eidolon. That's my prediction. I think Lucifirius, he's aware of some of the dev streams where I've done, where I mentioned many times, I'm a little paranoid about the potential for Eidolons to be really, really effective as general combat.
Let's see their stats. They have no armor pen, but they do have 8 range and 15 damage with a 1-second attack speed.
And proximity cloak.
Yeah.
with 8 range.
So they're not really bad at all. They're just expensive.
Yes, and they absolutely do need to be sort of microed against. But again, proximity cloak, has Keen even seen that? Does he even know it exists? You know, this is...
Yeah, that's what I was saying with the Wraiths before, is that if it came down to him trying to deal with a massive Wraiths and Lucy could control them, it could really screw with him, especially if he had gone Naths against that, because the Naths would have to be close to them. And if you're fighting against something like that, there's functionality you're not at all familiar with, it could be a real pain. Well, so we're going to see how well the Xylons deal here.
Yeah, there's still 15 mutas. There were 16 at the start of the fight. He's now starting to rip apart the mineral line, which is pretty low anyway for lucifirius. Now they can obviously transition out to where Ahmed is sort of patrolling around the joint. Going down to 13. Masons are pulled away. Watchdogs being focused down. Now down to 11 mutas. And obviously Hurricanes and Masons are making everything so very complicated for the ground units that can actually attack air.
All of his units are just stuck in his main now. This is a lot worse than I figured it would be. I figured he might have to do some chasing, but right now he's just flat out losing the ministry completely because his units can't get anywhere they want to go.
Yes, his units are having a Brood War moment. He walked his Eidolons directly into the Wraiths there. Oh,
there was some damage, yep.
Yeah, the mutas are starting to get popped.
They walked into the Cyprians, and they were starting to get some chip damage there. Meanwhile, I mean, Keen is just calmly taking over the map at this point. He's got well more than enough. He can go to tier 3 if he wants to. I mean, why not? Just go to tier 3. Just, you know, build something different. Find out what tier 3 Zerg does. He's getting the Alcagateth, which is different. He is getting tier 3. Hell, why not? That's all of his gas, but, I mean, I don't think... I mean, it would take lucifirius kind of a while to actually kill every base he has on the map at this point. So, I guess he's just not really feeling too intimidated by the fact there's never been an attempted move out, but... I mean, it is 55 to 17 military, and he did just spend literally all of his gas, but... I mean, he just make like 1,000 quasis and call it a day if he really, really feels like he needs to.
Yeah, and there's not really any anti-air stationed over here. A quarry's being made. Some watchdogs will interrupt the initial round of mutas. Oh, okay, he's actually going to fall away from that. So, okay, the return does not actually happen, but look at all the minerals being harvested from the middle of the map, a very rich base. Gas on the top right being harvested. We've got some stuff over here in the 6 o'clock base, obviously. We also have the 7 o'clock taken as his third. He's just a rich man, Keen. He's got a lot of money. Can't really spend it all. He's got the Alcag, he's made the Kafralosk, he's trying to remember what everything does in this weird parallel universe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he really has a plan. I mean, we saw him just soft contain Kian for an absolutely unnecessary amount of time, presuming that he was actually trying to figure out the tech tree or something, but that's not at all what happened.
No.
I don't know if this is the same or not, but he did just kind of like wound Lucy's high estate and sent him back into the shroom zone.
Yeah, so we have some
he kind of like gave
cataphracts.
up on Eidolons at this point. He's just spamming Mavericks, so I'm not really sure about that. There is a captaincy, yes. And he's got some cat facts. So the cat facts, since he did end up raising their damage, they'll definitely do a lot better against Melisks now. Before, you really needed you need like 4 or 5 of them to really start seeing good mileage against like a dozen Melisks, where they couldn't just like pop in and out insta-giving random things. Now they'll definitely deal some fairly significant damage, especially with all the other units adding chip. So
the problem is there's 35 mutas.
yeah, there's a lot of them now. He's definitely really outnumbered.
Yeah.
Plus his army is kind of split up.
I'm not seeing Keen upgrade any of his structures, so I don't know if he's aware of that, because obviously one of the things
he is capping his gas, though.
Yeah, one of the things we'd love to see from him is, oh, hey, you've got all these mutas. Why don't you check out the tier 3 muta, the Tozgrilisk? But I think he's pretty far away from getting that. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He doesn't really have too much gas at the moment, so he's kind of just like calmly looking at whatever. And
the only bases he doesn't have are the 3rd that Lucy is taking, and the 9 o'clock, and of course the.
I mean, he can just take those. Like Lucy is not scouting or really even like when you look at his army and you see that one Eidolon in the middle of the map, it's just like voraciously spinning, absolutely, just fucking like whiplashing, turning his cranium into powder. That's kind of like what's going to happen to Lucy the second this 58 Mulisks and all the other sort of crap just kind of pile into him.
No, it's 66 and 10 Almaxilisks.
Yeah, it's growing.
Good grief.
It's growing. It just keeps growing.
Yeah,
He's making more.
I like how
I
they
think he
fly.
went to tier 3 just as a flex to be like, hey, look, I've got money. I may as well spend it.
He's got 21 back at the rally, and the units flew away from the middle of the map where the rest of his units are, such that they could.
He's got some idle drones chilling out over there too.
Yeah, they're hiding. They're bathing.
Lost in the corner.
Yeah, they're shadow bathing.
Ilon is still. Everything is kind of jostling and jiving.
This is
over
the
there,
mental state of lucifirius right now. He
Luciferius
probably
should
forgot
really
he's
just
playing
go
in
to
a
tier
tournament. You know, I don't know how
He
high
should go to
is.
tier 3. Like, listen, he's got almost enough gas. He just needs the minerals. He should go to tier 3. He should get magnetars. He waits until the Milas go towards his army, and then he just prays that the bounces don't insta-give the magnetars before they get Yamato off. One Yamato goes off, it kills every single Milas because they're all stacked into one tiny pixel. Keen just goes, wow, that's OP, and then leaves.
Well,
Lucifirius wins the tournament.
That's
Easy.
true. That's
Easy.
true.
Just get to tier 3, get the magnetar. Hope he just forgets you're in the game at this point.
Well, the Axtoth Axis is on the way. The Almacus Anter evolution of the Matraval Nest has concluded, as well as the Back to the Swamp from the Hydrith Den. So, Keen's discovering some things. He's investigating
Getting the
tooltips.
Axtoth Axis.
Absolutely.
The Axis is now in play. I don't even remember what that even does. I think I built it like once in the last year.
It makes more Tothra cores and Excitralisks. Excitralisks are the unit
Oh,
that,
yes, the Raptor things.
Yeah. They revert to
I
a
like
weaponless
those. They're
state
actually
after
pretty good.
taking fatal damage, and then
Well,
regenerate.
they also do very high damage, and they're very fast. They're basically like a ranged Zergling.
Yeah. Ranged crackling, maybe. There's a U,
Yeah,
a fucking U flying into the middle.
There
of
is a U.
That's you, dude.
There is 104 Melisks.
105
in
if you
this
count that one on the
stack.
bottom.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I feel like a Kian just like accidentally slips on his keyboard, and they just like I don't know happen to A move across the map. Then we'll just kind of be done at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, 131.
Well, you know what?
It's growing.
Lucifirius is gonna go to tier 3. What is he gonna do at tier 3? Is he gonna go for Magnetars? I don't know. I think he should go for Paladins. This is I don't to be fair with you, I don't think he has any idea there's even that many Melisks out on the map. Oh hey, he built more Tothra cores. Check out that asset.
I'm not gonna look at that.
Look at it. That is absolutely stunning. How much money did you pay for that?
I hope nobody ever paid for Dark Colony, but unfortunately I already know that's not the truth.
Well, that
thankfully it's
sounds
kind of
awfully
shrouded.
dark.
Meanwhile the Raptors
Lucifirius is going to attempt to take the top middle base.
and he's going to
And
see.
only now, I think, is he really going to realize what has happened. And tickling it with the mason.
He's
no,
provoked
it's
the
happening.
beast. Keen remembered he's fighting a real player for a tournament.
He's done it. It's like the AI. Like the AI breaks.
Yeah.
Until you start attacking and killing their units or whatever, and then it unfucks their brain. Now Lucifirius is going to have some idea of what's going on here. This is only a tiny portion of the massive.
He's not even looking at the fight right now. He's going to
swarm.
turn back and see this horde of. Well, actually, he's not going to see anything because the vision updates faster. Oh, here we go. 139 mutas. That's not even all of them. There's more.
There's more of them coming. He's attacking another base with Ahmed right now, as the Melisks and the other very high detail ground units wiggle their way towards him.
Hey, a base was actually attacked over here at the 9 o'clock position. He will get the Hatcher.
There's a lot of Melisks. There's it's an absolute horrible train wreck.
Well, I hope Roller Skates is happy. The more Tothra cores are animating. Very slowly, but they are animating.
Well, that's absolutely silly.
Hey, the Daedal is going to finish before the GG comes.
Technically, Myriad, for me, it's actually been closer to 20 hours.
Yeah, Myriad.
Because I was up doing a lot of heavy work at midnight my time. So, and it's 7 p.m. for me now. So stupid.
He's still like, all right, now that I'm done being provoked, let's find out what other stuff does. He's actually doing what you recommended him to do versus Kian all those games ago.
Yeah. Oh, he's building the Iron Foundry. Listen. He can win the meme wars. He can make the Paladin.
He needs to make the Paladin. He has
But
to
I
do
feel
it.
like I feel like the Milas decolliding is going to lead them into his base and get him killed before he can get the Paladin.
Oh, no. No, 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 no.
No,
He pulls away.
Okay. He
He's
saw
scared.
the anchor.
He
was
scared
of Cyprians. Rightfully so at 3 or 4 minutes into the match.
I'm leaving these on my screen for roller skates.
Is there a control group limit?
252. My God. No, he's going to decollide into his base again.
Oh, the cat facts.
Get him.
The cat facts.
Fuck him up.
They're going to aggro.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I don't even think he actually attacked me. Oh, he
He's
is.
making the paladin. It's coming.
He needs one paladin. Oh, the Daedalus is attacking.
Oh, the Daedalus is tanking as best as it can with its 6 armor.
R.I.P.
but There's so many.
They aren't pathing great, that's right. Yeah. He just wants his one paladin. This will be in the clip.
He wants his one paladin. Dude. Listen. I'm going to die.
What are your last words?
The paladin
is ready.
Has to yell something about bubble hearthing and just LMAO balanced, or it could be like a holy paladin and just sit there healing forever, never running out of mana because of that one busted meta gem back in Burning Crusade.
Yeah. They ran away. Right. Dude, the Talus has aggroed a couple of units. Oh, 6 HP. And slap.
No!
A single L Maximus is killing 6 workers.
This is... Look at Keen's money. That's not even that much money at this point in the game when you think about it.
No, both of our players have dropped to 0 APM temporarily. All right, off he goes. But here we go. Double paladin. Okay, he's going to lift off the structures.
All right, how many unit kills will he get off of this?
I don't think that many. The Atlas is dead. Boys, it's the last game. He's trying to hide the paladins. Oh my God. They died before firing a second cell. Oh my God. And with that out of the way, Keen makes it to second place.
Dude, I think he needed like 20 or 30 paladins to be able to deal with that. I'm pretty sure they died the instant the Mutalisk came in range.
Well, that means that we have all of the players that we needed to have to figure this out.
Dude, Keen built actual tier 3 units. I'm so proud. He's learning. He's advancing. His first match, first day in this game has been really exciting. That was really silly.
It was. I can't believe Btyb made it out in first.
Dude, that... I'm going to be thinking about that one for a while.
I'm impressed. Yeah, I am impressed. I did not think I'd be swapping the order of Keen and Btyb in this particular write-up. I actually did sort the players in the order that I suspected that they would end up making it out, which means I had to change the order for DeadInfested and 3Crow, and now I have to do it for Keen and Btyb.
Yeah, I probably would have favored DeadInfested just based on what I figured was a stronger macro, but
yeah,
the game knowledge and stuff like that, that really destroyed him.
I also think that there's probably some, maybe some nerves or something. It felt like maybe he wasn't quite prepared for that. So we will now see our final standings. Lucifirius eliminated, winless, but he got his paladins out, and that's the moral victory. Keen advances 2-2. I feel like it's kind of, people are going to be like, what the fuck? I have to deal with Keen and I'm a first seed player? Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen because Keen is technically second seed in playoffs. and Btyb is first seed. So that's going to be very interesting. And we'll need to wait for quarterfinals to actually be played for that to be confirmed. But by the way, just as a quick announcement, if you guys are still here and hanging around, you guys should know that we are going to be trying a different format for playoffs because the last time it took us 5 weeks. We don't want that to happen again.
Yeah.
So what we're going to try to do is as soon as possible, ideally even tomorrow, if you guys can play the quarterfinals matches after I'm going to seed them right now for you guys. As soon as possible, if you can play those, we will cast those as soon as possible. And then the next Saturday, 1 week from today, that's when we will organize the live games that are going to be the second round of playoffs. Because after casting the quarterfinals that are going to be played from replays, we will actually be able to immediately see, okay, upper semifinals look like this, Elimination 1 games look like this. Let's organize it. If you can't make it to Saturday, play it in advance, and then we'll go from there. But we're going to have some kind of strict scheduling for this sort of thing. Otherwise, it's just not going to end up working out for us. So I know that Sunday doesn't work for some people. I know Mystery Meat in particular can't play on Sundays, but hopefully he can find time in the middle of the week. We can bang out those quarterfinals. Maybe we can cast them like on a Tuesday or a Wednesday or something like that, depending on when they're played. And that will give us plenty of advance warning for the Saturday following to see who's fighting who and what time works out for who. And yeah, if we have to do some from, some live, some from replays, that's fine too. But the live component will really only be available for the Saturday matches, presumably, because I don't think people are going to be available in the middle of a weekday or something. But I guess if they're also available for that too, then that could be fine. But I'll talk a little bit more about that on the Discord server to confirm the scheduling. But first, we have to actually do the seeding, and that, of course, means we have to take another look at the whole group. So let me prepare that sheet for you guys. And yeah.
Okay, but are we dragging Btyb in here? Oh, wait, he can't come in here.
Yeah, he's got a kid.
Okay, but I mean, I'm right here, so...
All good, Mr. Keen. If you're interested in doing an interview, now that you have progressed since Btyb can't be here, you can, of course, hop in Bullying Corner, and I will drag you in to the crow's nest, and we will talk. You just let me know.
Aggressive hip dragging. There he is. The man has arrived.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, hello.
You have made it in second place. You managed to survive lucifirius's weed-infested cheese. How do you feel?
I feel fine. I guess I feel bad for prolonging that game so much. I was just trying to explore all the units and stuff.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, don't feel bad about it. I mean, towards the end, it was a bit funny when he asked you to prolong 30 seconds so he could get his paladin out, but I didn't mind it personally. It's the end of the day. We did through the other 3 groups, and I'm glad you could make it to yet another tournament. Obviously,
yeah, for sure.
You managed to almost take the Shambler in that elimination series. We never ended up getting to follow up with you after that in the last tournament.
Yeah, yeah. I DM'd neblime afterwards, and I was telling him even though I lost, I hope they're kinder to me in the casts because I felt like I actually played a little bit more seriously compared to some of the other games.
Right. And well, Mesk had some questions about that, I think, right?
Yeah. So it's very interesting because in the Shambler game, you showed that you obviously have experience playing this. But in a lot of games, even today, there was times where it felt like you weren't really into it. I don't know if it's just like what's going on? Do you just you feel like it's more relaxed, or are you trying to adapt from Brood War to the project? Or
no, not so much. The first 2 games were pretty disappointing for me, obviously. It was just bad scouting, really. I mean, game 2 especially, I scouted the proxy, so I definitely shouldn't have lost. But I just had bad scouting. I moved my Nath away from his choke, so yeah, I guess I just died to Dragoons that were rallied across the map. I'm sorry, I forget their name in this game.
Yeah, Draconids. That's fine. They were sent across when you scouted the proxy scribe. That's not. Yeah, it was just sort of rallied. And one of the things that I picked up on is that normally when you fight Dragoons in Brood War with Zerglings, it's much easier because they deal the reduced damage. But in this mod, we don't have any of that. We just have armor and armor pen. So I was curious if maybe that also threw you off. Were you expecting your Zethrakors to do a little bit better? But in this project, that interaction works a little bit differently. Did something like that kind of confuse you?
I was expecting them to do a little better, but it was also just really sloppy rally points, and I didn't have any kind of like big unified attack, so he was able to just kite around and kill them in small numbers, which was just a really poor performance on my part. And then game one, I guess I just I maybe I could have won if I like burrowed my drones, but I honestly was not expecting him to be like attacking my drones while I was attacking his bunker.
Oh, I see. Yeah, they don't change their target, you know? Like if they already are locked onto a target, and in this project, workers take a lot longer to die, so that also probably kind of throws off your timings if you're used to, you know...
So,
all that.
Yeah, I was kind of just like focused on that, and I was thinking like, wow, I'm actually making like decent progress. I think I'm going to clean this up, and then I like look up one hex into my mineral line, and like all my drones are dead, so I figured there's just no way that I could come back.
Well, funnily enough, Mesk made a point that actually, if you had dragged that game out, you have superior macro to anybody else in your group. There was a chance that actually could have been a little bit longer, and maybe would have been a different match. But yeah, Btyb also got you with a bit of a vicious cheese. He was also random, and unlike Mystery Meat, he didn't tell anybody his race. You know, he made you find out the long way. So yeah, there's all those things as well.
Oh yeah, well I never expect a random player to tell me the race. That's like the one advantage they have, right?
Right. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just like a losing proposition to play random.
Yeah, I would say so, but Mystery Me thinks otherwise. Apparently, he's just that confident. So maybe you'll make him regret that choice.
Just a god.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, second place is fine.
It does mean, by the way, that if you now that you're in second place, right, or you've qualified in second place, that means that you're going to be put up against a first place seed, which in theory would make it so that it's harder for you in some way. But I just have to underline the idea that like the first placer who gets you as their opponent is probably going to be like, what the fuck is this, dude? Keen would almost beat the Shambler on his first tournament. Like, this guy's definitely got the skills. If he just has the map knowledge or if he's dialed in, he can definitely do something if he takes the match seriously. I think that's the perspective people are going to have. Do you feel that kind of thing in your background where people are aware of how good you are? Like, for example, it could conceivably be a quarterfinals matchup for you to get neblime. I don't think that's exactly going to happen, but that could happen. Like, at that point, you've got neblime's number in Brood War, as far as I'm told. So, like, that's a kind of case where you feel like maybe you're going to have that reputation preceding you, helping you out in the sort of mind games.
Yeah, well, so, yeah, I think neblime is the only one who is really aware of, my Brood War sort of history, I guess. But, like, I feel like I'm probably at a pretty uphill battle against neblime or Mystery Meat because they're both, very experienced in this project. I feel like I definitely have a decent chance at beating Shambler this time around. I feel like I could have actually taken the series last time, but I had the one game 3. I did like a 6 pool, and it accomplished absolutely nothing, and then I just left. So that was kind of a silly loss.
Yeah, I thought about that too. I was thinking maybe if that was a macro game, the series would have been different. It sounds like you're kind of thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident in my macro. As far as neblime and Mystery Meat, I feel like I might stand a chance if I do put in some time to, kind of prepare a build. And yeah, just kind of, I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable in the early game, but there's still a lot of tier 2 and tier 3 units that I have not explored very much at all. It is very expensive. It's insanely expensive to get to tier 3.
Yes.
Kind of shocking, really, because in Brood War, the advanced tech is kind of, it doesn't like scale up in terms of cost. It just takes time to get there. Whereas here, it's like you need 5-6 bases, I feel like, at least, to really make use of that advanced tech, unless you're just going very small numbers, like a very highly technical army, which I'm not sure how effective that would be. But yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially at tier 2, if you're looking to get into tier 3, capping your geysers makes a really big difference.
Yeah.
Because you can leave your workers on the geyser and then just cap it, and they'll automatically start mining again when it finishes. So that's like an easy way if you can think of it at the time that you really like, oh, I want to get tier 3 or I need more gas.
Yeah, I did make one extractor upgrade that game. But yeah, even with all of my bases, I was finding that even making mutalisks, which are pretty, low gas, I was still running into gas issues. So yeah, I'll definitely have to incorporate that for sure.
Yeah. So at tier 2, it's like the mutalisk is pretty strong right now. There's also you can get stronger front line. You can morph the Azura cores into Tetsura cores. They're also melee. The queens, the Matrilists have been changed. They have different support ability that can heal. And there's other area units as well. There's Calculisks, which morph from the Naths. And those are actually generally good against Melis because they will deal splash to them. So those are probably ones you really want to watch out for in Zerg versus Zerg when you're going Melis, is that they're probably going to try to get Calculisks. And those are a lot like Devourers. So.
Sorry to interrupt. I was just going to ask, the ZVZ meta, so to speak, does it kind of still go towards like, does it just converge on like mass mutas and air battles?
Currently, we do see a lot. We did, especially today, we saw mutas, but Bactylisks are still, I guess they're seeing less usage now since their range was nerfed. But yeah, we were seeing lots of Calculisks, Mutalisks, and then just like general spattering of ground units. Quasilisks are very good now, as you encountered against Lucifirius when you saw his early start pad and you just went for Quasis. But Quasis in general are very good in ZVZ. Because they got a buff in this version for this tournament where they gain +1 armor pen. They move a little bit slower now, but they're a lot better at actually fighting. So ZVZ, yeah, it used to be super volatile with Gorgokoras and other stuff like that, but it has stabilized a little bit now. So you do a lot of people are building a lot of Melis because they're fairly cost efficient, and of course the mobility is still nice to have with them. And yeah, there are some options for dealing with them. With it's like Calculisks, Skiths might do well with them, but they're a lot shorter range. So I guess generally it will be like Calculus, some Vithrilisks, and then trying to keep your Vithrilisks alive so they can apply the debuff. The big thing about Vithrilisks is those are the Devourers basically. Their debuff I don't think is as strong in this. I think it was
they need to stack it up more to get the same effect.
But if you hit area units that are above ground units, it will actually apply the debuff to ground units. So I was actually using that against Protoss to shred the armor off of Archons in one of my matches against Btyb a while back when his opponent wasn't able to make it and we played those show matches. I was actually using them against his land effects to splash his ground army and shred their armor because I was using mostly low armor penetration ground units. So there's a few little nuances there once you get used to it. Zerg Tier 2 is like a really massive power spike. So it's kind of like if you were watching the other matches, you would see like Shambler kind of like wait for Tier 2 to really start putting aggro on the Protoss when the Protoss was like, especially when they were going like Gateway and then what were they called? I already forget the name of them, but mostly like Gateway units with like some AoE or whatever, some support like Positrons or whatever.
Oh, the Ardent Authority, is that what you're thinking
struggling. No, it was the other one that we started seeing a lot. The
Ancestral Archives?
No, it was coming out of the where the Bargas come out.
Oh, Rogue Gallery. There you go.
Yeah, Rogue Gallery. Yeah, it was.
There's a lot of structures if you hadn't noticed.
Yeah. The Protoss is a little tricky, but it's they would wait for Tier 2 for Zerg because there's such a huge power spike. You get a lot of options out of it, and I saw you exploring that in this game, so it was nice to see actually go to like Tier 3 and trying out some of the different units just to see what they do. But Tier 3 for Zerg is kind of, I mentioned this before in one of the earlier casts, is that Tier 3 for Zerg is not really explored very heavily right now. Like we see it, like in today we saw Alcagelisks and some other stuff like that with Zerg, but you don't usually see a lot of Zergs get into Tier 3 because it is so gas expensive, and usually most of the games are fairly well decided in and around the Tier 2 mark, or that Zergs go into Tier 3, they have some specific objective in mind. But definitely in Tier 3 for Zerg, it's kind of unexplored, but a lot of the units there are super powerful. Like the Guardian, basically, the Gazithalor, has damage that scales based on how far its target is away from it. So it's very, very important, especially against Protoss, where we saw the match of, what was it? It was Hamster
versus Meat.
Mystery Meat, yeah. And he had Alcagelisks, which were doing some damage, but weren't really able to penetrate the army, whereas if he had gone Gazithalor, it's like there's project knowledge at that point that even if you play a lot, you may not necessarily know a lot, because a lot of games don't really hit Tier 3 for Zerg. So Zerg, especially in particular for Tier 3 being so expensive, is you don't usually see it a lot, but there's definitely a lot in there.
Right.
That is very important to know that, if you go into a long game, it can really help you out.
You know, it's actually kind of funny. In Brood War, 20 plus years old for the meta to develop. Late game ZVZ is still pretty unexplored.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
This is all like Nelisks and
Yeah,
Nelis control, and that has such a high skill ceiling to it.
it's just the fastest match in the game. Everything is so fragile. It almost always ends with Zerglings and Mutalisks.
And Scourge, of course, have become a lot more popular now too.
Oh yeah.
So it's really cool to see the ZVZ developments even in ASL. And I do think that ZVZ is a lot safer in Cosmonic Brood War by comparison. Safer might not even be the right term for it, but it feels like you can hold out for longer and you have more reaction time, like more time to make a decision, because also you have more decisions you can make. So like a unit you never made, you made the Hydrith den, right? The Hydralisk den. If you go for the flying unit out of that one, the Skither Core, it recently got revised so that it deals line trace damage and then returns back to the target. It's like an air version of the Lurker or Lakizalis, because in this project, the Lurker actually fires off a shot and then the shot returns back to it and will deal damage a second time if it hits the same target, for example. So the Skither Core works like that, which means it's particularly effective against stacks of air units because they can clump up enough to get hit multiple times by the projectile. So we haven't actually seen the Skither Core used very much. Hamster used it in Group A very, very way back at the beginning of the day, and he kind of massacred a bunch of workers, but that was pretty much it. He ended up losing that match ultimately for some of the reasons that Mesk was talking about, where he had a little bit of an improper tech switch at the end of the game because he doesn't really, you don't really see Tier 3 Zerg that often because we're only now starting to get to a point where the maps themselves are safe enough and the meta is developing in a safe enough way that while also the player skill is improving and familiarity is improving, we're developing a sense where you can actually get into gameplay patterns where you go for long. Like, I actually didn't know what to expect out of this match because we have way more 4-spawn maps now. We've got 3 instead of just 1 in the past tournaments. We have safer maps all across the board. We replaced a bunch of maps, so there's a bunch of new ones, and we revised a bunch of the others to make them safer, or at least that was the goal. And so as a result, I actually didn't know if we were going to get really long games where we actually do see a lot more Tier 3, and we did get some longer games on average, I think. And then, of course, Group D happened, and everything was over in like 10 minutes. So. That's the way it goes. But I do think that the path that we're seeing, especially in ZBZ in particular, although we didn't get too much of it today, is you really need to kind of gamble to kill somebody early. And I think players, at least the play styles that we have here, they aren't too interested in the gamble part. Like, if they don't feel like they can actually close out, then they just won't do it, and they'll wait until the power spike from Tier 2, or maybe they'll switch to a different structure at Tier 1, like the Hydra Den, or the Zorki's Shroud is the other one that gives you access to the Lakizalisk and some other things. So there's definitely a lot to learn, and we're throwing a lot at you anyway here. But at the very least, you can brush up on ZVZ, or maybe just rely on it, because the playoffs are ready to go if you want to hear the draw, how that went.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Let's go.
All right. So on the Twitch chat, we will indeed, or on the stream in general, we have the playoffs draw for quarterfinals. It will be Mystery Meat against the Beaver 99. That's Random versus Terran. We have Neblime against 3 Crow, Terran versus Protoss. We have the Shambler versus yourself, Keen, Zerg versus Zerg. And the last quarterfinal will be Btyb himself against Hamster. That is Random versus Zerg. So we actually have a healthy spattering of different races here. Unfortunately for good old the Beaver, I don't think that he's going to be able to make it past Mystery Meat. He's the weakest seeded player in the 2nd seed, and as a result going up against the strongest. But in this particular case, we're actually getting a rematch of that elimination series where the Shambler gets you as his draw. He was worried about Hamster, who's a newcomer. I think he might also be worried about getting you as his draw. So I think he's watching right now. If you have any words for your opponent, you can maybe give them.
Oh, Shambler, I think I can beat you, but I think you go either way. I think you're really good. So it'll be a pleasure to play you.
Wow, that was such a gentleman's thing. Like, if Shambler was here, he'd just be like, I'm going to send you to fucking hell. I'm going to type an essay about it,
Yeah, he just said he'll tear my throat out.
Yeah.
You got to show us your A game. We got to see more of that.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to...
I know you got it in you. It's just like what I was saying a few times is like, you want to get familiar with the project, but like 90% of the matches that get thrown your way are just all cheese and bullshit. Or it's like you don't get much chance. You don't get an opponent that really like threatens you much, so you don't even get to really like experience anything. It's just
Yeah, especially in the
Just
group
all
stage
lunacy one way or
games.
another.
Neblime had a good way of putting it. He said that you got to win enough matches in a dirty phone booth knife fight in order to get to the clean, well lit, boxing ring.
Yeah,
and that's the playoffs.
I mean,
The playoffs is the boxing ring.
yeah, sans the game 3 where I just 6-pooled, I think the games against Shambler were the best games that I've had so far in the mod.
Yeah. So obviously,
So it should
it's
be
been
fun.
a bit difficult for you to get your bearings in the same way, just as Mesk was saying. So I guess I'll have to ask you with this doesn't have to be the final question, but this could also be the final question, the ultimate question, the important one: will you practice for this series? Because that's been a common denominator so far.
Actually, I didn't practice a lot, but I did play a few practice games before I played Shambler last tournament. So yeah, I'll try to hit up Neblime again and talk through some of this stuff with them and see if I can practice a little bit. I'll do my best.
That explains the big shift.
Yeah, because we were surprised to see
I
you turn it on.
speculated there was a little bit of prep for that.
Yeah, but it was also all me. None of it was Neblime.
Yeah, of course. You can't give him any credit. So that was it. I was going to ask if you had just fought the AI or something.
Oh, are we playing tomorrow, or are we playing this weekend?
If you have the availability, that's one of the things I was saying before we brought you on, is that the quarterfinals, I just want them played ASAP, and we'll cast them from replays.
Yeah,
so as soon as your guys are available, if you guys want, you could do it right now, you could do it tomorrow. It really depends on what you guys are feeling.
Well, I just said I'd practice. I can't practice right now.
You can practice now
by beating his face in.
You can practice now, and then we can do the real series tomorrow. Whatever you want to do, that's for you guys to organize. But
we can do it tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah, and that way we can just cast. Because the last time it was kept getting delayed and pushed back, and we want to ideally bang this tournament out in 3 weeks. So we'll have a double, twice a week. We'll cast playoff series or whatever, and then we'll do the finals as live as we can. So yeah, I think it's going to work out pretty well. I guess the other thing I was going to ask you is if you have any sort of thoughts. Did you catch the hype video? Did you watch that?
Oh no, I didn't. I'll watch it after this.
It's a good video. It might get you pumped up. It might make you want to fight Shambler immediately as soon as you.
Oh shit!
Pretty good.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
One last thing, I just want to give a shout out to Quazes because they're fucking awesome to have early on, without any gas. Just I think they're my new favorite unit, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, they just got a buff where it's like a side grade in some ways because they move slower on this version compared to the last, but they have that one armor pen, which means armor doesn't hurt them as much. Since, you're going to be familiar with this from Brood War, but if you have an attack that's multiple missiles, like the Goliath anti-air attack, it gets double applied to armor, right? So they end up dealing twice as less damage or whatever over time. So that's the same for the Quasos. They have 2 attacks instead of 1. And as a result, they were getting really, really heavily deflated by armor. And now that with the 1 armor pen change, that does make them a lot better at, say, busting Terran anchors, since the bunker only has 1 armor in this project. And then, doing something versus Dracodins or anything like that. So they definitely can be a pretty big help. And yeah, I guess with that being said, do you have thoughts so far from the just in general about how you're enjoying the project? Because you joined from the Team Liquid thread many whiles ago now. How's it been? What's your impression overall?
I think it's really interesting. It's pretty overwhelming, honestly, because I'm old and dumb, and I've killed too many of my brain cells with alcohol over the years.
I know that feeling.
So it's hard to, I'm basically incapable of learning at this stage of my life. but it's really cool. It's such a comprehensive remake of the game. It's insane. And yeah, I should definitely watch more because I find it really interesting. So far, I've mostly just watched my guess of my own game.
Sure, yeah. Hey, you can learn
because
it's a good way to learn, right? It gives you something that you can actually connect and reflect on.
I was watching a little bit of the first group this morning, and Hamster was fucking scaring me. The guy looks like a beast. He almost beat Mystery Meat for the first seed. So
yeah,
he's also a scary boy. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
All right, that's good to hear.
Thank you for putting on not only all the work into the mod, but all this work, running these tournaments and stuff. It's awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad you appreciate that. I appreciate having people like you play it. I expect you to turn it on in quarterfinals, mister, and I really hope to see I mean, even if you don't make it past Shambler, there is a double elimination second bracket, so you still have a tournament life. It's not all for nothing just yet. So looking forward.
If
to
I lose, I'll just turn on the Rocky montage.
Yep.
I'll watch Ping Pong the Animation, which is the best sports anime ever, and everyone should go watch it right after this to get hyped up.
There you go. There you go.
Make sure Neblime only talks to you in Kiwi slang.
I don't think I've ever seen or heard him type in Kiwi slang, but I don't even know what that entails.
That's got to change.
So.
That'll be the switch.
That's how he's going to win this tournament. If you didn't see, you said that you mostly just watched the games here. So before you go, did you actually take a look at like the grand final of the last tournament, how Neblime did? Do you even know who won that last tournament?
Yeah, Neblime won, didn't he? No, he didn't. Oh shit! I watched some of it.
He won. He won a series.
Maybe I'm thinking of the.
He won. He won the upper final.
Of the first series.
Yeah. So he made it to the grand final. He thought, oh yeah, this is what I do. I reverse sweep, and then he got 3-0'd. So sucks. But
yeah. Wait. So correct me if I'm wrong, but in the upper bracket final, he was down, and then he reverse swept that, right?
Yeah, he went down 0-2, and then managed to come back with Wraiths, a proxy bunker. Anchor, and then more Wraiths, and that's how he won. So Wraiths got nerfed though, so I think he might just be boned. We'll see.
Oh no. Well, I hope Neblime, as my fellow Brood Warrior brother, can, if I don't make it to the finals, then I hope he beats Mystery Meat or whoever else makes it to the finals. I will. Oh, one more thing before I shut up.
No, all good.
Mystery Meat, I saw, is actually in the Coach Pupil League this season, which is a new or lower skilled Brood War League, which aims to pair up coaches with teams of lower level players and teach them. So I think that's pretty neat. I also hope there's this intergame dialogue, and some of these guys start learning Brood War, and more Brood War players start learning this. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I think it's been cool. DeadInfested is also doing both, so he was another player that's.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot about DeadInfested. Yeah, he came here from Brood War.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's awesome.
There's definitely more people coming from Brood War to here than the other way around, but it is cool to see Miss step it up in a competitive.
A lot
sense.
of us here come from Brood War. Like we have a
lot
of history spectating it or modding it or whatever, right? So.
Yeah, it's the same relationship with Starcraft 2 and Brood War.
Right.
Like most of the new Brood War players come from Starcraft 2. So
that's funny. Yeah. Well, it also makes sense. They maybe it's like Valorant and Counter-Strike now. Basically, the kids play this new FPS that's trendy, and then they're like, well, maybe I want something with a little bit more substance. So it's something kind of similar. I think will happen in that sense. Well, maybe that'll happen with us. Maybe we'll be the new Starcraft 2, but like the good one.
Yeah. I definitely enjoy this more than Starcraft 2.
There you go. I can put that on the box art. Not that we'll make a box, but I can do that.
Yeah.
Good testimony.
Better than Starcraft 2.
There you go. That's all I needed to hear. All right, man. I appreciate you popping in. I appreciate the interview, of course, and helping us pad out this sucker for a little bit extra content. And obviously, one of the things that I am going to try to do is level up the content game anyway. So maybe we'll see some nice little stingers for playoffs. Maybe we'll get some more stuff there. But until then, man, take it easy and practice up. Beat Shambler. You got to beat him.
I'll do my best.
You got to get him typing one way or another.
All right, bye.
GG's.
See you later.
And with that, Mesk, we are in a situation where we have the playoffs ahead of us. Now, the quarterfinals bracket is looking pretty meaty. Obviously, there's some matches that look kind of not so mysterious, I would say. I'll DM you the bracket so you can see what's up, since I haven't typed it out just yet. I'm not Shambler. But you will see here that it's going to be Mystery Meat against the Beaver, as mentioned. That one seems pretty one-sided, right? Neblime against 3 Crow. That's also seemingly pretty one-sided, but hey, 3 Crow might take a match at least. He could cheese. He could do something. The Shambler and Keen and Btyb and Hamster. Those are the ones where I'm really interested in seeing what the outcomes are.
I mean, I have to give the last one to Hamster, I think. But I don't know, Btyb, if he plays aggro, I think we need to play a super aggro early on.
Yeah.
Like, there's some control weaknesses, but he's showing that he can do it consistently. And now, with Keen and Shambler, he did confirm what I suspected when we saw him last time, that there was some kind of preparation for that.
Yes.
So, that was really, like, the big switch that I noticed with it. And then we went to today, where that wasn't there as much. But it was
very clear from talking to him that that's just really him just not being like super, like really super taking it super seriously. But it sounds to me like he wants to take that one seriously. So I think that will be definitely the one to watch out for. That'll be very interesting because watching Shambler, it feels like he's, you can see the slow and steady improvement for him. And I think Kiwi comes in here with his A game, gets some practice in, has some Kiwi slang behind him, that he'll be in a good position to even take that in spite of that. I think that he has the skill to do it if he can get the familiarity. So that'll definitely be something to watch out for. But the Neblime and Kian match, I think that most certainly favors Neblime based on many factors, but cheese is absolutely on the menu. Cheese and goofiness. I think it's going to be a lot harder to surprise Neblime today than it was when I played against him. But my entirance was not something that I tried to rush against him.
Yeah.
So maybe he hasn't been exposed to that directly yet, but I don't know. It's there. I mean, Neblime has shown now that he likes to do some proxies and cheesing of his own. So that just could be I hope it's a cheesy series in general. Yeah, I say Kian, and because I'm Canadian and I speak like an inbred, it just blurs into Kian back and forth. And I know that's going to be absolutely confusing, and I'll never get out of that habit whatsoever.
Yeah, it's actually, I've gotten the opposite way, where even when we're in, a Discord phone posting hangout, which will be happening after this stream concludes, by the way, I'll end up saying Three Crow instead of his actual name, which is Kian.
Yeah.
So that's kind of funny, because I'm the inverse, where I'm like that weirdo that uses the online aliases to refer to people in real life, if that were to happen. That's
for me, it's actually interchanging, and that's kind of a thing with my D&D cast, too, is that sometimes referred to people as, like, a nickname, and then sometimes refer to them as the character name, and then sometimes refer to them as their online name.
Yeah.
And it just interchanges completely freely, even within the same sentence. And I'm sure it's just absolutely incomprehensible for anybody that's not like them trying to watch into it. And it's just, my line of thought is very muddied and addle-brained, so it's just kind of like goes whatever. With here, it's just like, oh, this is the name I was introduced. And a lot of people in the server end up changing. Like, it's not, it doesn't have as much now, but a lot of people change their names all the time. And every time I go back to the server, the names were different. So I just have to associate. Oh, this is Kian, this is Chowks or whatever his name was before he rage quit the internet. And we have CR12 before he got seen typing an Hero.
Oh yeah.
Like Necron and Veek and so on. Even though it's like changing their names all over. Shambler and so on. So I just kind of like associate by that. And it's just. Unfortunately, now you got two people with very similar names when they go through my layer of just inbredness. So now it's always going to be confusing, especially when they fight each other.
Well, hey, that could actually technically happen, but we'll see if it goes down that way. I did end up shuffling the seeding a little bit here, but it's the same matchups. It's just Shambler and Keen are now number 2, and Neblime and Three Crow are quarterfinal number 3. Because Three Crow has to be 3, obviously. But no, there's another reason for that. But don't worry about it. So let's just talk a little bit here as we close the show out. We'll go back to the group stage video, or rather image, so you guys can see how the groups all went down.
So you're making hype videos for each of these matches, right?
What I'm going to be doing, as far as shoulder content is concerned, is ideally I'm going to at the very least have these little stingers that will show the renders from the hype video, but kind of sped up, and then a versus, and then so it'll be like the render for each one of them, right? And that we'll use those as transitions before we get to the point. But also, one thing that I would like to do is have a slowed down version that's just standalone that loops, and that will be, say, a shot of just the Shambler, for example. And when we do the cast for Shambler against Keen, it'll be just the Shamblers. His background music will be on, and we'll be talking specifically about the Shambler when that's happening. And then we'll switch over to Keen. His theme song will be on, copyright striking us to death, and we'll have that on in the background when we talk about it.
The sad thing is I would know how to automate this on Unreal. But outside of Unreal, I wouldn't know how to automate this. I mean, I could set it up in such a way that inputting the data and then rendering it out is extremely simple, to the point that all you really need is the assets. And you just get them in, and they just automatically filtered and configured appropriately. Because otherwise, doing it by hand does actually consume a fair amount of time. And then you start reaching a point, it's like, how much time do I want to spend prettying this up versus working on the project, making the maps, or going on to something else. I'm kind of facing that challenge now with my projects, where I'm trying to make this D&D campaign, and I've got this stupid video card bullshit going on right now, which thankfully we went the whole day, and I had no issues with the power blowing out and anything like that.
That's great, yeah. No,
It's,
there was
I mean,
zero
that's only
times
using
where you
about
just got
30
yeeted
watts,
out of
so-
existence, which is pretty nice. So we'll take that.
Yeah, so that's good. That's I don't know when this other power supply is going to be here, so
Right.
hopefully it stays. I can't really do anything demanding, but at least I can do this. So that's nice to see. It's still some typical Canada internet, but nothing I can do about that.
Yeah, it wasn't too consequential, which is a good
At
thing.
least I was here for the whole time. We started about 3-4 hours earlier than I thought we were actually going to start.
That
And
probably
I've
helped
been-
a little
again,
bit, right?
I've been awake. Yeah, I've been awake since like 11, 12. And I was doing hauling for like an hour and a half looking for a cable that I could try plug into this thing, and that was in futility. And all this other shit that I was doing, and
here
some
you
other
are.
I casted a replay, of course, that I still got to submit to, and
Oh yeah.
you know, all this other stuff I got to encode. So it's actually been like closer to like a 20-hour day for me already. So
Yeah, well, the stream is almost at 10 hours 45 minutes right now. So
now I gotta go to Warcraft 3, right? So
Yeah, of
now
course.
my day will actually continue, even though I'm actually tired.
Well, I appreciate you being here for the whole time, that's for sure, because we did put on quite a show, and I'm glad that you actually got to see the hype video before everybody else. So you said that it seems pretty solid overall, and
Yep.
definitely something that I want to continue on as far as production value goes. I do have a lot of background watching professional tournaments between ASL, like the Starcraft stuff, but also professional Counter-Strike tournaments, so I kind of know a little bit about what you could reasonably expect. Some things that I could try to emulate off of that, maybe like filter through my own prism for how to make the content
Listen,
look.
the dream goal is to have all these players go into those booths
Yes.
and just get immersed in smoke generators while wearing these really shiny, chromy, like racer outfits.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. And then use footage of that in the background and like have different transparencies and different cuts and stuff. And the only one to send me a selfie for their picture was Btyb, and you know what? He qualified first place. So maybe there's some correlation there that you guys can look at. So just saying.
You better dread the day I ever actually try to actually play in this.
Yeah, you're gonna send me all sorts of
You are going to be
wilds, so.
playing Gachi in all likelihood.
I rue the day, or I shall, when that happens. But in the meantime, we do have the conclusion, right? We have our 8 playoffs contenders. Again, guys, we have something I forgot to actually run by Keen at the end there. But one of the things that you guys got to remember is that from now on, there are qualifiers to the next event. So
Yep.
if you made it to playoffs, you will receive an invite. You don't necessarily have to accept it, but if you do, then you're in. If not, your spot will open up and we can have more people try to qualify openly. No longer are we at the stage where we have insufficient players to even make it. At this point, we had more people signing up at the end to be ringers than, we had enough to theoretically put together another group or so. And that's just the people who actively signed up as ringers. Whereas I'm sure there probably would have been more people who thought, oh, there's an open slot, let me sign up. That's not happening anymore. So there will be qualifiers going in.
Again, I was here to do, if we had another, dropout, I could have done
Yep.
a match
Yep.
or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
That's
regardless of how balanced or how, tired I am. So you're starting to see more traffic now. So like I said before, you have to start thinking about how much time do you really want to spend running individual tournaments? Because this was a long day, right?
Yeah.
Like I can do it, but I don't want to be doing this every day, every second day, right? So it's,
absolutely. That's
thinking
why we're doing
about the
one
time.
at a time, and we're trying to even smooth out and speed up the process of an individual tournament. Not so we can fit more in, but so we have more time to not work on tournaments, so that we can work on the projects and more technical stuff. Start making more progress towards that all important 4th race that we eventually want to see in these tournaments as well, and all sorts of cool stuff. So we'll get there. We'll get there. Dream big. Imagine where we are going to be in 3 months from now. That's only 3, guys. So there's definitely going to be some stuff happening, and I agree with Keen. Qualifiers are fun, but Keen, you won't have to worry about it because you got into playoffs, so you're all set.
I mean, maybe he'll just be like, no, I don't want the ticket. I just want to beat the shit out of people in qualifiers.
Yeah, that's true.
I can appreciate that. I always enjoy going into lower brackets and bullying people.
Yeah, could you imagine? You could obviously sign up for the qualifier if you wanted to, and then if you make it, great. Then obviously the way that we've done that in the past is when you play, you don't cast. I cast solo your stuff, or maybe
I think
I'll bring
if
somebody
I
else
was to play this again, I think I'd actually prefer to have time to practice.
Yeah.
And just get murdered by you and Shambler or something like that.
Yeah.
And actually figure out what race I'm actually supposed to be good at and go from there.
Right.
Preferably when I have more time to myself and not mustered in projects, which, there's so many other things going on. But it's certainly something on my mind that I would eventually like to do. I think I might be too old to actually play games anymore like this, but it's there's also just all the distractions going on. So But no, it's on my mind at some point to do that. I mean, it's easy just to hop in and out here as necessary.
Right. Well, one of the things I'm hoping for is that we see MoonHunter, ItDepends, DeadInfested, lucifirius. Those guys didn't make it in, but I certainly hope to see them sign up for the qualifiers. I know lucifirius is starting a new job soon, so maybe that's a little bit of a pipe dream. But
he can just play from his phone.
That's true. He played from Canada. He can surely play from work.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, Canada is basically just like, I mean, Australia is like the prison island, but Canada is a prison island without any of the benefits. You don't get any of the cool spiders, the cool snakes, the cacti, or anything. You just get Trudeau, and that's just disgusting.
It's true, though. Now let's talk about
like
this.
that.
Listen, let me just say, we're at that stage where we give our final words. We close this show out. We talk about how good
I can't give
CMBW
my final
is.
words.
You can.
I'm still conscious.
Well, okay. Well, you give your final words for this show, and then we do more talking because you're going to be playing Warcraft 3 for some demented reason. So, I would say
people to bully.
Do you essentially, like, now that you've seen a little bit more of the maps, you've seen a little bit more of the meta, how are you feeling? Obviously, some of the games weren't very balanced, but what do you think? Because we usually have like a quick talk at the very end where we say, here's some things to watch out for. Here's some things that we're interested in. I feel like the project's getting even more stable, if you want to use that term.
Well, obviously, when I started, and for a time after that, everything was just, it was constantly changing.
Yeah.
Every time I came back and looked at it, something just completely different. The resource system changed like every single time I went back to it. It was like, oh, by the way, resources now deplete again. Oh, now they don't deplete. Oh, gas has done this, gas has done that. Oh, by the way, all the saturations changed. And even tried to explain to me, it just go right over my head. What the fuck are you even talking about? I don't even know how the fuck it worked even to begin with. It's just like, well, it wasn't ever like really telegraphed. So it was like just extremely volatile. So of course, like maps were different for every single game. We were playing FFAs, almost all of which desynced like crazy, and probably still do to some extent because there's still some elusive desyncs that only seem to happen really. I mean, there was a game I watched. It was this morning. I forget who it was up against, but anyways, it desynced immediately within like the first like 10 seconds.
Oh, interesting.
And they played it through to the end, and nothing was actually apparently desynced. Like, they were all responding to each other. I didn't see anything weird. There wasn't like idle workers or anything totally.
It was probably a different observer that dropped then, if there was multiple.
Yeah, it was just me and the two. I just hopped in just because I wanted to make sure it was stable, right?
Yeah, right.
And but the hash popped up, but nothing was. I don't know. Maybe it's like a map related.
Yeah,
like, that's the other problem, right?
Yeah.
So we've gone from those Wild West shit being just fucking all over the place to kind of like when I started playing more, when I was finally able to take matches off of you and Shambler just like bullied me endlessly. And then I had some good matches against him, and that's kind of like the part where for me it started to feel more stable.
Yeah.
And then I like kind of started to understand the maps, and then I have like other commitments, and then I started like coming back and forth and so on. And then, that's like the part for me where I had like that ground level where I could start to see it grow. And I feel like that's kind of like what was necessary for me to like kind of reflect on that and see how the map changes. And it was certainly like a distinct experience, kind of similar to Brood War when I followed it for so many years. How when you had new map rotations and stuff enter, and you would feel that kind of excitement for that, it was like, oh, things are gonna actually be different. And Ricky is apparently singing for me, so that's kind of creepy. And
I guess that's your signal that soon you'll have to
even run Warcraft 3? This might just blow up my whole computer. Anyways, it's like it's territory that I've watched as a spectator for a long time in Brood War in particular, because Brood War is really like the only actually competitive RTS. And now we're kind of almost rewalking that path here, but just in a different stage. Where it's like the fledgling stages where like the community is growing alongside it. So it's not quite, you haven't quite established that super stable foothold where you have like, the pro teams like CJ Antis and SK Telecom coming in, time after time in these names. And then you're watching those adapt to the changing meta and the changing maps. Now, right now, you're still at more of a volatile. You kind of have that in the sense that you have like, oh, Mystery Meat returns and You know, there's him and Shambler, and now you got like Neblime and now Keen coming in, this sort of like this higher level players.
Yeah.
Probably eventually be like Hamster if he sticks around, stuff like that. That kind of is like forming that backbone. So we aren't quite at that stage of stability. We're sort of seeing it with those, but with the maps, we're starting to see those evolve. And I definitely was, interested to see how the maps would change it. Maps aren't something I ever really personally focused a lot on in my stuff because I was more focused about the actual asset and the project creation. Of course, when you're in a solo project, you can't really devote a lot of time to stuff. I just made these asymmetrical FFA team maps.
Yep.
Never had much emphasis on
Nothing.
1v1 that much. And I remember you saying early on when I got into this is 1v1 balance really wasn't the focus.
Yeah.
And team was really more or less the focus. And again, I still would love to see some 2v2,
Oh, yeah,
2v3,
absolutely.
FFA tournaments, whatever we go at that point. Which I think we're starting to reach that point of the player base where you can actually consider doing that. When you're talking about you having all these ringers, you can always make another bracket. You can split that up and make yourself a 2v2 Ascension team.
Absolutely.
It's just a matter of figuring out how you're actually going to do the team compositions, because if we have Neblime and Keen on one team, they know each other and they know other play styles. Even if Keen isn't that familiar with the project, he still has a huge advantage because all these people play together and they understand each other's play styles, right? So that's like, and then they have like Shambler and Mystery meet together. Now that's so a killer team.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you really it just imbalances things even more to the point where you're probably not going to see upsets like Btyb going 4-0 or something like that, because now you have like this extra enforcement of the the biases against that kind of thing for happening. But you absolutely are seeing the map pools change and evolve and stuff change with them, and it is nice to see the project start pushing more towards seeing more macro stuff. We saw 2 games where Zerg hit tier 3 in a non-super one-sided match.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's a really major shift from before, where it was like you would hit tier 2 spike and usually you'd end within like 5 minutes after that point. So
Oh, and when you're considering that the 2 games that we saw were in the one group that actually had like a Z and a competitive, like 1v1 matchup, like we're starting to get to the point where even the groups themselves can be competitive and can have competitive games at like a high enough level where you will see stuff like that.
Yeah,
right?
we started today right off the bat with a bunch of, non-one-sided, fairly competitive matches between, Meats and Hamster and Meats even dropping rounds, right? Like that not normally something we really saw, except for, again, between the normal like Shambler and him. So that's kind of an interesting story in itself when you think about it, because we've gone from that and evolved to this stage, right? Where it was mostly Shambler and Meats and their repeated interactions and them trying to just fight each other, and everyone else was just kind of like circulating that, where, okay, I took some rounds off of Shambler, but I wasn't going to take an actual series off of him. And then it's like Meat, where it's like, it was even more unlikely for him to actually drop stuff. So when the Neblime took him, that was like a big upset, and that was a big stage change. Now that's the story. That's the story that has now built the foundation. That's the story that's always going to be remembered. So, you may never reach the point where you're being televised across the world from South Korea and people spending however many thousands of dollars to build actual training and so on and so forth. But you have a story, and the story is something that brings people together. It's something that defines it. And it's not a story that I can think of any other mod, except for something that Counter-Strike or whatever, can actually attest to really having. And maps and stuff all kind of build the foundation for that. So honestly, when I think of it, I don't even really think of it just from a map perspective. I think of it from that story perspective.
Sure, yeah.
My skill level is at the stage where the maps, to me, it's like I can understand how they would be played and I can infer a whole lot of shit. But since I'm not actively playing, I don't feel super invested into them. And anything beyond than it is a stage in which these stories are written.
Yes.
And I find it more interesting when the games are just hyper stupid, like, well, a lot of games very recently today. And otherwise, that they have a chance to go into the long ones, because, the longer games, which really test people's every bit of skill, that's much more interesting than, like this old Brood War, Zerg versus Zerg.
Yeah.
It's just Mulas killing each other. Yeah, that's a huge expression of skill too. But there's skills that can be tested beyond instant reflexes, the long term, the stamina and stuff like that, which can also tell a lot of stories. And
right,
that's actually what drew me to League of Legends. Watching some of that is the longer series and the higher ends, is because that tells you a lot. Where one team performs really well, but then they fatigue, and they don't do well. And then, I've always played long games, and more or less when I was in my prime, and not so much recently. You go to 3 hours, my APM picks up. So,
right.
Hey,
you'll be happy to know
saw that when we played recently, right?
Yeah.
Because you were just beating the shit out of me nonstop for 9-10 games, and we hit that last game, and then you actually played sort of seriously because you wanted to go to sleep. And at that point, I'd actually started to remember how to play, and I was actually making it annoying and difficult for you.
Yeah.
So, I had improved at that point. So, that to me is also a story. Those are just little encapsulated silly events. Most of those games were horrendously cheesy and dumb, but
hey, they did teach me a couple of things
point.
about the map, which was useful because we were testing Sideshow at the time.
Yeah, that's what making custom content's all about. Is the experience and the escapism and going into something different and building something and building those experiences. Which is why, sometimes I feel kind of bad about, someone like DeadInfested might come in here and get absolutely destroyed. And then, of course, you don't even really understand why you're getting destroyed. And it's I signed up for this tournament for this mod I barely understand, and I'm just going to get annihilated. The whole hope is that, at least at the end of the day, you have entertainment in it. And I think building things like the hype videos and stuff like that really helps to set that stage, too, because it kind of puts you in that point where hopefully you don't really feel so much expectation. You have to actually perform well, and it's whatever. But, everybody's going to feel a little bit salty losing stuff or whatever, Keen said he felt kind of bummed out about some of those matches early on where he, had bad rallies or some such. And, he feels like he's getting picked on because just some of his game performances. So it's just it's because you're not really taking it too seriously or whatever. But no, it's you're building something here to, have an experience. I don't even think of it beyond the maps. I think the map evolution is great and all. There's a lot of commentary I can make about the individual maps, but I don't feel like they really contribute more to what I could say about that than it is setting the stage for the story and building outwards, changing it in a meaningful manner, opening up those options for those longer matches and seeing more things in the tier 3 and stuff like that gives you an opportunity for grander stories. And, that's something you can't really say a lot about until you really get to see those stories and then remark about them. But, certainly being spectator to that for the very beginning has been an experience I did not expect to have coming into here. And I definitely find it very valuable.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that, and I do appreciate the words. I do agree that it's all about the stories. It's all about those matchups, what's memorable, what's, interesting in that respect. So, yeah, ultimately, we're here to tell better stories. We have more and more better players interested in picking it up, and that's just going to make the matches that much more entertaining and interesting. And, of course, as more experienced RTS players start to abuse and expose certain issues with the project's balance, that's another thing we can adjust, right? That's actually something that Hapsaya, a StarCraft 2 and RTS player in general, but a StarCraft 2 Grandmaster Protoss, was mentioning, and he showed off some pretty clean Dracket and stutter stepping. And, one of the things that he mentioned is holy shit, this is way better than Brood War's micro in that sense, because it's way more consistent. You don't have to, even with the patrol micro, you can't get it as consistent as you can with just an attack move stutter in CMBW. It is that different, right? The random animation delay and order delay and all that stuff is gone. So you end up with a much more refined output that does listen to what you do. The pathing can be weird, but that's just Brood War. Now, looking away at it, there's going to be some units that we might find, like charlatans were discovered by DeadInfested. He didn't make it out of groups, but Protosses in the future may end up deploying that specifically against Zerg. That's another thing, similar to the last tournament group stage. Lucifirius.
That was a word I was looking for before. I can't remember.
The Lucifirius Wraith play that kind of set the meta that allowed Neblime to defeat Mystery Meat in the upper final. That happened in the last tournament, even though Lucy didn't make it out of groups. There's absolutely, you're going to see some things that, sort of define at least a storyline within a single tournament and a meta within a single tournament. That's going to evolve. We saw that when Mystery Meat, he drops down to the lower bracket courtesy of Neblime, and then he goes in for this sort of I don't want to use revolutionary because it's a super important word or whatever, but that kind of build where he just refines and redesigns his opener to have lattices for vassals so that he can harass him and force anti-air and delay the wraiths and then switch into gateway. We saw that being the play. So I think there's loads of cool stuff that you can do like that. And for my money, that's where you can really start to sell this stuff. If I have enough time and enough, editing chops and stuff that I can render out some quick like pieces to play at the beginning of the streams or whatever to hype people up, that can be some more content that we make, and that can be kind of similar to the hype videos in that sense. So yeah, maybe we'll see stuff like that. Who knows? I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to wherever this goes, and with all the bells and whistles or not, I think we're gonna have a pretty good playoffs on our hands. And thanks again for casting the whole damn thing with me, Mesk. I appreciate that.
Yep. I think this was the first time I was here from the 9 to 6.
Yeah, you were. Yeah.
Because normally this doesn't work, but because of all the other shit that I had to deal with, my schedule just was here, and I was like, I kind of want to sleep at 8 a.m. And I was like, fuck, we'll just go all in.
All in. And well, here you are at the end of it all. And, pretty cool stuff. So do you have...
here for the effort.
Yeah, I do appreciate all that. And certainly it's a lot easier to cast when you got somebody to, saddle on in with you, especially when I'm also micromanaging overlays and stuff. It's nice to have somebody fill the dead air then. So I do appreciate that very much. And we'll be back, of course, pretty soon at some point with playoffs. Stay tuned. Eyes glued to the Discord server. We'll make sure to keep you guys up to date with the scheduling and all that. But Mesk, any final words?
Smoke weed every day.
Well, there you go. Smoke weed every day.
Every day.